Discord message. And boop. There we go. Okay, so let's make our way onwards. I guess I'll wait till people show up first before I actually start playing. I didn't at everyone. Maybe I should have atted everyone. That would probably be a good idea, wouldn't it? But you know, when do I have good ideas? Never. Never is the answer to that. I never have good ideas. Well, while I wait, I'll guess I'll get a nice quote. Thanks, TheYukiverse. I should probably check that I'm live. Actually, that'll be a good idea. I think I should be, because normally the reason I wouldn't be would be the thing. Yeah, okay. Like when me and Sam stream to a different service or whatever. But the emote's still on live. Sad face. Boop doo. Where is everyone? Where are you people? You are not here. And there's no point doing a story game to no one. At everyone. That'll annoy Reese, I suppose. He's not here to get annoyed, but you know, if he was, it would annoy him. Either that, or just no one's turning up to the stream today, I guess. I mean, I normally start streaming like 5 on a Friday, right? It's like 7. I'm later than usual. I would have thought that people would already be here. But I guess not. Disappoint me. Disappoint me, people. Well, I mean, I guess I could just get on with it, but I don't know. It feels a bit of a waste, you know. Getting on with it when you're not. You folks aren't here. Wilder Field of Vision. This is where we were at last, right? I guess I could like get all the files set up for everyone else's route. You know what? That's actually not a bad idea, is it? Getting the files set up for other people's routes. I might do that. Alright, that's what I'm gonna do now while I'm waiting for you guys. We are going to where's we need this one. Cut Lily some slack. And how do you skip? Oh, it's actually like skip mode, right? So then I'm just going to skip mode all the way until we can set up Lily's route for later today. Gives me something to do, you know, while we wait. I wish you could skip faster though. Take it easy. Oh, I mean, I guess it's technically different because I did a different answer and then into this. But like, there we go. I've technically seen that before. Good old Kenji. Yeah. I remember all these things. It's so weird that these two are like super close to you when you're sitting down, because like we're not sitting in a circle. I guess that's one thing I always thought was weird about visual novels. The characters are always looking at you. You know, like no matter what's happening, the characters are always looking at you. I mean, in this case, when you're outside in the street, yeah, you're probably looking at them, talking to each other. But, like, when you're sitting next to each other or walking along, it's like... That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, okay, so then we have to discuss our condition, because otherwise we'll get Kenji's route. Can I skip this? Yeah, I can. Okay. And this should set us up on Lily's route, I believe. Wait, this is very much looking like it's setting us up on Rin's route, actually. Yeah, there's the old up. Oh, I guess, wait, there's a question here, isn't there? Yeah, so I guess I say I just kind of stuck with her. I really must take my leave, Tezuka. I am pleased to see that this project is going so well. I just like to remind you not to run off by yourself tomorrow. I've invited certain people to the festival, and you're sure they'd like to meet you as well. Also, Monday's club meeting is off since I'm going out of town. Guess you kids could do something among yourself if you want to. He leaves, turning around flamboyantly, and then walks off dramatically as it's possible to walk. What a weird teacher. I'll be off too. See you around, Rin. Holding up my hand, I turn to go to the stairs up the door. Maybe if I can finish reading these books today, the entirety of tomorrow can be free for the festival. It's a dick move thing to say, really, isn't it? Oh, I just sort of ended up here. So, I think this will be the start of Lily's route here. If I'm not mistaken. Getting all those routes set up. A little ahead, it's almost noon already. Check I've got everything right here. Yeah, I do. Okay. Can I skip this bit? Yeah. Oh, Kenji. Wait, I screwed up. I got Kenji's ending again. Wait a second. Wait, hang on. Hang on, this isn't what we wanted. What do I have to do to get onto... Oh, I have to not screw up this one before it. Which I guess is, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. It's okay. The girl certainly doesn't look like it's okay, but I'll let it slide. So, do you mind if I sit here? She seems very uncertain whether or not it's okay for me to sit, but finally she nods just a little. Okay. Take the seat next to her and she hides herself behind the book. Life of Pi. Never heard of it. So, sorry for startling you again. I'm Hisao. She looks up from a book, stalling a little before replying. I know. We are in the same class. Her speech is a little stilted and so quiet that it's barely audible even in the still library. Somehow I think that my delinquent impression of her was wrong. Hanako, I'm Hanako. I resist the urge to say, that's a nice name, just have something to say, but really it's the only thing I can think of. I feel like an idiot. Everyone here must be used to being different to each other, and here I am being bothered and fussed by this kind of thing. Don't let me interrupt your reading. I'll just check these books if you don't mind. She nods a little and sighs a little sigh of relief. So I try to read the covers and introductions of the books I picked up, and she buries her face in the book. Comfortable silence consumes us. My eyes still wander in her direction. I sneak peeks at her flowing hair and scars it's hiding. After a while, I realize that she's doing the same and only pretending to be immersed in the life of Pi. Her gaze is not inquisitive at all, though. It darts around like a scared rabbit. When our gazes finally meet, the chain reaction is unstoppable. She stands up forcefully from the beanbag, takes a deep breath. Hi. I've got to go do something. Without warning, Hanako takes off and runs towards the counter. Her hair-like takeoff catches me so off guard that I don't manage to go after her until she has a good head start. And I think I can skip from this bit, right? Yeah. Nothing, I was just looking for some books and she got into a fit and ran off. Most offending thing I can think of is that I might have looked at her general direction a few times. Well, she is a very timid girl. You have to be very careful around her. She can be very jumpy. I think she's not accustomed to talking with other people. Isn't that a bit strange? I wonder. I just think it's how she is, I think. Yuka doesn't sound all that convincing. And again, maybe this is just the norm around here. Everyone has their own problems or else they wouldn't be here. But how should I deal with these people? Forcing myself to act overly casual only makes me feel phony. Like I was supposed to be ignoring the elephant in the room? Yuka fidgets, looking like she wants to say something, but resists it. I think it's only an elephant if you feel that way. Guess she doesn't have a good sense of self-restraint. Makes you smile and she blushes heavily. What? Did that sound stupid? No, it sounded really wise. Guess you're right. It's more about me than anyone else. And I can skip again. And it's back to Kenji. More Kenji. Good old Kenji. Kenji Kabuchi. Oh, she was cute. Wait, if I say she was cute though, does that mean is this gonna set up for Hanako's route and not for? Setting up for routes is hard, man. I think that means that if I now follow Lily's path, it sets. I think it's the was she cute bit that sets up for either her or. Oh no! Oh, we have something different here. Yeah, I think I've just set up for Hanako's route by accident. Still feel bad for making her run away yesterday, so I better say something. Hey there, Hanako. How? No, at least you remembered my name. Hey, I just wanted to apologise for yesterday. Didn't mean to startle you or anything. I'm just new here and I thought I should get to know my classmates. Oh, she's so cute. Hanako looks up at me. I notice her... Why? Just stop looking at it. I mean, yeah, okay, you're going to notice it, I suppose. He's just thinking it. It's a little bewildering that you can barely notice it from across the room, but it's so noticeable from close up. That's okay. It was my fault. Nah, it wasn't anyone's fault. It just kind of happened. So, you waiting for someone? I saw you looking at the door before. Yes, Lily. Oh, you mean Lily the blind girl? Hanako only nods in response, and I can't help but wonder if defining people through their disabilities is a faux pas of the worst kind or just normal here. I guess that explains why Lily took off after her yesterday. She seems like a nice girl. You two friends? Yes. As if hoping for Lily to appear, she checks over her shoulder again. I think I'm making her nervous again. I hope I'm not disturbing you right now. No, that's not it. It's just easier if Lily doesn't come here. Oh, because it's hard to get around the classroom? Not really. Hanako's gaze drifts past my shoulder and towards Shizune. Shizune? Hanako nods again. What about her? Don't they get along? Hanako shakes her head. Clearly this is something she doesn't want to talk about. It does make a strange sort of sense, Shizune and Lily not getting along so well. Communication between the two would be all but impossible. It's hard enough talking to Shizune through Misha, even when you can see her whose hands are talking. Hanako's so focused on Shizune that I'm the first to notice Lily at the door. Oh, she's here now. Hanako spins around to confirm this. Upon seeing Lily, she moves quickly to the door. Lily. Ah, Hanako. Good morning. Is the president here? Yes. Hanako glances over her shoulder at Shizune again, as if to confirm she can't hear them, even though that's impossible. I suppose we best be off, then. Lily's sigh and tone of what seems to be like frustration makes her raise an eyebrow. Guess there's some kind of enmity between the two. It's intriguing, but that's not really something I'd ask about. I'm sure if they wanted me to know, they would tell me. It's only my third day here. I should be trying to make friends, not finding out why people are enemies. Still, it's a little funny to find out this school has little feuds, just like my old high school. Even if people are more tolerant of others, they're still going to get on each other's nerves. Hey Lily, how are things? I'm sorry I made you run off yesterday. Oh my, is that us how? I didn't realise you were here. It seems that Lily is a little embarrassed about being so frank in front of me. Sorry, Lily, I thought you realised. No, it's all right, Hanako. Hisao, please don't worry about yesterday. It was just a misunderstanding. If you say so. I'm still working this place out. Well then, I think you'd find most people here a lot more forgiving than elsewhere. If you're feeling a little confused, please don't be afraid to ask questions. Sure, I'll remember that. Lily. Lily gives a small nod of acknowledgement. I'm sorry, Hisao, but we must be off. Hanako really doesn't look all that comfortable here right now, and Lily still seems a little embarrassed. What if my apology really made any impact? Mind if I accompany you two? No, I'm kind of pushing it, but Lily seems quietly still smiling. Oh, quietly, still smiling. I'm sure that we can accommodate you, can't we, Hanako? She looks at Lily, and then at me, and then she freezes, wide-eyed. Sure. Well then, shall we go? I'm sure Lily wouldn't do this so easily if she saw how scared Hanako looked, but it can't be helped now. Declining after the deal is sealed would only cause confusion and problems. So we leave, all three together. So, yeah, this is why I didn't have Lily's route before. So that question later is obviously required for Lily's, but I have to have done all this stuff before it, or it can only lead to Rin. I see. Lily walks beside the wall, letting her cane gently tap against it every now and then. Hanako comes along right beside her, so close she's practically half hugging her as they go. Though it must make her walking that much harder, Lily takes it in stride. Turn around the corner of the hallway, something hits me in the chest with a force like a steam train. Hanako shrieks a little, and my vision briefly goes black. Ouch. Oh, it's the Emmy bit. Can I skip the Emmy bit? Hisao, what happened? She's not quite up to speed for obvious reasons, but she sounds very worried. More than what the situation deserves, really. Someone just bumped into me. Nothing serious, just winded. Sorry, it's my fault. I was just going to get some stuff and I was kind of in a hurry. That someone here is Emmy, isn't it? The little girl coughs quietly and shuffles her plastic or metallic feet, looking down at them before saying anything. Hi, Lily, Hanako. Guess the girls know each other. Do please try to be more careful. You might be sturdy enough to endure these sorts of accidents, but there are people who aren't. The girl blushes and starts to fidget nervously like a little child caught misbehaving. So cute, I find myself smiling. I know that. I was just... I gotta go. Teacher, I'll have my head. I promised to help with printouts, but I went running instead. Sorry, I've got to change everything. Before any of us can say a thing, Emmy's already bolted away, leaving the hallway eerily quiet. Does that kind of thing happen often around here? There are more rules in Yamaku than usual for running in corridors, but that rarely stops Emmy, it seems. She shakes her head weakly and offers a slight composed smile. I don't think there's anything we can do to stop her, I'm afraid. Shall we be off then? Lily heads off along the hallway and Hanako hurries after her. The route to the room the two use for tea is fairly simple to retrace, being still fresh in my mind from yesterday. Lily and Hanako quickly go about the business of making lunch. Before I can even open my small bag of food, Lily's busying herself with thermos and tea bags as Hanako is setting out both their lunch boxes. So, this is what you meant by coming here almost every day. Yes, Hanako and I usually have lunch here. It suits both of us, so we end up using this room regularly. After seeing Hanako's reaction to me over the past couple of days, I can understand why that's a boon. That and Lily being able to get some quiet away from her class as well. I take my seat after Lily's poured out the tea for us and sit down. Oh, this is nice. The more time I spend with these two girls, the more I think they're a perfect foil to Misha and Shizune. Even without a voice, Shizune is direct and brash, and Misha seems to get along with everyone. On the other hand, Lily is soft-spoken and relaxed, while Hanako seems to be the shyest girl I've ever met. So, how are you faring in Yamaku, Hisao? You seem a bit flustered before. Apart from getting lost every now and then and being crash-tackled outside my classroom, fine, I guess. You look pretty hurt before. Are you really okay? For a brief moment, I considered telling Hanako and Lily about my condition, but then I hold it back. Can't tell why, but for some reason I feel uncomfortable talking about it to these relative strangers, even if they have been pretty friendly. Yeah, it's nothing. I was just a bit startled. Judging from the two girls' expression, I don't think they're buying it, but in what I assume is their way of respecting my privacy, they don't pressure the matter. Guess that is one of the unwritten rules around here. Don't ask. Even if people's conditions are obvious, like Hanako's, there's still bound to be a story involved. Everyone has things they don't feel comfortable speaking about, and I think everyone here recognises that. So, how long have you been in this school? Both seem to know your way around pretty well. Well, I've been here since the start of high school, but only moved into the dormitories a year ago. Hanako joined at the start of high school as well, moved into the dormitories when she did, if memory serves me right. That's right, since high school. So you've known each other since then? Since I moved, yes. Hanako lives next door to me, so it's only natural, right? Right. Yeah, of course. Living next to someone is probably reason enough to befriend them. I'm guessing that Lily's blindness played a part in it as well. Well, you say that, but we're not really befriending Kenji. Can't imagine Hanako easily making friends with someone who has to deliberately avoid looking at her scars. With the immediate conversation dried up, we start to eat our lunch. It isn't long before the bells are signalling the end of break. Like me, the girls pack out their lunches as efficiently as they set them out. I guess I'd better be off. Are you going with Hisao, Hanako? Hanako looks up at me. For a second I can see that she is considering skipping class, maybe just to avoid walking to the classroom with me. Yes. Don't know what to think of it. Hanako is really delicate to the point of breaking if I looked in the wrong way. It makes me a bit nervous too if I push the feeling aside, trying to be as natural as I can. We should hurry then. Class has already started by the sound of it. Lily gives a nod of farewell, and she bends down to take her cane, Hanako and I filing out before her. We walk quickly down the empty halls for our respective classes. As we reach the door of Lily's 3-2 classroom, she turns towards me. Hisao, thank you for sharing lunch with us today. My pleasure, Lily. And with that, we part ways, Lily entering her classroom and leaving Hanako and me to make off to our own. She's still looking like she wants to run away. So, do you really want to go back to class now? Yes. Okay then. I feel like I should say something more to her, but it's hard to come up with anything that would be appropriate and safe enough. And Lily was right, the more time we spend out here, the more explaining we have to do. I open the rear door to the class and walk in. The teacher looks up at me and opens his mouth to say something. However, as Hanako follows me in and closes the door, He simply nods to us and continues his lecture. This is the third time that Hanako had had her truancy practically ignored. There's definitely something going on here. We make our way to our seats, and I notice that Misha and Suzune are both missing as well. I wonder if it's some form of informal agreement with the staff, or if it's a perk to avoid the unique students at the school. Oh, I guess I still have to try to make the little disturbance as I can. I can extract the relevant textbooks from my bag and start catching up. Class goes on quietly. The teacher seems like an okay person despite the weird first impression I got, and that's cue to skip. Okay. So we've either set ourselves up for a Hanako route or a Lily route, or maybe I can swap between them. And here's Rin, everyone's favourite. Everyone's still absent from the stream. So if I say yes, that puts me on Emmy's route, doesn't it? Oh, I should have saved there. Ah, no, wait, can I go back before the... Oh, I should have saved there. That I might have to go through all that again. I may have just fucked up. Oh well, they're in. I guess the only difference between the saying that actually is it gives you the second choice when you're out there with Emmy, I suppose. Whereas I didn't have to have that choice. Let me get the Lily versus Shizune. Cut me and Lily some slack. Hey, I'm the new guy, remember? I turn my back at them. Lily, class is going to be starting soon, so we can talk more later. I'll tell Hanako you were looking for her. I feel Shizune freezing. Maybe this is the first time she's ever been ignored in such a blunt manner. Thank you, Sao. I'll leave now then. She gives me the sweetest smile I've seen all week and turns on her heels to make her exit. As soon as Lily walks out the door, I suddenly start feeling reluctant about turning to face Shizune. I can feel her eyes burning into my back. I can't bring myself to look at her. She must be furious. I keep expecting Misha to say something to alleviate the tension, but it really is wanting too much. In the end, I go back to my seat and listen to the sound of Shizune's footsteps as she marches out of the room. She doesn't return until a few minutes before class. And then should we be able to skip? Yeah. You need to find her? She was looking for you in the morning, but I guess you have missed each other. She waits a little without answering the simple question, looking awfully like she's not sure if it's proper to answer such a question. Yeah. I can come with you, if it's okay. Hanako nods fractionally, still on guard, her shoulders stiff like wood. I get the feeling that she might be more comfortable by herself after all, but it's too late to back off now. She has this really troubled expression she seems to wear almost constantly, one that makes me constantly be on guard myself. I wonder why. I kind of understand why she always seems to be so wary, or maybe more like why there could be a person like her, but I still have no idea how I should act around such a person. It's dinner time soon. Were you planning to eat with Lily? She nods slightly. So she must have been trying to get into the cafeteria. Well, there's something of a dinner crowd, just like the cafeteria is crowded during lunch. It's not as bad because dinner time is longer than lunch hour, but I can understand why Hanako would be so discouraged from going in. I picked up my bag and we take a leave. Hanako skips a little to meet my initial pace, so I slow down to match her speed. It doesn't take long for us to be walking at a comfortable pace down the hallway. I almost feel like we're going for a stroll together. Something I can't say I've really done before with a girl. Yep, never before. Never done that. Not with Emmy or Rin, nothing. Hanako doesn't seem to be thinking the same thing though. Even though we're walking at the same pace, she never comes with arm's reach of me. Guess she's still a little uncomfortable around me. Given how shy she is, there doesn't seem to be much helping it, at least for now. By the time we arrive at the cafeteria, there's not much of a crowd there, but Lily is nowhere to be seen. Hanako's head sinks even lower than usual. Have you looked somewhere else already? Just to the library. I was reading. So she does spend the class she skips in the library. Ah, so not exactly a thorough search then. Well, if I had to guess, she'd be in her own class, like Shizune said, right? Right. With the slightest of nods, Hanako agrees with my reasoning. God, she's being so awkward. It's like I need double-layered silk gloves with padding to even begin interacting with her. Some small talk might help her become a bit more used to me. It isn't hard to tell that the silence between us is hovering on the edge of both of our minds. So you and Lily usually hang out together after class, right? Yeah. I'm not quite sure what I expected from her answer, nor why I even asked the question, though much was rather obvious after all. She doesn't seem to like the type of cultative a social circle. Wait, doesn't seem like the type to cultivate a social circle either, so I suspect that Lily may as well be her only friend. Must be a pain being in different classes, I'm guessing. She gives a sharp, almost reflexive nod. Compared to Lily's careful thought about her actions and speech, Hanako hastens to make her answers as prompt and short as possible. Lily comes by the classroom, though, even when she's busy. Oh, look at that smile. She's so cute. She gives a small smile and says it, evidently appreciating the fact that Lily goes out of her way to help her. It's pretty cute, really. There's no need to say more, both of us content that discussions reach an end. As we ascend the stairs back to the lobby, we are met by a group of students heading downstairs like a school of fish moving from one feeding area to another. They seem to be keeping mostly to themselves, but before I can notice her doing so, Hanako has moved around behind me. Hey, you alright? Did you just keep going? Students pass us, and without much of a second glance, Hanako takes up position to my side again as we enter the building. A momentary reprieve from her anxiety, all but snatched away. Even as we climb towards the third floor, she doesn't seem to relax. It's as if I've never known a shy person before, or even shy girls, but Hanako seems to be pretty far beyond what I call normal in her fear of other people. If it weren't for Lily acting as a mediator, I doubt Hanako would have even been able to walk beside me like this. She seems to completely shut down in the presence of others. The rest of the walk up to Lily's classroom continues in strange silence, while I rue her inability to socialise at all. I understand, I can't socialise, so I get it. After we make our way up the stairs, the noise coming from Lily's classroom is audible from halfway down the hall. I wasn't expecting such a din at all. Well, I guess we found her. That wasn't hard. Did Hanako come here first and then come to meet me for backup, I wonder? Well, if that's true, then at least she's starting to trust me a little. That can only be a good thing. Eventually the two of us reach the door to class 3-2. Hanako less than subtly positioning herself behind me, I open the door. Oh, I've never been in this classroom before. Inside is a hive of activity, seemingly every student in the class talking at once as they work hurriedly on their separate tasks. Going by the paint cans, decorations and banners being made, it must be for the upcoming school festival. I guess my first priority should be finding Lily. There. Finding her among the din is surprisingly easy, not the least bit because of her looks. A couple of students gathered around her as she stands at the front of the class. She seems to be in charge of the preparations, or at least busy organising them. Carefully negotiating a path through the various students, I hunched over the floor for a lack of desk space. I raise a hand entirely out of habit as we finally reach Lily. Hi, Lily. She perks her head up as she breaks off, talking to a noticeably smaller girl, must be her classmate, trying to listen to her as best she can. Sorry, who? Sorry, Hasao. I have Hanako too. Hi. She's pretty skittish. Considering the number of people around, it isn't too hard to work out why. Lily takes a moment to pause to assess the situation before turning to the other student once again. For the moment, just ask Moira for his advice. Wait, Moira's... Okay, Moira's a guy, I guess. Kenji's busy with painting one of the banners already. Kenji's in this class! Way! Quick nod and she bounces off, fingers carefully sliding on the wall with face for irritation. Wait, Kenji? That Kenji? Quickly turn around, leaning to the side to see past Hanako. Sure enough, in the corner of the room, Kenji's hunched over a sheet of cloth as he paints it. His eyes remain only inches from the brush, reminding me of how close he had to be to make up my face when I met him. Sorry about that. Our class doesn't have many students with even partial eyesight, so they're in high demand. That's right, Class 3-2, especially for students with poor vision. Preparing for the festival must be pretty arduous for them. Need a hand? Give you help if you need some. Maybe Hanako could too. A chance to set her mind on something would do her good, but I doubt she has the courage to ask outright. She quickly nods in affirmation afterwards, so I'm confident I made the right move. Lily gives a noticeable sigh of relief. Ah, that's good. This might actually get finished before everyone goes off for dinner now. Would you be able to help the person painting the main banner? It's a big task for him to do, but nobody else can help. Kenji? Sure. She seems surprised I know him. I can't really blame her. I take it you've met? Our rooms are in the dorms are right next to each other. Hard to miss each other, really. Well, it's good to see you're getting friends so fast. Friend? I wonder if that's the right word to use for him. Hanako's silence during the proceedings remind me of the reason I put her up to helping in the first place. We'll go help him then. He knows what needs doing, right? That's right. Just ask if you have any problems. Oh, no. No, I'm going to take Hanako over to Kenji. This is a nightmare. I just thought this would be like basically the same as what we've already done. But we've actually got some story development here. And no one's around still. Wow. Where are you guys? Where are you guys? Well, how long are we streaming now? No one's even here yet. Half an hour. Wow. Chorusing in assent, Hanako and I begin another trek across the classroom. Kenji sits crouched on the floor, his gaze fixed on the white calico in front of him. He's right down here. Hey, Kenji. No answer. He continues dragging his paint-soaked brush along the large, half-painted kanji. Kenji. That's sketched on the sheet in pencil. Kenji? Huh? What? Who is it? If this is the way he treats class members, it's no small wonder he's working on this alone. It's me, Hisao from the... Right, I know that man. What are you doing here, though? His dismissive attitude annoys me. He must be the type to really get focused on his work, hating to be disturbed by anyone until he's done, I suppose. While we talk, the sound of Hanako's footsteps as she walks out from behind me reminds me that she's here. I was just going to help with that banner. Hanako and I, that is. Hello. Oh, hey, I guess. That's okay. Hi, Lee. If you're wondering where I'm at, by the way, I was setting up the other stories. I was going to have a save file setting up for all of them because no one was here, and I've been here for half an hour, so I figured I might as well do something useful with my time instead of continuing the Rin storyline and make people miss out. As soon as Hanako enters the equation, his demeanour takes a complete about face. His sudden faux hospitality is slightly unsettling. Oh right, woman. On second thoughts, this may not have been a great idea after all. Oh god. Hanako and I grudgingly set ourselves down on the opposite side of the cloth banner to Kenji, noting the several small paint tins on the ground around it. Class 3-2. Noodle stall? You guys selling noodles at the festival on Sunday? Yeah, some stalls outside or something. Or something? His non-committal nature sparks a fair amount of suspicion on my behalf. Task at hand comes first, though. I think I'm doing Hanako before Lily. I was going to do Lily first, but I think I've accidentally ended up with Hanako first anyway, so don't worry about it. So, how do you want to split this? We do borders while you do text, or do you want to switch and do the borders? Text is mine. You do borders. Of course, Kenji wants to do the kanji. Come on. He has surprisingly strong feelings on the topic. As I reach over to grab a brush, I notice Hanako is already debating between colours to use. By the time I've put a brush to cloth, she's already started on a delicate pattern. Looks like my idea of taking her mind off everyone around her worked. The dark blue stroke and the three of us silently get to work. Not before Kenji takes advantage of Hanako's working to lean towards me and whisper conspiracially, though. Okay, man, why are you here? Hanako just wanted some help to find Lily, that's all. He apparently disapproves of my motivations. I get it. It looks like I misjudged you. You're infiltrating them, aren't you? Going deep undercover. Should have guessed. Letting the truth slip by him would probably be better than outright lying or annoying him in any case. Is that why you're here? Obviously. It sucks, but there's no better way to get intel than going in yourself. We gotta stick together, man. This is a harsh school, a harsh world. Yes, very harsh. He misses my true meaning as he leans back, satisfied I'm sympathetic to his cause. Better get down to work. I fucking love Kenji, man. Finished. Looks like I am too. Good job. Two of us connect up the lines of our patterns, mine being as close to a copy as I could manage of hers. With a grunt, I lever myself up from the floor and look around. Aside from Hanako and myself, there's only Kenji left finishing off a sign, as well as Lily and a couple of students talking among themselves in the classroom. Looking at my watch, it's no surprise, it's getting pretty late. Need a hand? I offer a hand to Hanako, which she uses to get herself up. As she does, I can't help but glance at her wrist. Her scars extend to even there just how much of her body was burned. I feel a pang of guilt about it, however, as she quickly covers up her wrist with her other hand. Looks good, doesn't it? Oh, I hope she knows he's talking about the banner. She looks surprised from her before noticing that I meant the banner. Whew! That could have been awkward. Okay. It does, I guess. A smile shows that she feels a slight sense of pride in the result, just as I do. The floor significantly neater for the decorations being placed on desks and shelves. It's much easier to get to Lily as we cross the room. We finished the banner. I guess that's all that needs to be done. Lily gives an appreciative nod. Thank you, Asao, Hanako. If there's any way I can thank you... You just thanked us. It's fine. Beat sitting in my room studying at any rate. I don't mind either. She nods before suddenly remembering one last person. Oh, is Kenji still here? Just as I open my mouth, Kenji gives the answer from the other side of the room. Yeah, just finished. He carefully slides his sign onto an empty section of shelf to dry before quickly walking past us and out the door. See you, man. Bye. The remaining 2 students say their goodbyes to Lily before taking their cue to leave as well, leaving only the 3 of us. Well, I guess that's everyone.
I hope we don't have to do anything like that again.
Working past school time?
Indeed. The classes planned this year are ambitious. Maybe too ambitious. It still looks nice, though.
She's right. Shows a lot of work's gone into them.
My. I'm sure a lot of us would be glad to hear that. At least now there's not much work to do until the festival itself. It's getting pretty late. Should we go? That's probably a good idea. You're going back to the dorms as well, Hasao?
Yeah, I guess I'll tag along. Oh, we've never seen this at night time before. The nighttime lighting really made the gardens look quite different. Compared to the usual look of lush greenery, things are much more calm. Being that it's so late, the lack of students around probably helps. The odd 1 or 2 can be seen scurrying to and from the dorms, trying to eke the most out of their approaching curfews, but no more. All that can be heard is our footsteps, in addition to Lily's cane regularly gently tapping the ground in front of her. It's nice to finally be able to relax after the mad rush during school. Without even noticing it, I let out a small yawn.
I'm tired?
Yeah, still getting used to the flow of things, I guess. The, thing with Shizune took me kind of off guard, though. Grit my teeth a little at the candid mention of their rather public spat. That said, I do want to sort out what in the world was behind it.
About that. I'm sorry about it being so public. Shizune and I go back some ways.
Her voice seemed slightly irritated as she remembers Shizune, obviously unwilling to discuss it any further. I glanced at Hanako for her views on this, but her expression is, unsurprisingly, evasive and difficult to read. Either way, I guess her apologising for it is something, even if my curiosity goes unanswered.
I'll be glad once the festival is over, in any case.
Change of topic's welcome, clearing the thickening air quickly. I can imagine, my old school's festivals were a lot more low-key than this.
Yamaku stresses the idea of school community, so the staff likes to make our festivals and such special occasions.
And yet the students are the ones who do the work. What an unfair world. Hanako and Lily both chuckle in agreement, savouring the fact that none of the staff are around to hear our grumbling.
I suppose coming from a strict all-girls school helped me a bit with Yamaku. Compared to there, Yamaku is much more relaxed.
I had to go away towards explaining her well-bred speech and behaviour in any case. As we come up to the dormitories, it eventually comes time to leave for our respective rooms. See you, Lily, Hanako. 2 girls both give polite nods before setting off to the women's dorm just next to the guys. As is to be expected of such an arrangement, there's a staff member casually patrolling around outside to prevent any nighttime shenanigans. Walking past him, I quickly stretch my arms and rub my neck, both quite sore after having worked on the floor for so long before walking to my room. Feels good to actually have direction, though. After so long in the hospital, everyday facts of studying, homework and teachers seem almost a blessing. I guess if things continue like this, my time at Yamaku might turn out okay. Feeling tired, so okay, I think I can skip here. Yeah, okay. It's Kenji again. Good old Kenji. Alrighty. There's Emmy taking us up to the roof. I have a slice of bread. We will get on with Rin's route today. I was just expecting, some people to turn up. Like maybe Black Crows and what's his face? Fox. But not a very good condition. I think I can still skip this, right? Yep. To my surprise, in a moment's time, her face shows that she's come to some sort of realization.
Wait, so the time when Emmy and you collided in the hallway?
I grimace slightly. Her ability to connect the dots quite so fast is unexpected. Yeah, I guess I'm a textbook example of why those rules about running in the corridors exist. It was a lot more dry than I intended. Lily visibly shies away from continuing the topic. While I do want to assuage her concern, I think that says. I really don't want to dwell on this either. Don't worry about it. I try to offer a reassuring smile, but then I realise the futility. Without knowing this, Lily smiles at me reassuringly, but doesn't say anything further. Arriving in the dorms. Okay, wait. That's just Rin stuff. Back to the skips. Why would Lily leave her to her own devices? Quite out of the ordinary, going by Hanako's reactions. Ah, that's right. I think Lily mentioned something about going into town today before Rin bumped into us. The thought of that makes me look outside. Bright sun and occasional people wandering around and enjoying the afternoon makes me yearn to get out of school, or at least do something other than sit here. Giving in to one of my worst vices, procrastination, I decided that the history that history is a subject best studied on a Sunday or a Monday or on a day other than this one. Give a grunt as I lever myself out my seat, briefly debating with myself whether or not to hang out with Kenji. He doesn't strike me as the enjoying the nice weather outside with others kind of person, really. Guess I'll catch up with him later. Changing tacks, I briefly entertained the idea of talking with Hanako, but by the time I look at her seat, it's vacant. She must have left for the library. Got to be something I can do to kill the time. So, this is Lily or Hanako, I guess. Well, knowing that, create a new save state. Just see what that save state is called. It's called Slip Part 2. Why Part 2? Or Part 1? I'm guessing that that's what that is. Which means I can leave it here because I'm not actually starting their routes right now. So the only route I haven't set up now is Shizune. Unless I'm mistaken. Is there another route I'm missing? I think it's only Shizune. Which I could set up, I guess. Like, where is everyone, though? Yo, Lee, you're psychic, right? Where is everyone? Right, so I've saved here, right? Yeah, I'll save again. Old Monica there. Right, so if we want to do set up Shizune's route... Oh, God, it's going to hurt my voice for a little bit, but it's okay, because the rest of today, we're going to be voicing Hanako and Rin and Lily, and they are the most chill voices. So it's fine. I guess we'll... oh, God. I don't need to ask questions. Risk versus reward. Attack aggressively. She's either mocking me or trying to trick me. I have nothing else to lose, though, so I might as well try something different. Maybe if I spread out my forces and try to control more territories, I can recoup the advantage. She seems to focus on conquering whole nations, so maybe I could sacrifice my hold on continents to gain more small countries. It's worth a shot. A few times later, I end up losing the game anyway. She only adjusts her glasses victoriously and allows herself to tenaciously pump a fist in the air in celebration. I win! I win! Yay! No need to translate that. That was pretty clear. Don't look so sad, Hee-chan. You were really giving it your best. That's what I thought. Sometimes your best just isn't good enough, though. If anyone knows that, it's me. You did very well for someone who's just learned how to play today. Hee-chan, you attacked Iceland and North America at the same time. That's a very daring move. Shi-chan is impressed. The mark of a great people is that they are daring and that they can follow through. You're already halfway there. Isn't that great, Hee-chan? That isn't enough, though. Just potential isn't enough. There's no point in potential if you don't take the first step, and there's no point to that if you don't keep going. I want to see more. You're right, Shi-chan, but it's so demanding. Shizune leans forward, suddenly looking a lot less playful, a lot more like the serious person I expected her to be from the start. Hee-chan, would you like to join the student council? She doesn't waste any time, does she? But it's only my second day of school. I'm hesitant about committing to something so early. I haven't even taken a look at other clubs yet. Spending time with Shizune and Misha doesn't seem like something I would hate. Still need more time to think about it before I decide. Maybe. I'll get back to you on it. Okay, Hee-chan, but I hope you're not just saying that so we don't feel bad. No, really. Really? Hee-chan, if you're going to say that, you're saying that it's definitely the truth and that there can't be any mistaking it. I know. I guess I should have my revenge for losing at the very least. Shizune smiles at that in a mischievous way that feels like twisting the knife in a wound of my loss. Take a glance at the clock on the wall and realise I spent far too long playing Risk than I expected. Sorry, I think I've got to go. I want to go to the library. It's not closed yet, is it? Shizune scratches her head and gestures at Misha. How hard can it be to determine whether the library's open? There's a clock right on the wall. It should be, unless the librarian is absent. So I think you're right, Shi-chan. We think the library is open, on the second floor. Can't miss it. Do you want us to show you where it is? No, thank you. It's okay. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. And then we click skip until we get to them again. I gotta say, Misha is really growing on me. I really didn't like her at the beginning. Probably just because it was so hurting my voice. But, you know. I've lessened it a little bit. Like, it's not quite as extreme as it was. It still hurts if I do it too much. But, she wasn't cute. Oh, let's cut off Hanako's route. And Lily's route, I think. Wait for Shizune and Misha to come to a decision. Misha and Shizune are still arguing about their choice for lunch place. Incomprehensible for a pair of high school students who have to take a taxi at least to make it downtown back in time. Haven't you finished already? Oh, sorry, Hee-chan. Were you waiting for us? You don't have any plans? Plans? For lunch? Well, I don't, so I thought I'd get hang of you guys. Misha smiles victoriously at my lack of plans and excitedly translates my response to Shizune. If you don't have anything specific planned out, do you want to eat lunch with me and Shi-chan? Ah, we're going to go downtown for lunch, though. Don't worry, Hee-chan, it's not that far. Sure, I'll come with you. And with that, we leave the classroom. Well, Lee, you get some solo Misha time. Oh boy, you get to enjoy my Misha voice while everyone else is absent. So let's hurry, Hee-chan, to have lunch. We promise it'll be great. I'll take your word for it. What kind of place is it? A restaurant or something? It's a tea house, Hee-chan. Tea house? That sounds kind of fancy. It's alright, Lee. Don't worry about it. We're not even doing anything super right now. Yeah, I figured. Why are you looking at your wallet, Hee-chan? It's okay if you don't have any money. We'll cover for you. It's really nice of you. Thanks. It's okay, Hee-chan. After all, we're friends, right, Hee-chan? It's only been 3 days. Were we friends that quickly? Heh. But hearing that makes me happy. Ah, it's only for today, though. And only if you accept right now. Do you want to go, Hee-chan? Start wondering if it's some kind of trap. Is this Misha's suggestion or Shizune's? This is important. I'm still a little apprehensive about the possible motive of a girl whose favourite pastime is the game of world domination. No, I'm just being paranoid. Actually, they've grown on me already. And I do have to go downtown sometimes. So why not now with them? I've never actually been to a tea house before. All my expectations from what I've seen about them on TV. Those are period dramas and they're modern times. It might just be a regular cafe. And they're just calling it a tea house. Either way, I'm curious about that too. So there's another reason for me to join them. Sure. That's great, Hee-chan. That's great. Yay. Misha hops up and down briefly to show how happy she is, which causes a few heads to turn towards us. Shizune opts for a polite, tiny clap that lasts all for 2 seconds before she goes back to looking stoic as usual. Would it kill you to be a little happier, Shizune? Oh, I wasn't aware that Hee-chan was a king! What? I don't get it. Okay. Shizune pulls her glasses up as Misha delivers her message, totally without sarcasm. Guess it would sting more if I could say it with the intent Shizune meant behind it. So for once, I'm happy to have Misha as a barrier between us. I'm not telling you to jump for joy just because I'm having lunch with you. I'm not that arrogant. She seems to accept this, and we head for town, which is... Oh, I get it. Yeah, okay, got it. That took me for a loop. I was like, what? I don't get it. Watching her walk in front of me, I noticed that she walks very quickly, taking long, heavy, determined strides. Maybe if we were travelling for a snowstorm, it would make sense to walk like that, but it's a perfectly clear day. Anyway, it's making me feel exhausted just watching her. We arrive at the tea house in what Misha says is record time, likely because of Shizune's blazing pace. Feel a little let down seeing that it's not a huge feudal-era building with mats on the floor and women in kimonos pouring the tea. It's actually more like a cafe, as I thought. Not as a bad thing, it looks very nice. As soon as I walk through the doors, someone zooms in front of us, if they've been lying in wait the entire time. Oh yeah, the librarian works here, doesn't she?
Welcome. Thank you for patronising this establishment.
Top half her body drops forward in a bow that looks like an axe chopping through wood. Surprised to see it's none other than Yuko, the librarian. Hey, I didn't know you worked here.
Oh, yes I do. I'm a waitress. I've been working here for 1 year, 6 months and 2 weeks now. Thank you for choosing to come here. Is there anything I can do for you?
Hi, Yu-chan.
Hello.
Misha, you both know her too?
Of course, Yu-chan. Yu-chan works in the library, after all. I don't go there often myself, but Shi-chan knows her. And we both come here a lot, so it's like we see her all the time.
Yes. Should I get your usuals? And if there's anything you want, please feel free to tell me at any time.
You don't have to be so formal. We all know each other. It's also pretty empty today, so she can afford to take it easy. I was hoping she would stop looking so nervous, but my words have the opposite effect.
No, I'm a waitress. This is my job. I have to do it properly.
Okay. That works for Shi-chan. Yu-chan, please get Shi-chan what she usually gets, and I'll have some green tea with milk and honey.
No pressure.
Yes, but this is my job, and there's always pressure. I'm sorry, I'm arguing with a customer. Sorry.
Oh, she reminds me of May, you know. The more I think about it, the more she reminds me of May. That's a good thing. I did say I like the librarian the second we met. She even looked a bit... She's got like a sort of May-looking face as well. Now I think about it. Yuko takes another 100-mile-per-hour bow. Decides to give up and join Shizune and Misha at a table. I didn't order anything though. So to sit down, Yuko comes by looking even more upset than before. I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry. I forgot to take your order. I'm not attentive to your customers. That's not right. I'm sorry. If there's anything I can do to make up for it, please tell me.
It's okay, Yu-chan. He-chan didn't order anything, so it's not your fault. Don't be upset.
It's true, I guess I should order now, but I don't really know what this place serves, and there doesn't seem to be a menu. Yeah, she's right. I'll have some coffee and a sandwich if you have one. Whichever sandwich you think is the best tasting on here. Because Shizune is paying for my meal. Shizune frowns and gives me an alternating look of surprise, imagination, and amusement, unable to decide between the three.
He-chan, just how much money do you have in your wallet? Can't be that little, right? Right? We should split the cost 3 ways and make it fair. Yeah? I won't accept anything else.
Misha turns to Yuko.
Yu-chan, Shi-chan says she wants 3 of whatever the most expensive item on the menu.
No!
Ha ha ha! Just kidding, He-chan.
Okay, I think that the turkey sandwich is the most delicious sandwich, and it comes with a free soup. A good employee would try to recommend the item that there is most of, though, or the most expensive item. Am I bad at my job?
No, that sounds good. I'll have that. And some coffee.
Okay.
She comes back a few minutes later with our drinks and my sandwich. Shizune seems to be fine with just her tea, while Misha also ordered a parfait. I don't know why, because I can't imagine many other things that would go worse with tea. Oh well, take a bite out of my sandwich. It's very good. I can't hear the word parfait without thinking of Natsuki, and it probably doesn't help that my background just has Natsuki staring at me. She's just like, she had the word parfait. She's like, parfait? Huh? Where?
He-chan, have you thought about joining the student council? God damn it.
Huh?
Don't talk with your mouth full, He-chan.
I washed my food down with a sip of coffee, which is also surprisingly good. Now's not the time to remark on how this place has good food. You said you understood it was too early to expect me to make a decision this quickly. That was like 3 hours ago.
A man should be decisive, He-chan. You really should join the student council, He-chan. Come on, it'll be fun.
People always say, come on, it'll be fun, about things that are never, ever fun.
Don't you believe me, He-chan?
Is this Shizune saying that or Misha? What a cute expression, but the effect is somewhat jarring, like she has a split personality.
He-chan, that's depressing. We just want to spend time with you. That's right, Shi-chan. Yes, that's a good point too. Yep, this is beneficial to everyone. It solves all our problems. Yeah, I also thought He-chan would appreciate it. That makes me sad.
Suddenly I feel left out. It's rude to talk about someone without letting them in on the conversation. She didn't adjust her glasses, laughing to herself.
Ah, but it's true, He-chan. And you'll be helping us out. Membership has been really low this year.
How low?
Ah, that's a secret, He-chan.
No, I want to know how low. How low it was. How low is low?
Nah.
5?
Lower? Well, 0. Wahaha, He-chan, that is important. What matters is the number is low, and that's why we would appreciate you giving us a hand, especially with the festival coming up so soon. It looks to be a busy year ahead in general.
So you're not going to answer my question?
No.
I sigh and straighten on my chair, trying to look as defiant as possible, because it seems like a big issue and I don't want to let it go that easy. It feels silly, like a blowfish? What an odd expression. Fine, at least tell me this. How many people are in the student council? Total. Oh, are you bringing me food? I go. Good. Close the door on the way out unless you want to hear my annoying Misha voice. I now have waffles.
Well, He-chan, we're definitely undermanned, but we have enough members to get the job done. Yep.
It's not just the 2 of you, is it?
He-chan, that's funny. But it's definitely not just us.
Are you sure? Are you absolutely sure?
Yep.
Stare at them both, trying to see if they will slip up and confirm my worst fears. They're saying it's not just those two because I'm there. They've already decided I'm joining them. Nisha frowns, looking uncomfortable, but that's probably because I'm staring at her. Shizune, on the other hand, returns my gaze with one of her own. Maybe she is challenging me, peering at me over the rims of her glasses like that. So teasing and surprisingly mature, like a little girl beckoning someone to play with her. Hee-chan, your two cute student council representatives have been trying to make you feel welcome, and are even treating you to lunch. You should show your gratitude by joining the council so you can at least help them out. Yeah, it would be great if you could just file some papers for us, and the festival is coming up and we have to build some stalls for the games and food. Just a few, so if you were there, it would be a lot easier for us. Please, Hee-chan. What an interesting good cop, bad cop routine. I'll give it a shot, why not? Just a shot. Okay, I'll give it a trial run. It doesn't mean I'm joining or anything definite, just that I'll help out a little and then we'll see. And this makes us even for lunch. I'm not even doing this because I want to. Finished off the last of my sandwich, and this makes Misha not notice for the first time in a while that she has a parfait. Wait. Okay. She starts digging in, much to Shizune's chagrin? Chagrin? I don't know what that is. Because I can tell from the way she plays with her fingers, she has a lot to say. Every time I look at Shizune, she looks back with such focus and intensity. This time is no exception. Her face is expressionless. Maybe she's thinking. Eventually, it gives way to a smile. She signs something, and obviously I can't understand at all. She has to know that. Then she does it again, a childish playfulness showing through the speed and energy of her gestures. Misha, what did she say? Misha looks up from my parfait, torn between wanting to help out and going back to eating. What does this mean? Try my best to make the same movements with my hand that Shizune did. Come to realise quickly that this isn't very easy. Imagine doing this all day as your only means of communication.
Sorry, Hee-chan, I can't tell you.
Why not? Is it an insult?
No, Hee-chan, I can't tell you because it means something nice.
Something nice, huh? Well, they've gone back to their tea and food, so I guess this conversation is over for now. And food. I'll join Misha in the whole eating and not signing.
You know what?
I have an interesting idea. Oh, not an idea for like us. I wonder if there's a Twitch streamer who communicates through sign language. I'd actually be quite interested in that. Because, I mean, there's got to be people who want to, like, watch Twitch that can't hear it, right? But, then again, how do they play the game if they're signing everything? So maybe, like, two people who stream together. One of them plays the game, the other one signs everything. That could work. That'd be interesting. I hope there's someone out there like that. I really don't understand. This makes me wish I could. Maybe I could even try learning sign language. School might have courses for it. I was thinking that. I was guessing this route you learn sign language. Would I really do that? I think about it as I finish the rest of my coffee. I wonder why I'd even be motivated to think about it. I'm enjoying myself so much that I don't even notice we were supposed to be back in class 10 minutes ago. Even if I were to start heading back to school right now, it'd take at least 30 minutes. Maybe I can risk running fast in my condition. Maybe. I can't risk running fast in my condition, so it would take at least that long to get there. Well, 10 minutes late already, as I am. Wouldn't matter even if I could teleport.
Something wrong, Hee-chan?
I just realised lunch break ended 10 minutes ago. It's only my third day and I'm already going to miss class.
Yep, you're already late.
Hey, that's not funny. So are you. I think you two are the student council. You're setting a bad example.
Hee-chan is so moral. But Hee-chan is right. He is late for class, and it looks like you're cutting too, Hee-chan, because you're not making an effort to go. As your student council representatives, we're going to have to do something about this and make sure you're punished for it.
You two dragged me out here. This is all your fault. Take responsibility.
Hee-chan, we were just taking a prospective student council member to try out and recruit him. It's business. Business. But you're not a member of the council, so there's no excuse.
Yes, there is. That prospective student council member is clearly me.
Yes. Are you going to join the student council, Hee-chan?
I fucking love these guys. Oh, I can't believe I didn't like them at first. You know, raises her teacup hotly. Wags out her outstretched pinky finger up and down.
Hee-chan, if only you were a member of the student council. But you can still join now, Hee-chan. If you join now, you won't be in any trouble at all. And we'll be able to take many more nice excursions like this all the time. It'll be fun.
You sneaky bastards. Oh, I totally understand why you like Misha. All is forgiven from earlier thinking, why would you like this annoying ass character? She's great. Start to think that maybe this is all an elaborate setup leading to this moment. Maybe Shizune lured me out here, banking on the possibility that I'd lose track of time and be forced into this situation. Diabolical. Well, considering what I know of her, I should be more on my guard, but to admit that I got myself into this, even slightly, would be unforgivable. I tried to read Shizune's intention in her eyes, but she just returns my stare blankly, innocently. She takes a sip of tea, like she's mocking me.
By the way, Hee-chan, I didn't plan this at all. Things just happened to work out this way.
I was almost about to drop my theory as paranoia. This puts a new spin on things. I almost fall over in awe. So it really was just an elaborate setup from the very beginning, ordered to burn me and force me to join the student council.
You look so nervous, Hee-chan. Did you really think we were tricking you this whole time?
You're not.
Hee-chan, you really thought?
Misha frowns, looking heartbroken. Shizune quickly frowns as well, following her lead. How synchronized. Two of a perfect pair. They must be twins.
Shi-chan says she's flattered, Hee-chan, but doing that kind of thing would be a grossly inappropriate abuse of power, and imposing on your free will. And it would be blackmail, too. Shi-chan would never do anything like that. Never.
Think about asking Misha, are you sure, but resist the urge to.
Anyway, Hee-chan, what Shi-chan says is true. Since you're with us and we're doing student council work, it's okay if we miss a class or two. Not that this is a good excuse to do so. Or one that should be used more than 3 times a month. Or something that can or should be abused. So, we must definitely return to class. Eventually.
Shizune waves Yuko over and points to her empty teacup, indicating she wants another one. Misha scowls to finish her parfait so she can order something else. Maybe I should as well. I'm still hungry. The portions here are a little on the small side. Most importantly, Shizune is paying for everything. With that in mind, I ask Yuko for another sandwich. That time I leave the tea shop, I missed not just one class, but 2. Shizune and Misha seem content to let the whole day pass, strolling for even more time, suggesting a tour of the town that turns out to cover a 2-block radius from where we start. I like the student council members are just like, nah, screw school. Eventually, we did go back to school, and yesterday is business as usual. Class are over. Shizune and Misha pack their bags and leave the room. Come to think of it, it's the first time they've left me alone. Strange, I almost missed them. The room empties quickly and I'm the last one out the door. When I try leaving the lobby, however, an arm lowers itself in front of me like a toll bridge gate, stopping me in my tracks. Ah. Oh, hi, Shizune. A pair of hands from behind cover my eyes, followed by a sharp burst of laughter.
Hi, Hee-chan. Guess who?
Misha asked the question completely without sarcasm, meaning she doesn't think that I instantly knew it was her for many obvious reasons. I wonder who it could be. Well, it's definitely not Misha.
It is!
Misha swings around to stand in front of me beside Shizune.
Hee-chan, are you busy right now?
Busy going to my room, yeah. See you 2 tomorrow. Trying to make a break for it, but Shizune is too agile to get past. Someone who used to play soccer, this is embarrassing. Not to mention that this behaviour is drawing some odd looks. I should just quit while I'm ahead.
Hee-chan, could you please go upstairs and get a few things for us from the art room?
Why me?
Shi-chan thinks if the art teacher sees us, he will say hi, and she doesn't like him.
Ignore him.
She tried, but even though Shi-chan is deaf, he'll try to say hi anyway.
Run away?
I never run.
Tone of finality is so strong I can pick it up even from Misha. I can see there is no use pursuing this further with Shizune. Misha, why can't you get them?
Stairs made me dizzy, Hee-chan.
Shizune nods as if to confirm it.
Please, Hee-chan, we need these things to build stalls for the festival. You said you would help out a little, right? Right?
Really shouldn't, but I guess this once will be alright. Okay. I'm guessing this is where we meet Rin in this version.
That's great, Hee-chan. Thank you. This is what we need.
She held out a piece of paper for me to take. Shora's list was made by Shizune. It's handwritten, but each letter is perfectly formed and uniform, as if it were typed. Not just that, but it's exhaustively detailed, complete with numbers, bullet points, and even a little checkbox. What it boils down to is that she wants paint, paintbrushes, poster board, and an easel. Easel? Is that how you say that word? I always feel like I pronounce that wrong. Just different types and specific numbers of each. I wonder how I'm going to carry all this stuff down the stairs without breaking my neck. And then we can skip while I eat. Wait, if they came up... Yeah, they came up here anyway. Yeah, sure. It literally doesn't matter what I answer to that as far as I'm aware. Now, good opportunity to eat. Thank you, visual novels. Hi, back guys. If you're wondering what we're doing, I'm setting up everyone else's story route because I didn't want everyone to miss out on Rin's route. Because everyone says Rin's best girl. So, it seems unfair to let people miss out on it. So I have to do that one. Because this is me setting up for Misha's, nope, Shizune's route. I've already got one set up for Hanako and Lily's.
She might be slacking off somewhere. What a useless woman.
Hanako nods quickly and retreats with haste, obviously to avoid any further contact with Shizune. Fortunately, this turns their attention fully back to me.
But Hee-chan is not useless, right? Right? He said so himself. Wahaha.
I can see where this is going. I don't know any part of it, not after that experience yesterday. Well, good luck with your preparations. Start packing my bag, ready to make a break for the exit. Fortunately, I'm all the way on the other side of the room. A short distance to the doorway seems like vast, no man's land to me now. Jin and Misha both start maneuvering slowly in front of me, cutting off my route of escape in this unsettling, cautious way that makes me think of a ship-to-ship combat.
I think Shi-chan is saying that you should help us, Hee-chan.
Gee, I wouldn't know. She's so subtle.
But that's the intent, so please. I can't keep up. We have to actually build stalls for the festival, almost all of them by ourselves. Can you believe that? Hammering boards together over and over for hours, it's really hard. I'm so used to it, I was doing swinging motions in class and I didn't even know it.
Bangs on a desk a few times, imitating hammer blows.
It's so repetitive. I can't stand it. Yesterday, I actually hammered all the boards on top of each other. It was just a stack of boards I nailed together. Then I had to take it apart and do it all over again. And I got yelled at and laughed at. So...
She clams a hand down on my shoulder and grins, quickly running her tongue across my teeth mischievously.
Do you have any plans for today, Hee-chan? I wonder if you do.
Sure, I have plans.
Really? You're going to help us, right?
As the hands are moving constantly. She's signing everything we both say so that Shizune can understand. Shizune's being somewhat quiet today. She's still angry. Well, probably at least a bit. I can see it in her eyes, but this could also just be another way of trying to guilt me into lending her a hand. I have to find a way out of this. Hey, I should go now, to the library, homework. I should get going, shouldn't I? I have to be diligent because I'm a new student and, so I have to make a good first impression, yeah? Right? See you later then. Then the bolt for the door, Shizune is blocking my path. Her arms crossed over her chest and a stern expression on her face. She wags a finger tauntingly and begins signing to Misha with the manner of a squad leader, giving directions to a fellow soldier.
Didn't seem like you were in any rush to get to the library, Hee-chan. That's right, Shi-chan. It does seem like you was probably going to slack off for the rest of the day. Ha ha ha, wah ha ha ha, you're surrounded. Let's go to the student council room.
She lets out a chuckle and then breaks into laughter.
I'm sorry, Hee-chan. I feel bad, but this works out for everyone, right? That's right, Shi-chan. Yes, that's a good point too. Yes, this is beneficial to everyone. It solves all our problems. Yeah. I also thought he'd be more appreciative of our efforts.
They pull themselves closer as if they're about to pounce. Hey guys, 2-on-1 isn't very fair, is it? She keeps looking forward, impassive, and then gives a sinister smile.
Come on, we have lots of work to do. Let's go to the student council room.
Gee, I don't know. Misha laughs.
Deja vu?
She chortles before letting out another laugh.
Ha ha ha, my horoscope said it'd be a good day for me today. And now that you're going to help...
Shizune signs quickly to her.
Right, now you've decided to help us, completely of your own free will, I'll be able to take it easy. Lucky, huh?
I have to say something, I realise there's no point. We focus on trying to think of a way out of this. No, their actions are clearly deliberate. There's no sense in attempting to reason with them. You can't reason with madmen. I frown. They don't even notice my discontent, further proving my suspicions. They seem pretty relaxed now. Guess they think I've already won, so they're letting their guard down. That's kind of arrogant. They pass forward in front of me as they move through the doorway. As I stealthily walk backwards back into the classroom, they step into the hallway, turning towards the stairwell. Let out a sigh of relief, quickly pack the rest of my stuff so I can make my escape. Classroom door slams shut.
That wasn't very nice there. You really got us good though, didn't he, Shi-chan? Right, ha ha ha. What was that about? I thought you said you'd help us. Then you bailed on us. And you thought you would get away with it, did you?
The indignant expression vanishes as she begins to laugh hysterically, coming down only after an aggravated look from Shizune.
Oh, yeah. You thought you'd get away with it, but a criminal always returns to the scene of the crime. I didn't even manage to leave the classroom in the first place.
Oh, wait, no, I didn't even manage to leave the classroom in the first place. No, wait, I didn't even agree to help in the first place.
Not very bright, are you, criminal? Thinking you can just shirk your duties like that. How low, He-chan.
I'm a criminal. What did I do? What's the charge? What am I guilty of?
That's for the courts to decide, criminal. I don't think we have to tell you that.
I've got pictures in my mind of the fucking guards from Oblivion. Halt! You have broken the law. Your stolen goods are forfeit.
Besides, you're the criminal here. You know what you did.
Have you ever read The Trial by Kafka?
No. What's that, He-chan? What does it have to do with this?
I read it a few months ago. It's about these people who run a kangaroo court on a guy who just wants to live his life. You refuse to leave him alone and he can't fight the power.
He-chan, what does that have to do with anything? Hey, what does that mean?
She turns back to me after signing back and forth for a lengthy amount of time.
You know, we're both a little disappointed in you. You've let us down, Hisao.
Oh, she called me Hisao. That was weird.
Drop the ball. Left us hanging out in the cold.
Don't say left us hanging. Oh, come on. I was having a nice time. Why'd you go ruin it, Misha? Why'd you say that?
Is that any way to treat a person? To run away from it?
No! Don't talk about sport. Why? Why? Misha, what? Monica, leave me alone for like one day, please. God damn it. She will never leave me alone.
You think you owe it to us to honour your commitment.
What? But I didn't commit to anything. Breathing catches in my throat and I momentarily start choking.
That's not true, He-chan. You said you are not useless. You definitely said it. Yes, definitely. We are calling you on those words now. You better prepare the show. You are not a useless guy. Your honour will be soiled forever if you try to get out of this. For the rest of the day, we are going to hang out together, just the three of us, and work hard. You can't fool us. You should be happy. You're doing your school a great service. Ask not what your school can do for you, but wait what you can do for your school. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha.
How depressing. So, we just went from talking about leaving them hanging and about my responsibility to him then saying how depressing. Can we like stop triggering me for like 5 seconds? I'd really appreciate it, you know?
Cheer up, He-chan.
Can't just tell someone depressed to cheer up, mate. Slapped me hard across the back with enough strength to knock the air out of my lungs. I gasped to breathe.
Besides, aren't you happy you get to spend the day with 2 cute girls?
And this club's full of entirely cute girls. They have made more references to the first section of fucking Doki Doki in this one conversation than the entire fucking game has. And the game's made a lot. Yes, they're right. I did blurt those words out. Accepting my fate, I followed them to the student council room. Misha, you're back on my bad list. Just so you know. And hammer in the final nail into the store. Took all the afternoon and dinner time is nearly over, but it's done now. She pulls out a roll of measuring tape at a small level and inspects it thoroughly. She smiles, looking pleased, and then motions for Misha to come over. Probably should have stopped her there and gone on to actually do Emmy's route that we're supposed to be doing today, but hey.
She says she did a very good job. In fact, she might actually have a gift for this. Wow, I'm impressed too. That was fast. Have you done this before?
No, never. Never before. And I never will again.
Well, our quota for the day is 6 stalls. In a few minutes, me and She-chan should finish this one. That means 4 more to go. We're making good time, she says. Isn't this great fun?
What? I have a million things I'd rather do. I suppose everyone has to do their share for the festival, even me. I'm both lucky that I'm helping you out. If I really didn't want to, I could have gotten out of it easily.
Really, He-chan? Wahaha! She-chan thinks you're just running your mouth. Japanese people have no fight or flight reflex, He-chan. Was that racism? Was that racism I just saw? Do we just... Is Shizune racist? But she's also Japanese.
Shizune tensed her fingers deviously.
definitely. If you really want to escape, you would have taken immediate action. That is how you know someone is serious, when they have no doubts, no regrets. Maybe it was a bad idea to tell you that now, since He-chan now knows what to do next time.
But just the fact that she's alright with telling me this shows me that she doubts I'll be able to act on it. I makes me want to do it more. I always want the opportunity to do so, to rise again. But if that happens, she might get mad at me again somehow.
She-chan says she's happy now.
Okay. Good for you, She-chan. Good for you. Can't finish the rest of my food because it's cold. Cold waffles aren't nice. And then I'll get back to reading some more She-chan. She-chan, He-chan. It's like she said, he said, but you know, with Misha. For a second, I thought the music in the background was playing Snowman from Earthbound. I was about to be very confused. And I'm ever so slightly disappointed that it's not. Dude, I should play Earthbound on stream somewhere. I love that game. I've never actually finished Earthbound. I finished Earthbound 0, which is like ridiculously hard. And I had to use an experience cheat for it because I hate grinding. But maybe I should do all 3 Earthbound games on stream. You guys like Earthbound? I know I said I'm not a massive fan of big RPGs, but I like games where the story's nice. And I like the stories in those games and the characters. We could do it on our Sunday streams. I will probably use an experience cheat still for Earthbound 0 though. Because fuck that. I mean, I own the game. You've never seen Earthbound? What? Crazy. Oh, that definitely makes me want to play it. Yeah, that's where most people know it from. So Earthbound 0, there is no reference to Earthbound 0 in Smash Bros. At all. They just didn't acknowledge it existed until like 2015 when they finally released it on the Wii U. And it was the first release it had outside of Japan. Which is great. So I played like a fan sub of it. Which is very good. Which is called Earthbound 0. And then it's called Earthbound Beginnings when it came out on the Wii U. And you know Mother 3, or Earthbound 2 as I guess it will be called if it ever comes out, still hasn't come out outside of Japan. We still only have the fan sub of that. Crazy. Oh, that was nice. Okay, where are we? Much more later in the evening, we're looking at 6 completed stalls. The pride of a job well done, we sit back and admire the fruits of our labour, not sharing a word between us, just admiring. Because I'm feeling quite thirsty. Yeah, isn't there a vending machine out in the hall? They're on all day, right? Yeah, the drinks are very cheap too. We usually get something from there on days like this. Take it out of my pocket and find a single 100 yen coin. That's enough? I'm feeling kind of thirsty. 100 yen? You can get any drink in the machine with that. That's good. That's very good then. Wait a second. What is it, She-chan? Do you want him to get you a drink too? He-chan, you've really helped us out today, so today, I mean She-chan will treat you. Hey, what about me? What would you like? I'm feeling thirsty myself. So am I. I don't know. Anything's fine, I guess. Guess the melon soda. Hey, wait, She-chan. I also want a drink. Poor Misha. Aw. You know, it's times like this. I think she's just teasing me. Probably it. I'm sure she'll get you something, right? Yeah, she usually does, but you never know. Yeah. She comes back with 2 melon sodas and a can of fruit juice. She hands me one of the sodas and the other to Misha. Thanks, She-chan. I had a total faith that you'd get me one. I knew I could count on you. Wahaha. But how'd you know this is what I wanted? I usually get something else. What? You knew I'd want to try it? And I like these kind of childish things. Wahaha. Just to my thanks to Suzuno, who smiles and nods. Hey, He-chan. Yeah? We've been spending a lot of time together. Already, in such a short time, we've done so much. We should both stop beating around the bush. What I'm trying to say is... Sounds a lot more like she's going to ask me out, but that can't be it. Nevertheless, my heart is beating like a jackhammer. Damn, this reminds me of another similar scene earlier this year. Trying to say something, but my brain can't decide whether to stop her or to tell her to continue. I feel myself blushing all the way to the ears. What I'm trying to say is... She's going to ask to join the student council. Would you like to join the student council? Back in the good books, Misha. Well, Shizune, I suppose, rather than Misha. What a disappointment.
Did you think she wanted to ask you out, He-chan? Oh, Jesus Christ, Misha, calm down.
I can't laugh that much. I fucking... Jesus. Just give me a second to breathe. Fucking hell, I don't even know why I tried that. I'm very embarrassed right now. I feel myself getting even redder in the face. She was also trying to hide a blush after Misha translates, then puts a few sheets of paper in front of me.
So how about it? All the paperwork is right here. And you're sitting down anyway. You look very at home here. Drinks and everything. What do you say?
She quiets down a little and asks again a little more solemnly.
He-chan, what do you say? You don't exactly hate this, right?
I'm a little surprised by this change of tone. I don't really know how to react. One thing, she isn't shouting uproariously with no regard for tact. That makes a fucking change. 4, I'm sure she already knew that was going to say no. This time, she seemed actually serious.
I think maybe you should join. Not just because we could use your help, but, well, you're hanging out with us anyway. I think She-chan would like it if you join as well. It's not like you hate us or anything, right? It wouldn't hurt if you joined, and I'd appreciate it if you would.
Seems to be having a hard time getting her words out, which is strange for someone as talkative as Misha.
For some reason,
I'm almost troubled by it. My eyes drift over to Shizune, who stares back at me tenaciously, absent-mindedly, cleaning her fingernails.
If you don't want to join, I promise you won't ask again, but if you did, we would be really happy.
Both Shizune and Misha seem unable to look me in the eye. Can't lie, thought of being around two such cute girls is something that I couldn't possibly pass up. I'm looking forward to this kind of work every day. There should be less after the festival, at least I hope so. Alright, I guess it can't hurt, so why not?
Wonderful! Wonderful!
Shizune tenses her fingers in satisfaction.
She'll fill everything out, He-chan. Congratulations! You're officially a member of the student council now.
Great. I'm not looking forward to a lot of work. To be honest, I've never done any student council activities before. Maybe it's a positive experience. Misha starts to clap, laughing exuberantly as she does.
Congratulations, He-chan! Congratulations! Congratulations!
Congratulations! I get the message. I can't help but smile, finding such a display childishly. Oh, they were doing the fucking... Congratulations! What is that from? Fucking the anime with the mech and the... Evangelion. They were doing the Evangelion thing. That's really weird when it's one voice. Nice.
Student council is always busy, you know. But for today we're done. See you tomorrow, He-chan. We still have work left, so we'll be counting on you.
I leave the room, feeling totally wiped out. The grounds are totally deserted, and the school looks pretty ominous this late. The council office is the only window with lights on anymore. Is this what student council will be like? My body might not be able to take it. I hear it. Okay, so I think I can now just skip, and it will get to run. Take it easy. Because if I click go for it, then I might end up spending more time with her than... Yeah, if I had to get up super early in the morning and then go home super late, I'd end up dying. The door down the hall opens with a crack that swings forward from being pushed open too strongly. Crashing against the wall. Sound followed by a peal of bubbly laughter. I instantly know who it is. Oh, Kenji. Kenji's about to have a Kenji Misha scene. Oh, shit. At the noise, Kenji just... I was hoping for a Kenji Misha scene. No. That'd be great. Try to do the same as Kenji, but it's too late. Misha puts a foot between my door, firmly closing it, so I have no other choice to let them in. Well, they're already at my room. What the fuck?
Hi, He-chan. Hi.
Hi. What are you two doing here? I wonder if the pause between those two sentences is politely long enough.
He-chan, that's rude. We came to pick you up. Did you think we thought you were going to escape and came to make sure you didn't? Surely not, He-chan.
Hey, I didn't say that's what you were here for. Now I know it's exactly what they were here for. Oops.
It's time for student council work. Yes, it is. Aren't you happy, He-chan, to be able to help the whole school? You're like a hero. The future generation will tell stories of this day.
Interesting. I don't think joining the student council will be a heroic deed worthy of Hercules.
Elemental hero Hisao.
What's my effect? Elemental heroes all have really good effects, like in their new ones. Go on, lay it on me, chat. Well, I guess I did promise, so... I've neglected Shizune, and only now do I notice her in the corner of my vision, peering around my room over my shoulder, her analytical eyes darting from object to object. It's kind of intrusive. The feeling of being exposed crawls crawls in my balls. Okay. Luckily, I don't have dirty laundry on the floor or anything like that.
What is it, Shi-chan? Yeah, this is He-chan's room. We haven't seen it before. I didn't even realize. It's kind of plain, but He-chan hasn't had the time to decorate it yet. Isn't that so? What are those?
She points to my collection of medications on the night table. I don't really want to talk about it with these two. I'm gonna save there because one of these will lead me down the route, right? The other one will probably not. Which I do believe means we now have a setup for Shizune's route. This one here is a setup for both Lily, and one option's for Lily and one option's for what's her face? The quiet girl. And why the field of vision is Rin's route. So that is every route set up. Jesus. Well, I'm glad we did that. It does mean that next time we can definitely finish everyone's routes, right? So, it is time then for Rin. It is time for Rin. I'm just going to put a message in the fucking Discord chat again because I don't know where the fuck everyone is. And then we will get started. Boop-a-doop-boo. Or I guess I should, like, tweet whatever as well. Do-do-do-do. Still live. Come watch. Watch it down. Okay, are we ready for Rin? It's already 8:30, but this morning class has not yet begun. We are supposed to have physics, but the teacher is nowhere to be seen. I don't know this beforehand, I would have slept in too. Suddenly the classroom door slams open and Muto grunts his morning greeting to us in the doorway. Good morning, everyone. Muto looks like he has not slept at all. The stubble, his messier than normal hair, and the stained dress shirt create a less than favourable impression. Guess he'd had fun last night at the festival too. Excuse my being late. Ran into unexpected problems. I'm usually not the one for festivals like this, but I hope you all had a good time. After all, these sorts of events are important for you all, since they give you short reprieve from schoolwork. Class replies with various degrees of enthusiasm, and Muto proceeds to roll and get started. Take roll, right? Roll call. Right then. Today's subject is photon particle physics. Hey, we're talking about some photons. So we've had elemental heroes, and now we're talking about photons. Sweet. For long, I have descended into a comfortable, coma-like state along with the rest of the class, letting Muto's rambling speeches pass through one ear and exit the other without leaving a trace. Now, who could tell us the solution to this problem? Shown a rather easy equation on the blackboard. Desperately, he tries to get a class to participate. Nobody? Come on, guys. Nakai, how about you? Unfairly singling out, and Kornodai giving the answer, caused his shaggy features to twist into a genial smile that would scare little children scentless. Precisely. Good work, Nakai. I'm both disturbed and honoured by the fact that he can remember my name only 1 week after I transferred here. From what I've seen, Muto has serious trouble remembering the names of anybody else in the class. Most of them have been here since the first year. The room settles into a dreary mood, students and teacher alike trying to get back on track after the festival. I figure last week must have been frantic for everyone. Not a minute too soon, the lunch bell rings. Make way, important business. I don't know who's yelling this. Turn my head in time to see other people scatter out of the way. Someone charges from the far end of the corridor towards the stairwell. She lets realize I'm standing in the middle of the corridor directly in the way of an oncoming human projectile. Oh, it was Emmy. I try to skip backwards towards the doorway. Unfortunately, the person running towards me dodges in the same direction. So how far are we back now? We are right at the start of Rin's route, so this is chapter 2. Was where we left off from last stream. So we're actually further ahead than we were on all the other things. First, I recognise the girl who's on a collision course with me as Emmy. Secondly, I realise that it feels somehow very natural to be tackled by Emmy once again. I could feel almost comfortable if not for the reflex of panic and terror. Third, Emmy seems to be carrying a foot-tall stack of papers while running in the hallway. She crashed into me, but at least the impact was grazing one on my arm this time. Owie, why does this always happen to me? Gee, I wonder, could it possibly have anything to do with you running through the corridor like you were on fire? She whimpers regretfully, looking like a hurt puppy. The sight makes me regret my snappish comment, the very instant emerges from my lips. But I was in a hurry. I can tell. Sorry. Don't worry about it. Emmy wails weakly one last time and rubs her forehead as if to expel the ache while her gaze sleeps over the hallway floor. She notices a neat stack of papers spread all over the floor in one big mess. She lets out a horrified yelp. Ah, the printouts. Oh, no. What am I going to do? Teacher will give me hell if they get dirty. They're probably fine. Let's gather them back up. It won't be a problem. We cookie round out the papers, and Emmy tries to sort out the scattered pile into her hands. Back into the orderly stack it was. Where are you going? No in particular, I guess. Didn't want to be left alone with Muto in the classroom. He has a hangover. Have you eaten lunch? Not yet, but I'm feeling very hungry anyway. So we need the black box. Well, hopefully, we're not doing Emmy's route, so hopefully not anytime soon. She looks at me incredulously, as if doubting my sanity for letting such a thing out of my mouth. Just because Emmy's on the screen. Don't worry, I have it set up ready. If I think that we might need it, I'll bring it up. You should go to the rooftop. I promised Rin I would eat lunch with her. Bet she'd like your company. Uh-oh, my lunch with Rin have been remarkably unsuccessful. I know where this conversation is going, and it's hard not to get drawn along, so I have little choice to play ball. Okay, I'll go pick up some bread or something first. Emmy smiles brightly before I can say anything further. No, I'll go deliver these super quick and then go buy lunch for us. And Rin too, of course. What kind of bread do you like? It's fine, you really don't need to. Don't worry, it's alright. Consider it an apology. I'll be back before you know it. That's what I'm worried about. Don't get into another accident. Emmy starts walking down the hall, but since she's still talking to me, she isn't watching where she's going. I won't. Famous last words. She's already jogging down the stairs as she shouts that, so not reassuring. Not so reassuring promise back to me. Sighing quietly, I start plodding along in her wake, but instead of taking the stairs down, I climb upwards. The stairwell up to the roof is unlit, just as creepy as it was before. It always squeaks weakly in protest. I push it open. Rin is there too, like Emmy said, lying on her back at the other end of the pebble-covered rooftop for some reason. Predicting something unnecessary strange again, I walk to her as slowly as possible. Hello. She sounds very drowsy as she says that, stretching out the end of the word with a slurred voice. Despite that, her eyes are wide open. I look down at her, my shadow overlapping her face. What are you doing? Rin raises an eyebrow. I thought you had a heart problem, not an eye problem. She answers, challenging the rationale of my perfectly valid question without even tilting her head to look at me. Rin's smart-ass comments are infuriating. The worst thing is that I'm not sure if she's doing it on purpose or not. Alright then, let me rephrase. Why are you lying on your back on the rooftop? She gives a lazy shrug and sniffs dismissively. Trying to experience. People probably don't do this enough. What exactly are you trying to experience here? Can't really tell, but there's probably a reason people don't do whatever. She's playing dodgeball with me again, answering my attempts at small talk with riddles I don't want to puzzle out. But I don't want to ignore her either. Yeah, but the reason that everyone's too busy is with their lives paying attention to really important things. Like watching the sky? She tears her gaze away from the sky and finally looks straight at me. The penetrating deepness of her eyes once she focuses on something is startling. You know, if you were a girl, I would be able to see your panties. Oh, Ren, you fucking legend. If I was a girl, I wouldn't come this close to anyone who tried to sneak a peek in my panties. I have that much common sense. I wouldn't either, but sometimes it can't be avoided. Like now, for example. To tell you the truth, I don't even really want to peek at your panties. I fucking love Rin, man. Underpants are the soul of a girl. You shouldn't peek at someone else's soul, even if you're not a girl. As a guy, I guess I can understand that. To us, they're some sort of half-mythical object that we can't quite comprehend. Yeah, that's exactly how I think about them too. What a coincidence. It really is. So, did you have a world history in the morning class? I skipped class. To do this? Well, I'm not actually doing what it looks like I'm doing. Or at least I think that's what I am doing. Doesn't look like what I look like. But from your perspective, probably. Yeah, I skipped class to do this. I guess whatever your reason is as good as any. Giving into the tired feelings in my leg, I sit down on the roof next to Rin. Pebbles are not the most comfortable in the bed in the world, but if she can stand it, then I should be able to as well. What are you waiting for? Try it. Bend my neck backwards, take a look where she's looking. The silver blue sky, dotted by herds of cloud sheep, fills my vision entirely. While it's pretty, the view has nothing special, even though the weather is fair. Give a shrug and try my best to imitate the nonchalant manner in which Rin seems to have evolved to perfection. Lie down on my back. Stones poke in my back, though, through my thin shirt whenever I shift my weight, even a little, forcing me to keep as still as possible. Try to ignore the discomfort and myself, instead concentrating on the vastness over us. Far above, the summer clouds drift soundlessly across the dome of the sky. Neither of us has anything more to say, thus silence covers the rooftop. Subdued noises of the students on their lunch break, cicadas in the trees and traffic buzzing past the school are humming pleasantly somewhere in the background. Listen, I had a great time yesterday. Did you? Well, to be honest, no, but it was alright. It was probably the longest time I've ever sat in one place without doing anything, which is kind of impressive. Try to make it sound as convincing as possible. Is that impressive? I think it is. I'm usually too restless to do anything like that. I think I had a good time too. Cloud passes above us, casting a shadow on the school. A chill surges through me from the sudden change in sunlight to shade. I realise the summer is not in its full bloom quite yet. The only measure of time passing is the slow pace of the clouds moving towards the town. Stray beams of golden sunlight leak through the gaps, blinding me for a moment whenever they hit me directly in the eyes. The blue of the sky looks so unreachable. This reminds me of the time I spent in the hospital where I was bored out of my mind on a daily basis. Somehow, it didn't matter after a while. I learned to appreciate other things besides watching TV and gossiping with people I didn't even like. A comprehensive sensation of calmness spread from my sight to my other senses, finally hitting my brain. An airplane zooms by, leaving two thin contrails in its wake, like a pair of chalk lines drawn from one end of the sky to the other. I wonder where it's heading. The low din of its engines carried all the way down to my ears, although it's barely audible over the racket from the quad. It's nice. It's nice, but I don't understand why this is more important than going to class. It isn't it good to do something you like every once in a while? Of course, but what are you doing? Amy has snuck up on us without either of us noticing. She's only a step away from me, holding several packages wrapped in plastic film in her arms. She leans forward and peeks over me, overshadowing my face almost exactly the same way I overshadowed Rin before. Wonder how weird this looks, the two of us lying on our backs on the rooftop. That's what I asked too. I'd be more concerned about what you were doing if I were you. I wouldn't come that close to people who could see your panties. Rin! Emmy's voice is scandalized. She quickly takes a step backwards, pressing her hands against the front of her skirt so abruptly that parts of the bread she was carrying fall. Quickly avert my eyes and glance angrily at Rin. She pretends not to see me. Hisao isn't like that, right? Right. Emmy scowls at Rin and crouches down to pick up the packages. She wipes the dust off them and skips lithely around me to Rin's other side where she sets herself down. Anyway, here's your bread. Sorry it took a while. That's alright. Thanks for treating me. I pull myself up to sitting position and gravely accept the bread Emmy's offering. All three of us ravenously dig into the simple meal. The bread is surprisingly decent and readily fills my stomach. Hey, I've got some bread to have too. I'll eat the bread later, Emmy. So I've just eaten. Follow from the corner of my eye. I follow from the corner of my eye the skill with which Rin handles her bread between her feet. I haven't seen you on the track in a few days. Oh, right. I figured it was too heavy a routine for me to start with. So you've been doing something else? I've been considering my options. She frowns, but doesn't pursue the issue further, for which I'm thankful. Emmy seems pretty headstrong, and I wouldn't really want to get pestered by her about this on a daily basis. Enough burdens to bear with Shizune and Misha already. We barely finished our lunch before the bell rings, calling us back to our classroom.
Ichan?
Misha waves at me as soon as I enter and starts talking before I even make my way across the classroom.
How was your festival? Did you have any fun?
Still somewhat undecided on that. I'd say probably. You know, who cares how they use limited art to create some effects. Yeah, it's interesting. Why?
Just asking.
Her eyes glint in a way that tells me she's not just asking. I can't even start to guess her motives, though. As the well-timed entrance of the English teacher prevents us from talking further, Misha falls back to plan B. Of characters being closer further away and lowering them when they're sitting. Oh, yeah. I mean, obviously they do that, but I mean, any visual novel does that, right? I guess, the closer and further thing, at least, they all do. I was there all day with Shi-chan. We had a lot of fun. Weren't you supposed to be doing work? Don't worry, everything went really well. I replied to that one. She leaves me alone after she, demands her attention. Oh, we're writing notes to each other, right. My own attention, on the other hand, is directed out the window. Now that I look at it from here, through the window, the foliage outside seems similar. Or smaller, maybe, I don't know. Catch only small glimpses of blue, everything else a clatter of noise, right in the middle of my field of vision. What experience did Rin want out staring at the sky? Surely she's done it before. Everyone has. It's not like he's trying to guess her mind. But if I don't do that, then I have no excuse for not concentrating on the teacher's word. I look at the scribbles appearing on the blackboard, trying to figure out their meaning with little success. English really is not my favourite subject. We have a strong mutual dislike for each other. Thick, hot afternoon light invades the corridor, making the air feel heavy and lazy. My body feels weighted down by it as I drag down the hallway to the art classroom. Maybe this is part of the reason why I didn't join the clubs before. Afternoons just aren't suited for activity. Oh yeah, we've never met the art students before, have we? I guess this is the first. Knock on the door of the art room and open it. A girl who is possibly doing something important with a scroll of paper she's carrying turns to reckon me and smiles sweet as if a bit confused manner. Whoa, that's a completely different art style to every other character. What the fuck? That's so weird. Hello? This is the art club, right? Yep, you interested in joining? Yeah, in fact, I might have already done so, but we'll see. Give her a weak smile, and her own widens a notch, making me feel less nervous.
Great, have a seat. We'll start when the teacher gets here. Not even scouting the room for a good spot, I walked quickly to the back of the room, settled myself in a free seat, apart from everyone else. So we got Shades, Rin. I guess this guy's got one ear. Sleeping Girl. Sleeping Girl wasn't the same girl at the front, was she? I don't know. Anime protagonist looking dude and sleeping dude back here. Her disability is being drawn by another artist. Yeah. A few other members are lounging in their seats waiting for the teacher. Rin sits alone at a window seat looking outside. She's the only person here that I know. Though a guy I've never really gotten along with from my own class is here too. Oh, this guy. Yeah, the guy with, yeah, he's in our class. Nobody else comes to greet me. Maybe introductions are left for later. So I just settle for a silent observation as well. Shades is probably the blind guy she was talking about in the common room. Yeah, probably. One boy has sunglasses on. An odd sight indoors. Were we not at Yamaku, I bet he's the blind student Rin was talking about. There you go. The wait proves extremely short. Nomiya walks over to stand behind his desk in 3 long strides and gives a smile and flamboyant greeting. Good afternoon, everyone! First things first to Sal. There is a new member, so everyone get along with him. He winks at me unsettlingly. All 8 members of the club, including myself, answer his greetings with considerably less enthusiasm. Still, people finally straighten up in their seats and begin to pay attention. I think some of you still have projects to work on, so please continue with those if you like. As for the rest, I was thinking that today we could do some rough studies. How does that sound? Nobody answers except with some unintelligible murmurs, which Nomiya apparently interprets as unanimous approval. Alright then, everyone not working on other projects should choose a partner and draw a sketch of one another. But there's 9 people in here. It's an odd number. You should be able to complete this today, but if not, we can continue next time, or even do it again if you find it interesting. Remember to pay attention to lighting and shadows and give it your best. Pairing up, feel pretty awkward about it, hardly knowing anyone, or someone would ask me to be their partner. People stand up and move their chairs together. When it comes to me, pretty soon everyone else is partnered off. Friends team up with each other, but I'm left alone. So everybody bloody winking at me. It's probably what Sal's thinking. Yeah, probably. Well, there is Rin. She's sitting in the furthest corner of the classroom, still staring out the window and seemingly uninterested in taking part in the exercise. Since she's the only other one without a partner, I walk to her seat. I can't see her face because her hair is covering most of it and she looks away from me. Rin? Call out to her, no response. Hey, wants a partner up? You're the only one I know here. She seems to finally acknowledge her presence, head turning like a robot, and she looks to see who's addressing her. Rin doesn't answer, and I don't want to repeat the question either, so I'm sure she heard it the first time. Why doesn't she say anything? It can be such an awful fate to be paired up with me, can it? She doesn't look at my face, and stares directly at my chest and stomach. Oh, okay, why not? Okay, good, great, I'll get the stuff for us. Looking at the equipment Nomiya has prepared for today's meeting confuses me. Instead of graphite or pencils, we are apparently supposed to do ink sketches. I've never done anything like that before. Teacher, however, seems confident in my abilities to adapt to this medium. Simple! First you do the outlines in ink, then let them dry and you shade them with the diluted ink. This is called India ink. It works like watercolours. If you're uncomfortable with it, use a pen instead of a brush for the outlines. Got it. Pick up paper, water cups, 1 pen for me, one brush for Rin, and ink for both of us, and then return to Rin. Grabbing a vacated chair from nearby, I seat myself directly opposite her. Do you want me to do it with my foot or my mouth? What did you say? She tilts her head, her brow forming questions arches, as if she doesn't understand that I didn't understand the question. I don't mind drawing either way. You'll look better if I do it with my foot, though. With your foot, then, if it's all the same to you. Nodding in answer, Rin gets up from her seat and kicks off her sandals. 2 fluid motions, she picks up the paper sheet and drops it on the floor, then snatches the brush between her toes before sitting on the floor in a weird, half-cross-legged position. Although I've seen her do everything with her feet already, from eating to painting, this display of dexterity is so prodigious that I just stare at her, stunned. Rin contemplates her blank paper intently. The sharp tip of her brush hovers over the paper in anticipation. When she raises her head to see if I'm ready, I quickly turn my face away. I'll go first. Make a pose. What kind of pose? It doesn't matter. That's the point. You have to make the sketch of the impression you get, not decide beforehand. I end up just sitting in my chair, my hands hanging limply between my knees. I look at her and she looks at me for a moment before beginning. Rin's stare is piercing, but impassive, as if she were trying to absorb part of me into her own self. I feel like I'm physically shrinking under the pressure of her gaze. I get the feeling that for the first time since we met, Rin is actually looking at me instead of in my general direction. She sketches with confident, bold sweeps to the delicate brush, not caring about the potentially destructive consequences of accidentally misplacing strokes. After she's happy with the outline, she stands up to pose for me, stretching her back and legs. This time, she doesn't look at me. Instead, Rin lets her gaze wander around the room. I'm relieved. It's easier to stare at someone when they aren't staring back at you. Even so, I find it hard to get the sketch going. I'm not especially artistically talented, so I'm scared of my portrait will turn into something disfigured, especially when compared to my partner's skill. I don't want to embarrass myself too badly on the first try. Rin's not helping in the process either. She doesn't stand still even for 10 seconds, tilting her head from side to side, to judge her drawing, biting at the lower lip, looking unsatisfied and constantly shuffling around like she was on hot coals. I finally managed to make some headway on my sketch, and with my outlines done, we both start inking the shadow and light. And we are passers by and remarks on the beginning of our sketches. Very good! Standing figure is easier for beginners to get a grasp of. But I didn't choose the pose. Look at him and then at Rin in confusion, but he's already moving on to the next pair. Rin seems unresponsive. Just like when she was painting the mural, Rin has become so engrossed with her work that it seems that she shut me, the classroom, and the entire world itself out from her own little sphere of existence. Every now and then she leans backwards, seemingly to get some perspective. Sometimes she bends forwards, leaning down until her nose almost touches the paper. This rocking back and forth looks silly. Suddenly Rin proves she hasn't completely drifted off the world of her own and speaks. Are you having fun already? She doesn't raise her eyes from the drawing, which is a good thing. Breaking the silence sends a jolt of surprise for me, as if I'd been electrocuted. I don't know yet. It's hard to say. I can't hear how she replies to my answer because it seems she's suddenly having a private whisper conversation with her sketch. I don't understand how she can draw so well when she has the attention span of a butterfly. As it seems she's lost her interest, I go back to work on my drawing as well. I try to add texture to Rin's hair and somehow grasp the way the golden afternoon sun lights her bright red tonsil of flame, transfers my paper, shades of black and grey. Somehow this pen and the bottle of ink seem like such lousy, inadequate tools for the task. Minutes pass, but the sketch doesn't magically look any more like Rin than it did before. The voice wakes me from my despair. What about now? Excuse me? Are you having fun already? Why do you keep asking that? Because it's a club, right? Clubs are meant to be fun. You joined to have fun. Are you having fun? Is it important that I'm having fun? Yes. Okay, I'm having fun. Good. I wonder if I said that just to please her, if I really meant it. I can't really decide which it was. I don't hate this, though. I can honestly say that much. It's good enough for now. As the allotted time to finish her studies quickly ticks away, I desperately try to improve my awful sketch. It doesn't seem to get any better. I want to start again from scratch, but what would be the point? There's no time for that either. Okay, everyone, that's it for today. Please turn the drawings to my desk, and I'll see you all on Monday.
Nice. You know what? That's actually pretty good. Like this, if it is his first time drawing, that's pretty damn good. Like, mate, I've been drawing for like fucking 13 years and I don't think I'm that good. So if you think that's bad, fuck you. It always bothers me when people who are good artists draw what they perceive bad art to look like. Because, like, I have, like, is it 13 years? What year is it now? 2018? So what am I, 24? Yeah, I've been drawing, like, consistently for a good 13 years of my life, and I am no way near as good as what good artists think bad art looks like. I'm baffled. I'm actually baffled. This has hit a real personal thing for me. I'm always bothered by people who... And another annoying thing, while we're on the topic, I hate it when people say, oh, all it takes is practice. Practice makes perfect. As long as you keep practicing, no matter how bad you are, you will eventually get good. And you know what? Those people take 6 years and get good. Fuck them. Fuck, they have talent, even if they don't believe it. You are born with talent. Yes, it takes practice. I'll admit that much. But you have to have talent as well. Fuck anyone who says otherwise. Right, sorry, I'll get back to the game. Enough of my grapes. I've gone to my portrait. Doesn't exactly look like Rin, but I guess you could say it portrays her. But it might be a bit generous. The nose and jaw look hideous. No, they don't. They look fine. Granted, it's my first attempt at drawing with ink, but it's still pretty bad. It's not bad! Shut up, Hasao. I already hate you. You are the worst. That's not bad. Thank you, Rin. Thank you. Thank you. Whoa, she's smiling. She sneaks up behind me while I was lost in thought. Damn it, I was hoping I could smuggle the portrait to the teacher without you seeing it. Why? I'm not really happy with it. I wish I could draw better. Yeah, fucking, we all wish we could draw better, Hasao, but you can fucking draw fine, you dickhead. You just need some practice. Could you take my drawing to the teacher too? Curious of myself about how the sketch turned out, I peek at the picture from the way Rin was drawing it. Looked like she was really into it. Holy shit, that's good. Alright. It's excellent. Somehow the seemingly arbitrary strokes come together to form an image of my face, the shape of my chin to the messy hair to the somewhat gloomy expression.
I actually really like that's some nice looking art. That reminds me of what's her name? Give me a second. Totally not just checking the people I follow on Twitter to find their name. Where the fuck are you? Doesn't help that their name's probably written in Japanese and it's just their Twitter handle that I would refer to them by. Tokia. They're an artist for the Pokemon trading card game. Her art is all like really sharp lines and like really contrasting colours. It looks really nice. That's what this art reminds me of. This I just realised we're gonna be talking about art a lot. You guys are probably gonna hate this. I don't know if you know this. Little known fact: I really like art. Sketch blows my mind. Yeah. Now don't say I wish I was as good as you. I see. Now this might be easy for me to get the good answer here because I know exactly what you say to artists. You never say, I wish I was good as you to an artist because that only makes them feel bad because you feel bad. And so you say you're amazing because you're complimenting it, right? It has bad posture and stagnate itself like sours. Yeah, this art is just, it's really good. If this piece of art is a CG in the game, I'd actually be quite happy. I really hope all the artworks are actually, that'd be nice. Wow, you're amazing. It's not that amazing, but thanks. See? Positive. Take a closer look at her work. Still glistening with slowly drying ink. You know, I look kind of grim here. You do look kind of grim. I mean, I agree, but it's also true otherwise too. Like, this you, not the you I made. I do? I think so, at least. A simple statement makes me suddenly feel incredibly self-conscious. I feel like I need a mirror right now to confirm or debunk her in. It's a nasty feeling. Maybe it's just her. I hope it's just her, and that I don't actually look like that sketch to everyone. Oh, mate, you do. It's a good sketch, but somehow I get a really oppressive feeling from it. I see. Anyway, it looks really good. You really are amazing. Thanks. I'm glad I could draw you. You're an interesting person. You're an interesting person too, but that didn't help me much. My self-deprecation has no limits today, but Rin ignores it all. Yeah, mate, another thing, don't be Sam. Like, we're playing as Yuri, not Sam. We don't have to just self-depreciate all the time. I knew that I could never compare, but to see the difference in my own eyes is quite humbling. See, I tried to make you look like you think a lot, since you did a lot of thinking. And yeah, I might have overdone the fed up of life expression, but cynics are like that, right? I want to retort something snappy, but Numia gives me no time to think, ushering us to the door. Looking gloomy all the time. Oh yeah, dude. People always... When I used to work at a supermarket, and like other people in my life, like teachers and whatever, they always used to say, why don't you just smile sometimes? Why aren't you happy? Why are you never happy? I'm like, I'm not happy. My face just naturally isn't smiling. Is there a problem with that? So yeah, no, I totally get it. Like Rin's almost constant expression. In fact, if I'm smiling, that probably means I'm laughing, and that probably means something really funny has just happened. There is very few occasions where I'm actually genuinely smiling. Hurry up, you two! While I've been chatting, the rest of the club has taken their leave. Quickly pick up our drawings and take them to the teacher's desk before hurrying after Rin, who has already left the classroom. She's not in the hallway, to my surprise. I wonder where she might manage to run off to in just a few seconds. Would it be nice to talk more? Well, not that I had much to say, except maybe get back to her for calling me a cynic. Surprisingly late. I already got used to school ending at the same time every day, so I can feel the extra hours in my head and my gut. My growling stomach reminds me that I'm absolutely ravenous. I'm so hungry that I dare to try anything the cafeteria staff had deemed edible. Even when I see today's delicacy, fried mystery lumps, and my steely resolve doesn't fade. I stuff the dinner down without tasting it all, which is probably for the best. I don't have much homework to do, but what I have, I can get it done myself, so I stroll towards the dormitories. Praying for the post-homework lull, I knock on Kenji's door. Okay, we're just going to go hang out with Kenji, I suppose. He stands on the other side, although I can't make out what he said. I try the door, but it's locked. Several seconds, the lock clicks open, and he opens the door. Hi, hey, could I borrow a book? The library was already closed after I got away from my club meeting. He's squinting even more than usual, and his eyebrows are twitching nervously.
Club? That's dangerous, man. Indoctrication, groupthink, brainwashing, you name it. High school clubs sow the seeds of conspiracy. Do you know how many secret societies have grown from high school clubs?
See, now Kenji's being a smart man here. He's saying, look, we know girls are evil, girls are going to kill you, clubs are evil, Monica, right? Like, he knows. He's been there. He's played Doki Doki. He knows. Smart man, Kenji, smart man.
Watch your back and don't get in too deep. You might not come back.
Okay, Kenji, so how about that book?
Sure, but return them. Don't spoil any of my books. No drinks, no food stains, no bodily fluids. Capiche?
Sure, thanks. Kenji just spend the most time with him. He sure does. Instead of letting me in, he retreats from the door, closing it again. For a few seconds, he returns with a stack of 3 thick books and hands them over to me. Opening the topmost one, a familiar emblem stamped on the copyright page greets me. Your books? These are from the school library. They're mine now? You stole these? What are you talking about, man? I've been liberating these from the oppressive feminist movement that controls the library. Please say oppressive feminist movement doesn't mean the pro-librarian girl Yuko. She couldn't even oppress a wet towel. See, I'd already guessed all this shit. Kenji turns away, mumbling something. I can't make out and close the door behind him. Before going to my own room, I enter the bathroom. While washing my hands and my eyes, I catch my reflection in the mirror above the sink. I try to look for the grimness Rim saw in me, but I just see the usual me inside the mirror that stares back. You know, Asao is not quite as... I mean, he's bland looking, right? Like a protagonist, but he's not bad looking, at least. I feel like most of them are normally quite ugly, and it's always like, why would people even go for this person? At least in this case, it's like, you know what, I can at least understand. I tend to tell myself that this is what I've always looked like, but I realise I don't remember what I looked like half a year ago. You look like you were in a hospital bed. Yeah, sound generic but not plain. Yeah, so he looks like he's got that anime protagonist look, sort of like Light from Death Note, where he looks generic as fuck, but like he doesn't look plain, you know. In fact, actually, he looks like a less edgelord version of Light. Now I think about it. Huh. Wake up all sweaty as if I'd run half a marathon in my sleep. Odd. I don't recall Stephen badly. Sent a little panic of worry through me. I wouldn't want to have my heart acting out without being able to notice it. Still, apart from this odd exhaustion after waking up, I'm feeling just fine. My mouth is like sandpaper and I have nothing to drink, so I have to go all the way to the bathroom to take my meds. On impulse, I decide to take a shower while I'm at it. While I'm in the shower, I make up my mind that this counts as morning exercise, if I properly compensate with a nice half-hour walk after school. He's thinking Light, but his father is just a regular police officer. I mean, yeah, his father's generic as fuck. Obviously, I wouldn't want to risk possible complications by going running now. Besides, Demi will never know, and I think she's given up on me in any case. Walking could be nice anyway, just to get out of the area. There's a big forest in the hills behind the school, so I could go down to the convenience store. While still dabbing... the moisture off my skin, I set out to find my uniform. Quickly button up my shirt and pull on my pants before going outside. I mean, Asao looks like a middle-class Light. Oh, right, yeah. Okay, I get you. Normally during this time of year, I'd be eagerly awaiting summer vacation. Having only been at school for a little over a week, I don't really have that kind of feeling. Still savouring the school life and considering the sharp and awkward turn my life has taken. I don't have the time to become preoccupied with getting free of it. Dab on the moisture. Besides, once vacation hits, it'll be a nice surprise for me, and if I'm not expecting it, especially with the end-of-term exams looming ahead. At least I didn't have any catching up to do with my studies. My diligence has finally paid off. I push myself past the boys gathered in the doorway and flop to my seat. From the corner of my eye, I see Shizune and Misha pause in their unavoidably animated conversation and turn almost simultaneously in my direction. Clearly want something from me. I can tell from the way Shizune smiles, it's too obnoxiously bright to be sincere and too calculated to be spontaneous. Good morning! A greeting is made of 100% cheer and bursting energy. Morning. I failed to put either of those into my response. You don't look very energetic. No wonder. I don't feel very energetic either. I didn't sleep well, but I'm not sure. She slaps me on the back and grins. Cheer up a bit. It's a great day. I catch Shizune's eye. She has a strange, focused expression on her face, but she furrows her brow a little at direct eye contact and looks away. For a moment, I think Shizune's caught a glimpse of my worries, somehow, and is pondering how to respond, but she quickly straightens her glasses and with them her expression. Anyway, we were wondering if you're still interested in that student council position, because we were going to make an offer that you can't decline. Wait, what? I wasn't really interested in the first place. You're putting words into my mouth. Not as such, but wouldn't it be nice to hang out with us every day while also being useful to your school? Well, to tell you the truth, I kind of joined a club, so that actually be sort of hard for me to join the council too. Even if I wanted to, which I don't, as I said. Excited Shizune is the cutest of all of it. I mean, of all of her poses, yeah, I definitely agree with that much. It's very cute. Is that so? Which club is it, Hee-chan? The art club. She's whoa! Whoa, I don't know why the art club makes her so angry. She's eyes glint in a sinister way as she scowls at me. The way she looks, I'll be expecting the art club to lose its funding before lunch break, or the art teacher to mysteriously disappear from the face of the earth. Is Shizune the real moniker? I still haven't worked out who the real moniker is. Maybe everyone's moniker. Before she manages to comment, the teacher finally enters the classroom, getting Shizune and Misha off my back and sending everyone rummaging into their bags with books and pens. I did join the art club, but the first meeting didn't really boost my confidence. I'm not really sure what I'm doing for it. Wish I could draw like Rin, but I don't know what I would do if I could. To what end would I use such skill? I don't really know. Shizune is the president. I'm aware of this. And she's the most aggressive. Ignoring the teacher's sleep-inducing voice, I opened my notebook to an empty page and pressed the needle's sharp graphite to the tip pencil to it. What to draw? Can't really think of anything good to draw. As I hesitate and raise my hand, a meek black mark left on the previous blank paper seems aggravating. Can't even seem to get the starting line, let alone get it started. It's almost a physical feeling of being held back. Annoyingly, it reminds me of my failed attempt at jogging with Emmy. Look out the window in desperation. Right then, a small bird takes flight from one of the cherry trees that grows everywhere in the school grounds. Can't really see it clearly, and it's not like I could tell one tiny bird from another, but I pick it as my subject anyway. It flows into... God damn it. It does. And it's graphite in this case, but yeah. Conjuring up the image of a bird in my mind, I turn my gaze back to the notebook and deliberately draw a thick line across the paper to get it started. It seems to be mocking me as I can't follow up right away. Still, it's a start. Getting started is good. I slowly sketch the picture down on my notebook page, the image in my brain becoming clearer as the drawing takes shape. It's really nothing, just that nameless nothing bird on paper. That's not important. Jesus, that fucking leg's super detailed from the rest of this. My hesitation fades into the background along with the teacher's voice as I continue my struggle. The feathers form a simple pattern in my mind. On paper it's a mess. Too many rough lines despite my best efforts. I mean, this is looking pretty good. I realise that if I don't know what a bird's wings should look like, even if I try to think about it, I even put the pencil down and close my eyes for a moment, trying to trace the shape of a wing in my mind. Being this serious about it, all of a sudden makes it a little frustrated. An art class in the middle of school was the easy class in between exhausting subjects like math or Japanese, but there's this other side to art, this one that you see when you just don't fool around. Holy shit, dude! This is the second ever drawing, like, pretty much. What the fuck? This is so good! Oh my god. It's almost like a completely different thing. Ichan? Look up to see two girls staring back at me. Misha and Shizune have carried their chairs to my desk and now standing by my sides looking at my drawing. How long have you two been there? I think you need more practice. Wow! Rude! Shizune draws a few sharp signs in the air between herself and Misha. Shi-chan agrees. Rin said the exact same thing yesterday, but why did it sound less condescending? Shouldn't judge before I'm finished. Besides, don't you know it's bad luck to see an unfinished piece of work? Misha cracks an exuberant laugh. What? Don't be silly. There's no way that could be true. Whatever. Shizune's eyebrows furrowed dangerously. The movement of her hands become abrupt, like the slashing of a knife. Don't say slashing of a knife! God damn it! You should learn to take constructive criticism. I would if you'd actually offer some. No, I'm getting too defensive and that Shizune is taking advantage of it, but I can't help it. What are you two doing here anyway? Misha wags her fingers admonishingly at my nose. Tish-chan, we're not listening to the teacher at all. We have a group assignment now. I nod bleakly and let them take the lead. So, what do you think of the lesson today? Not much of anything. I haven't listened to a word of it. Misha slaps her forehead and shakes her head theatrically. Do you want me to mot out all the ducky chicken words? Yes, please. What are we going to do with you, Hee-chan? Luckily, Shizune and Misha together are more effective than 3 or 4 normal people, so I can mostly slack on their assignment. Try our best to offer at least some assistance, end up being mostly useless. Teacher keeps us in class 5 minutes past lunch bell, eventually lets us off the hook. Quickly stuff my books in my bag while Shizune and Misha carry their chairs back to their own seats. Failure of a bird drawing ends up crumpled and stuffed in my pocket as I hurry outside. What, failure? I've kept shitty drawings from when I was 13, mate, and they are way worse than that. You keep that shit and you be proud of it, even if you think it's bad. After that morning class, and throughout the week, I kept bumping into Rin. Hello. This is somewhat natural, as our classrooms are adjacent, but rather than just cross paths in the hallway like people regularly do, we seem to pause at the sight of each other. We invariably end up talking a little bit, or just silently hanging out together. I think I'm getting used to being quite quiet in Rin's company. This doesn't feel awkward anymore. I am, by nature, somewhat introverted like her, so we fit together well. I think it's actually an anomaly for someone in the school to be so quiet. Most people here seem to love socialising. It's something that I've noticed already, even though I haven't been here very long. People here talk a lot, and they talk all the time. It's a rare case when I see someone sitting alone, just spacing out whatever. Obviously there are people like that here too, that Hanako girl, and myself, just to name 2 from my own class, but overall they're a minority. At any rate, I wouldn't exactly call what Rin and I do socialising either, but it's something at least. These occurrences themselves don't bother me, but the fact that they happen at all does. I'd hesitate to say what we are drawn together by something, but we certainly act as if we were. Drawn together? However, the sense of budding friendship is completely wrecked every time Rin opens her mouth. Can I listen to your heartbeat? She says this or something else about as outrageous, and I have to fend off whatever nonsense her mind has cooked up during the preceding class of a subject that she's not interested in. Seems Rin is taking a shine to my heart condition as some kind of extension of her interest in the odder disabilities that people here have, the consequences of said afflictions. As I stand in front of her for a second too long, looking as flummoxed as I am, she concludes it is necessary to further clarify her request. I know I can, but I mean, will you let me? Why? Do I need a reason? I'm usually pretty bad with reasons. Not per se, but if you want to do it, you probably do have a reason. That's kind of clever. You're smarter than you look. Also, I'd rather you not. I think these things should be private. Private. I get it. I can tell you something, though, if it amuses you. I'm pretty sure it will. My heartbeat does sound very weird because of the, condition. And I hear it all the time. So you're paranoid. Not a question. It's a statement. No, I'm not paranoid. The doctor said the abnormal attention to heartbeat is a common symptom of my condition. So for you, it's normal to be paranoid. Nice. It's not a question either. One could say that me being like this in the first place isn't normal either, but what the heck? Paranoia fits me fine. I don't think it's something that actually can fit anyone or anywhere. I ate an orange today for breakfast. How was it? I'm vaguely proud of myself for managing to keep up with Rin's sudden change of topic. Get off the menu. Excellent. I don't remember when I asked I had an orange, because it's annoying to peel one. It's on the list of things I want to learn properly. Whoa, she's actually smiling. Look how cute she is when she's smiling. How come you ate one then? Emmy had some, so she peeled one for me. Good for you. Rin stretches her back and yawns and says nothing further. She throws me a glance from the corner of her eye while she watches people pass by, but I couldn't say why. I realise, though, that this is the first time we've talked naturally about my condition with anyone, in a way. A group of boys walk past us to Rin's classroom, but she doesn't pay them any mind. They pay none to her either. My mind wanders off, spurred in silence. She's smiling because she thought of Emmy. Yeah. That's the true ship, Emmy and Rin. I'd ship it. In fact, actually, the problem with this game is all the girls are in sets of 2. So it's like you instinctively want to ship them together and just leave her, which leaves her Sal for Kenji or the nurse or the teacher. Wait a minute, this is the bad one. This is the bad idea. I guess Kenji is the true ship. Maybe I should have let her listen to my heart. It's like it matters. Nothing really matters that much at the end of the day. I start feeling depressed for no reason again. It's like a tidal wave out of nowhere, rolling over my consciousness, submerging me underwater. I feel a sigh coming out my mouth and I turn away from Rin, pretending to read a post on the wall. It's an advertisement for the school festival, promoting an event almost a week past. All the other ships are pretty bad once you play their routes. I mean, okay. I haven't played Misha and Shizune's route yet, but they seem pretty well suited for each other. I guess we'll see with Lily and Hanako. The difference between me and Rin is that I'll be more than likely not dead before turning 30, while she can't eat oranges without help. Can't decide which one of us is worse off. Try to grasp the passing of time, but it seems hard. Still used to the rhythm of the hospital, where the trivialities such as the day of the week or the time of the day didn't really matter. Everything was the same, no matter what. Rediscovering the significance of time is an oddly disorientating experience, and I found myself enjoying the fact I can categorize events in this fashion. The relevancy of a ticking clock is surprisingly delightful, and I decided to start wearing an analog wristwatch, something I didn't used to do before. Now, seeing the watch suddenly appear in the background with text, that is just making me think of Zero Escape. Like, what the fuck? That is... I don't know if that's what they're trying to get at here, but that is definitely what I'm thinking of when I see that. Which is not a bad thing, because I fucking love Zero Escape. And I am totally, as soon as I find out how I can, I think they're on the PS4 now, but they're really expensive. So if they come cheap on PS4, I'm going to do Zero Escape on Storytime on Friday streams, because I fucking love those games. Man, they're so good. I'm good at them too, because I'm good at puzzles, so... When I finally asked Rin on Thursday about something that's been bothering me for the entire week, it's already lunchtime. Time is somewhere between 11:06 and 11:07, as my watch doesn't have a hand to show seconds. It's the old-fashioned kind with black leather strap and titanium casing. It doesn't look flashy, but a wristwatch doesn't need to. Unless you are part of the movement, which if you're a YouTuber, I would probably be advertising right now, because like every YouTuber under the sun advertises movement watches. Hey. Remember that sketch you made of me? How you said I look grim and gloomy or something? I'd like to know what you meant by that. She gives me a weird look and tilts her head a few degrees to the left, but doesn't say anything for a while. Well, you see, we've known each other for 2 weeks and I haven't seen you smile even once. A striking observation gives me pause. Have I stopped smiling? I have to take what she says as truth, though she has no reason to lie. Something about the way she puts it annoys me. I frown at Rin, and then I try to correct my expression to look less depressed. I haven't even been in the cheeriest moods the past few months or so. This is true. Does it show that much to someone like Rin can tell after so little contact with me? Should I try to smile more at Rin? Maybe she could appreciate it, having such a neutral face herself almost all the time. Have I really stopped smiling? Let's see. Should I smile more? I don't mind either way. Be as you are. You can't help being a sow anyway. But it bothers you. I just noticed it, that's all. Emmy skips along the hallway, jumps to a sharp stop when she reaches us and lightly pats Rin's shoulder. Eddie for lunch? Depends on what lunch is today. Remember that stew from March? Never again that. Let's go anyway, I'm starving. They are about to depart. Emmy turns from her friend to me, seemingly as an afterthought, and smiles charmingly. By the way, Hisao. Her tone is way too sweet and soft to be sincere, since the trap is about to be sprung on me by this miniature health devil. I know what she's about to say even before she continues, because I've been trying to avoid her all week. I still haven't seen you at the track this entire week. Maybe I've been there when you haven't. That's impossible. I'm there all the time. But you sleep and go to class. I do those things at the same time as you do. Yeah, I know. I just haven't been able to pick myself up. Don't rat me out to the nurse, okay? Running just isn't my thing, and I haven't come up with a good alternative. Why don't you come to the track meet this weekend? Maybe you'll get inspired. Track meet? Yeah, people from a few other schools come here, some funny track and field action. It's on Sunday afternoon. Can't think of any reason not to go. Sure, I'll come cheer for you, I guess. I guess you'll be running? Of course. You'll get to see me beat them all. Bye for now. Oh, but bye for now. If I don't get something to eat, I'll die. Please don't just randomly throw in "I'll die" at the end of a sentence. See you later. Bye, Rin. Promise I'll smile next time. Call after her. A bit of an afterthought. Afterwards, I feel embarrassed about it. I wonder why I said anything at all. That night, when I'm doubly certain that Kenji won't be barging into the bathroom, look in the mirror and smile at my reflection. That's your smile? that's an awful smile, mate. The me in the mirror is smiling at the me in the bathroom looks awfully fake. Hey, X-Man. What's up, buddy? Having exhausted the books Kenji lent me in just a few nights, I go back to the library, deeming it safer alternatives and getting my reading fix. I found the books he had stolen. Well, I'm at it. Yuko's delighted. I don't tell her where I got them, though. Have you dated... What? Really, X-Man? Really? Wow. Wow, you sure read a lot, don't you? Yeah, I guess I do. I mean, I do. Even though I think it's weird. I think I might have a reading problem. Maybe I'm a junkie. No, I didn't mean that like it was a bad way. It's not weird at all. And being addicted to reading is a lot better than being addicted to something else. Yeah, I know. It was a joke. I smile at her reassuringly and drop the books on the counter so Yuko can check them out. I feel tired, so I sit down in the vacant chair in front of the desk. While Yuko goes through the modest pile of reading material I found, let my gaze wander around the library. At the tables, a pair of girls are chattering in hushed tones rather than working on their homework. Short-haired one notices me looking in their direction and waves at me. I raise my hand back, they glance at each other and giggle in unison. Not sure how I should feel about that, so I decide it's a good thing. The one who waved at me has a horrible case of epilepsy. I saw her having an attack a few days ago. It's one of the most disturbing and scary things I've seen in a long time. Yet there she is, happily chirping away about whatever, as if she doesn't have a care in the world. You know, the school's really something else. Yuko raised a knife in the book she was going through, slightly startled. She adjusts her glasses and put up a nervous, confused smile. What do you mean? I don't really know how to explain it. It's just that everyone's so active, or how should I put it? It's not just a festival thing, I think, even though I haven't been here that long, but it's everything. People talk more, work harder, and are just, more than any other school I've seen before. I'm struggling for words, but I feel like I'm speaking honestly. School feels so alive. I'm gonna make a save, because I don't know which option to pick here. Oh, well, yeah, I do. It's refreshing. The positive one, obviously. Sure, there were some people like this in my old school too, but not as many. It feels more intense somehow. I think if I had to pin it down to one thing, the students here really appreciate going to school. I don't think that's a bad thing. Yeah, me neither. Suddenly I realised I've just been babbling my thoughts to Yuko out of the blue. She's a bit of a jumpy person, so I fear I might have made a bad impression. She's looking at me with what I hope is curiosity rather than horror, so I figure she's alright. Sorry for suddenly talking out weird stuff like this. I didn't mean to trouble you. Oh, no, it's not troubling. I'm happy to listen if you feel like talking. It makes me feel a little reliable, too. Yuko smiles sweetly, a little bit ironically at that. I respond with a thankful smile of my own. She pushes the neat stack of books across the counter. I stand up and gather them in my arms. Here you are. Thank you. I guess we'll be meeting each other again. Please come here anytime. Yuko's kindness is heartwarming. You can count on it. See you later. Still my favourite. Great part of the Rin route is slowly seeing a Sao be Rinified. Oh yeah. That sounds like fun. And if we get to see the librarian more, that'll also make me happy. The morning of the track meet greets me with brilliant sunshine from crystal blue sky. While I leisurely stroll across the track, I decide this is a good sign. Of what? I'm not sure. This event isn't exciting for me as it is for a large portion of the student body. I'm even less interested in watching sports than I am participating, but cheering for Emmy is a good cause. I'm not expecting this to be any sort of amazing and spectacular experience, but it can't hurt. I'd probably be spending the time reading while cooped up in my room otherwise. When I approach the bleachers, I spot Rin emerging from the crowd right before she spots me. You came. Of course. I said I would, didn't I? That doesn't necessarily imply that you had to follow through, though. Lots of people say things and don't mean them. Well, I don't. Rin shrugs. Seemingly bored of our conversation, she turns on her heel and heads back towards the stand. So, are you excited about this? Not really. Me neither. Then why did you come? Why did you? She doesn't reply at all, so I decide not to either. We enter the bleachers and Rin nods upwards. Up there. Rin leads the way and soon we've settled down on an almost empty bench. So we still have Emmy's mother in this room, I did wonder. There's an old woman sitting next to Rin, someone's mother I assume. She's got rather long hair up in a braid. On seeing Rin, she gives an oddly familiar smiling grin.
Well, this is surprising. I thought you went to get a snack, not a boy.
Huh? This is no good. The woman laughs at Rin and shakes her head, apparently unable to find a comeback for that. I know the feeling.
Well, I suppose you've always been one to go out for one thing and bring back another. But I'm being rude. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Meiko Ibarazaki. I'm sure that if you know this girl, you've at least met my daughter too. Pleased to meet you.
Well, that explains it. She's like a taller, older, more motherly Emmy. Apart from her hair being somewhat darker than her daughter's, there really is no mistaking the resemblance. Sorry, I'm Hisao Nakai. Nice to meet you. I'm Rin Tezuka. Miss Ibarasaki laughs again. She really does resemble her offspring. And then leans a little back on her seat and raises an eyebrow.
So, now that we all know each other, how long have you and Rin been dating?
My response consists of silence as my brain suddenly lurches into gear. Just before I can begin to utter a hastily babbled explanation, Ujava bursts into laughter again.
Ah, you're a blusher, aren't you?
I don't know if there's any way to keep my dignity in this situation, so I settle for a mumbled response. Or not.
I know, but it's funny to watch you squirm. I'm sorry for giving old woman for her amusement.
She chuckles again to herself. Old woman? Sure doesn't look that old to me. I suppose I can let it go.
How kind of you.
It's starting. Wait, so we still get MECGs? Even in, She's not Crowler. That's her voice. Ask her to see how you go.
I summon Ancient Gear Golem. I activate the equip spell, Ancient Gear Tank.
Now that you say it, I can sort of hear it. Yeah.
The continuous spell, Ancient Gear Castle.
Oh my god! Every time I play Ancient Gears, I gotta try to remember to use that voice. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that face when you bumfucked a young Crowler. Oh, don't say that. No, Crowler can have an attractive daughter. It's fine. Draw my attention to the track where they're preparing for the first sprint. Looks like the 400-meter dash. My eyes scan the runners before finding Emmy. She's smiling with an almost cocky look on her face. We didn't even get this zoom-in picture before. This is super cute. That face when is that feel when, by the way, not face. I mean, it's both. Actually, it is both. And I always instinctively go that face when because that's how I learned it. So, it's both. It does stand for both. Starter raises his pistol. Oh shit, someone's about to die! Emmy explodes off the block, disappearing from the starting line of the blue. Is my face when? Yeah, sure. But you can also say that face when. Because I might not be referring to my face. What about if it's my feel when, huh? You think of that one? No, you didn't. It's amazing. Even as the other sprinters converge on the lanes closest to the inside line, Emmy surges to the front of the pack. By the time she rounds the final turn, a few of the other runners have caught up with her, but she puts on a final burst of speed that leaves them a half a second behind. Mrs. Ibarazaki whoops and shouts, applauding wildly and generally looking like any other parent cheering on her child. This girl here looks a bit like Yuri, actually. The girl in second. That's sort of weird. Emmy bounds off the tracks, looking pleased with herself. I cheer right alongside with the rest of them. The announcer, sounding suspiciously like Misha, gleefully gives her the results.
I think she's gotten faster since the last time.
That was incredible. Missy Brozaki grins proudly.
Emmy's a heck of a runner.
Full sign, the next event prepares to start. I'm surprised to see Emmy striding out onto the track again. Wait, didn't she just run? Emmy's mother nods.
Yes, but she runs multiple events for the team, especially the sprints. It's a lot of running, but Emmy can handle it.
The look of things, she's right. Emmy doesn't appear to be tired, as if she hadn't run the previous event at all. It's not for the sweat visible on her shirt, you'd never know. Which event is this?
It's the 200-meter dash. She'll do this one, the 100-meter and the relay.
I see. Once again, the pistol sounds, and once again, Emmy flies off the block. Thumping sound draws my attention away from the race. It's Rin's foot. She seems completely absorbed in the race. Emmy's mother cheers again, and I assume that the race is over. Was her father the ocean? Possibly. Possibly. Sprints don't seem to me like they take very long to complete. And your foot. Your foot was bouncing on the bleachers. Oh. You seem pretty into this stuff. I'm surprised. I thought you said this wouldn't be exciting. I suppose you're right. It's not that interesting. But I'm watching Emmy, not the sport. I don't follow. Emmy is the most Emmy when she runs. You don't get to see Emmy at her Emmyest very often. But here, you can. See? She has her attention towards the track again with a 100-meter dash about to start. I watch Emmy closely. As she gets onto the starter block, her whole body seems to relax, but it's a false relaxation. I can see that she's actually like a coiled spring. At the start, oh, I love that grin. The starter tells everyone to get set. Her head snaps up and her eyes narrow slightly. Her mouth curls upwards in what could be a grin and what could be a growl. We actually get to see the super cute Emmy CG in not Emmy's route. What I'm not unhappy with this because she's adorable, but like it's weird. When the pistol goes off, it's as if she's been unleashed from a cage, like she was always moving at this blinding speed. But we couldn't see it happening until the starter pistol dispelled the illusion of motion. In fact, actually, if anything, the only real like it's more of a disappointment for Emmy's story because we're just getting these CGs anyway. So it was dispelled the illusion of motionlessness. As soon as she crossed the finish line, the fierce look was replaced by her normal grin. The conquering general returns to his farm. Amazing. She really is amazing. I've never seen someone move that fast.
Well, don't look at me. I'm far too relaxed to move that fast. No, I think Emmy's prowess all come from her father's side.
Mention of Emmy's father, Mrs. Ibrozaki looks wistful, almost sad.
He got her into running, you know.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. I'll leave it at that and don't say anything for a little while. I get the feeling this is something personal I shouldn't ask about. Beeping noise suddenly emanates from Mrs. Ibrozaki's pocket. Reaching into it, she pulls out a cell phone and looks at it.
Honestly, text messages? What is he, 16?
Huh?
Oh, nothing. I've got to go meet up with a friend of mine. Will you tell Emmy I'm very proud of her and that I'll call her later tonight?
Of course. So I'm guessing we're going to find out who that friend of hers is in a different route, because we didn't in Emmy's route. Waiting for the relay to start, peer at Rin. She seems uninterested in her surroundings, myself included. That remark she made before is still stuck in my head. Emmy is the most Emmy when she runs. It does make sense now I think about it. After seeing her run, how can I believe that Emmy gives it her all on track? Sports are more than a hobby or even a competition to her, the defining aspect of her life. What about Rin then? Does she feel that same way about art? Considering the persistence she displays before the festival, I could easily believe it. Did I see Rin at her most Rin when she was painting in the mural? The relay is about to begin, but I don't see Emmy anywhere. It's a smaller body of water. For Emmy ran the relay. She runs anchor. So she won't be running for a while yet. Ah. Did you see it? Huh? Emmy at her Emmyest. Maybe. Maybe this time. Race begins and I cheer Emmy's teammates along as they pass the baton. Finally I see Emmy sprinting onto the track to the final handoff. Once again, I'm taken aback by how gracefully she looks when she runs. It really is beautiful. The look of determination and fearlessness in her face only adds to the picture. Are we falling in love with Emmy in Rin's story? This is weird. Emmy at her Emmyest, I suppose. Emmy flies across the finishing line with a great leap, just barely ahead of the next runners, but still in first. Well, let's go down. Gotta crown the victor. See if you can find a laurel branch. That's not gonna be easy. Rin shrugs. At least we tried. Emmy is surrounded by her teammates, all of them congratulating her on the run. Rin seems to be waiting for Emmy to notice that she's arrived. Doesn't seem her style to draw attention to herself, also might be on shrugging. Being more impatient than Rin, I wave at Emmy instead. She looks up and grins happily at us. Hey, you showed up! We would have bought you a crown of laurels, but the sow didn't find one. Neither did you. It wasn't my job to look. When did we assign jobs? And I said, see if you can find a laurel branch. Try to keep up. I love that little grin. I shrug. I guess Rin's rubbing off on me. Seems it's my fault after all, Emmy. Emmy laughs at Rin and me. It's okay. I'm sure you'll make it up to me somehow. Sure. Good. So how'd I look? Very impressive. Emmy seems pleased with this assessment. I mentioned how much more impressive her performance is given her lack of legs. I think she knows that already. Besides, it seems like it would take away from her effort somehow. Great to hear. I was worried I looked a little slow in the relay, but I guess I did fine, huh? Emmy giggles and then seems to remember something. Oh, before I forget, Rin and I are going to go do something next Sunday as a post-track meet celebration. You should come along. Normally we do it the day after, but since today is Sunday, I got homework and class and all that stuff to take care of. Oh, sure, I'd love to. Great, it's a promise then. Oh, right. Your mum wanted to say she's proud of you. She'll call you later tonight. I thought I saw her in the stands. I'm glad she made it. Hey, Emmy, you're going to miss the medal ceremony. Oh, yeah, thanks. She turns to Rin and myself. You don't have to stick around for this part. It takes forever. Besides, you should get cracking on your homework now if you don't want to be up later, Sal. Emmy skips back to our teammates, leaving me and Rin by ourselves. Neither of us have the slightest interest in post-competition ceremony, so we silently get away and back to the quad. Rin yawns without even trying to restrain herself and shuffles her feet around restlessly. Feel awkward, but less so than if I was with someone else. Still, I'm left hanging, not knowing what I should say next. Emmy was great, wasn't she? She was great. I am very jealous of her. Why? Like I said, don't you think it's great to be really yourself? Sounds weird coming from Rin. I don't think you, of all people, should have trouble finding a way to express yourself. Don't you have your paintings? She turns to look at me. For the first time I see her eye, this strange, hollow expression I think must be unique to her. No, you see, the problem is that I'm not really sure who I am. Oh. Oh, and then it just cuts off. She gets super deep, and then it just cuts off. Okay. Wow. Today's Archive meeting is currently on hold while everyone waits for Nomiya to show up. I take this time to try and explain my theory about Yamaka to Rin. I tried to figure out what exactly it is about the school feels so special to me, a concept I unsuccessfully explained to Yuko the other day. Still difficult, but the track meet and the time I spent observing my fellow students have helped my ideas mature a little. You notice that the people talk all the time. I can't really explain it, but once again, I tried to explain my observations. I'm struggling for words. The student body is heavily cliqued? I don't know. And I'm only now beginning to make sense of the intricate grouping and popularity networks. And yet, the feeling of being part of a group is stronger here than I remember being in old schools. She's Horo. Is this a Spice and Wolf stream? I've never watched Spice and Wolf. I don't get the reference, I'm afraid. I'm trying to say the school isn't like other schools, or at least the students aren't even discounting the obvious. You know what I mean? I don't know what you mean. Oh well, whatever then. I want to pursue the issue, but at this point Nomiya arrives. The teacher is wiping sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief and breathing rather heavily. Quickly glance over the room and then settles down a bit. Hello, apologies for being late. Is everyone present? Good. I must confess, I haven't really planned anything today, so I've been extremely busy lately, but I'm sure we can come up with something entertaining. Anyone have any suggestions? I was thinking we have a discussion circle, since we haven't had one in a while. I, at least, found the last one magnificently enjoyable. There's some murmurs here and there, but nobody raises their voice in support or against Nomiya. We could delve into various movements of art, or someone has a good topic in mind. Come on, throw it out there. It doesn't matter if it's silly or odd, we can always cook up something interesting. Nobody seems to be brave enough to make such a suggestion. As the awkward silence refuses to be broken, I lift my hand in the air. Oh ho! Our newest friend seems to have something on his mind. Speak up, my boy, speak up. Well, I don't know about anyone else, but I've always wondered why art exists in the first place. My voice trails off. Silence sets in the room, and nobody makes a follow-up on my meek suggestion. Then the teacher bursts into laughter. Oh ho ho! Excellent! Very good indeed. Right out of the gate with the big one, huh? Fabulous! Chuckling, he shifts some papers around on his desk for a few moments. When he's done, he appears to have made some sort of decision. Very well then, let us run with this and see what it gets us, shall we? Oh, don't stick your tongue out like that. Oh, that's creepy. Oh, really creepy. Ugh. Oh my, even an old fogey like me gets excited when such a delicious enthusiasm is present. Oh my, indeed. Well, let me gather my thoughts for a moment so I can figure out a good starting point for everyone. I swear to God, if he just cuts his text box off and no one says anything for a while after someone saying they're gathering their thoughts. For some reason, the teacher seems to be almost literally bursting with excitement. He scribbles a few things down on a loose sheet of paper, then cleans his glasses with a handkerchief. He strikes a pose, then freezes for an overly dramatic, artistic pause. Spans what he is actually pausing. Must be half a minute. He's doing the Monica thing. Stop it. You are the least Monica character here. You can't do it. It's so quiet, I can hear a pin drop. Ding.
First, let's come up with a few questions we want answered, such as, what is art and why does art exist? Anyone have any questions that might be related? The boy with sunglasses piped up almost immediately. His voice is soft and quiet, and I have a hard time making out what he says. What defines an artist? After him, another question comes up. If I fill a cardboard box with water and call it art, is it art? Everyone laughs at that, even the teacher. Great! Wonderful! All of these! Let me start by saying this is not a clear-cut issue by any means, and as such I'm not going to give any answers to you. I'm only going to speak from my own perspective. Scholars have argued about these sorts of questions since time immemorial, and there has been never really a good, broadly applicable consensus reached. There are, however, some qualities that most tend to generally agree upon. Hopefully you shall all find these acceptable as well. In short, art defines itself. It simply cannot be contained to a definition from the outside, since the boundaries of art expand and contract from forces within. Every day, someone somewhere comes up with something completely outrageous that challenges any and all preconceptions. The core reason for this is rather that the rational side of the mind, art appeals to the... Art appeals to the institution, the instinct, the primal. You would find it very hard to explain why exactly it is that you enjoy some particular piece or style, no? He doesn't wait for a response before continuing. This is exactly why. So, art is this sort of wild, uncontrollable thing that lurks somewhere deep within our subconscious. Now, why does it exist? Nami apparently expects someone to pipe up with a guess, but nobody dares to interrupt his inspired speech. He continues. It is a trick question, you see. Art also validates itself. Generally speaking, you might say that art exists for no other purpose than itself. It's something that exists merely to leave a mark in history. It's the defiance of mortal against the face of darkness, as it once said. Art is truly the proof of our existence. You should all know that humans and culture civilizations are tightly tied to the existence of art. Then what about artists? What drives a man to dedicate his life to a thing so fickle and mysterious that it even defies definition? There are many answers for this, and there are artists. But if they are to put into words, the artist doesn't make the art because he can, but because he must. Nami takes a pause. His gaze sweeps over the audience, eyes flaring with passion. It's obvious that art touches the very soul of each and every human being once in one way or another. So, if you were given the chance to connect with your fellow man in such a fundamental way, how could you not? There is a poem I'm very much fond of.
Oh my god! We're about to recite poems in the after-school club, everyone. We have hit rock bottom. Here we go.
Here is a poem I'm very much fond of, and I shall recite the most well-known part of it to you now. I feel that, for me personally, of all possible things, it captures best the essence of what it means to be an artist. Nami leans against the desk as he clears his throat in preparation. Nami is writing tip of the day. Don't, we're going to get there. Looking at some distant place, he utters the words in a heavily afternoon air of his soft, basso voice. To see the world in a grain of sand, and a heaven in a wild flower. Hold infinity in the palm of your hand. Because there's infinite choices. And eternity in an hour. Because time has stopped passing. There's a solemn and unbelievably awkward silence after he finishes reciting the short fragment. Nobody dares speak a word. Nomiya clears his throat again. To be an artist is to see the world in a grain of sand. You see, dear children, without art there would not be much to live for in this world. It is the most profound thing. Clearly touched by this notion. I was expecting to see a lone tear rolling down his rough cheek, but it never comes. I turn to Rin to whisper to her. How is this a discussion circle? She shrugs nonchalantly back at me. The previous ones were the same. To his credit, Nomiya does try to get some debate going, but the club seems to be reluctant to comply. I feel a bit guilty about opening my mouth. Maybe we would have been spared from this. As the meeting comes to a close, I realise we haven't once touched any paint or pens today, and I feel somewhat disappointed. Nomiya suddenly appears next to us. He seems to be still fired up for the speech he delivered. His cologne smells musky and saturated at the same time, giving me an instant headache, even though I'm not sensitive to perfumes. He's looking at Rin like a hungry wolf. Tezuka, do you remember Mrs. Saunji? Do you remember Mrs. Saunji, who visited us at the festival? I think so. I'm going to tell you something amazing. The thing is, she's a very well-known gallerist around here. Turns out you might be able to get her to consider having some of your work put on display. He ends the sentence with a dramatic gesture. Seems he's expecting Rin to show some sort of joyous, shocked reaction. Such grand news. She just stares at him blankly. Magnificent, isn't it? This could be a real chance for us to get ahead, girl. But... Now, I know what you're about to say. Yes, it would be a simple affair, but I think this is an absolutely fantastic opportunity. Frankly, I wouldn't be surprised at all if we made it big. It could be the first step, And then the word is out. We'll strike while the iron is hot, right, Nakai? Yeah, that does sound pretty great if you're into that kind of thing. See? We should definitely not let this one pass, am I right? I don't really... Rin seems to be troubled for some reason. I can't figure out why. What Nomiya is saying does indeed sound like a possibly great thing. She looks pretty down, though, and I'm confused. I've never seen her like this. So, what do you think? Rin looks up to her teacher, a glowing face, and then back down at her desk. I'll think about it. Nomiya is at last taken slightly aback by Rin's lack of superlative delight, and he smiles widely at her, gently pats her head. Good girl. Club meeting is finally over, and I lazily collect my things and help clean up. I start feeling exhausted for some reason. There isn't much to do, however. It's over quickly. Catch up to Rin, who left the club room just a moment earlier. So we're walking down the stairs to the ground floor when I try to go over Nomiya's passionate speech about art, and Rin seems to be lost in thought. Not an unusual state of affair for her, I've learned, but something about her expression makes me feel uneasy. Penny for your thoughts? That'd be too cheap. You're just overpricing your thoughts. I wouldn't be able to sell them anyway. I'm not sure what I'm thinking yet. That'd be fraud too, like stealing candy from a baby. That's theft, not fraud. I have to think about what I think. This is about what the teacher said, getting her work put on display and all that. She doesn't answer, but stops in her tracks as we reach the lobby. We're the only people around, so it's very quiet. Footsteps echo from a few floors up as someone hurries along a hallway. I think I'm going to go somewhere else. I think she really is troubled. On company. Can't promise I'll be much help for the thinking, but it's not like I have much else to do, and I'm supposed to do some light exercise. If you like. It's the side gate! This is not the final boss. This is the second to final boss. Speaking of final boss, is final boss... Someone try the final boss emote. Let me know if it's live. I don't think it is still. I'm pretty sure it's not. But this is the sub boss. The side gate. It leads me outside to the wall behind the dormitory. There's a small back gate there, made from the same wrought iron as the main gate. It leads to a shadowy woodland park behind the school. The gate is rusty, as if it hasn't seen much use. However, it sits open, so we pass through. If it's not forbidden for students to leave the grounds, so somehow I feel a little uneasy. Damn it, final boss. No. That means Perv Nurse isn't ready either. Why? They're the best emotes, though. Oh. Ooh, that's a nice woodland area. Path leads deeper into the forest. Tall Zelkova and maple trees rustle in the winds, their canopies creating patches of chill air hanging in place where the shadows fall. Forest smells strongly of earth. I almost feel cold, even though the midsummer day is as hot as ever. Rin trudges ahead like a sleepwalker. Sure-footed, but with no apparent destination in mind, her thoughts seem to be somewhere else. I follow a few steps behind, taking more care to watch where my feet land. The path follows the land uphill at a low angle, sometimes making little detours downhill before climbing back upwards. Muted brown and grey trunks line the path on both sides, peppered with ferns and other undergrowth. See, now this gets me nostalgic, seeing wooded areas like that. Back where I used to live, we had some really nice forests. Literally, the name of our town meant middle of forest. So there were just forests and forests and forests. And I used to love going for walks in forests. And now I live in the middle of a shitty city. There's no forest anywhere. There's like a small park here, and that's it. It sucks. I hate it. I'm not a city person by just the way I want to live. But hey, guess that's what life has thrown me. After a little while, I start getting worried. The path is still wide and clear, so there's no chance of getting lost. But it doesn't look like we have any particular destination. Nothing wrong with a bit of aimless wandering around, but I don't want to go so far that I get too tired to walk back. I'm starting to get a little winded, and my legs feel heavy. I want to stop and get a chance to catch my breath and rest my legs, but Rin keeps on going. Where are we going? Are we going anywhere at all? Worry tree. I see. So what exactly is the worry tree? It's just a tree, like this. She stops in front of a particularly large maple that might or might not be the worry tree. Its lush green leaves sway lightly in the breeze, blowing through the small clearing as we entered. I guessed as much. There are people who believe that you must come here to wallow in misery, if you are miserable. Only by people, I mean me, and the tree isn't really called anything. So if you're miserable, you talk to a tree about it. No. What? You can't talk to trees. What do you think I am, crazy? No, I didn't mean like that. Maybe you talk to trees. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that you were crazy, even though you probably are if you talk to trees. I wouldn't recommend it in either case. People will think you are a weird person. No, just forget it. Do you mean Willow in misery? Hey, nice. She looks mildly confused, which I don't blame her at all. She tilts her head a little to the side, expression melting back at her usual one. Alright, I'm good at forgetting things. So why are we here? Are you miserable then? Can't read the expression she's making, or how bad I am at interpreting Rin's mood. She doesn't answer right away, as if she herself isn't quite certain of her own mood. Blank stare changes to a more difficult expression as she shuffles her weight around. I don't like how there's no music.
I know you guys never hear the music anyway, but like this scene is completely silent. It's rather unnerving actually, because I have bad experiences with visual novels when they suddenly lose all music. Finally, coming to a conclusion, Rin shrugs her shoulders. I'm going to seriously dislike that gesture. It doesn't mean anything. Maybe. I just feel like I'm kind of sinking underwater. I don't know what I should do. I don't know where I should go, that's all. Maybe it's not a big deal, but I thought walking might help. Kind of like, if I go somewhere, I would know where I should go. I don't really know if I did. It really would have made sense if walking had helped decide where to go. So you don't want to try and get an exhibition? Or rather, you don't know if you do. Can't decide? Rin doesn't say anything for a while, arranging her thoughts in silence. The quiet is broken by birdsong from some in the treetops, followed by rustling leaves as the bird takes flight. Maybe. I'm not sure if I can have things like that. So far, I've only painted for myself. I don't think I could have my things on display the way I am now. This me couldn't do it. Her reasoning sounds like a weak excuse, made by trademark frown, but she doesn't notice it. I don't get it. The teacher certainly thinks you could. I don't think he'd suggest it otherwise. Sounds like he's calling in favours from his friends too. I know, he's really done a lot for me, but this might be too much. Becoming someone who can do it might be pretty hard. Maybe I couldn't do it at all. He can't do it for me, and if I let him try, I'd just sink deeper and deeper. Rin stands in front of the large maple and turns away from me. I want to close the few feet of distance between us. I don't know. My irritation's suddenly gone, and I start feeling sympathetic to her. I know exactly how you feel. Well, maybe I don't, but still, I think I haven't felt like I was actually in control of my own life this whole year, just helplessly going along with the flow. Like coming here to this school, I didn't really choose it myself. I certainly didn't choose this time in my life to learn that I have this condition. I still can't casually say the word out loud. It's like, yeah, it's exactly like being underwater. Like I can't even breathe. Rin turns to face me again, a sad expression on her face. Aww. Is that why you look so sad all the time? I don't want to look sad like you. Do I look like you look to me? Fucking what? Okay, let me try that sentence again. Do I look to you like you look to me? I don't look sad all the time. I just don't know what I should be feeling. What kind of face I should be making. Me neither. Do I look sad now? Not really. You look like you always do, I think. But I'm sinking. Should I try to float up like a rubber duck? Quack, quack, all yellow and creepy. I had to think for a few seconds about which direction I should pursue this conversation. Then I realized it doesn't matter. You think rubber ducks are creepy? You don't. They look very creepy. Everything that has eyes but isn't alive is very disturbing, like rubber ducks and reflections in mirror. She plops down on the forest bed, leaning on the maple she named the worry tree. After wondering what to do for a minute, I sit down too, 3 feet apart from her. The forest envelops us in its embrace, and a stillness falls upon the two of us. The saddest quack quack I've ever heard. Sit without speaking for a long while. I can literally feel time passing. Well, okay, Monica hasn't taken over yet, because time is still passing. Patches of sunlight litter the small clearing in a pattern that echoes the maple canopies. One of them falls directly on me, warming me all the way to the bone. I wonder what I could do for myself. Maybe for Rin. For now, I just keep watching her from the distance. Sometimes she cranes her neck all the way back, so much that it looks almost painful. Stares up at the small patch of sky visible past the canopy of the worry tree. Sometimes she just stares blankly ahead as if seeing something just beyond her reach. She keeps whispering to herself, but so quietly I can't hear her, even though I'm sitting right next to her. I only see her lips moving like she was in the middle of a distant dream. Here is it right now. I no longer feel any of the intense loneliness I feel at night, just before falling asleep. I might be more like Ren than I thought. I can either give up and stay submerged under the weight of all the crap in my life, or try to change myself for the better. The thing I would do for a 90-minute sit-down sequence of Rin rambling. Yeah. Her decision is different, yet the same. And unlike her, I know for sure that I know for sure I can't stay like this forever. I have to change. Well, I mean, it's obvious which path I should take here. I should try to be more like Rin. But I'm going to save it anyway because I'm so curious to see where the fuck it would go if I say I want to be more like Emmy. Like, all of a sudden, out of nowhere. Rin could probably do it, even though she seems to doubt herself. I have no doubts about her strength. She could do it, even if she can't. It makes me feel a little better too, and I lean back against the tree, breathing out deeply as for the first time in a long time. We stay that way in the small clearing until the angle of sun changes. The chilly shadows deepen. No longer warm where we sit, we leave the forest, returning along the same path we took coming in. It doesn't seem like Rin has come to a decision. I wonder if it was a bad idea for me to come along. It's alright, I don't mind. I'm sure the trees and dirt and rocks won't mind either. Did you mind? No, not at all. I think it helped me too. I walk back towards the dormitories. The sky changes to a deep ultramarine. The first summer stars twinkle softly from between spots in the canopy, barely visible like tiny fireflies. I'm very self-conscious about Rin's presence. I haven't thought that much about girls since the thing fell apart over Wangako. This kind of thing is of the same situation as then, but to be honest, I don't think it really counts for much. Not with Rin. And yet, it feels good walking next to her, even if it isn't anything more than this. At first, I think Rin agitated me quite a bit with her unpredictable behaviour, but recently, I feel like I haven't had to be on my toes so much. I managed to let myself go a little. It makes me feel satisfied, even though ultimately I think it's more thanks to Rin than myself. She seems to be disinterested in a huge number of things, but something in her makes me try harder than I normally would. Not that I want to impress her. I think that truly impressing Rin would take near superhuman efforts just because of how she is. So that is because there's this little relentless feeling inside of me that doesn't want to let Rin down. It's really weird. I wonder why I started thinking like that. I don't even know what sort of expectations she has about pretty much anything. So how could I let her down? Rin has this unassuming air around her. She doesn't really talk about stuff very often. Even today's confession of her self-doubt caught me a little off guard. I feel like I want to talk more with her. Realization suddenly dawns on me that Rin is basically the only person I talk to nowadays, apart from whatever I have to endure from Shizune, Misha, or Kenji. I feel slightly depressed. Man, this really is the depression route. This is the route where we stop playing as Yuri and we start playing as Sayori. In front of the dormitories, as if summoned by my dark thoughts, we run into Kenji himself. It feels very odd seeing him outside, breathing fresh outdoor air. At least it's already dusk. I partially expect Kenji would disintegrate upon direct exposure to the sun. Kenji himself seems very insecure as well, standing around looking like he's waiting for something, but doesn't know himself what it might be. Hey Kenji, what are you doing? Hello. Who are you? It's me, Hisao. I'm not sure if you know Tezuka from class 3-4. From his face, I can see that not only does he know Rin, he also can't see her from the short distance. Oh, sup dudes? Kenji sticks his hand enthusiastically. Do you reckon he thinks that Rin's a guy, so he doesn't have a problem with her? Hisao becoming the person that would end up with it. Yeah, that's pretty good. Kenji sticks his hand enthusiastically forward, almost straight into Rin's stomach. Rin looks at his outstretched hand in confusion until Kenji clears his throat and retracts the hand. There's something almost cool that he manages to do with social awkwardness. It's not like I'm the most suave man on the planet, but I don't think I'll ever be able to even approach Kenji's level. I think I respect Kenji a little bit more. So, you're waiting for someone? He leans closer and lowers his voice to an agitated whisper. I see his facial muscles twitching. Come on, man. You know I can't talk about this stuff here in public. They might be listening. I'm gonna have to go pick some stuff up from somewhere. I don't want those snooping student council hags to get on my case. Also, I don't trust your friend. Nothing personal. You sure he's trustworthy? Briefly considered telling Kenji about Rin's gender, but as it might end up badly for me, or for one or both of them, I decided against it. Yeah, I'm sure. It turns from me to Rin, and I immediately get the feeling that I have to prevent them from talking to each other without whatever means necessary. However, there's little I can do now apart from physical violence. In that case, would you be interested in knowing about the worst threat to mankind since they invented Oh, Kenji, you dickhead! Suddenly we are enemies. Fuck you, you prick. Sounds like a vacuum cleaner salesman. I thought it was a Sunday. I see, you're not in the know. Yeah, man, I'm surprised talking about man-eating cows here. Wait, I'm talking about man-eating cows here. There are very few people who know, so I'm not surprised. We can't talk here, but if you like a pamphlet, come to our room on a curfew on Monday or Wednesdays. Then he reaches in his pocket and draws out a ballpoint pen on what looks like a convenience store receipt. Kenji furiously scribbles down a scrap of paper and thrusts it towards Rin. Here's the password. Memorize it, and then eradicate any trace of this document. Eat it, burn it, dissolve it in acid, whatever. Take a receipt from Kenji as Rin is able to do so, and glance at it. It is indeed a receipt, apparently for 2 rice balls and 5 boxes of matches. I hope he's not planning to burn anything down. Yuki confirmed the worst threat of humanity. Oh, well. On the other side, wait, we just played Dead Rising like 2 weeks ago. Everyone else is the worst threat of humanity. Like, I'm the one who's not. I'm just saying. Look, zombie apocalypse is going to happen, and I'm not going to be the one to blame. Kenji is. Kenji's going to be to blame for the zombie apocalypse. The other side is written just one word. Honey muffin. That's going to be important later, probably. Shout out to Rin, too, but she shows no reaction. Thank you. Yo, it's Al. Still in that club? Club of the Dark Arts. Fine art. Anyway, yeah, actually, I just had a meeting today. Still got your wits about you. No shady mind tricks going on. Nothing personal, man, but I have to be on top of things. Can't get caught with my pants down. Speaking of which, you should really take a shower a bit later. Gotta respect that personal space. Nothing personal. Kenji looks around and if he heard something, then straightens his jacket. Okay, I gotta scoot now before it gets too late. Later, dudes. Good luck. Kenji takes off rapidly towards the main gate. Rin looks after him, frowning. We watch after Kenji's diminishing figure in silence. What's wrong with him? Technically speaking, I think he's legally blind. Oh, I see. Do 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 do. Oh, it's the letter. It's immediately tell from the envelope. It's not an official matter of sort. Wait, what? Did it just start? Yep. Okay. Who bothers doing something like that in this day and age? Anyway, yeah, as unlikely as the prospect of receiving one sounds, there's definitely a letter lying on my desk. Class of the day are over, still feeling pretty full from the big lunch I had unexpectedly eaten at the cafeteria. Turned to my door, planning on finishing my homework and probably skipping dinner, or at least just eating late. I feel like I need to eat less than I used to. Maybe I don't use that much energy now, so I don't do much beyond reading. However, the letter on my desk has naturally caught my interest. First piece of mail I received here at Yamaku, so it feels a special event. Wasn't something as rare as a handwritten letter. Caused me even more trepidation is the name of the sender written neatly on the back of the envelope. Iwanako. No idea why she would write to me. I haven't even been in contact with anyone from my old school since I transferred. Iwanako is the last person I'd expect to want to write me a letter. Last time I saw Iwanako, it was terribly awkward, embarrassing. So, wait, can I skip this bit? Because we've done this bit, right? Nope. Okay, I can't. She said goodbye and didn't look me in the eye, just closed the door. Might have been natural to end the series of visits that were probably pretty painful for both of us. When she visited me in the hospital and was to talk to her, but something stopped every time. Every time I didn't speak made the next time even harder. Monica always had this aura of fragility around her, as if she'd shatter into pieces at the slightest disturbance. Initially, I think it might have been that delicacy that attracted me to her, but after what happened back then, I feel as if she really has shattered. She looked so sad I didn't want to say anything that might upset her and never could figure out the right words to say. He reacts... Yeah, I know he reacts differently to the end of the letter, but I thought the beginning bit would be the same, you know? Told her it wasn't her fault and she nodded, and I really think she understood. If it hadn't been given to her, then sooner or later someone else would give me a heart attack instead. Isn't Iwanako the name of Rockruff in Japan? Yes. Yes, it is. Because I have one nicknamed that. Huh. I hadn't thought of that. That is weird. Yeah, she looked so hopelessly sad every time she opened the door and entered my room. So I never managed to say the things I wanted to say, and in the end that might have hurt even more. Carefully open the envelope and draw out the folded letter from within. Dearest Al, how are you? I hope you're well and happy at your new school. Everyone here misses you. Almost all of our second year class got put together in class 3-1 for the final year, so we're pretty comfortable right now from the beginning of the year. I'm sure you would have been assigned to this class as well. I would let Rockruff give me a heart attack any day. He's a very good boy. Or a good girl in this situation. The mood among the third year seems to be very anxious about the final exams, even though they're so far away. The teachers are badgering us about it all the time, even old Mr. Tachibana, who is, by the way, our homeroom teacher this year. Would you believe it? I was sure he'd retire after our second year, but here he is, nagging about everyone studying for exams. I think things like that are the main reason why the mood among the third years is so nervous. I must admit that somehow I'm losing confidence in myself as well, even though I've always fared reasonably well in exams. So weird to think we're already seniors, isn't it? Time has really flown past. Wonder where it went. The new first year seems so young and somehow really innocent. Keep wondering if I was like them in my first year. I'd be feeling nostalgic this time for the whole first trimester. No, dogs are boys and cats are girls. Don't listen to the scientists, they know nothing. See, I was having this discussion actually the other day with my mother about how cats are always seen as feminine and dogs are always seen as the masculine. And yet when you think about it, in TV shows and cartoons and whatever, every single cat is a male. They're all male. There's no like female cats. Even Bagpuss, who is bright pink, is male. It's baffling. It's like cats are seen so. Obviously in anime, you have cat girls and female cats and stuff. But in like American and European stuff, they're all male. Every cat is male, and I don't understand why. Like we sat there for ages, like trying to think of a female cat, and it's like, oh well, the female counterpart to this cat, I guess, who is male, who's the main character. It's like, wow, that is really quite baffling. Whereas there are obviously female dogs, because there's literally one called Lassie. If Lassie's male, then... Oh, Snowball 2. Yeah, such a main character. No, I think Snowball 2's a male as well, actually. I'm not sure, though. I couldn't swear to it. There are other things I want to say. I'm writing to you because I felt that there are things I should have said after the incident back in winter. I regret that I wasn't able to say them in person, and for that I have no excuse. Truth is, the times I visited you in the hospital made me worried about you. Talking about your health, you seem to become more distant and disheartened. It's natural after... Oh, we're actually going to continue reading. We stopped reading before this last time. It was natural after something like that happened, I'm sure, but somehow I got the feeling you'd given up on something back then. Happiness, maybe? I wanted to somehow express my feelings, but the right words didn't come to me. You could say anything to comfort you. I am really sorry for not being able to support you when it mattered the most, even though I like you so much. At least now I finally can be more honest. If I could go back to those quiet days in February and March, I'd tell you not to give up on yourself.
That's what I would say. Maybe you wouldn't have drifted so far away if I'd have just said something. Hope you've managed to get back on your own feet on your own. Now that the distance between us is so also physical, it feels more final, somehow. I wonder if we'll meet again? Perhaps it is for the best if we don't. Still, if you would like to correspond with me, by all means, write back. I'd very much like to hear about your new school and how you're doing. I wish you all the best. Sincerely, Iwanako.
Yeah, exactly. It sounds like Helper, which is like way more of an important character in The Simpsons. I'll finish reading that. I folded it like it was and placed it on my desk. I don't know what to think of this. I feel empty and confused. Why now, after all this time? Just yesterday I decided I can't let myself stay feeling like this. I tried to get on with my own life. Reading this letter just reminds me of what I could have been. Of course, I wish that I didn't have to be here. I'd want to be in the same class with Iwanako again. Maybe we would talk every day now and go on dates. My life didn't go like that. I didn't really need to be reminded of this. Iwanako needed to write this letter for her own sake, and I'm glad for her that she could. But it would have been better if I hadn't read it. Of course, she's right, though. I thought of the same thing yesterday. I'd fallen into a pit of depression, and now I have to climb out. I rip out a page of my notebook, and after a moment of thinking how to frame my words, I write a short reply to Iwanako. I find it difficult to be really honest to her, but at least I try to appear somewhat convincing. I don't write to her about Yamako at all. I doubt she will write me again, but I don't feel at all sad about it. I fold my own letter to her, as I have no envelope, I set it next to Iwanako's. I'll mail it to her later. Then I lie back in my bed looking at the monotone grey ceiling. The birds sing outside of my window, and a sudden gust of wind flutters my curtains. Summer afternoon feels still, as if time had stopped for a brief moment. They have talked about time stopping an awful lot this playthrough. Think about all the things I've lost and will never regain. Okay then. In fact, isn't that what player character says in Doki when he first sees Sayori? He says it's as if time has stopped. Right? Because he can't think of anything else. Pretty sure. Thus the languid days of mid-June passed by. I mailed my letter to Iwanako and received no reply. Having decided to ditch the old me, I started observing my fellow students even closer than I did before, hoping to understand how other people cope with their own issues. But it was me, Dio! When everyone says that, all I can think of is, it was me, Austin! It was me, Austin, all along! I know that's not what you're referencing, but that's just what I think of. I start seeing things I didn't before, and it makes me wonder if I've been wrong twice. Superficially, everyone was abnormal, yet so strikingly normal that it shocked me at first. By the way, my new schoolmates turned my prejudices around, just like that, simply being themselves. I've gotten used to it. I begin to notice other kind of tones of people surrounding me every day. There's this soft, numb sadness all around me. I can see the effort everyone has to make to just get through the day. How it weighs on the shoulders like it weighs on mine. Even the brightest smile is just slightly subdued. Every outburst of annoyance just slightly dampened. It's subtle, but it's definitely there. Try to think what it means, what I can learn from others. I wonder if deep down everyone is as lost as I am. Is there even one person here who has truly found peace? I start to feel doubtful about myself once again. Can't decide whether these people are happy, unhappy, or if they've just learned to cope and now are living unfeeling limbo like I did all spring. I escape from these feelings to the towering piles of books I carry to my room from Yuko's sanctuary. After realising that this will just shut me down even more, I start going to the art club's room more often, usually whenever I can. Rin 2 seems to spend more time in there than her own classroom. I often see her totter towards the door at the end of our corridor. A wooden door at the room behind it, smelling of paint and paper, seems to mean more than her than the rest of the world combined. She says she has a special permission to use the room, which I don't doubt at all. I don't think Nomiya would deny Rin anything. He seems to dote on her like an uncle upon a favourite niece. The object of his affection, however, has no favourites. She says she appreciates the teacher a lot for going the extra mile for her sake, but even when she says that, her expression is the same as always. It's as if she was talking out a partially unremarkable rock that she saw the other day. I can't really figure out their relationship. Rin doesn't seem to let anyone close. I don't think even Emmy could say she's crossed that gap that seems to separate Rin from the rest of the world. I don't understand it. She seems so indifferent, yet so passionate at the same time. Somewhere the school bell rings and the last call of the day. I realise I've been zoning out for who knows how long. Dazed, I sit up straighter, trying to look as inconspicuous as possible. Pungent smell of linseed oil and turpentine mix in my nostrils. As I draw a deep breath, I feel drowsy and lightheaded. It's already this late and a few club members left early, so it's just me, Rin, the teacher, and two other girls who are also about to leave. Rin's getting back with her weird art. Rin's sitting to my right, slowly working on a painting while I'm idling at the time away. I don't think she realises I've been watching her this whole time.
Nimble moves of her delicate ankle, she dips the brush into crimson paint and presses it lightly onto the canvas. A stain spread around as if the brush was bleeding. Her progress has slowed down to a crawl. By now I've learned that this is dangerous for her technique. The paint must not be allowed to dry before she's finished. It occurs to me that I'm literally watching paint dry, and yet somehow I'm not feeling bored, despite spacing out now. Most of the time, the art club is very relaxed and free-form. Apart from the times when Nomiya gets really excited about some technique or style he wants to teach us about, everyone is free to pursue their own interests. Lacking one, I keep floating around without a direction. I try this and that, but nothing really leaves me with a deeper impression, not to mention that I don't seem to have any special knack for anything. Well, I did get praise for my attempt at watercolours, and I feel pretty good about that myself, but that's it. It's supposed to be expected. Join the art club mostly on a whim, after all. I'm thinking that maybe I should quit the club if it's going to be this pointless, but there's nothing really wrong with pointlessness, and I can't exactly say I'm unhappy. Unsatisfied maybe, but I've only got myself to blame for that. The pair of girls exit the clubroom with a cheerful bye-bye. Nomiya stands up from his desk. His chair scoots back with a loud screech that breaks the harmony of the quiet afternoon. He taps a pile of papers in his hand twice against the tabletop in order to straighten them, and stretches his back. Now I have a faculty meeting to attend to, so I can't stay. I'll have to do some paperwork later, so if you want to stay, we can talk then. Sorry about this. There are 2 people here, but he's really talking to only one of us. Nomiya spends an extra hour of his time mentoring Rin after the official club hours are over, and I'll bet he'd like to discuss his plan of getting Rin's art to a gallery a little more. It's alright. I think I'll probably be here, but it's not a big deal if I'm not. I don't really have much going on now. Rin answers, without moving her eyes from her work in progress. Tone of her voice is neither the polite kind expected when talking to a teacher, nor her usual monotone. Wasn't her usual monotone. So, I won't need to send for a search party if you want here? Yeah, no thanks. I don't like to party. We can talk later. Good girl. Smiling, the teacher picks up the rest of his papers and makes his way to the door, glances at the clock above it, and then my watch, and then double-check. They're 3 minutes apart, but nevertheless the club meeting's time is over now. Rin seems intent on staying here, working on her piece while waiting for the teacher. Can't quite imagine what their one-on-one time would be like. Will they actually discuss anything? Rin's always so subdued in what she says. When she does say something, it's difficult to understand what she's talking about. Maybe Nomiya just talks endlessly like he does at club meetings, letting Rin absorb what she will from his infinite well of art knowledge, like a sunflower turning into a face to a glowing sun. Do you mind if I stay? I thought maybe I'd give watercolours another try. Blurt out the excuse, sort of accidentally, embarrassing myself, and doesn't take her eyes off the painting. Okay. I shift around in my chair and get to fetching a cup of water, brushes, colours, and some paper. Sound of my footsteps invade the still afternoon air. Before starting, I tried to recall what the teacher told us, an important philosophy of the medium. Working with watercolours means working with water than working with colour. I tried to keep that in mind and dip my tiny sable brush into the water cup, mixing yellow and blue, trying to capture the sunlit treetops outside of the window. The sun is low and the yellows are more pronounced than everything looking darker. I still can't quite connect what I see and what my hand does with paints, but it's a passable attempt for my level. After a while, I start losing my focus and move the paper aside, deciding to watch Rin work for a while instead. That little while stretches first into a long while, and then into a really long while. Rin paints her entire being fully concentrated on the brush between her slender toes and the paint coming from one life stroke to the next. It seems determined and yet at the same time relaxed, effortlessly moving the brush around, never hesitating. Colours meet and part, mix and cover each other on the canvas, blending to her quiet will. I don't know anything about composition, structure, or any of that stuff, but I really like Rin's paintings. I like how she looks when she paints. As usual, the silence between us compels me to speak rather than merely wait for her to open up. She might end up saying nothing at all. Do you mind if we talk? I don't mind. Kinda want to ask more about why you get so weird about the things a teacher wants to arrange for you. Rin picks up a tube of paint and squeezes it between her toes onto the palette, almost as easy as someone with opposable thumbs would. Taking up her brush again, she replies. A lot of things, and and some not things. Unthings. I don't know if that's a word. Nothings is what you're looking for, girl. Do you want to talk about it? Try to reach out to her clumsily, ignoring the embarrassing feeling of awkwardness. Rin keeps her focus on the painting, spreading more and more paint on the canvas, her lips forming perfectly straight lines as she concentrated on the job. Not really. Talking is hard. I mean, it's not hard. I'm talking even now, but saying the right things is really hard for me. No matter what, I just can't say the things that I want. That sounds weird. It's true. I say all the kinds of things I don't really mean all the time. Sometimes I forget words and then I use the wrong words. I even come up with new words for things that already have some. That's the worst thing. I get really nervous and everything comes out a mess and I don't even really understand what I want to say. I think there's something wrong with me that makes it like this. Remember when I said I can only think of 4 things at the same time? I nod wordlessly. It's not really 4. I mean, it's 4, but everything else is also there, kind of in the background. Like being in an amusement park and a beehive at the same time, but that's not the point. I used to do better, like 6 or 7 things. I think so, at least. I feel like I'm being dumber.
I think everyone has times where they feel like they can't say the right things. But it's there all the time. Stronger and deeper. Yeah, deeper is a good word. I like that word. Deeper. It's that kind of feeling of being underwater. Maybe it's just art. The more I paint, the more words I forget. Maybe at some point I will forget how to speak completely. Feels like I'm slowly forgetting everything. Do you remember what you thought about things 3 or 4 years ago? I don't. A long pause ensues, during which time seems to bend around. Why do we keep talking about time? Like, they keep bringing it up, right? I'm not crazy, but it keeps just coming up. The concept of the flow of time. I'm interested. Is Rin actually the Doctor? Is she a time traveller? Could be it. Could be onto something there. Long pause ensues in which time seems to bend around itself, almost tying itself into a knot. Have you ever heard Rin talk this earnestly for so long about anything before? Don't step into the teacher's phone booth. It's like I'm fading away from the world. Ah, I don't zoom in onto a really unhappy face. Rin's foot has stopped to work on the canvas. She's staring at her painting, unmoving, as if gazing at some faraway horizon. Sunlight briefly glints in the corner of her onyx eyes. Is onyx green? I thought onyx was like blacky grey, or whatever. Something floats up into the top layer of Rin's being, and she let out a long breath. She blinks and it's gone. Paintings stay behind. When I look at my old things, I remember what I was thinking back when I made them. They make me feel like I can be with all the past me's when I was a different me. I guess they are the proof of my existence. She used the exact same words Nomi used when he spoke to us of the nature of art. I think Rin was paying any attention back then. I wonder if she was listening, or if she had heard the same passionate speech from Nomiya before. Either way, I feel overwhelmed. Boy, are you complicated. I would have taken up writing a diary. Her eyes quickly flicker in my direction and back to the painting, but she doesn't pick up the brush anymore. That's a great idea. Why didn't I ever think of that? Are you being sarcastic? What's sarcasm? I don't call her on the joke, if it is one. Right at that moment, Nomiya returns from his meeting. Really? That was a fucking short meeting, Jesus. He waves to us, very melodramatic hello, mildly surprised to see me here along with his pet student. Walking with a boisterous gait to his desk, he drops his papers upon it. Picks up a handkerchief and cleans his glasses with incredibly meticulous care before walking over to us. Before he's in within earshot of us, Rin says something to me in a quick, quiet voice. Change is the scariest thing in the world to me. And I seriously don't know if I want to change into a person who could do the thing the teacher wants me to do. I don't know if I could even... Oh, how did I not pick it up sooner? Wow. I feel like a complete idiot. She's autistic. Wow. I'm fucking stupid. Holy shit. That one sentence just like summarized me as a person. Fucking, oh my god. Okay. You were right, guys. Rin is best girl. Hello again. Hello. Hello. What's going on? He smiles a bit sheepishly, looking at both of us with uninhibited interest. Nothing. We were just talking about that thing with your acquaintance in the gallery. For Rin's work, sort of. Oh, any decisions? Look at Rin, who's trying to arrange a bothered expression on her face into something else. Anyway, I don't think I have much else to say other than you should go for it. Oh. Okay. Alright. This isn't what I was expecting him to say. This is going to be a make or break. Oh, well, I'm obviously saving. This is a save if ever I've seen one. No, but you don't need to, you know? It just makes me associate with her more. I like that. Okay. If I were in her shoes, and I was being asked to do something I didn't want to do, which one of these would be most likely to convince me? Because it would be exciting, definitely not. I couldn't give a shit about that. Because I think you'd be a big hit, not really. It isn't like you to at all to hesitate like this. But that, I would take that negatively as well. I would take all of these negatively. This is the toughest one so far. Okay. Which one of these would be the least bad? Like, it isn't like you'd take to hesitate. Is... I guess it's supposed to be encouraging. You actually unlock different choices this one based on previous answers. Oh, really? That's interesting. Does that mean that the correct answer might not be here? If I've answered something else incorrectly earlier? Oh, boy. Okay. Time really has stood still right now. They're both just staring at me while I finish the sentence. Yeah, it's possible. That's a very good possibility, and Rin is jealous. He's jealous of her, right? So that could be the correct answer, because if he wants to be more like Emmy, like Emmy doesn't care about being famous, so big hit, that would be a gun. And I really just don't like that last answer. X-Fan, you may have just convinced me. Don't you think it'd be exciting to be wild? I'd be wild about something like this. Ah, so would I. But this is about things like your career and your future rather than a youthful adventure. Well, there's nothing wrong with enjoying oneself. See, I'm trying to do it in a different way to her. Nomiya gently reprimands my excitement, but I'm not going to let it go. Seriously, everyday life is so dull. You always do the same thing every day in the same way. This will be something else. Now, my boy, it's a big decision, and even though I'd like Tezuka to be more decisive as well, she needs time to mull it over. Why don't we let her decide? You have good intentions, but at the end, it comes down to her own feelings. Any thought on the subject, Tezuka? You've been quiet all afternoon. We both look at Rin, who doesn't return either of our gazes. No, I think I'm going. You are? What a shame. Rosie will give us some kind of answer in a week or so, right? Alright. Good girl. Rin stands up and trots out the room without anyone saying anything further. Nami looks over me, his circular pink glasses, smiling sympathetically. You've made friends with her then, Nakai? Well, something like that, I guess. Depends on how you look at it. To be honest, I'm not really sure. It's more like me and Rin just tend to hang out each other regularly, talking or not about something more often than resembles twisted mockery of philosophy rather than normal everyday things that friends chat about. Well, that's good. That's all good, isn't it? You're a new student and we should be promoting integration into the student body and such. Can't remember all the buzzwords they spew at faculty and Yamaku Foundation meetings, but that's how it is. Zuka isn't the most social person around these parts either. Yeah, that's definitely true. So she talked about my suggestion to you. Oh, no, not really. I just think it's been more pressing me. It's been more me pressing her to decide something. Maybe I shouldn't have. No, I'm sure it's fine. I'm too soft with her, even when I shouldn't. I don't really know how to handle Zuka. She's so independent and willful. I wonder if this is even what old geezer of an art teacher who got his hands on a young and fiery prodigy felt like. Stop doing that tongue. Oh, that's gross. Chuckled ironically to himself a little bit, turning to face Rin's latest work, which she left drying on the aisle. Easel? I just don't know how to pronounce that. She departed so abruptly that I wonder if she considered it finally finished. So, let's see the painting then. He leans in closer, peering at the canvas. Oh, mate, you're too big. Back up. Back up. Draws you in, doesn't it? Okay, he backed up. Then he stands back, straight. His face a dreamy, nostalgic visage. I don't answer him, and as he seems to be taking my agreement as a given. God damn it, Andy. I sometimes stay here after hours just to look at Tezuka's paintings. She's really just prodigious, and at such a young age, I get shivers just thinking about what she could become in a few more years of refinement. You asked what makes an artist, remember? This is it. They take a piece of the world and reshape it into their own image, metaphorically, of course. Looking at her makes you wonder what the world looks like through her eyes. It's a wonderful thing to be young and full of passion. The most extraordinary time of your life. You do well to remember that, Takai. Yes, sir. It's so silly. People always ask artists, where do you get your ideas? As if ideas were something sold at the market for pocket change. Ha! 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 Penny for your thoughts. Nice. That was a throwback I wasn't expecting. You know what? Say what you want about this game. It has some really clever writing. That was good. That was good. I like that. You can't explain inspiration. People like Tezuka, it's like breathing. It's an instinct.
I met maybe one or two with the same kind of raw potential. No amount of potential will amount to anything if one doesn't work to realize it. It's practice, technique, skill. Draw for an hour every day. Draw for a few years, and even the most hopeless case become passable artist.
Passable artist, yeah.
Tezuka is not brilliant because she was born with a natural talent for this kind of thing. She's brilliant because she works harder than anyone, ever since she's learned to hold a pen, most likely. Out of all of it to her feet, no less. Absolutely phenomenal.
Silence finally lands in the clubroom as Nomiya lets himself get drawn back into Rin's painting, gently murmuring acceptance towards a still wet canvas. What kind of thing do you paint yourself? As if walking from a reverie, he looks at me, surprised at my talking to him.
Oh, I don't. Not anymore. I became an art teacher only after my career in that field came to an end. Now I just pass on my knowledge to the next generation.
I know your answer is curious. Both giving and withholding information. I feel like asking more, but he cuts in before I get the chance.
Now you should run along, my boy. It's almost dinner time, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Have a good evening.
You too.
Quickly collect my stuff and step out into the deserted hallway, leaving the teacher alone with his musings. The weekend will be here soon. It's amazing how fast time flies here.
Yeah, that's because we do a cutscene and then it's the next weekend.
Promised Emmy I joined her for the celebration of her triumph at the track meet last week. That should be plenty of fun. Oh yeah, Emmy. She still exists. We mention her from time to time. Rin was in an awful lot more of Emmy's story than Emmy is in of Rin's. Are you sure you want to go? Ah, yes. Weather has been wonderful for all of June. No, can I skip this bit because we've seen this? Nope. What's an Emmy? Is it edible? It's adorable, so probably not. The weather has been wonderful all of June and finally taken a turn for the worse. The leaden clouds droop over the town and look worrisome, but the air feels heavy and still light before rain. Forecast says there's a 6% chance of rain this afternoon. Maybe this will mark the beginning of a rainy season. Oh, we always see less of the student council in every sort of playthrough, I feel. I mean, being part of becoming ramified is becoming more isolated, I suppose. No, adorable things are not edible. That's not how it works. If they're adorable, don't eat it. This is Yuki's eating tip of the day. If something is cute, do not eat it. For you will either go to jail or just be a bad person. Forecast says a 6% chance of rain this afternoon. Maybe we'll mark the beginning of a rainy season. Chris, I'm sure. I've been waiting for this all week. I need to plan a picnic at some nearby park. Yeah, she must be really bored, because if I keep hanging around with Rin, she's got no one to hang out with. If it is edible, I bet it tastes like strawberries. You're probably right there. I need to plan a picnic at the park nearby. Some snacks are plenty, bought for the convenience store. But with the weather that's gloomy, it seems risky. I asked some other people to come too, but they didn't want to go because of the weather. We have to prove them wrong. Wrong how? You know, like how it always rains when you think it won't, and then when you think it will, it doesn't. So we go no matter what. It's a win-win situation. I've been going without sweets for a week because of practice for the track meet, and now I can splurge on anything I want. Nothing's going to stop me now. I thought you were about healthy lifestyle and stuff. Oh ho ho, Hisao, you understand so little. There is not a single girl on this planet who doesn't love sweets. I don't like sweets. She doesn't count. Anyway, is it clear? Completely. We'll go and eat our fill of sweets. Damn straight we will. I'm going to have to work it off later, but it's so worth it. Emmy seems to be extremely determined about this. She's positively exhilarated, brimming of energy as always, but something seems special today. Looks like she can hardly stop herself from jumping up and down on the spot. Come on. I grasp the wooden handle of the umbrella I bought and start to follow the two girls, who seem to have no qualms about leaving me behind if I keep daydreaming. My umbrella is really fancy, the old-fashioned kind with a curved handle and a metal spike at the end. It used to belong to my grandfather. And now it looks like an antique, but it's in really good shape, almost as good as new. It's really big too. I remember how my grandfather, my grandmother, and I all fit neatly under it when we had rainstorm quarters on an afternoon walk years ago when I was around 9 or 10. My grandparents are both gone now, but I still have the umbrella to keep me dry when it rains. I walk along the road leading down from the school towards the convenience store, clouds casting their dark shadows down on us. The weather seems to be taking a turn for the worse, and I'm pretty sure I just felt a raindrop on my head. Metal spike. Metal spikes can be bad, yeah. Depends what they're used for. I mean, if we're watching Robot Wars, you know, it's not a very good weapon. But 101 did pretty well back in the day. So, can't be all bad, right? Didn't you guys think of taking umbrellas? Looks like it'll rain. Rin looks at her limply hanging sleeves and shrugs her shoulders. I don't have one. Besides, a little rain won't kill us. She puts her chest out, looking very confident about that. You ain't made of sugar. I don't know, Emmy. You are incredibly sweet. You might be. Well, that's exactly what girls are made of, especially considering what you're planning to gorge yourself on today. She just sticks out her tongue in reply. I like how Emmy and Hasao still flirt. The walk down from the school to the local shopping district is not a long one, but it's not very short either. It's all downhill, so our steps roll easily, but time stretches out nonetheless. Distance is right there. In the grey area, you don't expect the trip to be quickly over, but you aren't preparing for a long walk either. Now, sweet puns exist in both Swedish and English. They exist in many languages. They exist in Japanese, believe it or not. The thing is, the word sweet, as in to describe a sweet, is described that way because it is describing, it's derived from the word describing someone who is sweet. And you know, describing a person as being sweet. So because they're always derived from the same word, I think it's that way in most languages. Because when language was invented, sweets weren't exactly a thing, were they? So when they became named and the whole world picked up on their name, it was that, like, you know, sort of where it came from. So it makes some sense when you think about it like that. That was my language tip of the day. Rim walks calmly ahead, seemingly lost in thought, not worried about starting conversations since last time didn't end very well for either of us. I haven't exchanged a single word with her since then. Emmy, on the other hand, is way too happy just walking. She seems to literally jump a little every step, or skip over cracks, or balance on the edge of the sidewalk. Every now and then she comments on something, to which Rin replies in an automatic-sounding, nonsensical way that makes Emmy giggle a little. As we reach the bottom of the hill, first raindrops begin to fall. I feel one hit top of my head, and two more hit my nose in quick succession. It's not one or two rain clouds anymore. The entire sky has turned a shadowy grey, billowing rain clouds swirling right on top of us. Oh, shoot, I guess you aren't going to have a picnic then. What now? Maybe we could have a rain picnic. A picnic in the rain. No, we don't just catch a cold, and I don't like getting me and my snacks wet. I kind of like it. Not the snacks part, though. Emmy considers our problematic situation for a moment, while I open my umbrella and lift it up to hold it, so all three of us can't get covered. Hey, Asao, have you been to the Shanghai yet? It's a cafe around here, right? I've heard of it. It's a nice place. Let's go there and wait out the rain. It's just a really quick shower. We can still go for the picnic. If it gets worse, we'll just order cake there instead. Neither Ren or I have better ideas, so with Emmy taking the lead, we start walking briskly along a side street. Cafe is only a few blocks away, but even with the umbrella, we can't avoid getting slightly damp. Rain keeps coming down harder and harder. Raindrops leave tiny dots on the black asphalt road, which then combine into bigger patches like pointillist artwork being made in front of our eyes in mere seconds. It's pouring heavily, drumming on the hoods of the cars parked on the sides of the street and already flowing into the little creeks along the sidewalk. The yellow light shining through the rainwater streaming down the windows looks very warm and inviting. I shake the excess water off the umbrella and head inside with them, following Emmy to a vacant table in the first corner of the small cafe. The place is almost full. Apparently other people have the same idea as Emmy, and now we are all stranded together in this cozy little place. It's just a stupid cool thing I learned last semester. Some people wanted a scientific way to determine personality traits. Went through all languages and looked for what traits had words in almost every language. Such a cool way to do research. Yeah, that is a really cool way to do research. If I knew multiple languages, I'd love to do that. That sounds actually super interesting to me. Especially when you consider like which languages are derived from like which original source. So like Chinese and Japanese obviously are derived from the same sort of language, I suppose. Whereas like a lot of European languages and, you know, English and stuff are all derived from like Latin. And then I don't even know where Greek comes from. Would that also come from Latin? I guess so. I don't even know. Anyway, varnished wood pillars and paper screens, mix of Parisian-style tables and chairs in discordant harmony and contrast of old and new. A light jazz plays quietly in the background, though it's mostly drowned out by the murmur of the customers. Only one waitress serving the full house, frantically gliding from one table to another and trying to keep up with everything. To my surprise, I think I recognise her. I watch her deliver a tray of teacups and pastries to another table, taken by Yamaku's students, and then I take an order from a middle-aged couple sitting across from us before finally turning to serve us. Japanese is... I don't know the word for it. Buddhism, yeah, that does sound like it rings a bell. I've got to be honest, while I'm super into languages like that, like the whole concept behind it, I'm not super knowledgeable about it. Like, it's that case where I have known it in the past because I've looked into it because it was interesting, but I haven't continued to look into it and therefore haven't kept the knowledge really. What I'm trying to say is I'm stupid, but I'm putting it in a nice flowery way. Yuko? Now that she's close and facing me, I see it really is her. Part-time librarian of Yamaku is in full waitress attire. It's a pretty cute outfit, and she had her hair tied up in buns to match. It's a completely different image from her mousy plain style of her other job. Yuko blinks a few times, looking confused, and then remembers what she was about to say something. Welcome to the Shanghai. So you work here too? I thought you were a university student or something.
Yes, that too. It's a part-time job, as you can see. It's Sunday, so there aren't any lectures. And good thing, too, since today has been so busy. I'm wishing for another pair of hands. Anyway, I'm in a bit of a rush, as you can see. What can I get you today?
Amy doesn't hesitate even for a second. Her eyes glisten like those of a kid in a candy store.
Tea for everyone, and cake for me.
Yuko tries to stay as formal and professional look as possible, smiling cheerily at a ravenous companion.
Yes, today we have a choice of strawberry shortcake, raspberry layer cake, or lemon meringue pie.
Strawberry. No, lemon. No, actually, I'll take both. She looks at me in challenge. I'll just take the pie. Nothing. Amy makes a face at Rin as though she had bitten into a lemon. She's clearly unhappy with her not for joining in.
Oh, come on, Rin. That's not polite at all.
Nothing, thank you.
No, you silly. I mean, you should order something too.
I'll take a straw then. My feet are all wet.
Sorry?
The drinking kind of straw. One, please. Yuko, obviously uncertain of what to think about this, she fiddles with her pen and stationery for a moment, looking like she's about to cry before deciding that we finished ordering.
Thank you very much.
That's the first time I've actually animated her bow. She bows into a little bit too deeply and scampers safely behind the counter. After that ordeal is over, I have the chance to relax a bit and take a better look at the surroundings. So every table is occupied with people happy to be out of the rain, thankfully sipping their tea while waiting to dry off. Fragments of grumbling about the lousy weather or discussions over recent homework carry from nearby tables to my ears. Each one overlaps the other, but all are covered in the sound of falling rain. After a while, Yuko returns to our table carrying a tray with a huge teapot, 3 cups, a slice of cake, and 2 slices of pie. She slaps the tray onto a tiny table with a clatter, almost sending the teapot toppling over into Rin's lap, barely recover before she bows again and leaves, hurrying off to serve the other customers. Emmy has been eyeing her strawberry cake very hungry all this time, but somehow she managed to contain herself until Yuko was out of sight. She digs in with gusto, and while I content myself with pouring tea for everyone, placing the straw in Rin's cup, Rin looks at the tea swirl around and round in her white china cup, her eyes half closed, almost like she's being hypnotized. Picking up my fork and eye the food in front of me, the pie I got looked perfectly done, thick layer of meringue atop a creamy lemon custard. After having a first bite, I pause, savouring the combination of tangy citrus and smooth, sugary meringue. It's quite good though, a bit too sweet for me.
It's very good.
She's talking for a mouthful of cake, already halfway through her slice, even though it's not exactly small.
I wanted to taste some of that.
Before I get to respond, she strikes on my delicious pie and takes a piece of her fork. Didn't she buy a pie though?
That's pretty good too.
What are you doing? You have a slice of your own.
Yeah, but if I started on that before finishing the cake, it'd be rude, don't you think?
Oh my god. Her insolence is outrageous, but the gentleman in me allows for no retaliation. I glare angrily at her and she replies by sticking her tongue out impishly. Emmy is even more hyper than usual today, but I don't mind. It's good for her to let off some steam. Taking another sip of my tea in my cup. It's good and hot. It's good and hot. Okay. But a man's not hot. Even though I don't usually care much for tea, the atmosphere in the cafe is... Whoa. Oh, yeah, right. Doesn't care much for tea. I forgot about that. That was like this is the secret backstory of Yuri. Where she never used to like tea. Until that fateful day in the cafe. I'd forgotten that we decided that in Rin's story, didn't we? So I was going to say, how can you not like tea? You're Yuri. You're a teaholic. Sorry. Alright. I don't mind spending the rest of the afternoon here. Not even after Emmy orders her second piece of strawberry cake and Rin spends most of her time staring fixatedly at the rain streaming down from the heavens. Even Yuko rolls her eyes at the third piece of cake, disappearing into Emmy's bottomless stomach just as quickly as the previous two. Oh, Emmy. You eat too much junk food. Despite the passing of time, it's still raining outside when we exit Shanghai, though it seems to be letting up a little. Too bad there had to rain on your parade. Boom-boom-ch. Where are we supposed to have a picnic? Emmy doesn't look too distraught over this turn of events.
Nah, it's fine. We had a good time, didn't we? I feel really pumped up. If it isn't even raining that hard anymore, I kind of want to take a hike back to school to get rid of this energy and work off some of that cake.
She stretches her arms out and arches her back like a cat. After rolling her shoulders around twice, she smiles brightly.
Man, I can't really run with these legs, though. Especially uphill. Wish I'd brought my other ones.
This notion sounds odd, spoken so casually, but I guess for Emmy, changing legs is sort of like someone else changing shoes.
Maybe if we walk really fast, that'll be kind of like running. I think I'll do that.
I'll be able to keep up with that going uphill, though. I really am in bad shape. Plus, you'll get wet without an umbrella.
It's hardly even a drizzle now. A few drops won't hurt. I think I'm going to go to the trek after I change my legs, too.
Amy skips away from the protection of my umbrella and goes on ahead at a brisk pace. Suddenly she seems to remember something as she stops and spins around. See you tomorrow. Come eat lunch with us on the roof. I'll bring it up for free. Rin and I are left to watch her, wave at us, and skip off again. Soon she disappears around a street corner. I'll never understand why Emmy's perpetually in such a hurry to get somewhere. Her blood content is 7% strawberry jam. Yeah. So, would you like me to walk you back to school so at least one of you won't get wet? If you're happy with it. Seems neither of us want to keep alive the strained atmosphere from the argument a few days ago in the art room. Was it an argument? Was it an argument? I guess so. I don't really think of it as an argument, but right, whatever. First, it's decided we're content with each other's company for now. We start walking in the same direction as Emmy, albeit considerably calmer pacing. Get a bit closer to him, even though the umbrella is already big enough to shelter us. Both. I can feel her nearby warmth, providing a contrast to the chill of this rainy weather. Oh, this is cute. I like this. Just so awkwardly walking together. This would be me. This is what I would be like. Raindrops hitting the umbrella make a distinctive sound. Playing the staccato? Imagine that says. Melody of rainfall for nobody in particular. Realize I haven't been outside in the rain in what feels like forever. I inhale, taking in a scent of rain, feeling the weather with all my senses. The world melts into a blur inside the rain. The colour of the sky have deepened from grey to dark blue. Hues of red added to the mix with sunlight reflecting off the clouds. The low-hanging sky looks pretty as if I could reach out my hand and touch it. Have I told you how much I like rain? It's like painting. It makes me feel connected. Almost echoing my thoughts, Rin lets out one of her own. Slips out of her mouth, circling around us gently. Everything looks so soft, like the outlines of things just disappear. I like that. It's like the rain is hugging me. Her voice sounds different from usual, more gentle now, soft. I wonder if it's only because of the rain, or because of the mood the rain brought upon the quiet artist girl. I feel that mood myself too, enhanced by her words. Yeah, I like rainy weather too. It's nice every once in a while. I wonder what it is about the rain. Everything. Oh, so cute. This would be me if I was walking quietly trying to figure out if there was a rhythm where I could make sure I didn't awkwardly grace the other person. I mean, I walk at a sort of normal pace, I guess, so I never really have a problem with that. Silence follows a statement, as it allows for no continuation. I decide to push the direction of the conversation a little. But you know, if you like the feeling of being connected, what's the problem with showing your paintings to others? Don't you want to be connected to other people? It's not the same thing. You're comparing apples and squids. Of course, we have to mention squids, because, of course, Monica likes squids. It's in her name, right? What up the subject Rin wanted to avoid, and it shuts her down again. Question stays hanging between us for the rest of the trip back to school. I've been wondering what on earth I could have said to truly reach Rin. Does she feel she's lacking an identity? She has a strong personality, but I've pressed to elaborate. I'm not sure I could. Describe it accurately. She feels like a person who's constant conflict with herself. I don't know what to expect when I talk to her. I wonder how she herself experiences that disconnect. Rin is asking herself every day, who am I? And obsessively paints an image to define herself day after day. What does she think of that way of living? The irony is that the exact same question I've been asking myself for the past 4 or 5 months. For me, it was miserable. I can only assume it's the natural state of being for this girl. When we stop in front of the dormitories, Rin turns to face me as if sensing my thoughts from afar. Gaze travels emptily past my left shoulder to the shapeless rainfall. Her dark eyes seem to suck the low ambient light into themselves like a reverse mirror. That empty gaze lets nothing out. If I want to understand what's going on behind those eyes, I have to work it out myself. Rin opens her mouth and closes it without saying anything. Silence lasts for a few more moments before she takes a step towards the dorm building. See you tomorrow. Ah. I feel like we're not on the right path here. I'm not sure where I've gone wrong. Next morning, like every Monday morning, till it says otherwise, I have an appointment with the nurse. Then I would skip part of my first class in the morning. I don't feel like any shame in skipping the rest either. Rather than being thankful I get to miss world history, instead I feel a dread when I think about these appointments. Wake up in the normal time anyway and wash myself in the bath from my shower Kenji, tidying my sleep dishevelled hair, quickly get dressed and put my laundry in the basket. Packed up for the school day, have all my homework done like usual, so I have a bit of free time now. I won't go into the morning class for 20 minutes before I'd have to get to the nurse's office, so I lie down in my bed and read a book until it's time to go. Doors in the nurse's office is open, which is unusual. I enter while knocking to announce my arrival. Looking up for his computer screen, he motions at me to take a seat with a friendly hello. Steam wafts up from a piping hot cup of coffee on his desk. It's probably not his first today. How are you feeling on this wonderful morning, Sal? I'm alright, I think. It was cold yesterday because of the rain, so I woke up feeling a bit groggy. You too, quite a few kids got caught without an umbrella, so we've been spending time hanging out masks and curing sniffles. Alright, today a test day. Give me your arm. Extend my left arm towards him, keeping my face expressionless. Nurse ties a rubber tourniquet around my bicep with a practiced movement. Briskly goes around his business. I don't think anybody really likes getting stuck with needles, but at least I got over my distaste for them. I had to. Now I barely even twitch at the moment of truth. Once that is done, a blood pressure check follows, and then a checklist. Questionnaires to go through them. Nurse nods and scribbles my answers to the questions I give them. Alright, let's have a listen now. Unbutton my shirt and put it neatly on the back of the chair. I was using while he puts on his stethoscope. Tourniquet is the thing that you use to stop blood flow. I mean, I figured. Maybe you're wait, I don't know what I said when you said maybe you're just used to Emmy. I can't remember what I was saying. I know by heart by the order of places where he's going to listen to my lungs and heartbeat. I just adjust my breathing and even deep without being asked. It's become routine now for both of us. It's funny. It's pretty much the only time in one's life where you really concentrate on breathing and nothing else. It's always amused me. Nurse lifts the cold steel stethoscope from my chest and places it a few inches lower, listening again. Contact of the metal makes me flinch on reflex, even though I was expecting it. He froze his brow, but I can't tell if it's because he's unhappy or if he's trying to pick something specific out among the complex multitude of irregularities in my heartbeat. Is there something wrong? Please don't talk. I shut up and become more anxious. Nurse is nice, but I can't help disliking these mandatory checkups. I wonder if I'm going to end up hating all medical appointments from now on because of these. He finally lifts the circular metal plate from my chest, allowing me to talk again. Everything seems fine. You are feeling alright yourself? I suppose. I thought yesterday it was raining, and yeah, I felt a bit under the weather this morning. Maybe I caught a cold. Before you were going on a bad route. Oh, right. Yeah, true, actually. That's a fair comment. I feel like it wasn't going so well because me and Rin are arguing. And it doesn't seem to be any, like... I don't even know what the argument was. Is it just because she doesn't want to do the thing, and I thought she might want to? I didn't really have a choice to not do it, so I guess it would go this way anyway, right? Were you with Emmy? She came down with a cold too. My people told her to stay in bed for a day or two. Really? I mean, I was with her, but I didn't know she got sick. This is a damn thing after all. Heard her go in the rain like that. Yeah, well, let's put that aside. Everything else seems to check out for you, but remember to be careful. Of course, we don't want to go back to the hospital. Catches something. Maybe repressed terror? I don't know. In my voice. Glances up from some papers he was looking at. Hey, don't worry. At this stage, it would take a huge crash in your condition to get you rehospitalized. Doesn't reassure me, but grumbling about him to him won't make any difference. Glad to take my leave. Walking on the corridor from the auxiliary building to the main school building, I had a young female nurse coming the other way. She smiles at me when she passed by each other. What? What was that? That was an interaction that happened, I guess. Lobby is empty of people. No surprise, class is still going on. A muffled sound of discussion coming from behind the first floor classroom doors. Glance at my watch. I'd have to rush to get to my classroom in time, and I feel like going to class anyway, so I decided to climb up to the roof and have an extra long lunch break. I promised she'd bring me up something today, but if she's sick, that probably is not going to happen. I'm feeling hungry anyway, so it's all the same. Climb up the steep stairwell to the roof. It's oddly liberating. Almost like losing weight. I feel satisfaction that it doesn't wind me as badly as it did the first time I came up here. Poor perv's nurse. I push open the squeaky door at the top of the steps of sunlight. And then Kenji's up there. No, not again. The chain link fence allows for a grand view over the treetops, all the way to the grey silhouettes of downtown further away. Dreary weather of yesterday is just a memory now. Silver blue sky seems to be a mere arm's reach away. I forget for a moment that I'm in a bad mood. The warmth of the sun soaks into my bones, making me drowsy and lazy instead. Bells ring out for lunch breaks, startling back into reality. Soon afterwards, the quad below me bursts to life. Students pour out of the doors, down to the ground floor, intent on enjoying lunch in the quad, and the lush gardens in the perfect weather. Near the door to the stairwell being pushed open, I don't bother turning to see who it is. Tudor starts coming towards me, uneven footsteps. The little river stones on the roof is covered with rattle and crunch underfoot. Footsteps stop a few feet behind me, followed by silence. Look upwards to the glowing eyes of the sun, absorbed its warmth from my whole body. What are you doing? Turn around to the courtesy of her first words to behold the slim, awkward figure of Rin Tezuka. She looks very much like herself today, too. Hair maybe a tad messier than usual if she just got out of bed. She stands with her weight shifted onto one foot, looking at me with mild curiosity as if it was something in a store display window. I don't know, just spacing out, I guess. What about you? Emmy promised food. We usually eat here. I was going to be disappointed that Emmy came down with a cold. Oh, I guess that makes sense. She wasn't in class. It's not that common to get a cold in June, though. You don't think she went running at the track afterwards, like she said. The rain just kept going. Probably. In the rain? In the rain. That sounds like a bit too much for just keeping up with training regime. I mean, he's a hard-headed one, though, so I can see her running in the downpour just because she had to. Well, that's obviously overdoing it. Probably why she came down with that cold, too. But I guess it's kind of cool. Speaking of that, I'm not feeling well either, Achoo. And sneezes pretty hard. Failing to stop it with time, she cranes her head down to wipe her nose on her shoulder, so deciding that it would be too unladylike to pull out a handkerchief and hold it to her nose. Wait, so deciding that would be too... Oh. Okay. Here, bless you. Thanks. She clears her nose and I dab the handkerchief gently on it, wiping it clean. Her nose is really cute. Oddly enough, it's probably the girliest part of Rin's face. I think I'm blushing a little, but Rin doesn't notice. Thanks. I think I might be coming down with something too, like I was saying. I hope not. Rin doesn't seem to be bothered about eating, so despite the lack of Emmy-provided lunch, we stay up on the rooftop. She comes up to stand next to me, right up against the fence, looking at the same abstract distance as I am. This is the second time in this story we have dabbed. What? I didn't even pick up on it this time. My bad. Nobody else seems to be coming around to intrude upon this calmness either. It's quiet and peaceful. What does one do on a lunch break if not eat? Turns out that between the two of us, we don't really know. Fortunately, passing time is an activity that manages itself just fine. Rin can still dab, it's just a really awkward dab. Yeah, that'll be it. It's just a really awkward dab. She still has, like, top parts of arms. Even though there's no conversation to fill the silence between the passing seconds, pointless activity like cloud gazing to spend upon the minutes between now and then, time marches on relentlessly. Keep checking the time on my watch, then decide it's a dumb thing to do. Instead, I try to hold out for as long as possible before I check it again. Maybe I can hold out for 6 or 7 minutes. Rin remains silent, idly looking up at the cerulean expanse above us. I thought cerulean was yellow. Or green? I thought cerulean... I don't know, I'm fucking colourblind, whatever. I wonder why. More often than not, we don't speak much. She said that she doesn't like speaking because of her perceived difficulties of expressing herself properly. As for me, I think I just got sucked into the habit of hospital where I spent such a long stretch of time never really talking to anyone. Most of the time I feel comfortable in this quiet mood, and even when I get in the feeling that I have to break the silence, it's always so difficult to come up with something to talk to when it's with Rim. So cerulean is blue. Okay then. I am the colourblind one, so I guess I wouldn't know that. She and I are on such different wavelengths that nothing seems to be on common ground. What is it that you like about the sky so much? She turns to me, her eyes dark and serious. Sky is the only thing that is perfect. You know it. I know it. You could say I'm an expert of sky if you wanted. And I am, even if you didn't want to, a sky expert. It's always difficult, but it's always perfect, so when it's different. Follow her gaze up at the boundless blue expanse, thinking on her words. You ever wanted to be something different? I wouldn't be so bad to be the sky. No, I meant someone else. Someone different. Let's go to normal school like everyone else and not have to worry about stuff. What stuff? Try to find the right words for a moment, but I can't manage to form a sentence that'd be comfortable with actually using. It's literally in the name. Wait, what's in the name? What? Blue isn't in the word cerulean. What? What are you talking about? Whatever. Try to find the right words for a moment, but I can't manage to form a sentence that I'd be comfortable with actually using. Man, I don't really want to say it aloud. Do you ever run out of weeb emotes? We got plenty here, you just don't use them. Try. I'm not so good at mind reading. Don't you ever want to be not disabled? Oh, right. I thought you were saying that like asking if we ever run out of them. You were saying it like, okay, I get it. I get it. And in that case, then no, there is no end to weeb emotes. There are too many. She thinks about this and then shakes her head, frowning. That's a hard question. I don't know what to say. It's okay if you don't say anything. So, for some reason, I'm just so unsatisfied with who I am right now that I'm constantly thinking about stuff like that. It's pretty hard to admit, but there it is. Honestly, I feel relieved about saying it aloud to someone, even if it is just Rin. Well, here's a plate for you.
That was lucky that came right in where you were supposed to be saying it then.
I think that I want to be different sometimes. I've thought about changing myself lately, but it's a bit scary, like walking backwards with your eyes closed. The difficult part is to know where your toes are not pointing. I mean, directions.
Even if I don't do anything, I would never stay the same. It's like my old paintings. They're different than what I paint now because I'm different, but they're still my paintings, so there's still something the same. That's really strange. I am different every day, but I'm still me every day. Who am I then? Lee, you are correct. Now you need a little bit of Jomance as well. A little bit of Jomance. Then you're good. Is that a riddle? If you want it to be. I don't know the right answer though. So if you have to come up with yourself. Just so you know, assuming that our streams continue the way they are, if I ever get enough subscribers, or if I ever had to become like partnered with Twitch, in which case I get 2 emotes, to join our Yuki Rat emote or the Yuck quote, as I think it is. I'll change the name of it, but I'm gonna hire someone to draw me a Monica emote. So she's our second mascot now. If you want it to be, I don't know the right answer though, so you have to come up with it yourself. Well, it's the sky, isn't it? Going by your definition just now. I actually managed to surprise her by that. Maybe she'd already forgotten about it. That's right, but I was thinking about myself when I said that. Very strange. Could it be that I actually am the sky? I remember, X-Phone. I remember I had 3 subscribers. And then, in a short space of 3 months, I went down to 0. Good times. Good times, though. I just realised I'm actually the only person who can use the Yuck quote now. I don't think that's possible. My logic's a bit off somewhere. She looks down and shuts up. Rin, the Sky Dragon. Oh my god. Alright, well, I know who I'm oracling Slifer the Sky Dragon, who I'm putting Rin on the card now. Now means I have to build a Slifer deck for Wednesday. She looks down and shuts up, and I see she's quickly going over deduction mentally, seemingly unhappy with the results she finally arrives at. Sadly, she isn't searchable with left arm offering. Wow. Fucking hell. Isn't there another Sky Dragon? There's literally a card called Sky Dragon. It's a normal monster. So, I mean, it's been around for a long time. But there is a Synchro monster as well, I believe. I don't know what that does. Yeah, maybe I'm not the sky. That makes sense. I have a hard time knowing what kind of person I am. I'm not the only one. It's like my mind is in some other place than the rest of me. Underwater? Yeah, I wonder how I got there. I have no answer, so a brief silence falls between us for a moment. I shift my gaze back to the sky above us. The last time I really paid much attention to the sky was, I guess it must have been at the hospital. I can only see thin strips of sky from the window of my room. I walked up to the window and pressed my face against the cold glass. The strip became bigger, but not by much. Ascension Sky Dragon, that's the one. It revives all its synchro materials upon being synchroed, which I think makes it really broken. No, I'm pretty sure it's awful. Pretty sure I only revives the synchro materials if it dies. And again, it's Emmy who's a pirate. Yeah. Oh yeah, forgot about that. Pulled out the window, pressed. Oh, I already read that. The sky made me feel sad and lonely. I'm reminded of the world on the other side. I wonder if there's another world beyond the sky that we see from here on the school's roof as well. I can't stop comparing my life at Yamaku to my hospitalization. But I really should. I'm not there anymore. And there is sky from the window from my hospital room, the face of the doctors, the face of my parents, the off-white walls everywhere, Wanako's letter echoing the words she never said. They're all things of the past now. I wish I could forget everything up until now, and that time would stop completely. There would be only me, Rin, the sky, and an eternal lunch break on this rooftop. Perfect. Unchanging. Forever. It's almost creepy how Monica-like this is, right? Like, it's not just me picking up on that. It's like the constant referral to the time unchanging and everything being perfect. I don't know. It's weirding me out. I'm just gonna write down that oracle idea before I forget. Okay, written. Carry on. I revive on its normal death. That's super weak. I thought they revived immediately. Nope. Which meant you could summon 2 of them and a level 12. Yeah, that would be busted. I mean, it's more related to Rin's fear of change. I understand that, but still. Not sure if I like or hate the school. I could have gone to a normal school if I wanted, but I chose to come here. Why? Just decided I would.
Kind of like melon or plum jelly. Do you think it was a good idea? I mean, there are lots of good things about this school, but I think there are a few bad things also. I know. I kind of collect people because they're interesting. People here are really amazing. Most of them, but not all. Some people can't take it. They hurt too much. It gets really bad sometimes, you know. They hurt. I wonder if you're like that too. I hope not. I don't like things like that. Hey, I'm not your case study. I'm not going to give up or die or anything. Anyway, I meant more that this place is too distant from the real world. What's the real world? Everything out there. Real people with normal everyday lives that fit together like a puzzle. You don't think we aren't like that? Real people? Maybe we aren't. Well, no, we are. I just meant that it feels more like we're in the leftover pieces. Rin thinks for a while, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing as she bites her lip a little bit, like a child. I collect people too ever since I started playing Civ 6. Nice. Is it hard to be disabled? The question earns a dry chuckle from me. You tell me, you've been in this business a lot longer than I have. She thinks about that for another while. I don't really feel that disabled. I mean, I do pretty much everything differently, but it's not that hard. I can always practice. I started to practice food things this year. Like I think I want to learn to cook in a real kitchen someday. That's admirable, but I think it's just a state of mind. Maybe not to you. I have no counter to that, so I concede by falling silent. The situation is making me more and more confused. I know what I want, but I don't know how to reach it. Rin seems to believe she can simply will herself into the shape she thinks she needs to be, but can't decide whether or not she wants to be a bird or a butterfly. I think in the end, I'm not really that happy with who I am either. That doesn't mean I regret being who I am. That's the thing that's wrong with you, Azal. Whoa, 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 that is very close. I started to process this rather blunt statement before Rin suddenly hugs me. I guess like half hugs me. Once you, that does sound pretty anime. What are you doing? Never been hugged by a girl with no arms before. Really? To be honest, doesn't really physically feel like a hug. The awkward way she presses her body against mine and the lack of embracing arms makes it feel like she fell on top of me. The warmth of a real hug is there, and that's how I recognize it for what it is. I'm hugging you, Hasao. I know that, but... Is it wrong? I thought this is what you're supposed to do. I'm not really used to this kind of thing. First time Emmy hugged me, I got surprised and kicked her in the stomach. I can kick pretty hard, so she hasn't been hugging me an awful lot lately after that. It's not wrong, no, it's just me. Things are a bit hard for me, for the time being. I just can't seem to react properly to anything. Really? So it is hard being disabled after all. Guess she has me cornered there. I don't think I have the energy to start arguing against it, but I feel like I have to get something out. Well, no, it's not hard. I think it's just me overthinking things. I wish I didn't feel so sorry for myself all the time. I wonder if I always was this fragile, if I became this way after my incident. I don't think I'd ever truly shaken my world like this before that, so there's no telling. Rin pressed her cheek against me, tightly. I could feel the warmth of her body close against me. Her body temperature feels really high, as if she'd absorbed the sunlight into herself and was now sharing it with me. She praises the sun, guys. I can imagine some goofy anime vision shouting, "Conquer Cannon!" Or perhaps it's a natural state for her. It's the most comforting thing I've felt in a long, long time. Wow, your hubby really does sound weird. It's like a drunken percussion orchestra. Way to break the mood, Rin. Classic Rin. Please don't say stuff like that. I get very uncomfortable. I laugh at her comment anyway, in an attempt to ease attention. That's a little bit too forced. Man, I'm sorry I'm such a mess. It's okay. It's the best part of you. Hearing that doesn't make me happy. She breaks off the hug and settles down. Awkward silence falls upon us like a blanket. Me feeling embarrassed about myself, and Rin trying to arrange her expression to something she likes. One last time, I glance upwards. This rooftop is really great. It's like I'm just a little bit closer to the sky. I know a better place, but we can't go there on lunch break. I can take you there sometime if you want. The bell rings for the beginning of afternoon class, and Rin stands up to make her way downstairs. And hurry after her, I decide to stay up for just a little while longer. Thanks for the hug. Thanks for not kicking me. After Rin leaves, I finally let tears roll down my cheek and cry for my condition for the first and only time in my life. Then I cast away that hollow person lying on the hospital bed forever. We did it. We moved on, guys. Speaking of moving on, I need the loo. So, BRB. Don't worry, Natsuki will come keep you company. Assuming I still have a BRB screen around here somewhere. There it is. BRB. I have returned. What the fuck happened while I was gone? I think that's the Natsuki in my background is still fine. I think. Let me minimize OBS and I half expected to minimize OBS and then her face actually have like the black squares, but no, we good. Guys, just trying to scare me. Speaking of Monaco, I'm pretty sure I got flagged for view farming for you or something. I listened to. Okay. You got flagged for view. I don't. Is view farming a thing that people do? I mean, I'm glad you like it. So that's. I appreciate that. 2 days later, I'm feeling less miserable. I even go for a long, brisk, healthy walk like the nurse recommended, something which I had avoided and dodged with all sorts of excuses earlier. I feel more active in class as well, delighted our science homeroom teacher, Mr. Muto, correct and prompt delivered answers even. Link. Yo, Expert, Expert, look below the stream, there is a link to, do you use Discord, Expert? Because, you should just be in my public Discord, all of the things get linked there. I do more than just Twitch, right? You've missed out on all of my fantastic memes on Twitter, Expert. You don't know what you're missing, man. I do so much more than just Twitch. You should just that Discord link down there. You should go join it, and then you'll all be there. And then you also know when I stream all the time because I always put in there when I'm going live. So just self-promoting that one. Just go join the Discord. Anyway, break right now between the 2 morning classes. Too short for any sort of meaningful activity, but too long just to spend sitting in the classroom and doing nothing. I think that's always much better, but flexing my stiffened muscles is a better use of my time than I get even stiffer by staying seated. Door of the neighbouring classroom opens the door, and the students of 3-4 emerge to further fill up the already semi-crowded hallway. Seems their teacher kept them in for a few extra minutes. Emmy is among them. She notices me noticing her, which almost makes me look away on reflex. I don't, however, and Emmy smiles at me as she happily skips towards past the other students. Emmy looks pretty energetic, showing no sign of illness whatsoever. Seems she recovered from the cold. Hey, good morning. Nice to see you back on your feet. Feeling better now? He said feet. She looks fine to me, but still feel compelled to ask. Thanks, and yeah, I do. It was just a cold, nothing serious. Emmy laughs confidently as if to emphasise her condition. I wonder for a moment what would count as serious in Emmy's book. She seems to be eager to put the topic aside, though. Where are you going? After Rin's room to see if she's awake yet. Oh, she skipped the morning class? A sheepish smile emerges on Emmy's face, and she gets flustered slightly. Not exactly. It seems she caught the cold that I had. Sorry to hear that. Well, she was out in the rain on Sunday with us after all. I saw her on Monday and she was feeling a bit under the weather back then too. Yeah, anyway, I asked the nurse some cold medication to give her, and if she doesn't get better soon. She leaves to the girls' dorm, and we'll go with her and wish her in well. I want to tell her that I'm better now too, but it doesn't feel appropriate. Unspecified feeling diverts my thoughts away. Somehow I just can't summon the resolve to go in there. Is this what Iwanako went through when she tried to tell me what she felt? Was pure terror? As in, because my singing's awful, or because you're scared of Monica? I feel like they made a big book of limb puns for these periods. Yeah, it does seem that way, doesn't it? Oh, that scene just abruptly ended. Okay. I guess that scene was just there to tell us that Rin was ill. Even though I'm feeling more energetic, I'm still hesitant about going over there to talk to Rin. So until 2 days later on Friday, I finally gather enough courage to enter the girls' dorm and ask the first person I meet inside for directions to Rin's room. Knock on Rin's unmarked door and wait. A few seconds of silence, I hear something rustling inside the room. So I'm wondering if maybe I should have bought something for her, like a can of warm coffee or some oranges. Could have peeled them for her. Well, too late now. The door opens soundlessly. It's already unlocked. I find myself staring at Rin, who stares back at me. She looks like she just got out of bed with her hair all messed up. And barely any clothes on. Hello. That's very un-Rin-like. There's a strange, stupid-looking smile on Rin's face. I'm not exactly sure why. Oh, wait, what? No! Lee! Why have you been timed out? What the fuck happened? What? Wait, X1, did you time him out? God, you have a mod and you can't even trust him. Untime him out. What the fuck? Dude. Yo, Lee, I apologise on behalf of Xfern. Although he better apologise as well. God damn it. Can I untime him out? Is that a thing I can do? No, I don't. Oh, no, no, I've timed him out more. How do you not time? How do you unban? There we go, unban. Right, Lee, try saying something. I'm so sorry. I had no idea. Oh dear. Oh dear. You're back at least. You're back. Rin smiles so rarely that it seems to be out of place every time. Especially so now, given her partially undressed state. Said state makes me feel extremely conflicted about whether or not this was a good idea. Cheeks are flushed rose red, contrasting with the milky pale complexion of a person who doesn't get enough sunlight. It's funny you say that, actually, because she's always outside. Anyway, forehead looks sweaty as though she might have a fever. Hi. Now what? I didn't plan anything further than this, and Rina's staring at me with those expectant eyes of hers again. Something about the situation gives me very strange vibes. Her eyes are even more vacant than usual, and she seems to have a hard time focusing on anything. Lack of clothing is disturbing, but since she herself doesn't seem to be bothered by it, why should I? I keep telling myself that. I thought you'd pay you a visit since you haven't been around the art club, and I wanted to talk to you and wish you well. It doesn't show any sign of recognising what I just said, making me wonder if she actually understood my words, or if she even heard them. Maybe it's the fever making her groggy. She might have actually been asleep before I came over. Okay. She stands on a heel and withdraws from the door, walking back inside the small room from the doorway. I can see her walk into her bed and half fall down, half sit down on the messy pile of bedsheets. The open doorway seems to be more of an obstacle in my mind than a closed door was, but since Rin doesn't say anything, I step through it and into her room. Rin is on her bed, leaning against the wall, leaving only the chair in the room for me. She keeps quiet even after I sit down, so maybe she meant to invite me in but just forgot to say it aloud. An implied invitation, as it were. Very exciting. Nobody has visited me before. The breaking of the silence draws my attention from the room to its inhabitant, who currently seems to be in the middle of a very profound thought process. Actually, that was not true about visiting, but Emmy doesn't count if she visits. She always pampers me too much. I think she's having too much fun. I think I've forgotten how to put a bra on myself. She looks groggily down at her chest. Which is probably why I don't have one on now, that I come to think of it. I haven't failed to notice that Rin doesn't have her shirt buttoned up either yet, but I try to keep my eyes strictly locked on her. It's rather evident that she is not a very body-conscious person. My own body, however, is quite conscious of hers right now. Cough. Ooh. She came to wake me up at 7:30 today. Can you imagine that? She paused for a while and glances up at my dumbfounded face. On second thought, you probably can. It's not like that reverse rainbow fish I tried to imagine earlier. That was hard. Well, yes, that seems a pretty normal time to wake up if you want to go to class in the morning. Try to sound as reasonable as possible to counteract Rin's unreasonable annoyance. Told her to sod off. She gave me these meds and told me to take them. Put her eyes to the night table and the pill bottle on top of it. Hey, it's the same as my pill bottle. Picked it up and turned it around to look at the label so I could see what kind of medication Emmy bought. Active ingredients codeine? You took all of these? No. Yes, I've been eating some since there's so many of them. Seems to make this thing not so bad. Actually, I think I'm feeling just fine. I had lolls around and round, making it look like she's either trying to stretch her neck muscles or possibly pass out. She took several of these pills. Can that be safe? It's at least bound to have some side effect, which I'm afraid I'm witnessing right now. Hey, shit, what's a reverse rainbow? It's just the colours in the other order. I'm feeling just fine. I'm fine. Just someone take this buzzing away from my head. I can't think straight. The annoyed expression returns to Rin's face. It's like many of those insect things, or one really big insect thing. With lots of wings, very much colour and everything. What's the word for those? Oh, never mind, I remember. It's butterflies. She smiled slightly at her latest observation. A small pause in her monologue is not long enough for me to dare say something that could potentially, but not likely, salvage this discussion. I love butterflies. They are the best animal. Did you see anyone on your way here? Hisao. She utters my name as an afterthought, possibly to make it clear that she's now addressing me instead of just speaking her mind to whoever might be listening. So the situation is definitely speechless, more or less, since the moment Rin first opened her mouth. Now she herself doesn't seem to have anything else to add. Silence fills the small room. Makes me glance around again and attempt to find something to talk about. Rin's room is... Wait, did you answer the fucking question? Rin's room is about as small as mine. The big window, which takes up most of the wall, furthest from the door, to the east, just like mine. It's very normal, which strikes me as strange. I expected something more different. A dozen paintings, most of them Rin's signature abstract style, and a few art posters taking up most of the available wall space. That's about the only real difference between her room and mine. No, like on the colour wheel. Does the colour wheel have a rainbow? So it's purple and red are adjacent, they're not opposite. Yeah. I know that. The point? What's your point? You just go the other way around. That's like a rainbow goes. I mean, it cycles, right? It goes from purple to red. You know, that's how it works. So it cycles. But then if you're doing it reversed, you just start from red and go to purple. Well, whichever way around you want to look at a rainbow. Room's not exactly aesthetic, but it doesn't look like what I'd expect from a girl's room either. Faint smell of art, paint and paper floating in the air, the same smell the art room has. Rin isn't too concerned about being tidy, it seems. Everything she owns seems to be arranged in various piles around her room. Your room looks nice. It's an empty sentence, one used to fill empty space in conversations, but my words are failing me pretty hard right now. Yeah, would you like me to show you the places? She looks down at her half-open shirt quizzically, making me inadvertently follow her gaze to her chest. Oh, I guess I already did. Can't deny that, no matter how I had tried to act properly, it's very nice that you came to see me. Wait, shit, how did I not realise this? Wow. How did you not realise what? I have no idea what's confusing you right now, Lee. You're starting to go all red on me. I don't get it. Makes you feel very, what's the word? You know, the one about things and stuff. Anyway, you came. Rin's rambling made me remember that I actually came here for a reason. Hey, what we talked about on Monday on the rooftop, remember? Rin doesn't seem to be exactly attentive right now. Not that she ever is. Play ahead and get off my chest anyway. I just want to tell you that I'm going to be better from now on, I guess. Rainbow's just going round the lap of the colour wheel. Yeah. You really hadn't... oh, that's what's... okay. When you think about it, people think of a rainbow as like as an arc, right? But it is a circle. It's just you don't see all of it. So it makes sense when you think about it. Because I imagine if you saw it from the side, if that was even possible, I guess maybe they could do an aerial shot from the side. But like, it's reflection of light, so it's not a physical thing. But if it was a physical thing, it would be like a tube going around in a circle as well. So, you know, like a donut. I hate being pathetic, so I decided I'm not going to be anymore. I guess. That's all. Okay. Isn't that good? Blurry words flow out of her lips, slowly and uncontrollably. I'm happy for you, I think. That's what I think. You shouldn't look so sad all the time. I mean, looking sad is fine if you're not sad, but you look sad like you're actually sad. We've all gotten rent. That's no good. Are you going on some training camp where they make men out of boys, or mountaintop meditation? No, I don't think so. Oh, I guess that's fine too. Sounds come out of her mouth, and probably her brain, one at a time, with small pauses between each, making her gibberish hard to understand. I think it just seemed like a good idea. Maybe it's not. I finished with one more line, getting to say the last word over herself, an impressive display of what can only be described as mental shadowboxing. Time to be a man. I ain't a man. While I'm embarrassing myself, might as well tell you that I'm sorry I said some stupid things to you last week. It's your own business to decide what you're going to do. Swift as a coursing river, with all the force of a great typhoon. I know you're referencing something, and I recognise it, but my mind's also drawing a blank. Is it Mulan? It's Mulan, right? I've never seen that film, but I've seen a parody of that song at some point, I think. She seems not to register my words at first, understanding lights in her eyes as she waves her head around in a way that could be interpreted as anything. It's okay. I probably said stupid things too. It's just sometimes a bit hard to keep my thoughts the way I like them. They are not very straight, at least most of the time. Not that I want to have them straight, I just wish they were in some sort of shape. Confirmed, Rin doesn't want to be straight. She wants to be with Emmy. We already knew it, but she's just confirmed it for us. Yeah, I mean, I feel that way about most Disney films, honestly. Round is fine too, but I need more definition. My thoughts are very messy. Messy. She doesn't look... okay. At least her shirt just sort of like stayed closed when she clapped somehow. Yeah. Lion King was a good one. I watched that as a kid. I haven't watched it in years, but I remember loving it as a kid. She repeats the word melancholy and then flops... how do you say that? Melancholically. melancholically. Sorry, there we go. Then flops down on her bed and nuzzles her head against her pillow, shutting her eyes. Enough. Tired. You should go. I'm going to sleep again. She opens one of her eyes to look at me. Was it you who likes to look at sleeping girls, or someone else? Maybe there were many of those. I can't remember. You can stay if you want. No, I'll leave. I have to do homework anyway. Stand up from the chair and take a step towards the door. Wait. Her request stops me in my tracks. Not that I intend to scoot off right away. I look over my shoulder at the girl lying on her bed again with the strangest kind of smile on her features. She should smile more often. I can walk you to the door. It's the least a gentleman can do. And giggles like a little kid, making me beyond absolutely certain that she took far too much of her cold medication for today. Oh yeah, you're probably right. I have always wanted to say that. Slowly and with difficulty, Rin first rises to a sitting position again, then she stands up with even more difficulty and more slowly still. As if guided by some masculine automaton, my eyes instantly lowered the curve of her thighs and the stripped pants, of which point a man has forced me to lift my gaze back to Rin's eye level. It's getting almost too hard to do that. Rin is standing, although barely. It looks like she has trouble keeping her usually decent balance again, probably a side effect of the medication. She takes an unsteady step towards me, and then another, smaller one, as she notices that it's not a good idea to try and take big steps. I feel my muscles tense as I prepare to catch Rin if she falls down. Whoa! I wasn't expecting that! She manages to take 2 more steps before she falls against me. To my surprise, neither her downward momentum nor our slight hand differences are able to stop Rin from pressing her heart-shaped lips squarely against mine. As our lips part, after a confusing moment of nothing but the taste of Rin, I look down at her, trying to find some explanation for the bewildering event. The euphoric smile of a madman broadens on Rin's lips again, and... Wonder if I'll remember this tomorrow. I am absolutely stumped on how to respond. Rin takes a step backward, separating her body from mine, and making me only now realise that they were even connected in the first place. Second step is actually a full backwards, luckily straight onto her bed. Soft thud, Rin's thin body makes against the mattress, breaks the silence. Move quickly over to her to see if she's hurt herself, only to be met with a peaceful face of dreaming. Rin sleeps. She is lying diagonally across the bed, somehow managing to have simultaneously fallen asleep while standing up and fallen down in a way that she didn't injure herself. Fool's luck. I tuck Rin in, covering her with her sheets as well as I can. She feels very light, and even though I'm not that strong, I stand up to look at her, the oval-shaped face, the dark eyelashes shut again, feverish cheeks, a slender body covered with the pale sheets. Rin sleeps. A conflict? No. Conflicts, plural, churn inside of me. Think about calling a nurse to keep an eye on her, but I decide against it. Take one more glance at her peaceful face, I decide that she'll be fine. I do pocket the remaining pills, though. I exit the room and close the door soundlessly behind me. I exhale deeply, only now realising I had held my breath for the better part of a minute. Take a moment to relax, I try to calm down, my heart racing like a jackrabbit. That was something I seem to remember that was brought up in Emmy's story, specifically by Rin. I thought that's what she was referencing. I'm imagining it is. Yes, he does. I had trouble getting to sleep that night, so the next morning finds me exceptionally groggy. Briefly considered skipping class, but I remind myself I was supposed to be a stronger person now. Get up like a good boy and put on my uniform, make my way to the main school building without eating breakfast. Sit in my seat classroom free, waving a greeting to Misha and Suzune like I do every morning, let the day wash over me. The afternoon class is always longer than those in the morning. It's true regardless of whether I count it by the minute or by the number of doodles drawn in my notebook. Today I'm especially distracted as I keep thinking about Rin. Oh, I want to see his doodles of Rin. I bet they're super cute. Did I manage to properly tell her that I wanted her to get better? Did she understand a word of what I was saying? Something like that. Oh yeah, that is the beginning of the whole thing. Yeah, it's a common root. Right you are. My bad. It's because obviously we did Emmy roots first. I was thinking of Emmy. Think about the kiss we shared, what it means. She's so out of her mind, maybe it means nothing. We're getting closer lately. What does it mean? Think about Rin more and more nowadays. I wonder if she thinks about me. Ring of bells makes me flinch. Realise that at all I haven't been paying attention during the latter half of the class at all. Look at the assortment of sketches that are travelling up and down the margins of my notebook, and the only thing I got done in the last hour. Feeling vaguely disappointed in myself, pack up and get to the hallway. Rin is standing right outside the door, her presence stopping me in my tracks as soon as I spot her. Her posture is relaxed as always, but I suddenly feel like I just ate a crowbar. I'm having a hard time meeting her gaze. She doesn't seem to have any trouble looking at me, but those dark eyes are making me feel flustered for no reason. It's hard to look straight at her, so I turn my face away a little. I don't know what one should say in this kind of situation. Then again, I really know what to say to Rin in any given situation. Hi. Hello. Try to get rid of the awkwardness in my voice and invoke a more natural way of speaking. Suddenly worry about where I should put my hands. I feel like they're in the way somehow. How are you feeling? You were pretty out of it yesterday. I'm okay. What do you mean yesterday? You don't remember? Oh, that face. She tilts her head at the side like a bird, looking somewhat confused. Remember what? I have a pretty bad memory. About yesterday. What about yesterday? I came to see you and I don't remember that kind of thing happening. She really doesn't remember? I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, but I feel disheartened all the same. I remember that I promised to show you one place, though. Did that happen for real? Maybe I just think that I remember that I really didn't. No, that was real too. Okay, do you want to go? Now? Yeah. Well, sure, why not? Is it far? It's not. Together we walk downstairs and then outside. Usual summer day, wearing cicadas and all greet us. It's immensely hot, without air conditioning. The class muffers, and I start sweating immediately. We start along the tree-lined path that leads towards the dorms. Cherry trees offer shade of the sunlight blinking through the holes in the canopy. The light creates a chaotic pattern of shadows, dappled with bright places. The beams hit the pavement. It's such a weird, disparity that this game does, where it'll be having the normal conversations, and then it will suddenly be him describing everything around him. And it's just so poetic. It's always so poetic. When does Crowler come back? In this route, never. You've already missed. If you want more of Crowler, you will have to watch Emmy's route, which I guess today's the last day you can watch it on Twitch. But fear not, because I'm going to upload the whole thing to YouTube. Just all of that. Wait, no. She would actually have been in the episode from last week, so you could still watch this after the stream's over. But yes, I'm going to put it all on YouTube anyway if you want to watch the whole thing. Cherry, I've already read that. Rin's eyes are wandering in every direction but mine. I get the feeling that it's intentional. She leads me to the back gate once again, taking us through it and into the forest beyond. As before, the dropping temperature and the drastically reduced levels of light make it feel like the forest is swallowing us into its cavernous belly. We head uphill along the same path as last time, snaking around trees and boulders, over roots and rocks, past wild undergrowth. Birds sing somewhere in the woods, soloists for the humming background music of the treetops. We go past a small clearing with a big maple that is now called the Worry Tree. The climb steepens and becomes easier again. I have to stop for a few times to catch my breath, and then hurry after Rin, who doesn't stop to wait for me. I feel like I'm glad we stuck with Emmy's route, because it probably is the worst one, but we got to experience it as a whole route, you know? In my head, that's the canonical way that the story should go, and I feel like that's the way that the game was writing it to be, from what I've seen so far. I feel like you have to go out of your way to get any other route, whereas Emmy's route you just sort of naturally flow into. And even in this route, your character, Hasao, he still flirts with Emmy, so I feel like that was maybe the natural progression that game developers had decided on. So I guess I'm glad we started with that. It's a good, what do they call it? Control. You know, in a science experiment, you have the base one, and then you have all the ones that you change. So Emmy's route's like the control. I stop a few times to catch my breath, and then hurry after Rin, who doesn't stop to wait for me. Soon I'm out of breath again. Emmy's route you only naturally flow into if you're an ambitious person. Okay, but I mean, not really. If you're just trying to be normal, I answered everything positively the first time we played through. I literally I was doing everything right for everyone's route, but I didn't get on anyone else's route because you instantly get pushed to Emmy. So no. It's only if you say yes or maybe to the doctor. And if you say maybe, that means you're purposely being a dickhead and going for Kenji's route, aren't you? It felt natural to me anyway, and I don't like running, or any exercise in any way, shape or form. Hill continues to climb up a little further ahead, but from here for the top of the rocky meadows, patches of grass and small bushes that look like they're growing straight from the rock. Oh. Soon reach the highest point with the forest behind us and a view to every direction opening in front of our eyes. The city lies far below and away, lazily revealing the quiet afternoon mood. You can see pretty far from here, and the vista is beautiful. I wonder how high up we are. I breathe the fresh air and feel my heart rate slowly going back down. I think I might have overdone it a bit. Higher pulse is dangerous for me. I'm feeling fine right now, though. The wind picks up, ruffling my hair and causing the trees below us to sway. It makes the grass undulate in a way the breeze sweeps across the hilltop. I just don't get if you don't try to kill yourself when you're out running with her. No, but if I just said no to that, I'd probably just end up on Kenji's route, right? The point is I'm getting at is it's the first one you really get an option for, and it's sort of obvious, you know? So with Lily's route, for example, you have to be extremely kind to Hanako. It's not even just kind, you have to work out the exact thing that Hanako doesn't want to hear and not say that. Which, when you think about it, why would you think of that? Yeah, I'm trying to do Lily's route, so we have to make sure we don't accidentally embarrass Hanako. You know what I mean? Like, you have to do specific things for everyone else. I guess you really don't for the Misha and Shizune, but whatever. Well, actually, yeah, even with that, you had to guess how she wanted you to play the game of Risk. So, Sun shines in the open sky. I already read this, didn't I? Oh, no, I didn't. A few clouds passed us by to shadow it. What was painful heat before is now gentle warmth. Take a good look around. The hilltop is pretty in the way that nature often is. Unplanned harmony found in the natural arrangement of things. Steal her rotum and then steal her cosmog. She doesn't have a rotum. What the fuck are you talking about? And then join Team Skull. I couldn't do that to Lily. Lily's best Pokemon character. The most striking feature is the abundance of small yellow flowers. They're literally everywhere in this small meadow, and I can't help commenting on. Wow, a lot of flowers. Thanks, Hasao, man of many words. This is the man who's just spent like 10 straight minutes poetically describing every single little detail that's happened. And what does he say? Wow, a lot of flowers. He really is turning into Rin. He doesn't know how to get his words out either, does he? Yeah, do you know this kind? They will fly away. Yeah, dandelions. Yeah, they will fly away because they just got banned. Oh. There are not many of them at the school because they're banned, but they also cut the grass so often. Nobody cuts the grass up here. Fragile-looking flowers will soon turn white and fluffy like cotton. The wind will carry all their seeds away. Shizune, Lily, and Hanako don't require perfect choices. You gather score. Right. But that's sort of what I was getting at, right? Wait, well, who's the other person then we're missing? Oh, Rin, right. Yeah. I don't really know how you end up on Rin's route. It just sort of happens. I crouched down to look at one of the tiny yellow flowers, silently basking in the sunlight. Not a hint of white yet, so it's still waiting for its time to be fulfilled. I brush my fingers against the delicate yellow petals, feel the soft texture in my fingertips. Feels nostalgic somehow. I hear Rin approaching from behind and stand back up to face her. She has a weird look on her face. Something on your mind? I don't know. It's just... Whoa! Whoa! Rin, chill for a second. What is this? What is this? Rin, please, chill. Can we stop? Okay. Whew. All right. Let's begin. You just look so sad all the time and become upset so easily, and it makes me confused, and I really don't remember much about yesterday except that you came to my room, and that's why it might be because of me. So if it's because of me, I think it's that I know why. It's because people don't really like talking to me, and you might be the same, and that would be sad. And I know the people, and I'm like talking about others like Emmy too, and like to always say that I'm strange and that I talk strange and things that I thought, and I should try not to say strange things, but that just makes me think more and more new strange and colourful, and that was not a good word, but maybe you understand. Anyway, it's the odd thing, so if I want to say something, I don't really know how to say it, and then the words are not the same, and then I thought because something goes wrong on the way out, but then it's not like the thoughts are really the thing that I should be saying. It's more like the idea or the thoughts or the feelings of the idea or the feeling is not behind any of either of those because there is no word for it unless I invent a new one, which is not really useful. So I've been thinking of doing things about saying so many because yesterday I took those pills and I was feeling a little strange and I might have done something that I shouldn't have. Besides, I don't even know if I would be any better if I could just say the thought that there's no telepathy, there's real telepathy. If there isn't, think that it's terrible and it's useful at the same time, but right now I wouldn't mind because misunderstanding is so easy, but understanding is not. And I thought, I grasped my shoulders to squeeze it hard to make her stop. I don't have the capacity to take that all in at once. Holy fuck. Oh boy. Okay. Rin shuts up instantly. Take a breath. I'm not upset. Why would I be? Just a little confused, but that's alright. Wonder if I was making a face she doesn't like again. Guess I've been thinking about yesterday all the time. Maybe I looked weird. I wish I had a mirror with me at all times. No need to get all sad at once. I'll listen, even if you talk slower. It just came out. Sorry. I'm okay now. I just wanted to say something. I didn't mean that much. It's weird, isn't it? She looks at me with a surprisingly timid expression. One that I haven't seen before. I can't help but laugh a little. Yeah, it's weird. You're a pretty weird person, but there's nothing wrong with that. Thanks for being worried about me, but I'm going to get better. I told you that yesterday, but I guess you don't remember that either. I don't. I wonder what else I forgot. Hopefully nothing important like my own name. That'd be terrible. Well, you kissed me. I did. Yeah, you did. On the lips. Try to sound as matter of fact as I can, but I'm worried that I might be blushing again. Did you kick me? No, why would I do that? And it's all good, right? It's okay, right? I didn't forget my name. Yeah, it's okay. I'm sure it's more suave, so they come up with a better follow-up to that, but nothing comes to mind. It's a good thing that Rin has more to say. Makes me feel relieved somehow. I think I should say sorry. I'm really bad with people. Some things are hard to understand, like jellyfish. Do you understand jellyfish? Talking about jellyfish makes me think of frickin' what's his name? What the fuck's his name? Julian Smith. You guys know Julian Smith? He used to do a thing where he had this character, and he was obsessed with jellyfish. He made like a jellyfish song. Justin Smith came back this year. I'd like wondered where he was for like 3 years, and all of a sudden there was just a video in my subscription feed that like of my old YouTube channel that I don't use anymore from Julian Smith, and I was like, wait, what? He still exists? That was pretty cool. I guess not. People are like jellyfish to me. I don't understand. Now it's her turn to make a face I don't really like seeing. I never really had friends. I'm going to click save here, but I'm pretty sure I'm just going to say, what about me? We're friends. Nah, I'm your friend, for one. I mean, think about it. We already talk a lot to each other. We've gotten upset at each other and then forgiven the other for it. That's what they call friendship. It's really nice of you to say that. I've always been able to tell everything to pencils and paints and paper. They are my best friends. It's harder with people. I have to use words, and that's hard for me. Yeah, I know, you told me. About how you forget. Rin nods at me wordlessly, and I dare to attempt showing her a little encouraging smile. I hope I do it properly. She doesn't reply in any way. I feel really glad. The distance Rin puts between herself and everything else has made me feel really uneasy ever since I met her. If we become real friends, I'm sure I can understand her more. I'm sure that this way we can close the gap of understanding between us. My thoughts don't transmit to Rin. She seems lost in deep thought, wandering amidst the sea of yellow flowers covering the grassy hilltops just as well. Time passes, the breeze making a tall grass sway gently in time with the wind. Rin hums a little song to herself so quietly that I can't tell what it is, if it's anything at all. A stronger gust sweeps over the hilltops, and the sound of the trees and the wind buries the song away. I check my watch, more out of habit than anything. It's 4:30 right now, on this Saturday afternoon. Rin looks in the distant horizon with that odd blank stare of hers, as if she were looking at nothing at all. Her pupils are dark and quiet like a pair of deep, still ponds. You are going to become better, right? Sure. Me too, you know. I'm going to talk to that friend of the teacher and ask her to put my stuff in her place and work hard to get all that done. I decided that just now, you know, but I think I knew it all along. I had this feeling for a long time now. I'm going to change. Even if I hate it, I don't want it. Even if I wanted to, I would change. Like I'm not enough the way I am. I think this could be a good way to do it because it's like a straight line. Like I've learned all the things in my life so far for this. It's just art, and that's the only thing I really know. I know what I'm going to do, so it's good. I'm not afraid at all. I feel like I always do. Is that weird? No, not at all. Did I just fall asleep? Oh no. I close my eyes and give in to the irresistible sensation that has been growing inside me all week long. Part of why I like the scene is because I have kind of an emotional connection with dandelions. Do you? Okay, that's interesting. Feel free to share that story. I float up towards the surface of my own life. The pressure of being underwater slowly diminishes, the weightless sensation becoming stronger. I break the surface of the water, lifting my head into the sunlight, and inhale deeply, breathing in fresh air as if for the first time in a long, long while. My lungs filled with oxygen, I open my eyes to see Rin's peaceful, determined face. We walk down the slope carefully and slowly, avoiding falling down, Rin in the lead and me a few steps behind. Rin surely can do this. Even if she can't, she's going to pull through. I'm sure that I can keep my head above water too from now on. The sun sets behind our backs, setting the world ablaze in its orange glow. Why do I... So you know how I keep being suspicious and the music stops? Something bad's about to happen, isn't it? This is all too happy for scene. We're still in Act 2 as far as I'm aware. Something bad's about to happen. And okay. I'm a bit nervous. Keep watching the back of the red-headed girl descending the path a few steps ahead of me. If it's only this much, this distance between us definitely within my reach. No? Oh, that was just the end of the chapter. Okay. Act 3, distance. Okay, so I was wrong. Good, I was wrong. It was just the end of the chapter. Good.
I asked you a question, Nakai. Shake my head to fend off the daziness. Teacher's looking at me as everyone else in the class. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. What's the distance between... Never mind, different question. Why are you here in this class? To, learn about physics? Yes. Well, no, but that's the answer I wanted to hear. To acquire knowledge is a secondary reason for you being in the school. The primary one is to learn the rules of society, the norms and ethics that govern your everyday life. You don't come to school for the classes. You come to interact with the other people there, your classmates who are equals and the teachers who are your superiors. You learn how to form social contacts, maintain them. In other words, how to be part of society. School itself is a microcosm of the entire society. Locke was the one who realized that, you know. School's not just a place for learning. All the kids your age, you guys should know that better than anyone. While we're in the concept of Locke, you don't tell me what I can and can't do. I think that's what I'm trying to get at. That I shouldn't tell you what you can and can't do, because that's what Locke said. No one else watched Lost. Never mind. This reference is Lost anyway. He pauses for a moment and lets his eyes sweep over the class to see if the message sunk in. At the very least, shut everyone up and got to focus on him, captivated by his voice or by the sudden change in topics from physics to the philosophy of education. However, my class, as you so aptly put it, is a place for learning about physics. Points to me of a piece of chalk he's holding. So, no sleeping during class. Got it, Nakai? Yes, sir. Corner of my eye, I catch Azune's scowl and Misha's barely contained giggle. I sink deeper into my seat. It's not a super deep thing, but I really associate with them summer breaks as a kid. And growing everywhere, playing with them, slowly turning to the floaty kind. As summer goes on, the break draws to a close. Oh, that's nice. I mean, we had dandelions around. I honestly thought this was going to be a story about the Yu-Gi-Oh card, but that's also neat. After classes end, I'm the last one to leave the classroom. I close the door behind me and quietly make my way to the art room. Probably because I spelt it incorrectly. Did you? I wouldn't even know. Club time passes in a relatively peace and quiet. I sit in my usual seat next to Rin, but she doesn't seem to be in a talkative mood. She's even more distant than usual. Today we're going to draw still life, and I get to choose from either a vase full of fake flowers or an arrangement of rock, sticks, and canvas. Teacher encouraged us to gather around the preferred motive, emphasizing perspective, texture, and lighting as the key points of this exercise. I look at Rin to see if she prefers one of the subjects over the other, but she just tilts her head, signifying nothing. Club members quickly shuffle their chairs around the classroom and get close to either the vase or the vase, or the whatever, whichever one you want to call it, or clutter. Rin and I both pick the flower vase, but only one of us seems to do any work. She's ignoring Nomiya's assignment, just like she suddenly started ignoring me. She's begun doodling something idly with her foot, not really even looking at what she's drawing. I try to catch her gaze as she's looking out the window, making it uneasy. It almost looks like she's asleep with the desk, the way she's leaning back against the chair, with her legs resting easy on the desk. Now she's completely given up on the drawing. The more I try to relax, ignore her, and just be myself, the more it feels like I should ask her something's wrong. After club activities are over and the others have filed out, Rin gets off from her seat and marches over to Nomiya with an unusual determination. I will do it. Nomiya, who was humming to himself while sorting a box of pencils, by hardness, turning around with a mixed expression of friendliness and incomprehension on his face. What do you do, my girl? Gallery person. I could talk to that person. At least yesterday I thought I could. And today too. I think I want to try it. I'm going to go all the way. What a smile I've ever seen on any person's face lights up the teacher's features. He was almost literally beaming. Oh, wonderful! I'd almost lost hope. Such a hot-headed girl you are, but I know that sooner or later you'd understand as well. I will call my good friend Sayanoji and arrange a meeting. You'll need to show her your work so she can estimate it. I've told her about you, but obviously you should talk face to face. This is so exciting, isn't it? Oh, don't do the tongue thing. It's so creepy. Especially as it's got, like, saliva on his tongue. Why? Nomiya's talking more to himself than us, walking in circles around his desk, waving his hands around wildly all the while. Picks up his cell phone from the breast pocket of his jacket and flips it open with a stylish movement. Starts to look for the number to call. While he searches, he notices me staring and gives a beaming thumbs up. Shrug back at him, doing my best not to look so smug. Nomiya finds the number and makes the call, turning away from us and lowering his voice once it goes through. Even so, I can hear his excited tone. Call doesn't last long. Fabulous! Say is at the gallery right now. She said we could stop by right away if that's fine. This is most excellent. You have some kind of portfolio to show her in? She shakes her head at the question. No fear, I've taken some photos of your paintings. We can bring those and maybe a couple of originals of us. Those will be quite sufficient for now. There should be some recent ones around here in the back, right? Pulls out a folder of photos in the desk drawer, charges towards the back with a small storage room and extra cabinets for all the materials that tools, art classes and clubs use. Actually a Jama yellow in disguise. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised. I am not, however, getting a picture of him with his tongue out and replacing a Jama yellow with it. I'm not sure which is more creepy. I could put him on a Jama yellow, no problem. Just the tongue thing. Like on a Jama yellow, it's not creepy because it's meant to be a weird monster. You know, he's not. Soon finds what he was looking for and crudely wraps 2 of Rin's paintings into brown packing paper. Nakai, would you carry these to my car? Picked up 2 oil paintings. They aren't heavy, but they do make navigation somewhat cumbersome as I follow Nomiya and Rin to the parking lot. This is the first picture we've seen of the parking lot. It looks very much like the parking lot in Life is Strange. You guys played Life is Strange? I like that game. I haven't played the prequel yet at all, but I like the original. Nomiya has a pretty nice car. Not something I'd expect a high school teacher to drive. I wonder what kind of salaries they earn at Yamaku. Canvases are stuffed into the trunk where they just barely fit. At the teacher's over-enthusiastic prompting, I get in the car along with them. Rin answers my questioning stare with a confirming nod and nonchalant shrug. Guess I've become sort of an assistant for her now. Nomiya doesn't go light on the pedal. The smooth ride takes about 10 minutes to bring us to the city centre where we pull into a tiny parking lot and get out of the car. Pick out the paintings again, look around, it's just like any city in Japan really. Same style of buildings, people hurrying here and there, office workers sweating in their suits in the summer heat. Bay over bay though, right? I'm just gonna answer that with a question mark. I know. Yes, I agree. Sorry, I've just got it. It took me a second. Been a while. Yes. No, yeah, no, I got it. Took me yep. Yes, I agree. 100% all the way. Because I don't agree. The reason it confused me is because I don't like Chloe. Alright, I'm going to carry on moving before I get hate. Same style buildings and blah. Wide, tree-lined streets aren't something you see everywhere, though. Maybe they are the city's specialty. Definitely has that feel of a city, which I thought I had already forgotten. I feel immediately comfortable walking around. I haven't actually been here before. No, in that case, it's about time. It's a great city. Lots of wonderful folk around here. Most important of all, vibrant cultural life. Say's place is just around the corner. After turning around 3 more corners, Nomiya steps in front of a door. There is a nameplate in big red letters over it. 22nd corner. It's kind of like Toronto. Does it? Cool. Is this really the 22nd corner? Of what? That's bothering me too. I mean, where to start counting and which way do you even count? Nice. Well, I mean, I at least like the second thing. That's good. Yeah, I gotta say, while I was playing, I was like, I like almost all of these characters. Even I don't really like Nathan, I guess, but you know, there's a lot of these characters I like, but not really her at all. And I thought I get what I'm supposed to like about her, but I just don't. When he gets worked up over the strangest things, unlike me, Nomiya ignores her completely and pushes the door open. The gallery is very clean looking, and the air conditioning makes it cool and very comfortable. She's hella cool. I do say hella, and I have a bad feeling it might have been because I picked it up from that game. That is a thing that I say now. The white walls of big windows facing onto the busy streets make the whole place feel airy and bright. Nobody around whom I can see, however. Most of the floor space is empty, with only a few large tables and a counter for furniture. Her paintings too, of course, and a poster advertises an exhibition for artists I've never heard of. Most of his work seems to be portraits of landscapes, more done with traditional style than his. I thought it was a woman. He said Mrs., didn't he? Summoned by the bell on the door, a lady who looks maybe around Nomiya's age, comes around the corner. She's dressed in a sharp suit and a straight dark hair with a perfect ponytail behind her head. A pair of flashy, expensive-looking glasses frame her eyes. On second glance, I'm not so sure of her age anymore. She looks old and yet not actually old. Say, hello! She clearly recognized the teacher, greeting him warmly. Oh, there you are, Shinichi. And so quickly. I take it that these two are your students? Indeed, let me introduce you. This is Rin Tezuka, the one I spoke to you about. The healthy-looking lad over there is Hisao Nakai. She takes a long, hard look at both of us, especially Rin. Feels like we're being evaluated, and at worth of some abstract kind of being calculated for us. Her eyes linger for a long time on Rin. On her eyes, her empty sleeves tied in knots, her posture. Say takes her first impression of Rin with an intensity I've not seen used by anyone else before. Once finished, she smiles amiably. Pleased to meet both of you. My name is Sei Sayanoji, and I'm the owner of this gallery. Could I maybe offer you some tea? Oh, no, thank you. We're fine. Let's get down to business. I lay the paintings on the tabletop and give the gallery owner a better view of Nomiya. Pulls out his folder of photos. The old lady studies Rin's work carefully, absent-mindedly brushing her cheeks with her fingers while letting her gaze sweep over the paintings. Her eyes remind me of a bird of prey of some sort, so sharp and somehow very calculating. She takes her time, slowly going over the paintings in order, without uttering a single word. Even the teacher looks very nervous. He tries to point out certain details and other things about Rin's work, but it seems like she's not listening. While Nomiya and I kept looking at Sei, trying to look for some hint of reaction on the gallery on his face, Rin lets her gaze wander around the gallery space. Suddenly she pipes up. Is this really the 22nd corner? Thanks, Rin. Sei raises her gaze from the painting to look at Rin, but doesn't answer. Probably for the best. She takes stock of Rin's slouchy posture and her dreamy eyes that are again moving restlessly about. The way Rin seems to be detached from the situation that's supposed to be very important for her annoys me just a little bit. I'm practically holding my breath here. After Sei has gone through all of Nomiya's photos and inspected the 2 oil paintings I hold here, she goes through all the material again, this time at a quicker pace. Finally, she gives her verdict. I like it. Though, if you don't mind me saying, you're still a bit immature. Searching for your own direction, perhaps? She picks up one of the photos. Still, just look at this. I can't take my eyes off of it. Like a little kitten playing around. That's what your art makes me feel like, young lady. Thank you, I think. Nobody has ever said that before, I think. That's all that Rin has to say. Something about what the gallery owner says and how she says it makes it sound patronizing to me, but I hold my tongue.
Anyway, what a wonderful imagination, though, isn't it? I've always said that Tezuka has great eye for composition and colour harmony and technique. Remember, all these are done with her feet. Of course, we need to put up some of the simpler ones on display, too, for the lay people, right, Sei?
Teacher snorts derisively.
You know how those Philistines are. What do they understand about real art? They'd just be at a loss with the abstractions and themes here. But they'll generate more publicity, and that's good, isn't it?
Sei smiles gently at Nomiya's remark and turns back to the paintings. I wonder. To tell you the truth, I just don't know if all of this makes an exhibition. Even if I like it, I don't get a feel of a theme or cohesion. There's no...
How the fuck do you pronounce that? Oh...
What? I have never seen a word like this before. I have absolutely no idea how to say that. There is no insert word here. And really, who would expect such from a young artist like this kitten here?
Oh, no. It's definitely doable, especially if we get a few new pieces and touch up some old ones.
It's French. I mean, yeah, I figured that. Guess what? I don't speak French. I don't mind painting more. I'll do anything. It's a bit of a stretch.
Trust me, I wouldn't have come if you didn't believe Tezuka was ready. You can see it too, can't you? I know exactly what her kind is capable of, and you know too.
These words give the gallerist lady a pause. A hollow, bottomless look takes over her eyes for a moment, as if she was looking through, or maybe past Nomiya. She says nothing, but her mouth becomes tight, a flat line as if stretched. Finally, the moment passes. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Sei sighs. Sei sighs and takes a few steps, walking in a circle as if to help organise her thoughts. She takes another look at the photo of the painting she particularly liked, the one that made her call Rin a kitten. She places her hand over her mouth, lost for words. After a few moments, she shakes her head. I don't know what to say. After seeing you, dear, in these paintings of yours, would you excuse us for a moment? I want to talk to your teacher in private for a moment. Sei draws the art teacher aside, and they talk in hushed tones for a while. Can't hear what they're saying, but over her shoulder I can see the lines around the corners of her mouth tightening as she motions with her hands in time with her words. The expression on her face is... What kind of expression is it? I couldn't say. Once they're done discussing whatever they're to discuss, they give one another a serious look. Feels something that goes beyond mere words transpiring there. They walk back to us. Sei looks seriously at Rin, her left hand reaching as if instinctively towards a pack of cigarettes that's lying on the table. She picks up the pack and extracts one to look at it absent-mindedly, as if only now realising she did so, and puts it back. Finally, she locks eyes with Rin, evaluating her once more. All right, little kitten, I'm going to believe in you. I will display your paintings in here, but from what I can see, this is not enough. You don't really have a cohesive theme, and you don't have enough of the good stuff. You're going to have to work hard to actually get something that we can put on exhibit here. I know. It's a good thing my gallery is small, no? They're not actually smoking, it said as if it were a pack of cigarettes. Rin already spends pretty much every free waking moment she has painting. How is it possible to work any harder? She has to skip classes and do more than she already does. How can anyone work that much? Silence falls in the gallery after my words. Sei looks at the art teacher, who is looking contemplatively, oh my god, at his star student, looking at all three of them, confused.
It's doable.
What do you mean? I mean, the school is special. The board puts great value on things such as this. I'm sure I could arrange some leave for her. It's not unprecedented by any means. I'll discuss it with her parents too, but they've been quite supportive. However, it might be a bit of a stress to get a working space for at the school if she's not actually going to attend classes. Actually, I was thinking about this before. Do you use the place upstairs for anything? No, I don't. I haven't since back then. It's more like a landfill now than an atelier now. Atelier, like the RPG series? What? Is that a real word? I thought that was just the name of a video game series. What the fuck does it mean? Okay, this is an art thing. Upstairs. I own a small atelier apartment on the top floor of this building, but it hasn't been used for, goodness, it's been so long, hasn't it? Her eyes leap into Nomiya, who has a strange muted expression on his face. His friends who have a painting studio. Oh, okay. Indeed. Do you think? Even Nomiya, in all his brashness, has trouble coming straight out with the question. Sai, of course, sees through him and throws up her hand, sighing deeply. I guess I can't say no, can I? Very well, I'll lend you the use of that place as well. If needed, it's not like I really use it. Excellent! I knew I could count on you! Don't celebrate yet. It really is a mess, so don't be shocked when you first see it. However, you can use it as you see fit. Since it's an atelier, it already has easels and things like that. You only need to use your own tools and materials and somehow clean it up a bit. It's not habitable, though, so I can't let you live there. I doubt your school or parents would allow that in any case. The ear at the end is the same as cavalier. Oh, ear. Okay. Atelier. Atelier, I guess? Or whatever. I'll see it next time it comes up. Okay. However, it's convenient to crash there overnight if necessary. I won't mind. Ah ha ha! Most excellent, isn't it, Tezuka? He enthusiastically pats Rin on the shoulders, laughing in relief and happiness, as if all this good fortune landed on him personally. Sei smiles as well, perhaps more amused by the old teacher's glee than anything else. Oh dear, Shinichi. This really is like back then. Are you sure we haven't bitten off more than we can chew? She looks at Rin, who seems to be oddly subdued despite all this. I hope this will all be worth it, kitten. She holds out her hand as if to shake Rin's, but realizes the impossibility and quickly moves to pat her on the shoulder. Rin looks back at her silently, the eyes serious and impenetrable like the dark of the night. Oh, we don't even get to see the atelier? Okay. Atelier, sorry. I'll just keep saying it how I've always said it. I've never been one for pronouncing words correctly. Rin applies for, and, thanks to Nomiya pressuring the principal, I'm sure, is granted leave for the rest of the term for exceptional extracurricular activities. She has to make up for it during summer vacation, but it seems she doesn't mind. Rin will still be able to eat and sleep at school, of course. She just doesn't have to go to classes. I'm not entirely sure if I envy her or not. It makes me feel anxious somehow. It's the last day of school for Rin. I feel like I should send her off with a word of encouragement, or at least say something. Sort of due to my influence as she decided to dive headfirst into this after all. Class ends a good 20 minutes early, so I walk down to the lobby and buy a can of juice, and then sit down on a bench and wait for Rin. Pull out a novel from my bag and search for the place where I was. Time stretches comfortably over the warm afternoon while I idly sip my orange juice. Read a few chapters of the book. Plot doesn't seem to advance at all, but it's all the same for me. Bell rings to end the school day and students shuffle with meeting outside. Nobody notices me sitting on the bench with my nose in the novel. Keep watch for Rin, but I don't see her familiar face or red-tinted hair passing by. Chat watched 20 minutes past the end of class, and the lobby has all but emptied people again. Even Rin should have already managed to get out of class, but either I missed her walking by or she never came downstairs. Perhaps she went to the art room for some last-minute things instead. Got held back by a strict homeroom teacher. I haven't really waited that long, but I've grown tired already and decided to go find her myself. Stuff the book back in the bag, throw the now empty juice can in the trash bin, and climb upstairs. Oh, it's eerily quiet. No club rooms apart from the art room nearby. Tried the first, but there's not even the teachers in there. Coming back towards the stairwell, I quietly knock on door 3-4 and push the door open to peek in. Yellow sunbeams cross the classroom, falling across the floor. The dust and chalk floating slowly in the air make the light almost palpable. The entire room bathes in the gentle light shining through the window, washing the shadows away. Only one person inside the classroom. Rin sits in what I assume is her seat, next to the window in the third row. Head rests against the desk. Wonder if she slept through it all. Apparently not even Emmy had the heart, or maybe the capability to wake her up. Close the door quietly, walking past the neat, even rows of desks, and go over to where she sits. Rin? My mouth is suddenly so dry that words come out as a tiny whisper. She doesn't answer, so I set my bag down the floor next to hers and lean over her to look at her face. Rin's eyes are peacefully closed. Long eyelashes... Wait, this guy really does have an obsession with looking at sleeping people, doesn't he? Long eyelashes protecting thin shadows on her cheeks. Her mouth slightly open, letting me hear the quiet sound of her breathing. Her usually messy hair is even more so today, lying in complete disarray over half her face and forehead. Her bag is lying at her feet like a forgotten rag doll. A few books and pens are fallen out of it near her seat. She makes me smile a little. I touch Rin's head lightly, sweeping a few stray hairs off of her ear. Her hair feels warm against my palm. Rin stirs, and I retract my hand on reflex, feeling embarrassed at touching her so casually. She looks so vulnerable, like any sleeping person. It's impossible not to feel fondness towards her. Sit on the desktop of whoever is in front of her, and then draw the window slightly open to get some fresh air in. Hopefully I'll wake her up and I won't need to resort to cruder methods. Animation! Whoa, guys! Animation! She doesn't wake up. I didn't really expect her to. Looking at her makes me feel tired as well, to be honest. I wouldn't mind a quick nap either, but I content myself with leaning against the larger window. The glass is warm against my ear and cheek, and these windows face west towards the setting afternoon sun. The afternoon light is slowly melting into Rin's auburn hair, softening her outline so she seems to be fading into her surroundings. The minute twitches. Ah, you tricked me with having that both words being spelt the same. The minute twitches of her muscles, her hair swaying in the air, the even rhythm of her breathing, it all gives a strong impression of a dreaming girl. Like all sleeping people, Rin looks like she's away from the world in some distant dream country. And of course, everyone knows, Hisao knows exactly what sleeping girls look like because he is so frequently watching them. With her, it doesn't feel so obvious that she would ever come back. She seems so detached from her surroundings even when she's awake. In fact, she has the same kind of air around her when... The realization hits my consciousness without warning. Rin sometimes looks like that when she's painting. Her focused expression gives the same feeling of being on the other side of some imaginary gap as looking at her sleeping face does. I feel a pain in my chest. There's no way I can close that gap to be on the same level with her. It hurts, even though I know it's impossible for any two people to truly understand each other. But Rin, she's almost literally in another world when she's talking about art, thinking about art, or making art. It's a world that I, or anyone else really, can't share with her, just like the world of dreams. Rin still doesn't show any sign of waking up, so I'm faced with a decision to either rouse her myself or wait for her to awaken on her own. I choose the latter. Waiting is something I'm good at. I found that out during my hospitalization. But even in the hospital ward was more lively than the school after classes are over. The only sound in the place is the loud ticking of the clock above the door and the distant voice of students down on the ground. A genuine summer breeze blows inside from the... How can it be a non-genuine summer breeze? A false, fake, phony summer breeze. It's that damn winter breeze. I cracked open, full of warmth and carrying the scent of light. I look outside to see where it came from, but I'm dazzled almost instantly. The window glass seems to trap all the sunlight within, making it painful to look that way. All I can glimpse through the window are the dark silhouettes of the trees and the wall around the campus against the setting sun's radius. As I turn back to watch Rin, she stirs again. A single tear warms down the corner of her eye, slowly making its way across her face before it falls onto the desk. Ah. It's tiny, barely a droplet, but it captivates me. Another tear follows the first, and then a third. A feeling of anxiety overcomes me, petrifying me on the spot. So strange seeing Rin's face peaceful as she sleeps, at the same time as tears stream down her cheeks, wetting the wooden desktop she rests her head on. I don't know what to do, so I do nothing, just watch the tears roll one by one down her face. I wonder what she's dreaming about. Rin wakes up after one final flinch, or perhaps because of the tears. She sits upright and yawns so excessively it looks like her jaw might dislocate. She notices my presence, but her reaction is more like the lack of any reacting at all. It's just acknowledgement. No startled grasp or anything. Alpaca for what? Okay. Hello. Good morning. She's so groggy, she can't even return my smile that I somehow can't stretch, to be entirely honest. Rin notices her wet cheeks and quickly wipes them on the shoulders of her shirt. Seems she isn't at all surprised or flustered by them. You cried in your sleep. A bad dream? No, it's nothing like that. It's something I've learned to do from other people. It's a funny story. I'll tell you later. On second thought, not really that funny at all. I guess I won't tell you. Did you want something, or did you just come to watch me sleep? I wanted to see you after classes. Oh, well, it's after classes now, and I'm seeing you right here. Yeah, I just wanted to say good luck or something. I figure the upcoming weeks are going to be a lot of work for you. Thanks. Rin yawns again, and blinks a few times. Feel weird. Didn't really sleep much last night at all. Butterflies in your stomach? What? No, I mean, yes, I know what that means. Butterflies. Don't really feel so good right now. It'll be fine. You're so confident. Someday I will bite you in the ear. I look forward to it. I think I have to go. I promised Mrs. Sayonji I'd go there straight after school, and now it is after school. Is it okay if I come by sometime? I'm guessing you're planning to work long hours, so if you prefer to avoid distractions. It's okay. It's not a distraction. Not like Emmy. Don't bring her with you, though. I wouldn't like that this time. I told her to stay away. I see. Alright, then. Rin stands up and silently walks the door with me, following behind.
School's empty hallway, devoid of the usual crowd of students, feels very lonely. It's only a few hours since our school ended, but the building seems to be all but deserted. Our footsteps are all that intrudes upon the stillness of the hallway. The change is sudden, but it shows how the building is just an empty shell, dead without its students and teachers to liven it up. It's like the school has become a private world with just the two of us, a desolate place filled with silence and chalk dust. I'm going to change. She says this out of the blue while we walk down the stairs on the 3rd floor. Makes me wonder how she views the challenge that lies ahead of her. That's what people must do sometimes. That's the last thing we said to each other that day, even though there's so much that we could talk about. Even those words drowned in the all-encompassing silence, disappearing into the stagnant air as if they were never said. No, don't say stagnant air. Oh, I was already suspicious, and now he said stagnant air. That's like, and he's Yuri, right? I'm playing as Yuri. Oh no, you know what stagnant air means. Okay, I'm gonna be a little bit on edge now. Next Monday is March, where a strange emptiness that grips me even. That was just me reading badly. Caused by the knowledge that I won't be able to see Rim whenever I want to anymore. This holiday feeling's a little bit disconcerting, but I make it to the afternoon, and all the same, my last class is, in a word, terrible. Not that the lesson is bad, it is however boring, and so hot in the classroom that I feel like I'm melting. The air conditioning is either broken or turned off, so the windows aren't open. Oh, the windows are open. What does stagnant air mean? Excellent, have you not seen Doki Doki? I'm sure you have. Stagnant air is foreshadowing that something bad is about to happen. Makes no difference since the air outside is completely still. Only the chirping of cicadas carries inside. The sweltering heat permeates the room. Students and teachers alike are almost delirious state. I just want to stand up and walk out of here without caring what the teacher or anyone else says. I can see I'm not the only one with these thoughts though. Next to me, Misha is shamelessly holding up her skirt a bit, fanning the air with her notebook. Only Shizune seems to be as cool as always, sitting with her back perfectly straight, arms folded to her chest, her eyes fixed on the equation scrawled upon the blackboard. I keep shooting yearning glances at my watch, but it doesn't help the time go by any faster. It's funny. Remember how badly I wanted to get out of the hospital and go back to school. Now all I can think of is the upcoming summer vacation, the freedom from classes and homework. Perhaps it's human nature to think only of the situation at hand. Finally the bell rings. Relieved, my classmates and I burst out to the hallway and already crowded by students from our neighbouring classes. I spot Emmy's diminutive figure nearby and walk up to her. Hey there. She smiles sweetly, clearly happy to see me. So, what's up? Your classroom super hot too? Yeah, it is. I thought I was going to melt in there. Nothing else really happening though. Feeling a bit weird right now that Rin's on a great adventure or whatever you want to call it. Emmy's face cracked a wider smile and she jumps up and down enthusiastically. Isn't it great? I'm so happy for her. I bet everyone will like her paintings and she'll sell a lot of them and make piles of money. Yeah, I'm sure it'll work out great. I'm totally sulking at her though. She huffs angrily in place, her hands firmly on her hips, even letting a little anger seep into her voice. Doesn't quite have the impact she's probably hoping for, but I say nothing. Why's that? She said that she doesn't want me to go see her. Oh yeah, she mentioned that. I guess she prefers not to be distracted. I can understand that. I don't think I'm that much of a distraction. Besides, I'm sure she'll forget about sleeping and eating properly if someone's not there telling her to do it. Sometimes she's like that. She gets completely fixated on whatever and drops everything else. It really makes me worried, you know. Is she going to be alright? Such friendship. I wonder if she thinks I'm annoying. I'm pretty sure that's not the case at all. Emmy shakes her head, looking amused. I'm not sure if she's joking or not. She has these weird ideas about a lot of stuff. Things that just make sense in her head, totally different the way they do to me. I can't even remember all the weird stuff she's talked about over all this time. I don't think Rin does either. She's the type who would forget her own head if it wasn't attached to her shoulders. That's why I just can't leave her alone. Is that weird? She leans against the wall, managing to look distraught, yet cheerful as always. There's a strange feeling about it though, as if we're talking to two people at the same time. Oh, what I know. Everyone's weird in some way, but if that's yours, it's a very nice way. At least I can understand what you're talking about, like Rin. Most of the time, I have no idea what's going on inside her head either. Emmy giggles, nodding in agreement. I think it's okay, even if you don't understand her. That's how she usually is. Emmy stands up, straight up, brushing the hem of her skirt and straightening the waistline. She laughs awkwardly. Wow, we ended up talking pretty seriously. What's up with you, Hisao? Why'd you bring this up? Oh, sorry, I didn't really mean to get into this sort of discussion either. I don't know. That's a weird feeling lately, about Rin. I don't know why. I feel a bit guilty bringing up something like this for no reason except my own anxiety. It'll be fine, don't worry about it. Suddenly, Emmy clutches my wrist and twists it so she can see what time it is from my watch. Oh damn, it's this late already? I should really go. There's a meeting with the rest of the track team on the field. It's not going to be fun in this heat. We're going to sweat like pigs, but I promise I'd be there. Bye-bye. She skips downstairs, leaving me wondering what I said, or Rin said rather, to hurt her or not. Maybe what Emmy herself said hurt her the most come to that. So in the end, even the person closest to Rin is just as far apart from her as everyone else. I wonder if Rin herself ever feels that distant. I felt like I was drifting away from the world too. My hospitalization, my anxiety, my anxious, depressed, even now I sometimes still do. The fight against it's all I've got. If Rin has to be on that side of the divide for her whole life, I can't imagine how she could not be lonely. But perhaps she's truly different. I refuse to belong to the other place, but maybe she's found comfort there. Like Emmy, I have a club meeting of my own, so I head straight to the art club room at the end of the hallway. Only a few members are present today, so the mood's even more laid back than usual. Rin is off working on our exhibition project, but I wonder whether the rest are simply playing cookie or defeated by the heat. I have vastly sketched something with a piece of graphite, but I did a poor job of it. My fingertips are turning pitch black from holding the graphite and smudging it onto the paper accidentally and on purpose. I've improved a little, but Rin's level is still far beyond my reach. Eventually, Nomiya comes in and makes his way around the room, checking on what we're all doing and giving comments on the works in progress. So that's why me and bent a closer look at my poor sketch.
Try to take a few pointers from Tezuka, have you?
Well, I've looked at how she draws. I haven't exactly asked for advice, no. Stop coming so close when he comes close.
Let's see here.
Cassie picks out the piece of graphite from my hand and lightly draws some faint, barely visible lines over my sketch to illustrate places that need improvement. I already feel frustrated about not seeing the obvious flaws, but with a couple of careless-seeming flicks of a wrist, Nomiya has made them plain as day. Straightened up, he throws a sideways glance at the seat where Rin usually sits.
Such a nostalgic feeling, almost like a bird flying from the nest. I'll miss Tezuka when she graduates. Begins from here, you know. Nearly makes my eyes a little misty.
Do you really think she has a chance to make her big break with the exhibition? Nomiya turns, looks up. From my that sentence doesn't work. Adjusting his glasses, he rubs his chin, looking contemplative.
Why not? It's not like she's going to be overnight smash hit or anything. Getting the word out there is very important. Connections are pure gold. That's why. Maybe that's the most important thing to gain if she's become an artist. Word of mouth is very powerful in these circles. She has some advantages, like her young age and technique. You know, the feat. People will be naturally curious about extraordinary things like that.
So that's of an unpleasant ring to them. Isn't that just exploiting her disability to make her more popular? Sounds fishy.
No. It's not like that. Think of it from another perspective, like an artist. Would you rather have Tezuka hide herself completely from public view, as if her condition was something shameful? Some people will call it exploitation if we promote that aspect, or discrimination if we hide it. All considered, we're just being honest about it. There's nothing wrong with that, right, my boy?
I guess so.
Brilliant. It's true that disability has all sorts of implications on society, often nasty ones, but brushing things under the carpet won't help at all. I'm sure Say will handle her side of the issue of delicacy. I've known her since art school, and she's most reliable.
Why is she going so far for Rin's sake? Because it's you who asked?
Oh, she has her own reasons too. Trust this old man, she's more kind-hearted than she looks. But don't let her know I said that.
The tongue thing. Gives me a big wink and covers his mouth with his hand as if to push the remark back in. I remember the curious way Miss Sainoji looked at Rin almost the entire time during our visit to the gallery. It's like that woman was trying to imprint everything about her into memory. Maybe it was that Rin reminded her of something.
Mostly, Sai simply adores young people with passion for art. Her gallery specialises in this very thing, bringing up and coming talent to the public. It's a perfect fit for someone like Tezuka.
I don't even know if she really wants to become a career artist, though, but I guess that'd be the logical next step.
I don't have the faintest idea. Like they said, a teacher can only show the door. It's the student who has to walk through it. An old tired saying, but still quite true.
He used to chat with a pair of second-year girls working on some watercolours. Even though he said that cliched thing, it feels to me like Nomiya is trying to prod Rin for a certain door in particular. I can't blame him for that. I literally shoved Rin towards that door with my speeches about wasting opportunities and whatnot. Nomiya feels like it's time for him to let Rin test her own wings, and he has absolute confidence in this endeavour. I wonder why I can't shed the anxious feeling I have inside of me. It shouldn't have anything to do with me. Maybe I'm just bothered by exactly that. I really don't have any part in this. I would like to be a part of Rin's life and part of mine. Like friends should be. That's what she called us. I wonder what she really meant. I feel like I'm so far apart from her, even when I'm not. Same with Rin and Emmy. I can't understand her. What am I for her? Oh shit! That is a question. That is a question. That's a question we're going to think about while eating a banana. Do I want to support her? Or do I want to understand her? I mean, obviously I'd like both in an ideal world. But that is not an option. So I have to pick one. But which one to pick? Oh no, every choice in Rin's story so far has been like, oh shit, I have to actually think about this. Like everything that went wrong in Emmy's story was stuff that the character did that I had no say in. In this case, it might be me fucking it up and I don't even know. We are all really incorrect choices. Okay, let's do the reverse again. If I was Rim, would I rather someone supported me or understood me? Well, I guess. Yeah, no, it's definitely a good way to look at it. I think I'm leaning more towards understand, because like I appreciate support. I'm glad you'll support what I do, and I love you all for it. But I always feel like no one understands me. If Rin herself also doesn't understand herself, surely she would want someone else to try and understand her, right? Yeah, that's what I got with. Just to check, I did save, right? Yeah, okay. In the end, even though we made friends with each other, I don't really feel like we've gotten any closer. How could I call someone my friend if I can't understand her? Nomia's boisterous laugh fills the quiet afternoon just as the club meeting ends. She pats one of the girls in the back encouragingly. Think about all the things that have led me to this point. All the things I've shared with Rin during the few weeks I've been at Yamaku so far. I sound so very little in the end, but I'm sure of one thing. If I want to keep going with what I have with Rin, I have to throw myself into whatever will come out of the exhibition project along with her. Turn my gaze back at the black mist of a sketch, the near invisible guiding lines the teacher drew over it. No pattern emerges, nothing that can take me further than I am. I put the graphite down on the table, and I think hard, honestly, about what I really want. Okay. It's also interesting, because with Emmy you could tell if you were screwing up. Whereas in this case, I have absolutely no idea if I'm like going on the good route or the bad route. Next day, I take the bus to the city. Goes twice. Now it's starting in the morning. Passing by the front gate of Yamaku, 20 minutes past 10 to the hour. Thanks for that. Really needs to know your exact bus schedule. It takes considerably longer than the one Nomiya gave us in his car, and slowly read a book as the bus makes its rounds through the suburbs. Pausing at almost every stop to pick up someone to let them out. Eventually makes the last stop at the city centre. City is fair size, not too large, and seems too quiet. Nevertheless, I enjoy the atmosphere. Despite being slightly directionally challenged, I find my way to the bus station. The gallery without too much effort. I find myself staring at the big letters saying 22nd corner. Depends on how long it takes, honestly. That was the original intention, but then I sat here streaming for an hour and no one had turned up. So we'll see. That is my hope then. Inside, the gallery owner is intently studying a large painting hanging on the wall, portrait of an old man. Good afternoon. She turns around to look at me, a smile of recognition spreads on her lips. Oh, aren't you the young man from the other day? Shinichi's student, Hisao, was it? That's right. Good afternoon, Miss Sainoji. Please, just Sai. I don't want to feel any older than I am. You know, I'm so glad that even young people show interest in art nowadays. So refreshing. What brings you here? Surely you aren't here just on a courtesy visit all the way from your school. Actually, I came for Rin. I was hoping to see how she's doing. Oh, is that right? Well, then you need to step back outside. You see, the atelier is actually just the next door on the right down the street, and up the stairwell. Just climb the stairs to the top floor. There's only one door there. You can't miss it. Give Say my thanks next to the gallery and locate the door she was talking about. Leads to a dark... This stairwell is just the same stairwell as the one in the school. They've just flipped it. Well, creative use of game resources, I suppose. Leads to a dark stairwell, which reminds me of the stairs leading to the roof of the school building. How funny that! Stairs are steep, and even though there are only 5 floors, my breathing gets heavy before I reach the top. Oh, an unassuming wooden door waits me there. It's unlocked, so I knock and enter. Now, I'm certain the game isn't going to throw a curveball at me, but the whole stagnant air, the slowly walking up the steps, the lack of music. She doesn't have any hands. There is no way she could have hung herself. It's not... Okay, no. No, it's okay, we're fine. She can't. She physically cannot do that. I should get that thought out of my brain. Go away. Rin's not Sayori, even if she is depressed. The atelier is just one big room with a ceiling lower than one end and the other because the roof of the building is gabled. Wait, did I say... Yep, did I say gabled? There's a huge skylight in the ceiling that acts as the main source of light for the room, bringing the sunlight that reflects off the white painted walls. I suppose it's good natural light for art. There isn't much in the way of interior decorations, no surprises, and the room seems to have been used for storage for a while. All kind of boxes and office furniture are scattered around the place. The room is dusty since it's not been used for a while. I can see that someone has made some effort to clean up a little, but it's far from immaculate. That's a new outfit. Rin stands in the middle of the room with her back to me, staring half-painted canvas placed on an easel. Not working on it, just staring, unmoving. She wears what must be a second or third-hand denim overalls and a standard school uniform shirt, much like the one I'm wearing. They look pretty worn and are covered in paint splatters. From the way they seem to be loose or tight in place, I'm guessing they weren't originally Rin's. Hi. Hello. Rin doesn't judge my showing up as worthy of turning around, saying maybe something more than just a mechanical reply to my greeting, smiling, anything. She keeps on doing whatever it is that she's doing, probably some weird creative thing inside her head. Perhaps I should have expected as much. Still, I make another attempt at conversation. It's a pretty cool place. Big, too. It is. Sai said I could use it as much as I like. I even have my own key. So, how's the work going? She doesn't answer for a while. I begin to wonder if she already forgotten the question. The cloud drifts over the building, shadowing the light pouring from the skylight. The change in Rin's surroundings seems to wake her up. I don't know. It's like a huge ball. I don't really know which side is the right one. It's really huge. The hugest thing ever. Like a mountain growing inside of me. Like I swallowed a mountain whole. It's going to be hard to think. Hard, I think. Really very hard. Try to listen for undercurrents of stress or uncertainty in her voice. I don't pick up anything like that. Why are you here? The tone is not as unkind as the directness of the question would make it seem. Well, you said that it'd be fine if I came to visit, so here I am. Guess that's not for any real reason, but I thought you might like company or assistance, or maybe some Hasao. Can you be quiet for about 15 minutes? Maybe 10 is enough. 5 definitely is not. You can talk afterwards. Tone is sharp, nothing like I've ever heard from her before. There's no command, no annoyance, no anger, but her voice pierces me all the same. Alright. With the silence that falls, anxiety creeps back into my heart. I wonder if it was a mistake to come here. Murmurs of traffic filter in from outside. I start to feel more and more uncomfortable. All my thoughts keep finding themselves returning to certain things that have been swelling relentlessly in the back of my mind for some time now. This is really creepy, actually. Like, just Rin standing there. I'm still sort of unnerved. Like, I'm expecting her to turn around and then, like, she'll have a hole in her face or something. I feel like those thoughts will surface out of the tempest and the sea of my mind, whether I want it or not. Desperate to avert my focus, I fixate on Rin's back as my mind races. Okay. Don't think I've ever studied anyone's back so intently before. Her neck hidden by copper-coloured hair, which is again in complete disarray. The relaxed yet rigid posture reminded me that Rin's physical appearance often tends to be awkward as her various trains of thought. Those gaunt, delicate shoulders, blades visible through her thin white fabric of her shirt. The contours of her hips curving down to her thin thighs. Pisses me off. What? 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 This just came out of fucking nowhere. Rarely does she ever seem to be looking at me, whether literally or figuratively. I, on the other hand, am always watching her back, both literally and figuratively. Whether she is painting, whether someone else catches her fluttery attention, whether I don't forcefully make her listen to me. I can't reach through to her. Rin's heart is uncharted territory. Is that in Uncharted 4, Rin's heart? Oh no, Uncharted 4 already exists. Uncharted 5, the heart of the Rin. It's uncharted territory, dangerous waters, the blank area on a map. The edge of the world? Yeah, because the world is flat, didn't you know? It has an edge. If I went too close, would I fall off? What do I think of her? Sometimes she's aloof and distant and annoys me. Other times her passion for the things she thinks worthwhile shines through and inspires me. I can't understand her. Still, I like her and consider her my friend. I suppose part of friendship is putting up with the oddities of people you call friends. I have to admit, there's a lot of putting up with Rin. You know what? This is really speaking to me right now. It's like Train. Not that Rin reminds me of Train at all in any way, shape or form, but there's a lot of putting up with. Anyway, what does she think of me? I have no idea. Last week I thought she might have liked me romantically, what with the kiss and all. Forces me to ponder over my own feelings too. This week I'm utterly confused. What would she do if I told her I liked her that way? I wonder if I really do. Damn, I can't make sense of even my own thoughts anymore. Must be contagious. And what good are words when... Wait, no, that's a sentence too late. It's... I can't even... Fuck, I've forgotten the fucking lyrics. I'm terrible. Something about if I can't even read my own thoughts. Ah, fuck it, whatever. You know what I mean. I'm Monica's song. Anyway, even if I said a thing like that, would it matter? Nothing affects Rin. Nothing. Do get some world-class snark for putting up with Train, though. I don't enjoy that, though. He's not... I think there comes a big... I had this discussion with Josh the other day. I don't enjoy any of the salt at all. Like, none of it. The opposite of enjoy it. I hate it, honestly. And I don't hate many things, but that is something I hate. I sort of put up with it because everyone else enjoys it. It's basically like a case of, you know what? Everyone else is happy, so why the fuck isn't I'll suffer? Why not, you know? I'm sure you enjoy. I'm sure you notice how little I enjoy myself in the Yu-Gi-Oh streams and stuff. Not because I don't enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh, or because I don't enjoy hanging out with everyone and tag dueling and stuff. I love all that, but it's anyway. let's get. Whoa! She turned around. Hello. Oh, it's not blood. It's paint. Good. Okay, we good. All right. Rin is fine. Rin is not hurt in any way. She's good. Panic over. I'm done. I find her turned around now, staring straight at me. It unnerves me. I try to remember what we, or rather I, were talking about before she requested a timeout. Alright, I just came to, I don't know. Still can't finish your sentences. It's not that. Fine. She retreats from the conversation, slipping away from me once again. She doesn't return to painting, but instead keeps looking at me with that empty poker face of hers. I want to talk about some stuff. I thought a lot about things. What things? Like what happened last week and so on. What happened? Get the feeling she's playing with me. Why? I have no clue. It's not a game she's playing with my head. I'm pretty sure she does it deliberately to screw with people. Maybe it's just my own mind playing tricks on itself. Still, Rin feels like a puzzle in the form of a girl. I feel attracted to it, compelled to solve it, and the overly rational part of my brain refusing to let me give up. Can't leave her alone. I never would have believed I could be this obsessive about something. Ha! Remember her playing as Yuri. Never could have believed she could be this obsession about something. Awkward laughter trail off. Why do I hesitate so much and keep running in circles around her? I don't have to do that. I already decided what I want to say. Rin. Saying her name without intention of this makes my mouth dry, as if my subconscious is fighting against what I'm going to say next. I feel like I'm going to lock up any movement now. Rin looks up for her paint-covered toes and stops wriggling them, so there isn't anyone to observe them curiously now. The hard stare of her dark green eyes seem like portent. I like you. The lack of any reaction is a slap to the face. God, that Toki Doki trigger mod is going to be extensive. So, I mean, I'd like you as more than a friend. What is more? A slow, hesitant word coming from between her strawberry-coloured lips, and not the one I was waiting for. Neither of the two possible answers that I'd be expecting, actually. I feel myself blushing heavily as a par for the course for this kind of situation. My heartbeat sounds like a percussion orchestra on drugs. Rin's faux innocent inquiry feels like I'm being grilled over hot coals. You know, like, romantically and... No. Oh my fucking god, Rin, you're the best. Rin turns around, giving me the cold shoulder. She returns to look at her painting. Wow, get fucking dunked, buddy. She makes a move to pick up her brush, which lies forgotten on the floor, but decides against it at the last moment. I can't talk about that kind of thing now. So don't talk about that kind of thing, please. We are friends, right? So you can do that. The sound as those words leave behind is deafening. I want to say something, but my mouth refuses to move. There's no way I can retain my dignity. Rin finally picked up the brush without giving any explanation for her behaviour. Maybe there was something in her voice that gave away some emotion, but I couldn't say what. Her shoulders slumped melancholy as her foot works on the canvas in front of her. She won't let me see her face, and I know it. Feeling the weight of my heart grow heavier, I stand up to leave, for I can't stay here any longer today. It's like I have opened Pandora's box by stepping over some line that Rin didn't want me to cross. She had to turn me down. Walk across the squeaky floor to the door leading to the stairwell. Rin's quiet voice stops me in my tracks. I'm about to open the door. So, my hand, still on the brass doorknob, is waiting for me to turn it or to withdraw. Yeah. Will you come tomorrow? Yeah. Well then. Well then. After a night of bad sleep, I go through the day mostly on automatic. I put on my uniform mechanically, do my schoolwork mechanically, eat my lunch mechanically, reply to a teacher mechanically, and thus, when the final bell rings, it feels as if I'd just woken up. It sounds like she's trying to write a poem about interchanging gearboxes, strings of every human eye connected together through the universe. Everything's mechanical. My mind feels blank and overcrowded at the same time. I can't even begin to unravel the tangle. I just said... Yeah. I can't get over the fact that I'm actually playing as Yuri a lot of the time. I feel I've got myself into. Spend the bus trip downtown staring out the window, thinking about these things. As a result, by the time I climb the stairs to the atelier, 4 floors above, say his gallery, I'm feeling completely exhausted. Expecting awkwardness, I quietly knock on the door before entering. I spot Rin at the centre of the small stage area in the room, working on a painting. She doesn't acknowledge my arrival in any way. Hi, came as promised. Rin snaps her head in my direction immediately. Was she waiting for me to say something? And locks that cold green gaze of hers onto me. Well, I'm sure my own face can't hide my feelings. Rin's expression is expectant as neutral as always. The clouded, slightly absent-minded darkness in her eyes is like a wall standing between me and her. This is the first awkward silence between us that is truly awkward. Yesterday, both of us said some things we couldn't take back, and there's no way it can be undone. I want to say something, but Rin forbade me from doing so. I can't even begin to guess what she's thinking, but I'm feeling the pressure of her lightness and her lightless eyes on me, compelling me to break the silence without saying the thing I most want to say. To my horror, I find that I can't find any way to start a conversation. It's as if I've completely lost the ability to speak with her. Just keep working if you're in the middle of something. I'll just sit down here. Rin nods wordlessly at me and picks up the brush from the floor and her toes of her right foot. Sink into a worn-out sofa, picking up a book from my bag and opening it to where I stopped it last night. Can't really concentrate on it, but it's better than doing nothing. 2 of us are so close to each other, together in the same room even, and yet we're both off doing our own thing as we were miles apart. Can't help but wonder about this unnatural situation. Why did I come here? Because she asked me to, so yesterday, of course. However, it looks like there's absolutely no need for me to actually be here. Makes me feel awkward at first, but as I recall the previous silences I've quietly passed over in, I settle down and try to tune into the same comfortable mood I was in back then. Time stretches and slows down. The pages of my book rustle each time I turn them. After maybe half an hour or 1 hour at most, Rin breaks her silence to my complete surprise. So, yeah? Are you my friend? An echo of yesterday, I know it. So, even Rin couldn't just push it aside from my mind. Caught off guard, I answer honestly. Yeah, of course I am. Don't worry about stuff like that, come on. Okay. She doesn't say anything further. I feel happy somehow. Several chapters later, I mark my spot, close the book, and put it away in my bag. Getting off the sofa, I see that Rin's made considerable progress on her painting. Take a look at it for a bit. Still not quite finished, I suppose. Looks great. It's bad luck to comment on unfinished paintings. After that, I quietly leave the studio and catch the bus taking me back to school. Well then. This got interesting, didn't it? And by interesting, I mean, Just gonna keep doing this over and over, I guess. Life settles into some sort of vague, undefined norm. Visit Rin whenever I can, but each time is as strange as the first. They consist mainly of me watching Rin at work or just reading a book on the couch while she works. We barely talk at all. Long, quiet evenings stretch over this last weeks of June. Sitting on the couch in the atelier, listening to the quiet rustle of Rin's brush, my own heartbeat, trying to make sense of the former and forget about the latter. I'm a silent visitor in this place, a ghost. At some point I start thinking that my presence is meaningful to Rin somehow. I never end up asking her about it. I don't bring up the forbidden topic anymore either. I try to stop thinking about it altogether. It's hard to do so, and it doesn't get any easier with the passage of time. My heart aches every time I look at the awkward figure of the girl I decided to like, yet who refuses to acknowledge it. Still can't seem to find the right words to talk to her about anything at all, but I find quiet solace in observing her from nearby. The distance between us doesn't feel that huge when I can be this close to her, even if it is like this. Rin works like a demon. There are barely any moment where she's without a brush between her toes or not walking in circles around her current work in progress, estimating it from every angle and distance. She seems to be completely taken over by her will to work, to change herself into the sort of artist she believes she'd be worthy of the trust of Nomiya and Sei have placed in her. Piles of sketches, work in progress, tubes of oil paints and brushes slowly begin to crowd the small atelier, making it even messier than it was before Rin acquired the rights to use it. I offer to help her clean up every now and then, but each time she refuses. It dawns on me that in her mind, the room is not in utter chaos. Rather, her system of keeping track of everything so elaborate only Rin herself can make sense of it. She knows exactly where everything is, from the tiniest brush to that half-empty tube of crimson that's the perfect shade for some picture in progress. Rin walks from one painting to another, looking at them as if not remembering she made them. She talks to herself or to the paintings, even when I'm present, just quietly enough that I can't make out the words. Every day, Rin pours herself onto the canvas for hours on end, squeezing every bit of her ability, even her soul, into making good on that promise she made to me, or to herself. Black marks appear beneath the eyes, a sure sign that she's skipping sleep in favour of painting. Somewhat surprised to see her at school a few times.
I never go and say hello, though, as I somehow feel it would break the silent magic of the evenings we share at the atelier. Sometimes Sei comes by when I'm there. She gives me a certain kind of look when she shows up. I think she doesn't like that I'm always hanging out with her up here, but she never says a word about it. She isn't quite full of praise for Rin's work as Nomiya, but visibly impressed nevertheless. However, when she turns her eyes from the wonderful works of art to look upon the little red-haired girl that made them, some deep sadness floats on the surface of her expression. Can't explain it. She never talks about it. June turns to July. Almost without warning, end-of-term exams loom dangerously close, but all I can think of is Rin. I feel like a sleepwalker at school, looking forward to only the next time I get to visit that silent place above Sei's gallery. After Rin refuses my attempt at directly helping with her work, I try to figure out other ways to help her. It finally dawns on me that she isn't eating properly. My course of action decided I stop at the convenience store before going to catch the bus downtown on my next visit to studio. I feel very energetic as I open the door to Altair and greet Rin. I bought you some fruit. You need vitamins and actual food after all. Do you even eat up here? I do eat. If I didn't eat, I couldn't paint. And why don't you eat a couple of these? I shake a bag full of ripe oranges in my hand and ploy to tempt Rin into taking a break. To my surprise, she actually lays her brush down and walks over to me to see what I'd bought. Expression doesn't change at all when she looks into the bag. I can't eat oranges, says Al. It does not work very well with feet. That's alright, I'll do it. Of course I knew that. She told me that herself after all. I extract the tiny fruit knife I had with me and select one of the round fruits. After making an initial cut, I begin to peel it with my fingers. A strong scent of cut orange rind immediately fills the air as thousands of tiny droplets of oil burst from the skin. I remove the first section of the hard peel and shoot a glance at Rin. So how's the work going? I don't know. It's like I'm in the centre of some huge mountain of jelly I have to dig my way out. Must be stressful. I think it might be, even though it's just painting. All this, everything feels so strange. I wonder if Rin's the kind of person who likes to carefully remove all the white fibrous stuff from oranges before eating them. A more careless type person who just eats them as they come. Maybe neither. I'm the former type, so I meticulously clean the orange slices one by one while Rin watches the process of mild curiosity. I realise that I don't have the faintest idea about her likes or dislikes, or any of those other little details that make up the concept of a person for those around them. It's like all this time I haven't learned much about her at all. Once I finish lamenting that fact, I realise I've cleaned the entire orange and neatly split it into slices. I hold a slice up and bring it closer to Rin so she can pick it up. Here. She takes it directly between her lips and then into her mouth, whole. Her lower lip briefly brushes against my fingertip. Rin chews the slice carefully, savouring it as much as possible. I mean, I don't actually like real oranges, so... I like orange flavour, but actual oranges, too much of a pain for me, to be honest. It's not worth it. I'm fixated on the movement of her jaw, the trickle of juice glistening on her lip, the way her throat moves when she swallows the orange slice. After I realise what I'm doing, I turn away, feeling embarrassed while watching her so intently. It's not the same as it usually is. The orange? Painting. Oh, well, is anything like that ever the same? It is sometimes, I think. I don't know what, though. I might be starting to paint differently soon, if this goes on. Well, why wouldn't that just be the change you keep talking about? She thinks about it, blinking her eyes a few times nervously. For a moment, absolutely nothing happens, as if time itself did a double take. Seriously, every single time with the time references, so many. I can't help but notice these little things. Like when we were playing Doki, I kept noticing how Monica said the word all. She was always saying the word all the time. It's like her favourite word. And I just kept picking up on it. I was like, why do you keep saying all? Like, as if you're not all the same. Which obviously is exactly what she was getting at. So, even though I didn't know what the fuck was up with that game, I sort of worked it out from the get-go because of the amount of times she said the word all. So the amount of times they're saying the word time... Oh, no, wait. Oh, I'm not going to say what I'm thinking now, but suddenly a different meaning for time has just come into my head of what that could be possibly be talking about. Oh, the stagnant air would make sense with that. Alright, we stare at each other in silence, only that faint, tangy scent of orange floating between us and the muffled sound of traffic in the background. I mean, I can't... It should be obvious, right? The stagnant air. When people say your time is up, you know? Like... time out, your time's over, there's no more time. They keep talking about time stopping specifically, or time slowing down. They always say, you know, oh, your life flashes before your eyes. So it's like as if time has slowed down, right? I have a feeling there's going to be a death. I don't think it's going to be Rin, though. Because our character hasn't been even remotely healthy in the slightest this entire time. He has been a lazy shitbag his entire story. So... you're going to have a sudden heart attack or something and I'm just going to die. That might be the bad ending, to be fair. I don't know where the good ending will go. Maybe the good ending is we spend the rest of our time together.
Who knows? I guess we'll find out. Pick up on a slice and hold it to her. She takes it from her mouth just like the first one. Didn't think it would be like this. I'll keep going and see what happens. It's not like you can do anything else. Yeah, it's the only thing I can do. After that, she says nothing more. In the ensuing silence, I feed Rin the rest of the orange one slice at a time, and I peel another for her, which she eats as well. The third I eat myself, and the rest are left in a plastic bag, which I put on a small desk next to her on the couch. She stands up and returns to her painting with a strange look in her eye that I haven't seen before. Like most of her expressions, it's completely unreadable. Oh, I've clicked off. Even if I asked, she wouldn't explain what it means. Gonna leave that bag of oranges there? They're gonna go mouldy. Some days later, I spot Rin and Sei standing together in front of the gallery as I walk down the street towards the gallery. I said gallery twice, that sounded weird. They seem to be talking with her, Sei has a smoke. Oh, she does smoke. Okay then. Good afternoon. I say this even though it's not really afternoon anymore. I came a bit later than usual since I got caught up doing homework. It's gonna be dark soon. Hello there, Sao. Come to visit little kitten again? Rin makes a face at the nickname. I guess she doesn't like it. Ironically, the way she wrinkles her nose like that really does make her look a little bit like a cat. Hello. Sei turns back to Rin to continue the conversation they were having. She works in art, of course she smokes. That makes absolutely no sense. The art teacher didn't smoke, Rin doesn't smoke, her Sao doesn't smoke. I know loads of artists. Like, I know more artists than anything else. And as far as I know, none of them smoke. I do not understand that relation at all. So in other words, everything is going well enough. Rin makes a difficult expression and turns her face away from me for some reason. It's difficult. It's like I'm missing something. But I will do it. Work hard and it'll be fine. I'm going to have to start work on my part of the preparations. I need to do a sales catalogue, invitation, decorations, advertisements, and so on. We need the names for your works, and we also need to think up the general theme for the exhibition. They don't have anything like that. I'm not very good with words, so I don't use them. If I cannot use them, it means sometime I have to, but I think it's like this that I... not at all. You don't like naming your works? I don't like it. Well, I guess it's hard to come up with a good name for something like this. Rin shakes her head vehemently. It's not like that. It's like if I paint a cloud and I call it an octopus, people will think differently about it than if I paint a cloud and call it the end of the world. Every name is wrong. Nothing ever explains what I feel like when I make a painting. It's not a word thing. The only thing would be to come up with a new word for everything, but would that help at all? No, I don't think so. Then the painting would go with just unnamed number 1 and so on. It's a bit inconvenient, but that's no good. Unnamed, you know, you just didn't come up with a good name. As unnamed is a name, like that Greek guy with the sheep and all. Sei thinks about this for a while, furrowing her brow. She keeps looking at Rin's serious face. So you're saying our artwork should be completely without labels? I think that's what I'm saying. Sei lets out a dry laugh, the kind old ladies who smoke too much always seem to end up with. Let's hope your art will never end up in a museum. The curators would explode. Sei takes a contemplative puff on her cigarette, which has worn down to not much more than the butt. Then she drops into an ashtray affixed to the wall next to the door. Then again, it could work. What do you mean? Namelessness, this rejection of labels, it works. It's a good unifying theme, and something people can grasp onto easily. Allows for a lot of room for interpretation, gives a good impression. Think about it. All sorts of associations can be made, starting from identity and self-definition, all the way to whatever you want to think about it. We could call our exhibition Nameless, and build on that as a theme. How does that sound? Rin thinks about this for a while. Not sure how Sei managed to get so fired up by Rin's reluctance to apply names to her work. Feels like she might be extrapolating too much, but it's a pretty impressive sounding idea. I don't think it's a bad idea. For what it's worth, I have to say it sounds pretty good to me too. Sei reaches in her pocket for another cigarette, lighting it with a neon green butane lighter. Wow, chain smoker. Her forehead wrinkles and she rubs it, appears furiously to think more on the idea. She doesn't say a word for a little bit, but every now and then she takes a sharp drag from the cigarette. Yes, I think this will work out pretty nicely. I'm going to take this and the starting point of the work from there. I'm going to work on this. You go back upstairs and try to find your missing ingredient. I'm sure it'll come to you sooner or later. Rin doesn't reply, so Sei takes one last long puff from her cigarette, drops it in the tray, and joins the others at the time. Gallery owner turns her head back inside, but is stopped by Rin as she reaches the door handle. Sei, what is it, kitten? Can I have some cigarettes? What? She looks at Rin, incredulous, clearly not having expected such a direct request. Not that I did either. Don't tell your teacher.
She stuffs the pack in Rin's pocket along with the neon green lighter. How the fuck does she... Oh, I guess, yeah, she could probably work it out. Dare's already folding into dusk when we climb up the dark stairs leading up to what is now basically Rin's atelier. Let's go inside. Rin doesn't seem to be able to settle down. She keeps pacing around the room like a caged animal, looking through the skylight at the burgundy-coloured dusk. The last light of the sun advances across the sky, reflecting the clouds floating over the town, filling every corner of the atelier with blazing orange light. Yeah, but just because you told me doesn't mean it makes any sense. I'm never going to smoke. Never in my life. I guarantee you that. You know what? I would bet every single thing I own that I will never intentionally, choosingly, willingly go out of my way to smoke a cigarette. Ever. Can confirm. 100%. Guaranteed. If there's anything else I'm ever been certain of, I'm more certain of that than anything else. So, and I never have, and I never will. So, no, I don't agree with you. So, painting's going well. She blinks and relaxes her muscles. I didn't even realise how tensed up she was until now. Not really. I haven't painted in 3 days. I'm going in squares. Circles. If you say so. I tried doing things a bit differently, but it doesn't work, and now the old way doesn't work either. I need something more. It's not enough like this. Rin's response gives me pause, since as usual I can't exactly understand what she means. Though really, I shouldn't have expected anything else. She either says nothing at all, or too much. Trying to comprehend and follow her train of thought feels like wading through the jungles of Borneo, equipped with a wooden spoon and a map of Hokkaido. Hokkaido. That's a very specific, I guess, reference. It's annoying how her thoughts are both laid out in plain sight and hidden from view every time she opens her mouth. What more? You said that to say as well. A missing ingredient? I think I have to destroy myself. What? No. Back up. Really? I hate smoking. I hate smokers. Don't tell Toby I said that. I hate the fact that he smokes. Like, it's disgusting. It gives people cancer. It gives me cancer. It fucking triggers my asthma. It's like, just fuck off with that shit. Stop killing yourself. Stop killing everyone around you. Stop wasting all your money and then thinking, man, I'm so poor, when you spend like $50 billion a year on fucking death cigarettes, death sticks. What the fuck are you doing? I think people who smoke are stupid. I know it's an addiction. Like, people say, oh, but, you know, but you can break addictions. People do it. People break addiction. I did it. It's possible. It's a thing you can do. I wasn't addicted to cigarettes, no, but it is a thing that people can do. And I think people who don't want to just aren't willing to fucking, I don't know, admit their fault or something. I don't know. I guess they're just not at the right time in their life to do it. But I don't agree with it. I am quite strong on the topic because, well, I've known many people in my life who are either dead or dying or going to die very young, all because of cigarettes. It has ruined the life of way too many people that I know. I mean, you can get that without smoking, you know. You can just go for a walk in the forest. Well, if there was a forest there. Okay, that sounds unnecessarily grim. What do you mean? Rin's shoulders slump and she turns to face me directly. I have to change. I've tried it. I've tried, but it's not enough yet. I have to destroy myself first, I think. Just to be clear, you are speaking metaphorically, right? Like learning to paint from scratch again or whatever, so to speak? She shrugs her shoulders if there's no difference. There is no difference. So, you're going to start by smoking a cigarette for inspiration? Maybe. Never tried this before. Have you? No, can't say I have. Still, I'm not really sure if having a smoke is the best starting point. She slants her words with another nonchalant shrug. Open the cigarette pack and look inside. It's almost full. Smoke is bad for you, but that's the idea here, I guess. Yes, I need to do something. I want to paint. I need something more. So, okay, fine. What after smoking a cigarette then? How do you intend to destroy yourself? Rin thinks for a split second and averting her gaze like she does when she doesn't want to get distracted. I don't know yet. I'll decide later. Rin bends down to pick out a cigarette from the end. She raises her head between her lips and turns to me, eyebrows curved and two arcs, challenging me to respond. With a sigh of resignation, I pick up the lighter and raise it to meet the cigarette. I can feel Rin's warm breath against my quivering hand. Flame flickers to life on the third strike of the flint, and I try to aim the dancing fire at the end of the cigarette. The amber-coloured glow spreads to the wrapping paper of tobacco as Rin inhales her first smoke. It seems to relax her significantly. To my surprise, she doesn't cough, despite telling me she's a first-timer. Rin seems to remember that it's hard to blow the smoke out without spitting the cigarette out as well. She quickly sits down on the floor, bringing her foot to her lips like a circular contortionist, and expertly pits the filter out between her two toes. Get down on the floor as well, and we both lie down almost simultaneously while Rin blows a steady stream of smoke towards the dim sky beyond the glass of skylight, looking after it thoughtfully.
thin haze of steely blue smoke slithers towards the ceiling in a fish-like movement. It billows the stagnant air of the stagnant air. It's always stagnant air. Right? The air is just so stagnant. The next two sentences or 3 sentences away is going to start talking about how time has slowed down, twisting and turning around its own immaterial body until it dissipates into thin air. What's the word for smoke that looks like that? There is no word for that. Maybe we should come up with one. Maybe. Rin takes another quick experimental drag. It's not very tasty. Feels like inhaling the dust lying on top of a forgotten book about the memories of a dead kingdom. I think this CG would be nicer without the smoke effect. Do you want to try? Hesitation unintentionally surfaces again, making me freeze in the face of a rather trivial and commonplace challenge. His ability to take everything so coolly is something I'm a bit jealous of. Well, I mean, if this was me, I'm about to kill myself. There we go. Yeah, that looks nice. Without the cigarette. Taking it from her, I have a drag on it, fighting against a sudden choking feeling in my lungs as they fill with smoke. To my embarrassment, I fail wheezing and hacking my lungs out. I feel flustered, maybe I haven't lost too much face in Rin's eyes. It's less than unpleasant on the second try, but I still pass the cigarette back to Rin. We're like a pair of budding delinquents in the middle school, sneaking their first smoke out of sight of their teachers and parents. Well, I suppose it's not like that. That's exactly what we are. After a while, the cigarette has shrunk most of the way down to the filter. Rin is still looking quietly out at the skylight. Her looking out there, the silence inside the Altelia seems to deepen even more. Are the cogs of creativity turning behind those eyes right now? Do another one. Mechanically pick up another cigarette. Back to the mechanical. I may be very much specifically focusing on the two things that are very much Doki related, but he does seem to... There's like this weird pattern of like using the same few expressions over and over and over in Rin's story. I'm not sure I quite understand why. I guess it's like that whole methodical thinking, right? Is it methodical? Methodical. That's the word I'm looking for. Light it and place it on Rin's lips. She takes a few puffs and moves it awkwardly around with her lips. Fruit. I was standing here garbled words, glance over Rin. She looks like she's having trouble with the cigarette. Pick the cigarette from her lips and place it on mine, abandoning common sense and good reason while I do so. First one should have been enough for me, but I take another drag, still coughing, although at the unpleasant sensation of smoke invading my respiratory organs. I remember doing something like this before. So you have smoked. Doesn't look like it, though. Nah, lying on my back and looking at the sky with you. Oh. The sky on the other side of the glass is slowly growing darker. It's unreachably high, even in the shimmering smoke seems to make it closer. Turn the cigarette back to Rin's mouth. It feels bad somehow. Space between us is less than an arm's reach, and still there. It's the distance between us, the immeasurably wide chasm of thoughts and feelings that separates us with graver certainty than even light years of physical distance could. By saying the right words, there might be a way to make the chasm narrower, even if just a little. I tried to cross that gap with one big step, but Rin turned me back. I glanced at her out the corner of my eye. Rin is staring upwards through the smoke-filled ceiling at the skylight, darkening the sky above us. It's almost like she's sleeping, even though I know she isn't. Her eyes are open, as is her mouth. I take the cigarette from Rin before it falls on her cheek. She doesn't react to my touch anyway. So this is where we are now. Wonder if we can ever be closer than this. Take a drag of the cigarette and blow a thin stream of smoke upwards. These indirect kisses are the only thing that connects us right now. Taste of Rin's lips on the filter, mixed with the ashen taste of the smoke. Soft lips against my fingers as I press the cigarette on her mouth, as if she was placing kisses on them. The ash softly falling on the floor between us like snow. As the second cigarette is being finished off, I am already lighting the third one. The only thing breaking the stillness of the atmosphere is the unaudible sound of smoke floating towards the first stars blinking overhead. Light nausea hits me by the fourth or fifth cigarette. Jesus Christ, guys! The fuck are you doing? Are they actually trying to kill themselves? Like, was I on point? Are we gonna die here? Before long, the shape of the waxing moon appears in the skylight, shedding her wan light down on us. It'll be a full moon in a few days. It'd be nice to be able to fly. I flinch after realizing it was my own voice that gave birth to the remark, the bastard child of the almost inebriating smoke and tiredness. It's not a nicotine overdose that's the problem, it's the fucking cancer. Like, they're getting instant cancer by smoking this much. You can't. You can? Sometimes I feel like it. Like I can do anything. Wish I felt like that sometimes. Wonder if she hears the bitterness seeping into my words. The vicious cycle of unrequited feelings is poisoning me even now. I try to push the grim thoughts aside. My efforts met with little success, and my mind keeps swirling around what ifs and if onlys. Oh, suddenly I'm extremely uncomfortable on the floor. I'm going to turn the beanbag around. Oof. Is there something like under the beanbag? No? I don't know why it's so uncomfortable all of a sudden. Watching the moon slowly creeping higher, I realise that a long time has passed since I came here. It sobers me somewhat, but also reminds you of the sad status quo we're in now. It's late. I better get going back to school. Stand up to leave, but Rin doesn't show any sign of rising up from the floor. She lies inanimate, as though all life had been sapped from her. Little wisps of smoke float around her, memories of the cigarette we shared. I grasp her by her short thin arms and try to pull her up. To my surprise, she complies and stands up with some help from me. I notice how little Rin weighs, as if she were made of feathers. You always comment on their weight, don't you? Are you going to stay here overnight? I have to. I haven't painted much in 3 days. I have to find out how I can start painting. Maybe the smoke helps. Just take a break. That's no good. I have to do it. Even if I can't paint anymore, I'll be destroyed for real. Maybe you're just burned out. You've been working pretty hard. That would be bad. I wonder if this is it for me. I want to see how far I can go. Maybe this is it. The end. You just have artist block. It's not a big deal. That's the word for when you can't paint, right? I've had that before. Never like this, though. Pick up a brush and I want to put it down right away. And then I do. 3 days. It's like I've forgotten how to paint. I didn't think that was possible. Like more impossible than Emmy growing wings and a tail. You need a break. I mean, I get that you're trying to go deeper inside yourself for your paintings, but it's really not that healthy to stay inside your own head for so long. Oh, yeah, that's the not healthy thing. The fact that you just smoked an entire pack of fucking cigarettes. Glance at the night sky visible through the window. A couple of stars are weakly twinkling in the city. They remind me of something I used to do once upon a time. It feels so horribly long ago. Come on, let's go outside. Where? Just for a walk. I'll show you my secret place. I don't know if it works in this town, but we can try. In any case, you need a break and probably something to eat. Come on. You need to get your thoughts away from this for a while. When they're troubled, most people escape from their unhappy lives to a world of fantasy. I did that before, and I still do today, reading books endlessly, immersing myself in their world rather than my own. Rin's escape should be the other way around, though, out of her inner world and into the real. Rin doesn't look happy about this, but I ignore her. At least she's somewhat cooperative, walking after me as we head down the stairs and then down the sidewalk. Night has fallen upon the town. Gentle summer night, smelling of flowers and hot asphalt. The sunlight is replaced by shining neon colours and bland yellow streetlights. The air is easy to breathe. That's how you know that this is old game, because yellow streetlights, they're all blue nowadays. No, they're not yellow anymore. As if the air pressure was noticeably lighter than usual. Huh. I just realised there's actually something that Yuri wrote about that in a poem, didn't she? Huh. Anyway, feeling of daytime in the hot summer lasted long into the evening and night. I grabbed Rim by her sleeve like I've seen Emmy do. To my surprise, she obediently follows. Pale streetlights fight against an all-enveloping darkness as we walk together. They guide and guided, although neither knows the destination. But it doesn't matter. This is the one moment where the usual silences that have become ritual between me and Rin at last fit perfectly. I walk side by side, choosing direction on impulse and inspiration. Sometimes we find ourselves back at a street we've already seen once or twice. Sometimes we find new streets. All of them look asleep. Rin doesn't ask where we're going. Maybe she doesn't care. Maybe she knows I don't have an answer. The silence of the night isn't scary. After all, the lights drive most of it away. The air grows cooler, and the moon progresses along its journey as the cloudless sky. Few cars roam the street at this hour. Even fewer people are on the sidewalk. The apparent lack of nocturnal life is somehow befitting of this place. There are around-the-clock shops and cafes, sure, but the atmosphere is like the town itself is slumbering. A town that sleeps 8 hours a day. The city I grew up in, bathed in the electric glow of a million light bulbs, never slept. I have seen it for myself. It's not the first time I've done this. It happened one of the first times I was home alone. Both my parents had business trips that neither could cancel, so they deemed me old enough to survive 2 days on my own. Their misplaced trust in me did not go to waste, as I proceeded to spend the entire night out walking around the city. Even afterwards, I couldn't say what made me stay downtown longer than I intended after school. I didn't feel like going home, so I stayed through the evening and eventually through the entire night. I walked long concrete circles and around landmarks chosen at random. For some reason, the nighttime city felt fascinating, so I walked its streets. At every intersection, it was possible to choose your direction at random because they all led nowhere. The aimless wandering made me see things differently. I hope to do the same for Rin. We stopped to buy some hot coffee and snacks from a vending machine, then locate a bench where we sit down to eat.
There's no time in the night of the town, so we spend an unknown amount of it just sitting there, observing the stillness of the usually... There's the time! But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure I mentioned it a few times before, but there is no time. Oh, so I was just so into the reading there, that just threw me out of it. Observing the stillness of the usually vivid townscape. Still, it's getting very late, and soon you'll be getting very early. So, this is it. Hearing Rin's voice surprised me. She doesn't sound bored, rather her tone is inquisitive, uncertain as to why I dragged her out here, yet curious to find the answer. Yeah, have you ever been out all night? It's like a different world. The remark sends her thinking for a while, looking around as if she was looking for something. The wisps of light reflecting from the corners of her eyes are suddenly very sharp. It's not a different world. It's the same, just asleep. What do you think this town is dreaming of? Maybe something like car sheep or building sheep. Why are dreams always about sheep? I've never seen a sheep-related dream that I can remember. Do different towns dream of different things? Probably. How could they not? I answer half joking, half spurring her on. For the first time tonight, it seems like a bit of Rin's life has returned to her. She doesn't continue her list of rhetorical questions, though. Instead, she leans back a little and looks up at the moon, travelling across the town. Cool breeze blowing between the buildings seems to steal the conversation away before it even really begins. It's too bad. It looked like Rin would get out of her blue mood. I wish I could somehow know the right things to say, but I realise I can't do that the way I am now. I'm too far apart from Rin. I haven't really managed to crack her open. She's just too complicated. It's like she's open to everything, equally disinterested in everything from the outset. In truth, she's locked tighter than anyone else I know, even myself. Sometimes she locks herself inside that inner world, shutting everything else out. Other times, her thoughts flow freely from her mind, but not organised in any fashion that would make them intelligible to the rest of the world. What comes out of the form of paintings I can't interpret. To me, it's just a sea of colours and shapes, not a message. She's too far away. I now know that it was a bad idea to try and reach her in the way I did, but I can't help liking her. I look at the fingers on my right hand, trying to remember what Rin's lips felt like against them. Do you ever feel like you're trying to reach out for something that's impossible to reach? Go away, Minnie. Rin turns her gaze to me, tilting her head quizzically. I wonder if she understood the meaning of my own rhetorical question or not. Either way, I like how I can manage to catch her attention just by speaking aloud nowadays. All the time. At least I think so. That's what painting feels like a lot of the time. Or all the time. I don't know. Sometimes I get the feeling I can really paint what I want. Sometimes it's just like another shadow of me, like a mirror that doesn't work right. Like talking? Maybe. When I was little, I didn't really have friends. Maybe it's the same now. The only things I liked were pens and paints. They were the only things that understood me. Now it feels like this is going away too. Change really is a scary thing. I wish I could understand you. She looks at me melancholy, roused by my thought materializing as a word spoke aloud. Me too. Whether she meant she wishes for me to understand her to understand me, or her to understand herself, I never ask, nor do I find out. Her eyes searching for mine, serious and cryptic as they are. I'm not getting any explanation from there. Don't worry about it. I will. Small hints of a smile are wavering on her lips. When she's like this, it makes me feel like maybe there's hope for us. We get along so well for being so different. It's just that we never really get along precisely because we are so different. Maybe it was Rin's passionate approach to her art, her own art exhibition, or perhaps my own careless words, but last week was different from usual. The small friction between us seems to be somewhat volatile, but at least now we seem to be back to normal. Relatively speaking. Stand up from the bench and pick yet another direction in which to go. The wee hours of the night slowly pass as we measure the streets of the town, one step at a time. We're finally at ease, not minding the rare lone passer-by, the eerie darkness, each other, ourselves. Rin's step seems lighter, like the heavy air around her is letting go a little. It makes me feel happy. We don't talk, save for the single remark spoken into the night of the town and never answered. The details jump into the eye, instead of being the usual blur they are during the day. As the sky above the town changes from deep, dark blue to grey, I know that our night is ending soon. It's almost morning. Rin looked up and nods at me. It's true. The coming light of morning is creeping through the sky, climbing higher by the minute. It feels surreal. The sun won't come up for a while, but I get the feeling that this is the end of the night. The end of the night is really here now. Should we head back? Rin nods again, twice her hair waving in the breeze, seems to be heralding the coming dawn. Abruptly, she takes off, taking the lead to the walkabout, which I'd bought her. Seems she really is in a better mood. This, too, makes me feel happy. Rin's navigational skills are probably not much better than mine, but we eventually finds herself in front of Say's place. I don't know if it was any help. I did this once before, but it was more because of stupid impulse, or maybe restlessness back then. Maybe this was a silly idea and didn't really help you at all.
She just nods in answer. So, do you know how you're going to destroy yourself now? I have some ideas. I don't want you to see for a while. Don't come and see me. Do something else. Oh. Her ultimatum catches me completely off guard. It's not an ultimatum. What the hell? What's that about? You said that before. You didn't mind. I mind now. Just for a while. I have to do this alone. I don't like that. Why? I don't want to go like this. Why? Just don't want to feel this distance between you and me. She tilts her head like a bird, her eyes narrowing a little as she thinks. And you can touch me. What? You can touch me if you want to. You'd feel better, right? I don't know. Try. Where do you want me to touch you? No boobs or left ear. Other than that, you can decide. Fine. Raise my hand hesitantly, even though I don't know why I'm actually doing this. Her eyes tell me that she's not going to explain. 1,000 thoughts race through my head as I slowly bring my hand close to Rin's face and press 3 fingers against her pale cheek. Rin's feels soft and cold. She closes her eyes on contact and visibly relaxes. I can feel her soft breathing, her muscles releasing tension as my fingertips caress her cheeks. She doesn't rest her head against my palm or anything else you'd expect a girl to do in this sort of situation. In fact, she hasn't reacted at all, save for those now shut eyes. Once I withdraw my hand, she opens them again. Might just be an illusion created by the timid morning sunlight playing with my eyes, or it looks like she's holding back a smile. This is the problem with our relationship. Half the time I have no idea what's going on, and the other half of the time I fail to understand why things are going on like they are. As usual, not going to get an explanation. Rin merely takes a step towards the door. See you later. And she disappears from my reach for an undefined period of time. Do you think I'd be good at reading stories? Like actual novels, like not visual novels, but like books. Is that a thing people can do on Twitch? Like reading books? 'Cause that could be something we could do on Friday sessions. I could get like a book that has like a picture at the beginning of each chapter and just put the picture up on the stream and just, you know, read a book. I guess that's basically like doing a visual novel, really, but without the visuals. I don't know. Hold true to my promise of honouring Rin's request, even if it's against my own will. I tried to redirect my focus into my studies, but ended up zoning out during classes and only doing the minimum amount of work required. Still, I started looking into my post-high school options a bit more seriously, pore over university brochures and various career paths. I'm good at studying, so I want to go to university. Pretty sure I could get into a pretty decent one too. The only problem is deciding which subject would be the best. Kenji ridicules me about subjecting myself to the control of feminist teachers when I tell him about trying to get into university. Don't ask him about what he wants to do in the future. I think you're reading a book, thinking of practice, giving characters distinct voices that are able to emote properly. Well, yeah, I suppose. I mean, it depends if the book's going to tell me how they're emoting. See, like, that's the one thing with this. So, like, I know I'm mostly reading in, like, one voice. But, in general, I don't know if they're happy or sad, because their face expressions don't really tell me enough. You know? So, like, with Rin, for example, she's completely mellow the whole time, so obviously I'm just doing a one single voice. You never see my character, so I can never tell whether he's angry or whatever. I could change his voice. I feel like I did okay with Emmy. I definitely couldn't do it with frickin' Misha, though. That voice is very strained. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like a lot of them are. They're sort of like... Well, that's the thing. You can't really do too many, like, just voices. And then all those voices have expressions, because more often than not, those voices are expressions. Like, I guess my reading voice and my Hisao voice are probably just variants of my own voice. So, I don't know. Kenji, I already read that one. I wonder what Rin thinks of her own future. I bet she's not as lost as I am, and if she is, it's probably in some completely different way. I feel somewhat disappointed in finding out. I can't stop thinking about her. Her request makes me worry about her, makes me think more, and think about her more than I did when I could go to see her when I wanted to. It bothers me that I can't. As expected, I eventually crack. Late one afternoon, I get on the bus heading downtown. Try to avoid explaining to myself exactly why I'm doing this. Keep thinking about other things for the entire duration of the trip. I mean, to be fair, I did that with Sayori, right? Like, I noticeably changed Sayori's voice towards the second half of her story, I would say. I think I did that reasonably well with Monica as well, but her voice was very non-voice anyway, so I guess that's sort of hard to know. I did it with, I definitely did it with Yuri, but I guess Yuri's voice was really easy, so it just made my voice deeper. After 5 minutes walk, I'm standing in front of the gallery. I walk past the door to the atelier, but at the last moment I lose my courage and continue all the way to the next corner, at which point I turn back. Will Rin hate me if I go and see her? I wonder what she'll be like when she's angry. I've never seen her angry. The worst thing would be if I actually ruined something by going to see her, like she seemed to imply would happen. There's no way that can be true, can there? It's just one of her quirks. I walk back to the street and end up passing the atelier door for the second time. Only this time, as I continued all the way to the gallery, Donna is standing outside the door watching me. I thought that was you. What are you doing here? I really don't want to explain the circumstance between Rin and me, so I get flustered and end up mumbling something unclear. She takes stock of me and then sighs deeply, looking wryly amused somehow. I hope she didn't misunderstand. Would you like to come in? Your teacher's visiting. We were discussing Rin's exhibition. Thanks for the invitation, but I really should... Don't be shy now. Come on in. I follow Sei inside, finding that our art teacher is indeed there. Nomura is standing at the big desk contemplating what looks like an invitation card. Look what the cat dragged in. Haha, get it? Cat dragged in. Nice. Nice pun.
Nakai, hello there, my boy.
Doesn't seem to be at all fazed by my appearance. How do you like the invitations? Creepy. Glance at them quickly, kind of fancy with one of Rin's paintings printed on the front cover. Shiny gold writing. Look fine to me.
They're magnificent. Absolutely love the design and the embossed gold lettering. Fabulous. Good print work too. You have to tell me where you get these done.
What does Rin think? I haven't asked. She said she'd be fine with my decision anyway. Nomiel asked boisterously, still turning the gold letter cards in his hand.
That's my girl. She wants to focus on the essentials only. Good for her.
Her work is progressing well too. It seems she's found a new inspiration. I think she's been sort of weird lately. It's like she's wrestling with something herself, probably. Makes her confused. Said she had a hard time painting last time I saw her. Seems to be resolved now, however. You know, she practically lives up there now, right? So it makes a simple gesture of her hand as if sweeping my question aside. Sure. Don't you think that's weird? Maybe it is. Still, I think she understands how big an opportunity this is and is going for it full throttle. Is it really that big? Nomiya sets the card down and brushes some imaginary dust off his jacket.
Well, how should I put it? There are times in everyone's life when let's start again. There are times in everyone's lives where something really big washes over you and it changes you forever. This could be just that moment for Tezuka.
I see. Yeah, I think I've had something like that happen to me. Referring to the incident that brought me to Yamaku. Neither of those two adults comment on that, however.
It might as well be that everyone has, or will. At any rate, surrendering oneself to art is a big decision, and a thorny path too, quite thorny indeed. Tezuka has almost everything one needs, but whether she has the will to put that through is a different question. I should know that the best. I tried going down this path too, but turned away at the end.
I understand what he's trying to say. Huh. Okay. Now I have a question. So he either knows into the teacher's life, but I don't see how that would help Rin. But it might do, because something that he could teach us from his story could be helpful for Rin, right? Or we could ask him if it's why he's so supportive of Rin, because then we're directly, getting to know Rin, or to people in Rin's life better, I suppose, in that regard. Ooh, why is every question in this one so tough? I feel like this one's probably not going to have quite as much of an output on the story. And if it does, it's probably because I've learnt something from him, which will help me with Rin. The question is, I could learn something from him from either of those. The question is, I don't know. I don't really know what it is I would be learning. Well, I could learn what made him fail, which could help her, but if she's already got past it, then she won't need that anymore. If I can learn, I mean, the top one's a simple yes or no question, right? But, he's obviously going to go into more detail. It sounds weird, but I think I have to pry into his life and ignore the question about Rin. I think this is sort of like a red herring for me, because this is just this isn't going to teach me as much as this will, right? I have saved this one, right? I'm really saving on every one of these because I just don't know. But yeah, I think I'm gonna ask about him. Why did you stop exactly? You've mentioned that before. Oh, that's a long story. Nomiya throws a sideways glance at the gallery owner, who has drawn her mouth into a thin, straight line. I've had a life-changing experience like that, even though I didn't realize it until later. Did I tell you that Sei and I have known each other for a long time? We studied the same school. It's been... goodness. How long has it really been? Please don't count the years, Shinichi. Ah, maybe you're right. At any rate, when we were in school, we had this, friend, I should say. We were in the same program, and I think he met Sei at some party. I got to know Sei through him, in fact. He was a spectacular artist, much like Tezuka. Great talent despite the young age. He easily left the rest of us in his dust. We were good friends, he and I, but there were things created friction in the friendship. It felt like I was watching him from afar. You weren't the only one. Nomiya coughs, looking embarrassed. At any rate, he ended up oh. No! Why? Ah! Oh, no, because that's what I was thinking about Rin. No. Ah. I was right. Why was I right? Why was I right, Lee? Lee, why was I right? I hate being right. Why can't I just be stupid? Man, it's the first time in my life I'm envious of Josh. God damn it. How do I have to be right? In retrospect, that was what made me choose a career as a teacher in the end. I was never that brilliant nor that passionate. I just really wanted to be a career artist, but I wasn't suited for that. You were good enough. Ah, perhaps. I would have been, but this is what I ended up with. I just didn't have the drive after he was gone. I'm fond of kids and enjoying all forms of art, so it felt rather natural to take this path in life. But I think that history with that friend of ours was the key thing, as sad as it is. Turning point, as they say. Sei stands up and digs into the pocket of her jacket for a cigarette and lighter. Her hands are shaking. I'm going out for a smoke. Wordlessly, Nomiya and I both decide to follow her after a moment. Very dark outside. Sei is standing with her back to us, taking sharp, occasional drags on her cigarette. A weak amber glow illuminates in her face, framing her sharp jawline. Maybe it's best to call it a night. I'll give you a lift back to school if you want, Nakai. We're not going anywhere, Shinichi. I need a drink. We're going to that place at the corner. Teacher looks at the old lady and then shrugs at me apologetically. It's no problem. I'll just catch the bus back. I'm headed upstairs to see if Rin will come back to school with me anyway. I think she's been staying overnight here too often lately. I'm scared. I don't want to go up there. Wait. There's no music. There's no music again. No. Sei locks the front door of the gallery and links arms with the old teacher. It feels strange looking at them. I wonder what it feels like to have friends who've been with you for decades, most of your life. I can't imagine it. Well, I mean, I've had friends who I've been friends with for decades. Yeah, I guess I just have two friends who I've known for decades, and I guess we're not really that close. Two of them start making their way down the street towards the bar in the corner, so I quickly head upstairs, the atelier door, ready to get what I originally came here for. I climb upstairs and enter carefully. She doesn't have arms. She can't even. She doesn't have to do that. There are other ways. She's got all the cigarettes. I don't know. I'm scared. The room is dark because of the quickly falling night, but I can see Rin, or rather her silhouette, sitting on the floor. So she's got her inspiration back, like Sei said, and moved from easel painting on the floor. Before I managed 5 steps, I stopped, frozen in my tracks. The ironic realization that human cognitive ability is commendable echoes through my mind. From mere movement of her shadow, it took me a fraction of a second to realize something's awry. Process what I'm seeing, formulate the answer, and blush all the way up to the tips of my ears. Wait. Oh. Rin is sitting on the floor with her legs under her. Oh. Okay. She moves a rhythmical motion back and forth, slowly grinding herself against herself. Her breathing is so heavy it's almost visible in the dim light. It's a heavy painting of one who doesn't have the option of breathing gracefully. The smoking has done something. I thought it was black box time, but apparently not. Her hips, mere shadows against the dim light shining on her from above, swinging circular over and over again. She hasn't noticed me, so in grace she is in her activity. The deadlock solves itself before I get a chance to think what to do next. Something in the atmosphere of the room changes. A little thing. Not consciously noticeable, but it changes. Perhaps a timid current from the open door, or a minute change in air pressure. Sound of my breathing, even though I notice I haven't taken a breath for many seconds. The aura of my presence. Something catches Rin's sense. She stops moving, freezes, slowly turns to the door. I imagine, not see, the horror in her face. Like a fawn's eyes staring at a hunter. Wonder if Rin can see my expression, but at least she doesn't have the strength or the spirit to look straight into my eyes. So she droops her chin again, her chest letting her mess of hair hide her face from me even further. I feel like I should either walk out or walk to her, but I can't do either. I told you to stay away. Her words are defeated, painful as if she was suffering. Rin doesn't have anything else other than her shirt on. I can see the last wisp of twilight against the pale skin of her thighs and her bottom. There's no way I can back off anymore. I lost that chance, so I do the next best thing. Quickly avert my gaze, even though Rin doesn't see what I'm looking at. Just in case, I think I am gonna just get the black box. I have a feeling I might need it. We'll move it here. I don't know if we'll need it or not, but like just in case, it'll be ready. Quickly avert my gaze, Rin doesn't see what I'm looking at. I'm sorry, I didn't think. It's not like that. Her voice is raspy, shivering from held back tears or something else. She's shaking, looking like she's physically in pain. It's not like that. I had no idea what it really means to change, but I know now you have no idea what I've had to do. And all the things I've passed through, and I think I forget I really don't. They just build up inside and grow until they flow out like a flow of everything that has ever been wrong. I can't take it. I can't think of the things because there's only so many things I can think of. 4, 6, 7, doesn't matter. It's never enough. I have to let this out. I have to destroy, forget it, and nothing else. Rin's mumbling her words into the air more than talking to me. Then the rambling, ranting, raving speech of a lunatic, even and steady in tone, but taking the form of a never-ending stream of words, almost simultaneously spawning from between her lips. Feels like she forgot it is me who is present, or that someone actually is present. Maybe she vaguely recognizes what is real and what is not. Maybe in her mind, I'm a voice inside her head. I look down at Rin's sorry figure, cowering on the floor with only the white shirt on as her usual attire. It neither preserves her modesty that is gone, nor her body warmth that she doesn't seem to care about. She looks more broken than I imagine a human person capable of. The hospital and school have given me some real perspective on that. I remember the hazy blue smoke, myself wondering what Rin would do for the sake of art. The realization that Rin really is always serious hits me with an entire weight. She really and truly would destroy herself if her art required it. I thought she was so silly with her strange ways, talking about personal change as if it was something sudden and concrete, like waking up. I had no idea. This is her, laid bare in front of my eyes, in all possible meanings of the word. Complete isolation here in the top floor of this building, in this room, in her mind. Day after day, working on her painting with no heed, paint to anything else. Breaking herself to reach that which she wished to reach. This obscene act that she does for reasons I'm not sure she herself understands. Why does she have to do this? I'm trying to connect the pieces, but I don't understand. I feel sad, scared, excited, disgusted, worried, and a number of emotions I can't remember the name of now. I feel conflicted. I should go. I'm really sorry. It doesn't matter. My voice is dry and quiet like sandpaper coming out my throat. I really am sorry. Sorry for seeing this. I don't want to see Rin like this. All I can see is her sadness, her stress and despair. Is this what a limit means? How could Seiya let Rin go this far? Or is it me who's to blame? I almost walk out right there, but at the last moment I turned around, still myself, walked to Rin and crouched down behind her, lightly touch her forehead. She doesn't resist or react. I can't leave her like this. She's not well. She feels like she has a fever, freezing cold and burning hot at the same time. I wonder if she got sick from staying out all night with me back then. Seems she's prone to getting ill. There's a blanket on the couch, but I wrap my arms around Rin instead of fetching it. She does not resist my clumsy hug, only slumps her head lower, deepening the shadows hiding her face from me. What are you doing? Nothing. I am not embracing her out of love, nor out of forgiveness, for I am in love. Am I in love, or is she sorry? I just want to hug her. For a moment, the only sound in the room is her heavy breathing. My body warmth, shared between two people, is barely enough, but slowly, painfully, it spreads from me to her. The small warmth returning to Rin makes me more conscious of her body against mine. Even in the darkness, I can feel the fleeting scent of Rin's hair, the sweat on her skin, the dried paint stuck on her shirt. Feel the hardness of bones, the softness of her flesh. Her heartbeat echoing mine out of rhythm, just like always. Oh, shit, what the fuck? I've got something else. Hot blood rushing inside me reminds me why I said what I said back then, and why I came here even after that, why I'm here tonight. Why I'm hugging her now to keep her safe against the cold and the sadness. Rin has really grown on me on the inside of my heart, claiming a small part of it as her own, even without particularly trying. For a second, I thought the story just ended with it going Rin instead of Finn, like they would in an art piece, and then I realised there was an arrow in the bottom corner and it's not done. Wait, is this being blocked by the... Oh, it will be. I'm going to have to turn this off again. I guess we didn't need it. Well, we might do, but I don't know. Rin. Even if she wanted to push me away, I can't help this feeling. Are you alright, Rin? I'm not. I think I broke. I painted some more really good things. Incredible. But it hurt me. I can't handle this. Her voice cuts out, as there are no more words for her to say. It's not an angry voice, nor a sad voice. It's a lifeless voice. I pet her head and shoulders, the physical equivalent of saying, there. It's not like I could reassure her with the sweet nothings that people are supposed to say in this kind of situation. I'm not sure if she would even listen, or be reassured. She didn't react much to my embrace either, as if she didn't care. Maybe she doesn't. At least she doesn't care if she looks sad or not. There are no facades, no attempts to explain herself, no faux happiness. Rin is honest. And Sal, what is it? You're my friend, right? Right. Will you do me a favour? I can't fix this, but I'm not finished yet. Her dry voice is a mere whisper, but the strength her last is in it, delivering her meaning much more clearly than her words. I can feel Rin's heart beating against my chest like a scared little bird. Her entire body is shivering from her fever, from her fear, from her despair. My brain is fast becoming overloaded with the myriad of thoughts of this encounter spawned, but I have to push them all aside. I snuggle my nose against her earlobe, which is soft and cold, and her hair, which smells good and tickles me. All right, I'll do it. I whisper in her ear reassuringly to make her calm down. It works at least halfway, as Rin closes her eyes and leans against me as if searching comfort for my warmth. But this is not something that friends should do. We can't be friends anymore. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Just relax. Even though I said that, I'm on the verge of breaking myself. If I wasn't so nervous, I would laugh at my own nervousness. I don't actually know what she's asking him to do. She wants to be comforted. I want to comfort her. But in this way? Oh, right. Now's the time for the box. Right. Okay. Just in case. Just nice big box here. I move my hand lower, touching the naked skin of her stomach, caressing Rin with my hand. Her muscles contract timidly, evading my touch, but soon they find their trust in her and relax. No? Wait, I didn't. I just... No? Oh, okay, well, I guess I don't need the box, because the scene's already over. Huh. No, I didn't. Oh. Oh, because she doesn't have any hands, right. No, I had not realised that. That had not occurred to me. You know when I said this sort of stuff is like way out of my league, and it's totally not, like, I don't know if people thought I was just saying that to put on a, haha, I'm joking, I'm not really, I honestly don't, my brain doesn't jump to things like that, I guess. So, no, I hadn't realised, honestly. I just thought, I was just reading it like she was a depressed mess of a person. Basically, I was just having thoughts of Sayori, and I was thinking, I just want to protect her, and I didn't know what was going on. I had not realised that. So, yeah. Rin gasps for breath like she's drowning, returning to reality because she has no other choice. Her entire body is still in the throes of slowly dying moment. Pearls of sweat are glistening on her forehead. Feeling my own heat inside of me. Now the spur of the moment is gone, and I don't know what to say to Rin, who is panting, hot and ecstatic in my arms. Her shirt, wet with sweat, is glued to her back, revealing hints of her shoulder blades and waistline. She feels limp, weak, exhausted. Reach out for the blanket and wrap it around her and me. Rin doesn't resist me. She's drained of all strength. What will happen now? I don't know. Nothing, I suppose. You look tired. I am tired. Feels strange, like I lost something. I mean something else than my marital purity. Don't say something like that. Neither of those things. I don't want to lose you. What does that mean? I'm not going anywhere. I'm afraid that you are, all the time. That moment, I felt that it was not only Rin who lost something of hers. I felt like I was losing part of myself. Maybe all of me. But if you were to ask what it was that I lost, I couldn't say because I'd already forgotten it. I broke another promise by coming out of my honest feelings to Rin. That's 2 in one day. I hate the distance between you and me, so every time it gets a little bit closer, I become afraid of losing it. That's weird. I guess so. Do you mind if I sleep a little? No, I guess you don't. You like watching, don't you? She closed her eyes and swallows with a loud gulp, trying to relax herself, fighting against the urge to paint. Yeah, I do. Rin moves her body into my arms, searching for a comfortable position, a very uncomfortable position. She leans against me, closing her eyes and letting one long last breath out before settling down the steady rhythm of sleep. For her last moment of awareness, she whispers something to me, but I can't hear it. Rin drifts deep into her sleep with a deep sigh that releases all remaining tension from her muscles. I try to shift around to place both of us more comfortably. It takes a while because I don't want to wake up Rin, even though she probably wouldn't, but eventually I find a position I'm somewhat comfortable with. I lean against the soft cushions of the couch, breathe into the cool air of the atelier. Rin's head rests against my chest as if she were listening to my heartbeat. Echoes of her dream ripple in small twitches on her face like a cat sleeping in the mouse hunter's dream. Full moon, shining her pale light upon us from beyond the skylight, reflects me from a black canvas standing forgotten on the aisle. Its whiteness is glowing against the dark night of the atelier. The little happy tune. I know. That's very dokey. The entire really depressing scene and then just no, I can't deal with that. Through the grogginess of a freshly awakened mind, I can observe my surroundings, only one thing at a time. That was a rhyme, and I didn't mean to. Morning light shining from the skylight is bright and sky-coloured. Obviously, it reflects on the white walls and the colourful posters and paintings. I've noticed he's got a lot less poetic all of a sudden. That sounds like an idiot, actually. I hope nobody at school realises I spent the night here. I didn't find out the last time, so I'm feeling confident about my chances. My neck is stiff and my shoulders are hurting like hell from sleeping in an awkward position like that. Can't even remember when I fell asleep. Only the full moon and Rin warm against me. Can't remember her waking up either, leaving my side, however she has. Rin is standing in the middle of the atelier, looking as if she was lost. She's not looking at anything, I can see, not doing anything, just standing there. She managed to dress up a little by herself. A strange thing. I thought that at least would have been impossible without hands. I get up and walk to her, patting her on the shoulder and get her attention. Hey. She flinched at the contact. I've never seen Rin flinch. Rin looks a bit panicky, a bit anxious, a bit defensive, as if she were a completely different person last night. Perhaps she was. My heart dropped straight down to my stomach, full of liquid nitrogen. I'm sort of sorry. Why, sorry? It wasn't very tactful of me, last night. But isn't that sort of thing something you want? Because you like me? So blunt. Completely baffled by Rin's approach to this. No, even if it was, I think I prefer for things to go properly. Rin cocks her head, looking as if she has no idea what I'm talking about. She still has this guarded feel about her, but nothing belies any real emotion. So you don't want to do that sort of thing? I didn't say that. So you do. I didn't say that either. Listen, it doesn't even matter. I just don't think it was the best thing I could have done in that situation, and I'm trying to apologise. I wonder for whose benefit I'm trying to come clear with these feelings. I don't even know why I'm feeling so terribly guilty. Maybe. I don't think it was a very good idea, either, probably. So, like you said, we're not like that. We're friends. It was a bad idea. Maybe you should forget about it, and I will too. I'm really good at forgetting things, so it should be alright with me. I can't do that. Why? Because I like you. That's why. Told you that you shouldn't talk about that. I don't agree. Besides, you brought it up yourself before. Hold my hand up to pinch the bridge of my nose in frustration. I have no idea how to get Rin to understand. I hate that Rin can't clearly tell what she feels about anything. I hate that she's sending these confusing signals as if she's expecting me to read her mind. Do you hate me? She actually thinks about this for some time. I don't hate anything. I don't think I'm a hateful person. Then what am I to you? Help me understand. Try to sound as reasonable as I can, but I don't know if it will help. Rationally thinking, this is the only way to get her to understand my point of view. Problem is, rationality never was a thing for Rin. It doesn't restrict her like it restricts me. It's not like her driving force. It doesn't make her behave like a normal person. I can't. Same answer. I feel so powerless. I feel frustrated. Why? I don't think you understand. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Why so many tough choices? Okay, which one of these is going to be better? They're both basically asking the same thing, right? If you say, then explain. She can't explain because she doesn't understand, right? She says, I don't think you understand, I'm not sure if I do. So she doesn't understand how she feels. So asking her to explain is probably not the right answer because she doesn't know how to explain. Letting her know that you need to understand, she will probably agree with that sentiment because she probably also wants to understand. I don't think this one's quite as tough, actually. I think saying then explain is a bad choice at the end of the day. Let's go with I need to understand. I need to understand why. I'm not going to give up, you know. Rin's shoulders slump and she frowns. I know. I do want to be there for you, but I can't do that unless I know how. Just let me do the things the way I want, that's all. Fine, I don't care. You wanted to change? You wanted to destroy yourself? You wanted this exhibition more than anything, right? Yes. Okay, then do it. She doesn't respond or even show acknowledgement of understanding. Grinding my teeth together, frustrated beyond anything I thought possible. I want to grab Rin's shoulders and shake her until she comes to her senses. I look at her, and in that moment I know with crystal clear certainty there is nothing I can do for Rin. None of the words I know would reach her, but still. I think that, for whatever reason, you think it's important that you go this way all the way to the end, even if it's not healthy for you on many different levels. But I'll have nothing to do with it. I can't accept being treated like this, and it's not understanding the reason for it. I'm finished here. The full weight of what I said sinks into the silent distance between us. Rin doesn't show any reaction, nor even blinks her eyes. She just stares at, or through, me, quietly. That's fine. Her voice perfectly calm and motionless, like an announcement that the 7:30 train will be 7 minutes late. With those words, Rin made her choice and I made mine. If either of us secretly wanted to change our minds, it's too late for that now. I take a hard, long look at Rin, hoping that it conveys my feelings. Without knowing whether it does or not, I leave the atelier for the last time, feeling empty and anxious like so many times before. Okay, so Act 4, if I'm not mistaken, is the last act, right? Things have got intense. Making time for class, though not time for breakfast. The classroom is braving the gentle light of the sun. It is going to be notoriously hot for the afternoon, so now, though, it's pleasant. Oh, you've never seen this. So the bad ending should happen in 3. Does that mean I'm doing it right at the moment? Am I actually on the good path right now? Ooh. Well, now I am intrigued. Look at Misha and Shizune's animated discussion about whatever. Hanako staring out the classroom window. Muto stumbling in the classroom 4 minutes late with no recollection of what he's supposed to be teaching today. I can never imagine dropping out of school just like that, even if it's only for a few weeks. There's still another. Oh, I'm sure there is another choice, but I said so far, right? I'm going on the. I'm correct so far. Some routes have a neutral ending. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Neutral's better than negative. On the other hand, Rin doesn't seem to have a problem with the idea or going through with it. Then again, somehow I got caught along in our insane isolation, even if we ended up hurting each other. Or did we? Maybe only I got hurt. It takes me until late afternoon to realise that today is Monday. The art club meets today. I've passed the bad ending. Well, be impressed, I guess. Because they were some tough questions. Not just that, due to the exams, this will be the last art club meeting before summer vacation. Without Rin, it feels pretty pointless to go there, but I want to talk with the teacher. Meeting itself isn't noteworthy, just as my skills with watercolours are not worth mentioning. Nomiya tries to encourage and advise me without sounding too condescending, but he's not doing a very good job of it. Nothing else during the art club has taught me that I like art. It'd be nice if I could actually try and make some art in the art club, though. After the fruits of everyone's labours have been piled into a neat stack on the teacher's desk, he clears his throat to give a little speech. That's it for this trimester, everyone! His voice is pretty loud and way too enthusiastic for it to be genuine. The next meeting is after summer vacations on the Monday of the first week of the next term. Hope to see everyone there again. Have a nice vacation. Everyone wished him a nice vacation back as they filed out the door. I stay behind, waiting until the 2 of us are alone. It's almost dinner time, so I don't have to wait long. Nomiya is looking through the paintings, some of which are actually pretty nice. Rin might outclass everyone else in the art club, but she isn't the only one with talent. Excuse me, teacher. What is it, Nakai? Raises his eyebrow questioningly, smiling widely. It's about Rin.
Oh, something wrong with Tezuka? No, but I hesitate for a split second, not certain how to say what I want to say, giving Nomiya enough time to start blabbering by himself. I saw her a few days ago when I was passing by Sei's gallery. Said she'd get 1 or 2 more paintings done for the exhibition. I was quite pleased. She's a surprisingly hard worker. I always thought she was a bit lazy, doing what she wants instead of the assignment. Seems to notice my anxiety and realise he's digressing, shutting up before finishing the thought. Ah, but you had something to talk about, was it? I don't know. She feels detached from everything, as if she can't think of anything but the exhibition. Well, isn't that good? She's focused on a painting, as she should be. Yeah, but this is different. It's like she's obsessed. I went to see her and... Have you been bothering her? Cuts in before I finish what I'm saying, went to say, instantly looking quite irritated. No, I don't think so. I'm just concerned because she stopped coming to school completely. She feels strange, too. Stranger than usual, at the very least. Humbug! This is much more important to her than some lousy maths class or physics or whatever. It is exactly why school is so flexible, to give every student a chance to fulfill themselves. Tezuka is a painter, and so she should paint, no? And have an exhibition. That's what artists do. She should be allowed to concentrate on that, and not these other frivolous classes. She should be encouraged. If you think about it, it's really quite obvious. His counter-argument's not convincing, but I'm having a hard time trying to make any kind of rebuttal. Rebuttal? I think it's rebuttal. My grudging silence is interpreted as assent, and Nomiya turns to shuffle stacks and turning in assignment on his desk like a deck of cards. I have to say, while we're talking about Tezuka's exhibition, very excited to see how it turns out. She's still so young and has just such wonderful skill and style. He's talking to the air to relax the mood that got a bit too negative. I take it you'll be attending? Yeah, I guess so. Well, we'll meet there next. Take that as my cue to leave, and I do, although I'm not happy about it. My message didn't get through, to say the least. I don't understand him, because he specifically talked about his extremely talented friend who he knew before, who got really distant from, started acting weird, and then they killed themselves. So surely this should be, I don't know, ticking something in his brain? No? I don't know. I don't like him. Day after that, all the missed opportunities and things I should have said come crashing down to me. There's nothing left to do afterwards but brood. Why is it all black and white now? Second day, I begin to feel anxious. I start doubting my doubt. I feel stupid, especially since I can't think about anything else other than Rin. Third day, Japanese exam and world history exam. Great. The thing I hate most about hers is that she can make me feel this awful, even though she should be focusing on entirely different stuff right now. Yeah, maybe. It's possible. He's doing it. He's doing a fucking terrible job of it. Fourth day, maths exam. We have a maths exam. It goes how it goes. I don't care. Yeah, no, I get... But the thing with that is, right, surely he must have thought of the counter-argument. If it doesn't go well and she can't handle it, then he's got 2 deaths on his hands. Like, come on. That's just making me think of Monica saying you should take some responsibility, and that was the most triggering thing in that entire game. Fifth day, Naomi asked me again if I will attend the exhibition opening. Can't say no to him even though I seriously want to. Just don't want to discuss with him anything Rin related, so it's better to just take the path of least resistance. On the 6th day, the day before the exhibition opening, I find Rin standing in the hallway in front of my room when I return to the dorms after dinner. What are you doing here? My tone is angrier than I intended. I'm a little disappointed that I was unable to restrain myself, but it can't be helped. Rin just stands there like she just happened to coincidentally be standing around here when she had no business being. The way she reacts so coolly to everything annoys me now. It's no good. It's been 6 days and the sight of her has me boiling. She hasn't even opened her mouth yet. Finished painting. Shouldn't you be at the gallery, preparing? They said no. Guess the gallery owner does that part then, getting the paintings framed, hung on the wall and whatnot. So why are you here? Felt like it. Same old stupid pattern of murders again. Me asking her questions which replies of answers that don't answer anything because it's the only other way we can converse. Apart from me listening to her blabbering about whatever, it isn't really a conversation. Is this a play? Are there some unseen roles that we've unknowingly set ourselves into, dictating the rules of engagement whenever we see each other, inevitably leading us to hurting one another? Is Hisao about to start becoming self-aware that he's in a video game? But now there. Her nonchalant answers accompanied by even more nonchalant shrugs leave me none the wiser. Guess I should be happy that exhibition preparations are complete. I walk into my room, hear her footsteps following me in. I didn't invite her in. I won't ask her to leave. She claims her bed without asking permission, making me wish that I hadn't taken the time to make it before I left this morning, then stands up again as though she sat on hot coals. I half lean against a single corner of my desktop that isn't cluttered with stuff to rest my legs at least a little bit. Rin spends a few minutes glancing curiously around my room, makes me realise that she's never seen it before.
For a moment, she actually looks like she's concentrating, trying to get everything. This must be the eye for detail that makes her an artist. Since the room is small, she quickly runs out of things to look at, but nothing else transpires, allowing the uncomfortable silence to take over the atmosphere. The mood is chilly, to say the least. Both of us are on guard, waiting for the other to make the first move. Of course, Rin could play this game forever, so it'd have to be me. So, give up, because she'd never tried to open conversation, and because it seems that she wanted to say something, and I want to get it over with. Why else would she be here if she didn't want to talk? I don't know what to say myself. I want to be angry, but I can't bring myself to yell at her or anything. Always catches her attention, so she tries to search for words as well. Seems she's not entirely certain as to why she's here either. So Rin simply takes a few steps closer to the distance between us, rinses on her tips of her toes, even out to the height difference. It was a bad idea. I don't like that. I don't like this, where she's just like super close to me and telling me it was a bad idea. Unless he's referencing a Michelle Creeber song, in which case, that's fine, because I like that song. It's a good song. And that's the person who my mascot is named after, so... If you're referencing that, we're mellow, we're cool, good taste in music. If not, I know where this is going. Maybe you should forget about it, and I will too. It's a reflex, and almost as an afterthought, the words no, yes, and maybe simultaneously surface in my mind. My hand is between her lips and mine, a wall that was raised to guard against something. Her breath feels warm against my fingers. The scent of her skin lingers about the mysterious, indescribable sensation that captures me and draws my eyes deep into hers. Look in her eyes surprised, quizzical as to why the impertinent hand prevents her advance. Her eyes are really big and glistening with moisture, staring right into my own with a soft gaze that I'm having a hard time to match. Rin's half-open mouth makes her look even more confused, although the sensual way her lips are arcing, signaling something completely different. Please. I need you. The words come from her throat as a coarse whisper, meant only for me, bypassing her tongue and teeth without giving them any chance to interrupt. They sober me in an instant, and I clumsily flinch back to get a little bit of distance between us, painfully scraping against my desk in the process. Maybe it's her choice of words, maybe the way she said it, but something in it put me off. Something's wrong. Something's terribly wrong again. Need me for what? All the unpleasant feelings emerge again. I feel my heartbeat suddenly increasing at least tenfold. Rin's eyes go out of focus and back again, as her body relaxes from its tense state. She stands upright again. I don't think I was thinking about anything. Why do you draw patterns in the dust on your night table? There's a word for that kind of thing, but I can't remember. Remark almost throws me off track, and I glance over her shoulder at the small table next to my bed, but I can't see anything from this distance. So she needs me for nothing specific? Just happened to come by because she thought I'd be glad to see her after she shut me out. No complaints accepted for a week. Completely altruistic motives. Felt like it? Bullshit. I can answer myself. To play mind games with whenever you want. To kiss whenever you want. To ignore whenever you want. To fulfill your whims and whenever you want. Is that it? Is that what you need me for? My voice is sounding very angry again, even to myself. Good. Rin, too, finally catches the mood of her curious expression. Changes instantly to something more uncharacteristic. No. She leaves it at that, her eyes restlessly wandering around, searching the room as if the words she's trying to find were written on the tapestries on my walls. And what? I needed to paint. Paint? Of course, that's what artists do. The word reverberates through me, beating my blood over the piercing whistle of my anger. Don't give me that, Rin. I'm not some damn muse of yours, free to play with for the sake of painting. I'm not some medium for whatever you aspire. I'm me. So what if I don't know anything about my future? There's things I want, there's things I care about. Even I can dream of things other than nightmares. I'm yelling, but I'm way past the point of caring about things like that. Rin looks down at her toes and wiggles them a little melancholy, while she takes in my outburst without saying anything to defend herself. Only after I finish does she try to respond somehow. I can't do anything else. Or I can do all sorts of things, but I can't do. It's the only thing I sort of do properly most of the time. I understand completely. Art first, everything else second, or thousandth. What about me? Am I nothing? When I was interested in art, did that make you feel like I was a little interesting for a little while? Tell me, I really want to know, did you ever think about my perspective, or is it just all you? The words rise like bile in my throat. She looks alarmed, and also completely uncomprehending, as if she doesn't understand what I'm angry about. I can't believe she should be so stupid. I didn't want to? This time, it's Rin who interrupts herself mid-sentence. Don't you understand? I can't. Can't what? You never explain. How am I supposed to understand anything if you never say anything? Why don't you ever talk? Say something. But she doesn't. Venting my anger at her feels satisfying. It feels wrong to take so much satisfaction in it, but I can't stop. Not wanting to face my anger head on, Rin turns around, steadfast, to look out my window, even though there's nothing to look at.
The worst of my eye are gone. I shut up as I can't be bothered to keep on yelling at the back of her head, so silence finally returns. I try to discern some hints of her reaction through my adrenaline-distorted vision. My feedback was not the best kind, but I hope Rin got the clue that she just can't ignore everything else whenever she feels like it. I'd hate if she didn't. She never listens to anything. She's so unaffected by the world around her. Not this time, it seems. Her body is shaking, like from holding back tears, but I already know that Rin is not crying. Her indifference made me so furious. Now that it's gone, I'm at a loss. I wonder, did I go too far? Look, Go away. Go away, Hisao. Her voice tiny and tired as she says this, but I hear the words clear as day. What is there to say anymore? This is my room. The blunt, hollow remark, as a fitting conclusion for this unpleasant discussion, became an even more unpleasant and very one-sided yelling match. After a moment of collecting herself, Rin just gives up. I can see it from the way she slumps her shoulders and walks out. Even though she deliberately looked the other direction, I can see how she's biting the corner of her lip so hard that it might start bleeding if she won't stop. She makes her exit. I realise that she left the door open when she came in. My yelling must have echoed around the dorm hallways. I sigh. Now that she's gone, I'm left alone with my guilt. Thumping my chest slowly subdues, anxiety replaces it. Somehow I feel like none of this would have ever happened if not for me. No matter how infuriating, unbearable, and outrageous Rin is, she's not the Rin I thought I knew. The Rin that I expected Rin to be. Was it me who caused all this by talking Rin into taking her chances at the exhibition? Am I directly responsible for Rin becoming like she has been for the past weeks? Can't think of any other explanation for her weird behaviour than the exhibition and all the things that came along with it. Maybe it was the only way that could have brought us closer, but all it did was separate us further, away from each other, and now beyond the reach of either of us. Bang my head hard against the wall. Is it? Oh, that's funny, because it's not me. Twice to make sure it hurts. I'm definitely feeling emotions, but I'm not sure what emotions yet. Oh, right, yes. Yeah, no. I wish I hadn't said... She hasn't, though, not yet. I'm still scared for Rin, don't get me wrong. I know there is a good ending, but what about if the good ending isn't actually good, you know? A headache is relentlessly thumping against the back of my head as I push open the door to the 22nd corner. That's because you hit your head against the wall, mate. That'll happen. Apart from that, I'm perfectly calm. After venting on Rin all that anger that I had bottled inside, it felt like a great weight had been lifted from my heart. Tension that grasped my mind for the past few weeks faded away without even leaving a shadow behind. I want to point out, actually, that scene was interesting for me. I don't know how well I come across as a person on these Twitch streams, but in general, I am not an angry person. Everyone in my life is an angry person, whether they're angry against themselves, angry against the world, angry against everyone who beats them in a duel. But in general, I am just not angry. I don't like people being angry. I hate it when everyone else is angry. I just want everyone to chill, all the time. And I know that sometimes anger is an emotion that people have and they need to have. But for me, I just don't. I can be angry about things in my head, but I will never express that anger. Aside from, okay, someone sniped me from halfway across the match in Overwatch or something, I'll be like, fuck you, but that's not real anger. That's just a split second saying something and then it's done, I don't really do the whole anger thing. So seeing him bottle up all that anger and then just burst out at the person, I honestly can't imagine what that's like, despite the fact I just did it. It felt alien to me, Maybe that's why I wasn't getting those Sayori scene feelings, because it just didn't, I don't know, when you play any sort of story-driven game, there's always someone or something you're gonna feel relatable to. And this whole game, I've been talking about each different thing that I've felt completely. I sort of get this. I get this. That scene it baffled me. I guess that's the sort of feelings that all these people in my life feel like. I don't really understand how that works. So that was very weird for me. To me personally, I would never have done that. I would never have burst out at someone, even if I was really that angry about someone. In fact, I have been. Multiple people that have appeared on our stream I've even been that angry at before. But you will never, ever catch me doing an outburst like that at someone, ever, because it's just not in my nature, I guess. In this nearly zen-like state of enlightenment, I realised that perhaps it was a bad idea to yell at her like that. I really meant it, but what good does blowing up like that do? Nothing. This line here. But what good does blowing up like that do? Nothing.
Exactly. That is my entire philosophy of being angry. All it does is cause more anger and more people being upset, and it doesn't help anyone. That's exactly what I feel like. It's kind of because we call several different emotions anger despite them being different. Yeah, annoyance is definitely not anger. Like me saying a second ago, being shot from someone in Overwatch, that's an annoyance. That's not anger. I'm not angry. I'm not angry that the person shot me. Whereas Train, on the other hand, does just get angry at everything. Part of me just wants to know why and make him stop, and but it's not make him stop. That sounds wrong. That's not the correct wording. Help him to stop, help him calm down or something. I don't know where I'm going with this, but it's just everyone in my life. It's not just him. It's just that he's the most visible one. It's visible, I say, audible, I guess. The most noticeable. There's a lot of people in my life who are just angry about this, that, or something else, and I just wish I could help them not be angry, but I don't know how. I'm not like that. I'm not. I don't normally yell at people. I don't know why I did yesterday. Like anger rooting and frustration and anger rooting and failure are very different feelings. Oh, completely. Yeah. And that's the thing, right? So on one hand, you've got, just to use Train and Sam as examples because you know them, Train is constantly anger and frustration. He's frustrated at everything, although I don't know why. And then anger rooting and failure is Sam, right? His type of anger, him and Sam and Train are like two complete ends of the spectrum. They're nothing like each other. But you can feel that they're angry about either themselves or everything else at all times, and both of them, I wish they could just not. I guess maybe at some point, like a few years ago, because I used to be angry when I was a kid. I was really angry. I guess a few years ago I had an epiphany, and I'm not meaning like fucking what's her face. I mean like an actual genuine thing that I thought, there is no point to being angry. What good does it do? Nothing. I had that exact thought, and it's suddenly like the world makes sense. Everything's just like, yeah, what is the point of anger? Like, you can be angry about something and use that as a passion to drive you to something, like that you have like a rally against something or whatever. You're angry about the thing originally and you're rallying everyone together, but you're not angry, you're using your anger for something positive. Just anger in general has no positive implications or effects on anything. So yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand people liking being. How can you like being angry? If you're liking being angry, you're actually surely liking something else, because the actual anger can only be a negative feeling. That is, on a scale of positive to negative, anger is a negative. You can't look at it in any other way. So maybe what you're feeling is something different to anger. Maybe that's what Train's like as well. I'm guessing, because he clearly enjoys being angry, and that just doesn't. This goes back to my whole not understanding. Do we go to push for a situation or just process something you can't change? I mean, I don't find that helps. In fact, actually, I think the complete opposite. I'm going to have to completely disagree with you on that. Every time someone is angry about something that they can't change, they stick to that anger and they'll just keep being angry and angry, and it gets worse and worse. And they're like, it's so angry they can't change it. If you really can't change something, you just sort of get on with it. Which is sort of how our fucking main character was in Emmy's story, right? Where he was finally like, you know what? Yeah, I got a heart condition. I can't do anything about it. I'm just going to accept it. He didn't get angry about it. He was just like, I've got to accept it. That's that, right? And I understand, obviously, I'm not saying everyone should just accept things instantly. Yeah, it's going to take some time or whatever. But, like, can it? Really? If I was that person who you couldn't work with in a group and you were being angry at me, we would no longer be in a group. I'd just be like, well, fine then. I'm done. I don't understand that. I'm afraid I do not understand at all. Hey, Xfern. Sorry, you've joined us in the middle of a very emotional discussion. You missed a lot. You missed a fucking lot. Constant slight resignment and annoyance to me. Well, I mean, but I wouldn't have that. Like, okay, I would if I was in that situation, I would just talk to. I'd do one or two things. I either put up with it and just get on with my own thing and not really work with them, because that's what I normally do. I don't like doing group work. More often than not, when I was in school and I had to do group projects, I would do 100% of the work. See, that creates more different problems, So, I'm the friend that people vent to, I know all these people who have all these problems and they do all their venting. And yeah, okay, you know what? Them getting stuff off their chest, that's a good thing. I think you should shout it into the world. I have a private blog that I keep whenever I'm upset or angry about things. I'll just write it in that. Good, great, vent it to the world. Have you ever considered what your friends think, though? I don't know. I guess people don't stop to think about it, but like the effect that it has on me, having all of my friends tell me all their problems. Part of me is like, you know what? I'm happy that all my friends think that I'm the trustworthy one. I'm the reliable one. I'm the one that they can tell their problems to. But I do think, especially when it comes to having problems, you need to be able to talk to someone about it because you can't just vent to nothing. So, yes, you should have someone you can trust like that, which I don't, so that sort of sucks. But it's going to drag on them, And I think that's like my problem I have with I have so many people in my life that are just angry about everything all the time that, I don't know, I guess it makes it feel like I'm in the wrong for not being angry. Like, I should be angry about things. I don't know. I think I'm getting a bit too existential here. Maybe we should get back to the game. Okay, where were we? So I keep feeling really guilty about it. I want to take my words back. Rin's probably upset too, even more than my own behaviour. Her reaction shocked me. What's thought of her as unchanging, detached from her surroundings, so that seeing my yelling get her so upset felt out of place. Wonder if she understands how I feel. If Rin's world, everything seems to be so absolute and subjective. Absolute subjective, as if she wasn't completely unable to see things from other points of view than her own. I guess I sort of relate to that. I mean, we're literally just discussing how I do not understand people. That's since this year has begun. Yes, thank you, Lee. Thank you for that nice summary. What was I saying? Yeah, recently I've really realized that I don't understand anyone. Like the way my brain processes everything is just, this is logical. Like, if it's not logical, why would you do it? But everything everyone does is just so logical. Oh, completely broke. She is a broken person. I'm now a broken person because of it. This is not. Okay. Ultimately, is anyone able to do it? Maybe objective and altruism are just illusions of people who like to think of themselves as compassionate. Just like art is an illusion for people who think reality is merely a veil for something greater. Even when you stop thinking about it, the world revolves around you or starts thinking outside the mythical box. You're just inside another bigger box that you can't escape. Maybe that, ultimately, makes her like the rest of us. I stepped through the door to find a gallery full of illusioned people. Despite Say's remark during my earlier visits, I always thought it was very spacious, but now when it's crowded like this, it looks positively cramped. Immediately noticed Say standing in the middle of a lively discussion, busy chattering with some old gentlemen. She's actually pretty tall and kind of cool looking, so she stands out in the crowd. There are a few dozen wine glasses laid on the tables along the back wall, filled with burgundy liquid. A vast majority of the guests are sipping from their own glasses. The socialites and art connoisseurs are mingling happily, exchanging mild opinions about Rin's art, which seems to be a secondary objective of interest for most. I feel distant, excluded from the other people here. I can't claim even at a stretch to be a social chameleon, so this situation is quite unnerving. Since I don't blend into the crowd at all, I just fake that I do, trying to look as cool and smooth as I can. I imagine I'd just brush my hair back and then trip over something. Wonder how Rin is handling all this. If it was me, I'd be quite freaked out. Throwing anxiety aside, I tried to carefully navigate through the crowd, stealing peeks at the framed paintings now hanging on the wall. Rin's exhibition takes about half the gallery's wall space. Some paintings are less familiar than others, but I recognise most of them. Some I've seen being created at the club meetings after all, or remember from the time when Rin was choosing her portfolio. Note that a couple of the unfinished paintings are framed on the wall as well. Maybe that's what they call coincidental art. Even Rin's failures, if you can call them that, become exhibits of her skill. Quite paradoxical. She herself is nowhere to be seen, which is strange because even though it's crowded, the gallery is pretty small. It's fine, sort of. I don't know how to face her yet after yesterday. Maybe I shouldn't have come. But I promised various people, Rin included, that I would, so... Damn, sounds like I do the things I do because some sort of instinctual properness compels me to, not because it would be sensible or not. Sneak closer to Say to wait for a lull in the conversation so I can chat her up too. I don't think you actually meant you wanted to chat her up, buddy. I think you used the wrong word there, but alright. Even though her voice is almost completely buried underneath the general background noise, I hear bits and pieces of her talking about Rin. Yes, she's a high schooler at a local school. Even though she's graduating next year, I'm sure various art schools will be interested in... I thought it'd be interesting to have an exhibition of someone who's still early stages of development. So strange, it's like Rin is some kind of mini celebrity even though this is nothing but a small exhibition opening at a small art gallery in a small town. In fact, there's a friend of mine from... It's a how.
My eavesdropping is interrupted by a familiar voice, a familiar slap to the back. I need to guess the source either, without turning around. Hi, Emmy. Oh, right. Hi. Are you, like, representative of the art club or something? I don't see anyone else in the school here. I don't know, really. I guess I am, if that's the case. What about you? What about me? You didn't think I'm interested in art? Is that it, Hesau? No, that's not what well, maybe a little if you put it that way. I mean, even though you hang out with Rin, I've never heard you talk about art with her, so... Emmy huffs and looks around her, looking discontent. It's true, I don't get it at all, but she came to my track meet, so I thought it's only fair to return the favour. She leans closer, trying to look confidential, but only managing to look conspiring. Do you get art? No, I don't. Yeah, it is. Poor Emmy. It's weird, because when I played for her, I was like, oh, you're not really that nice of a person. But now, like, she's been pushed aside, I was like, oh, I sort of feel bad. She really needed someone. I've played her story. I know she really needed someone. At all. My emphasizing head shakes draws a giggle and a cheery head shake of her own out of Emmy. Me neither. Hey, let's go talk to Rin. I bet you haven't yet, because I haven't either. Come on. Before she had a chance to forcefully drag me to Rin, Nomiya appears behind me with Rin in tow. Oh boy, here we go. She's not dressed for the occasion, instead opting for the usual school uniform and unkempt hair. Maybe her natural look is what suits her the best. Hello, teacher. Hi, Rin. Unfazed, Emmy greets the teacher cheerfully, causing him to turn around and look down confusedly. Who are you? I'm Emmy from school class 3-4, don't you remember? She looked positively shocked at the prospect that there could be a person who doesn't know her. Oh, sorry, you're in the same class as Tezuka, right? Yeah. You'll have to pardon me, I have trouble remembering students who don't take art. I don't mind. Hi, Rin. Hello. Congratulations on your super cool art thing. I'm sure you'll get a big hit. She throws her arms into the air, a boisterous emphasis, almost hitting me in the face. Look, Hesau came too. Rin doesn't look at me, nor does she greet me. Congratulations, Rin. She keeps averting her gaze, pointedly towards the sandals. Obvious to the tension between us and ignorant of what happened yesterday, Emmy keeps on blabbering about this and that to an unresponsive Rin. Guess she's used to not getting much out of her at times. Before long, Nomiya and Sei turn to Rin, introducing her. Expecting it, I catch the second of confusion when the guests see her arms. Sei is luckily on the ball and briefly explains about our school. Doubtful faces quickly change to curious. Would you mind telling us something about your art? I find the development is quite easily noticeable. What do you yourself think of the difference between the older and more current works? It's quite rare for someone so young to dabble in abstraction. It would have been interesting to see how you work. Oh, definitely. I think you use your feet. Must be a great trouble to learn it. Should be proud. Will you be pursuing a career in art after school? She's bombarded with so many questions she can't even hope to answer all of them. Maybe that's for the best. Who tends to talk nonsense more than occasionally. So idiot your ideas! That's the fifth worst. Rin keeps stumbling with her words, looking for more and more vexed, expectant inquiries. Everyone is waiting for her to say something. She looks like a cat got her tongue. Ha! Cat got her tongue? What? So before they kept doing puns about limbs, and now they're just doing puns about cats. Each question piling up just adds to her distress. I failed to hear the questions. That is the proverbial one too many. It's like a motor stalling. Rin just freezes for a long second until she falls on her knees, hitting the floor ungracefully like a sack of potatoes. Are you alright? I don't know. Tezuka, what's wrong, girl? I don't know what's wrong. Terrible silence falls upon the people gathered around Rin. Everyone is petrified, not knowing how to react to a sudden seizure or something. She breathes with deep, trembling gasps as if she was running out of air, staring ahead of herself with hollow eyes. Seeing that nobody does anything, I force myself to step to Rin and lift her up from the floor, letting her lean against me to keep standing. Would you like some fresh air? Okay, let's go outside for a bit. I don't even wait for her to answer before grasping her shoulder and pulling her past the stunned-looking Nomiya, Sei, Emmy, and guests. Excuse us. Cool evening breeze hits my face at the door. I let go of Rin as she leans against the stone wall, trying to catch her breath. Stone wall? I guess this thing on the left is a stone wall? I was going to say, where's the fucking stone wall? It's made of glass. You alright? I couldn't say anything. Rin is still not looking at me, so I look away, too. The street lights and coloured neon signs twist my vision to a blur of near blindness, forcing me to look back. At least she talks, even if she's not directing her words to me. What did you want to say? Maybe both of us can imagine that we are talking to an invisible friend. I don't know. Something that would have meant something. Silence lasts for a long time. I don't feel comfortable being alone with Rin. I'm not good at imagining things that don't exist. Do. Or that things exist. Don't.
We should go back in. The guests say invited are in there. They probably want to meet you and talk with you. You know, ask you questions and stuff about those paintings you work so hard for. I don't want them to ask me questions like that. I can never say the right things. What do you want then? That's someone... there's a question. No, I haven't even looked at the question and I'm already scared because it sounds important that someone would have to ask questions from me. Okay, so, wait, let me scroll back up and see what she said. I don't want to ask any questions. I can just... What do you want then? That someone wouldn't have to ask questions from me. But if you found someone like that, then what? But aren't you happy people are interested in your paintings? Okay. So, the first question is another question, right? It's just okay. So let's say, he's basically saying, for example, if I said I understood your paintings and you didn't have to tell me anything, what would you do? But the second one, aren't you happy people are interested in your paintings? I don't know that she is actually happy that people are interested in her paintings. You know, maybe this isn't even a tough question. I think it might just be the top one because I don't think she wants anyone to care about her paintings, right? She's using it as an expression of herself. Yeah, okay, never mind. I thought this was going to be a tough one because every other question has been, but there you go. But if you found someone like that, then what? Do you really think that would be some kind of be-all, end-all thing? Star-crossed lovers and happily ever after? My question is met with a blank stare and the darkness in her eyes, unfazed by the thinly veiled bitterness. No, I don't think that. But at least then I wouldn't have to be alone. She whispers the words of the light town, but I hear them anyway. I should have done this. Not yet. Exhibition? She nods and closes her eyes, breathing calmly out as if she can prove she can, and then continues talking to herself. Why? Wrong conjunction of the planets? No, not that. Double checked and I got up with the right, left foot and did everything else left. Right. It's me. I was wrong. She stands straight and stretches before stepping past me out into the street. Wait, where are you going? She stops in her tracks, turns around looking at me quizzically. School. I'm leaving. Wait, why? Because I want to be me. Rin walks off, leaving me behind, utterly confused. Rin! Something says she really touched me, or maybe it was the way she said it. Maybe it was the fact she said it. I want to say something back to her before I forget this feeling again. As if granting me a wish, Rin stops in her tracks. She doesn't turn around, she just keeps waiting for me to say what I want to say, even though I didn't have time to think of what. Rin, listen, I don't believe you have to be alone, even if you never meet anyone like that. Don't know if she heard my words, but either way, she doesn't react in any way. For the final time, she starts walking away from the gallery. So, where's Tezuka? I can only shake my head, but as if it doesn't seem to be sufficient answer, I have to say something. She ran away. What? Horrific realization spreads on his face like wildfire. This is a fiasco! Catastrophe! What is the girl thinking? The most important event of her life and she just runs off? And you! Why didn't you stop her? I'm going to hold you personally responsible! Say interrupts him, holding her hand calmly. It's good she intervened. The teacher was starting to get a few weird looks from the nearby guests. Now, Shinchi, she probably just had stage fright. I don't know her as well as you people do, but I get the image she's somewhat peculiar. This kind of thing can happen. It'll be fine. I'll explain that she suddenly became ill. The guests will surely understand. But... Look around you. Everyone seems to be rather happy with their free wine and chit-chat. The guests will be fine, but we're missing on opportunities here. Networking, making contacts and acquaintances. The adults keep arguing about something that can't be helped, and me tugs at my sleeves to get my attention. She doesn't look very happy either. Come on. Where? We're going to find Rin and kick her ass. What? I can't believe it. She's so stupid. That Rin, how can she do this? I'm telling you, she doesn't have a bit of common sense in her head. Emmy is seriously angry, only missing steam rising from her ears. I guess I understand Emmy. She is that kind of a person. Give up has never felt like part of her vocabulary. Maybe she feels it shouldn't be part of anyone's vocabulary. It's very best to leave her alone for tonight. What? You're a Rin expert now? She takes a firm stance and put her hands on her hips confrontingly. Now they're both doing it. Now I just need her to do it. It's like she wants to pick a fight with me too. No, I don't think that's even possible in the first place. I just don't think kicking her ass would do any good. A melancholic response surprisingly works as Emmy slumps her shoulders a little and sighs. I know that. You do? Last time I did that, it changed nothing. Right back to school as an empty late-night bus is silent. How was it empty? Surely Emmy was there. Both of us keep staring... both of us keep staring at the lights flashing past the window without saying a word. The nightly grounds are quiet, lit only by the wan moon and yellow lampposts. We say our good nights in front of my dormitory. Emmy reflectively clenches her fist, compels me to ensure that she won't assault Rin the moment I let her out of my sight. Promise me to not scold her. She looks up at me, and her eyes again flaring with anger that match with as calming stare as I can. The only easy to face an angry woman if you are not the target of her ire. After a minute of the mismatched staring contest, she sighs and shakes her head in defeat. You're too nice, Asao. Did you know that? A hint of a smile, a tug in the corners of her mouth. She says that, and she seems a lot more relaxed. What a sudden change of mood. Maybe she wasn't as angry as it seemed to begin with. Maybe her moods change easily. If I was, I would have let you have your way. Does that mean you're only nice to Rin? Both of us are hiding our concern behind empty jokes, but at least it puts me in a good mood. Emmy waggles her eyebrows with half-amused smirk, trying to push my buttons. Not gonna work. No, it just means I'm not nice only to you. Why do they always flirt? Like, hey, good night, Emmy. They're just constantly flirting. I guess Emmy really is the best girl in this after all. Maybe not best. Correct. The correct girl. Last day before summer vacations, waning slowly. Science is the final exam of the trimester, and then we are free. The collective yearning for liberty is almost palpable in the classroom, even though the weather seems a tad cloudy. It might rain today, who knows? She is, yeah. Whoa, look at these fucking pictures. Already finished the test because it's pretty easy. I'm doodling lazy on the side of the paper waiting for Muto to call time. Oh, I want to see this whole thing. I mean, we've got multiple Rins, obviously. We've got a fucking Kenji plant over here. There's a little Emmy tank. Oh, I want to see the whole thing. Wait, can I scroll up and... Yeah, okay, right. So there's a weird brain thing. Drill hair, that's obviously Misha. There's old, I don't know who that's supposed to be. Maybe, there's the sad girl. Okay, I guess that's all. Oh, this is now a Kenji down here. Yeah. Oh, these are great. These are fucking great. I love them. I love his little face. As we know, she uses sexuality as a tool to push people away. Yeah, she does. This is true. It also prevents Misha from trying to covertly look at my answers over my shoulder. She might fool the inattentive teacher, but I can tell that she's trying to look. I guess it's her best at passing the test. Doesn't make me feel any mercy, though. Just ignore her and look around me. I guess there was a little box Emmy down there as well, actually. Wait. The little running girl of pigtails. Yeah, it's a little... And that's him trying to run aside her. Man, this. I like this little page. It's quiet. No sound of the classroom, the quiet shuffling of papers, and Muto's constant coughing. Makes my awareness of the surroundings slowly drift to the backstage of the consciousness, giving room to other things. Vacation, huh? Some people will stay at the school even over the holidays, some will go back to their families. I don't know what to do. Should I go buy a train ticket for my trip back home? I can't bring myself to do it. Bet I'm going to get a call from home again. Mum's going to pester me about when I'm coming back. I'm not going to know what my answer is. Running Box are being chased by the Kenji crab, I think. Oh, were they? Oh, I'm going to scroll back to that. Oh, yeah, this Kenji here. I see what you mean. It could seem that. I don't think they're actually being chased by him because he looks like he's standing still. And he's not a crab. He's like a... Like this thing here, which you're thinking of as a crab thing, that's Emmy's. That's a hair on Emmy. He's like a philistine, you know. He's like it's not the word, is it? Like old Shakespearean time, where they wear the big old neck collar. I think that's what that's supposed to be. I don't know what this is. This thing's confusing me. I have no idea what the fuck this is. Please don't insult my kind like this. Hey, Kenji's awesome, dude. This is really lousy. The kind of state of things with Rin, I feel like I can't just bail out of here and pretend we're through. Now she has other problems of her own. I thought that exhibition opening would give her a breather, but I was sorely mistaken. Wait, the Yu-Gi-Oh card Doki Doki? Where? I don't see it. Oh, you mean this weird looking thing, I guess. I don't think so. But it definitely does look quite odd. Now she has other problems of her own. Oh, yeah, wait. The tangle just seems to thicken. Back to that word tangle again. See what I mean about the repeating phrases? A sharp knock at the door interrupts a quiet but frantic mood of the last 15 minutes of the exam. Come in. The opening door reveals the art teacher who steps from his jacket swirling around him as though a gust of wind. He glances at Muto, glances back at him. A frown spreads simultaneously on both of their faces. The men measure each other with their gazes. Oh, the O thing with the mouth. The O... What? Are you talking about this thing? Because this looks nothing like it. This was something that I didn't see from the beginning bit. No, I don't see anything that looks even remotely Doki Doki like, as in the card. I have no idea which one you're talking about. It was that thing. Oh, the weird bird thing. Well, it looks nothing like Doki Doki because it's like a bird thing. Yeah, it's fair enough, I suppose.
Excuse me, can I borrow Mr. Nakai for a moment? Excuse me, Mr. Namiya, but we're in the middle of an exam here.
Chilly atmosphere suddenly spreads in the middle of the summer afternoon as the two men try to stare each other down.
This is urgent, and it seems that Nakai has already finished.
Both men turn to look at me, staring at me like a pair of basilisks trying to petrify a tasty snack. It is true I've been idle for a good while now, so Nomiya is right, but...
Nakai, would you like to check your answers one more time?
Muto speaks with an odd intonation, weighting certain words as if trying to send a message. The pressure from their stares makes me rapidly shake my head, which is apparently interpreted as an answer of some sort.
Very well, Nakai. Go with Mr. Namiya, if you please. Take your bag with you and bring your test paper to my desk. You have a nice vacation.
Yeah, you too, teacher. The entire world, well, at least the classroom, seems to hold its breath just for me, putting the exam on hold until I stand up, collect my stuff and walk to the door. I can feel the stares at the back of my neck. My classmates probably think I'm in for some detention or something on the last day of school before summer vacation. I don't know what the teacher wants from me, but I can guess it probably not detention. Also, it probably has something to do with Rin again. Nomiya doesn't take me anywhere, contenting himself with the hallway as completely abandoned.
Do you know what Tezuka is?
So she's trying to avoid the teacher. Part of the course, probably. I wonder if she realises she can't avoid dealing with this indefinitely. I have no idea. You probably have asked in the homeroom next door.
Of course I have. Searched every nook and cranny of this blasted school and the girls' dorm. You're the last one to see her since yesterday, and you're a friend. Welcome me here. Aren't you worried?
I am, but I don't know what I could do. Rin did something incomprehensible yesterday, even for her. She seemed really confused. Maybe she just wants some time to think about it. I got the feeling that she had a second thoughts about that exhibition. Or something. She really didn't explain what was wrong.
What's second thoughts?
I don't know, I just got that feeling. I feel like my voice for him's like turned half into the fucking other teacher now, and I can't remember what his original voice was. I'm sorry. I can tell that this voice is different. I bet she's hiding out in your room. Yeah, probably. Or on the roof. She might be on the roof. He probably hasn't checked there. I'm being a little dishonest with the teacher, but this is not something I should be meddling with. He came to me, yes. Why? Maybe he thinks I'm some sort of confidant in Rin's, but I don't think I can help with this matter. The teacher huffs and scratches his head in confusion.
What's up with that girl? Someone like her. She's always been so goal-driven.
Goal-driven? That doesn't really strike me as words to describe Rin with. To me, she always felt obsessive at best. I don't mean to be rude, but wasn't it you who pushed Rin in that direction in the first place?
Her goal is my goal. It's a mentor's job.
Should have made him a Jamba Yellow from the start. With like a goofy way. Guess so. Just don't know if painting can make her happy.
That's pretty preposterous of you to say, Nakai.
He suddenly sounds pretty irate. Did I say something stupid?
You don't understand, do you? It's not a question of happiness. For every gain, there is a sacrifice to be made. There is no free lunch. But would I let that girl waste her talent if she had a moment of doubt? Never. Painting is just a work like any other. Tezuka might make it look like child's play to you, but she works hard every day to make her art. To become extraordinary, one has to make extraordinary effort.
The more the teacher talks, the more I feel like Rin doesn't think like that, even though I have no idea how she thinks.
I can very well understand why she would sacrifice her summer vacation to make up for the lost classes and exams to get a chance of showing her art. This is the path she has taken, to go all the way. That is not easy. I know she's young, and things are hard for her just like all the kids here in the school, but that's no excuse.
He is finished. But,
do you have anything like what art is to Tezuka?
No. That's right, I only have vague ideas of my future, no goal to shoot for, no dream to blindly reach for. I joined the art club in search of something I could be interested in, to get inspired by. Did I find something like that? What I found in the end was Ren. No, I don't have a passion like that.
Then you can't understand.
His flat statement allows no counter-argument. But she might not understand even herself. Still, I carry on arguing in spite of nothing else.
How could she not? She's been at it so hard for the past few weeks, she put off even coming to school, not to say anything about attending class. Don't be ridiculous.
I think I'm being ridiculous, but I have no rebuttal. Nomiya seems to consider this one his win.
At any rate, the opening was quite successful despite Tezuka hardly showing up. Many people were interested in our work, and the one piece even sold for a reasonable price.
Well, that's nice, isn't it?
Yes, it's fantastic news. I hoped that Tezuka would come to her senses when she heard about this, but...
He sighs and takes off his glasses, cleaning them against his jacket before putting them on his nose again.
At any rate, I should be going. This mess is to be settled with Sai and everyone. If you see Tezuka, please ask her to come see me. Otherwise, have a nice vacation.
Thanks.
After she disappeared around the corner, I ponder where Rin could really be. Firstly, she has not one, but at least half a dozen of these secret places. Plans to desire to solve this town, I'm going to drop it for good. Discuss classroom just a few feet away. What to do? Push open the door, only for Shadow screaming inside. Hey there. She's just sitting in a random fucking classroom. Is he that stupid? She's standing in the middle of the sunlit room, peering through the gaps of the curtain out into the yard. Like so often before, she doesn't start or jump, just calmly waits for me to make the first move. As if she's trying to become a permanent part of the furniture. Teacher's looking for you. Blank look over her shoulder is all I get, come to by a cryptic non-expression on her face. Are you looking for me too? Nah, I already found you, didn't I? Did you? She furrows her brow, looking so puzzled it makes me wonder if the question was asked in all seriousness. Maybe it was. Are you talking metaphorically now? Do you mean like eels, caves, dark and stormy nights? I'm bad at talking like that. The abruptly ended greeting gives me the chance to close the door behind me and sit down on a dust-covered desktop. Rin stays standing, but at least she turns around. Soon where she didn't, though, as oppressive as her expectant stare. This is her place, and I'm an intruder, although a tolerated one. Despite that, she still waits for me to say something. If only I knew what. Sunlit silence presses me towards decision. Came here without really thinking what I would do, apart from delivering Nomiya's short message in case Rin was here. She was, and now I don't know what else to say. What else should I say? I hover between my two options for a moment. Rin being troubled troubles me too. It's a surprising revelation, almost as big as realizing that she really is troubled. What? Almost as big as realizing that she really is troubled was. Okay. Nothing I can do would probably help, and might be partially to blame too. Does it mean I should just wash my hands of her? I don't think so. So, what's wrong? Nothing. She starts to turn away again as if trying to physically exit a conversation she doesn't want to have. Rin, stop trying to dodge me or I'll leave. Okay. Do you want me to leave? Are you still angry? It took us, or was it only me, 10 seconds to swap the conversation to this. I wish we could erase the past or failing that. Forget all about it. I wish for that more than once the last few months. Let's put that aside for the time being, alright? If you say so. I do. So, what's wrong? Say and Nomiya were not too happy you just ran off yesterday. You left them in quite a pinch, and I suppose the teacher wants some kind of explanation. Seemed like you just threw out everything you had worked for. Well, I don't get why. Did I make a mistake? My reprimanding her flat answer goes so much against the usual expectations and presumed interactions that it might as well just be someone else talking. Neither of us is like we used to be. The stiff, constricting feeling every time I get a look at Rin nowadays seems to be mirrored in our own behaviour. I hate things that go irreparably wrong. Ever since February, I have hated them. What can I say? Her question is trailed by a compelling, quizzical stare that makes me sigh and frown. Conversation no one wants to have are the worst. I don't know. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it probably was pretty stupid. She responds with a sigh of her own, although it's not nearly as heavy as mine was. I just couldn't do it. But why? What's wrong? A pause, furrowed brow, a quiet voice. Let it be, as how. I don't think I can really explain it in a way that would make sense. Yeah, Rin doesn't want to have this conversation either, and may be for the better. But how rare of her to admit that even she has some kind of limits. I always thought Rin was but ignorant of her tendency to get distracted so much that she inadvertently obfuscates everything she says. Actually, no, she specifically told you on numerous occasions, mate, that she struggles with talking. I don't know why I'm so confused by this. You never explain anything in a way that would make sense. Nobody else has ever asked me to. I guess that's how it is. But I always wanted to make sense of you, to find out who you are. Still want to. Can you see? I know you can't, but I do. That's why I keep this up. It pains you as much as it pains me. It's unlikely to be of any use to either. We did things and said things that can't be undone. It's as if you and me being close to each other just hurts us both, but we still deliberately keep doing it. Is that silly? Even now, I can see how you force yourself to respond, even though you owe me nothing. Even if it's hard to talk about things like this. Why? Why is it that you paint? Because I don't know what else I could do. It's like this feeling that there's no choice. It's the only possibility. Like when there are only watermelon flavoured popsicles left in the store, but you need to eat a popsicle. Poor metaphor aside, she didn't really answer anything. If possible, this makes even less sense than not knowing. But if you don't want to paint, not like that. You had to come to the school even though you probably didn't want to have a heart attack. She pauses, frowning as if something in what she said didn't please her. At least I think you wouldn't. A careful follow-up is followed by a turn, by another shorter pause with another smaller frown. Would you like to have a heart attack? No, I wouldn't, and didn't want to. But you're doing fine, aren't you? Or are you still sad about it? Rin's question makes me realise that I haven't really thought about my illness for weeks. Aside from chucking down my medication every day, there's been no need to concern myself with my broken heart, which I'm really thankful for, really. Getting to know new people, new school, new town, new life, it's all caught me and made me past fade away. No, guess I can't even dwell on the past indefinitely. See, even watermelon doesn't taste that bad if you have to eat it. Her half-nonsensical closure seems to put an end to the subject in Rin's mind, so just nod in an uncertain confirmation. Two kinds of silences. Awkward ones that you want to break, and comfortable ones that you don't mind. First kind is bad because it makes your thoughts go awry, like mine do now. Looking at Rin makes me feel bad. I don't want to feel like this. Looking at Rin makes me feel exhausted. I really tried my best. She tried to... I have no idea. But we ended up like this, and she ended up screwing up her exhibition opening. It feels like we're at a dead end. There's no direction to continue to. Reached out for her yesterday, thinking it would be the last time. She walked away. I want to be me. The heck does that even mean? Rin, if anyone, is most definitely herself. I feel kind of relieved I'm not the only one to blame, but it's still great to my mind. Why did she run away? It didn't make sense yesterday. It doesn't make sense today. The things she said, I feel like they should make sense, but they just don't to me. Is she derpy-eyed? No, she's just... That's her normal. That's what she normally looks like. You know, about the thing you just said. Which one of them? Painting. Say said something like that to me before. That a true artist does not paint because she wants to, but because she must. I've been wondering about what she said. Why do artists have to paint? My question is probably pretty stupid. At least Rin looks at me in a blank way that seems to say so. That's an interesting point. I've never heard that expression before. Like, obviously I'm not a painter, but I like doing art because I like it, not because I must. You know, I have ideas that I want to get out on paper or computer or whatever. But I've never... I don't know. I don't really get that. I don't know. Am I an artist? Well, you paint stuff and you have an exhibition too. I'd say you'd qualify. I think I still don't know, but okay. The thinking pause that follows seemed to last for half an eternity. I guess. Maybe. Like most people, Rins doesn't flavour her thinking pause, but you know video games exist, right? Wait, do artists not know video games exist? Wait, Rin doesn't even have hands. But also, do they not know video games exist? Because maybe playing video games is an art form in itself. The mysteries of the world, eh? Unlike most people, Rin doesn't flavour her thinking pauses by body language or saying like or anything. I've noticed that I might prefer her way. The usual way even annoys me, as if people were so infatuated by the sound of their own voice they just have to keep making some noise when they aren't thinking just what they could say next. Rin just comes to a full stop while she's thinking. It's disconcerting because reacting to people spacing out is always hard, but she comes off less obnoxious. Rin can just play Bastion, it's okay. You know what game I think Rin should play? Katawa Shoujo. I think she'd like that one. She can go down the Emmy route. I think I want someone to see what's inside me, not the way doctors and serial killers do. Oh, Rin. No matter how serious the fucking conversation. Classic fucking Rin. Oh, I meant the Overwatch character, not the game. Right. I thought you were making a joke about how Bastion plays itself. I guess you were, but you meant the character Bastion, not the game Bastion. Gotcha. The way that doesn't make me feel lonely. This is what you call metaphorical, you see. Please don't lecture me about self-evident things. It's not self-evident that this is self-evident. So you present a painting to someone and expect them to magically see a glimpse of your soul. It's not like that. Just a little like that, but not really. Don't you understand? I do, and I don't. You know, I feel a little bit of despair every time you ask that question. What question? About whether I understand you or not. Seems almost surprised at my clarification. Oh, it's not really a question. It's one of those kinds you don't have to answer. Rhetorical. Yeah, that's the word. Question is not a question, it's a rhetorical question. Oh, nice. That reminds me. Doesn't really make sense. What kind of question is one that isn't a question? A rhetorical one. What kind of answer is an answer that doesn't answer anything? Is that a rhetorical question? You are not funny. I thought it was pretty funny. Get into her head, Charles.
Well, if we need someone to get into her head, we'll just get Monica. Monica's already here. Yo, Monica. Monica, you haven't been here for a while. I know you're probably going to kill me when you turn up, but let us know what Rin's thinking, yeah? Alright, thanks, girl. She'll be here in a minute, I'm sure. But if you don't like it, would you like me to say something else instead? I don't have any good ones, though. How about, your pants are on fire? This can be our secret language. Rin's honest-to-goodness silliness, made twice more ridiculous by the fact that she's dead serious, derails me like it always does. It's like some kind of safety lock to prevent me from becoming too much of a worrywart, dragging even my own thoughts off the ground where they should be. Makes me smile confusedly, but only on the inside. Even though the corners of my mouth are not drawing into a grin, I'm still impressed by her ease of wrecking any attempt at being too serious. Should she will so? Should she will so? What the fuck does that mean? Could she forget and ignore the things that bug her, things that bother her? Could she be so free of what burden... What is... Should she will so? What? Could she... Should she... Will... Could she... should... She will... So... Will as in the action of willing. Oh, could... Should she will so? Oh. Thanks. Nah, it took a while. Fucking hell, that was a confusing sentence. Hey, Monica. Am I the only one who feels burdened by being myself? No, thanks. But still, times when I feel I'm on the same page as you are pretty rare. It feels like there's this huge gap and sometimes you just go to the other side and I don't have any way to reach you from where I am. It's like you're in some completely different place at times, even though you are right here. That's right. There's an insurmountable discontinuity, an imaginary glass wall that blocks comprehension from happening. Did you just say that sentence, or think that sentence, to make you sound like a massive dickhead? You don't need any sentence that has that many words that are more than 10 letters, mate. Oh dear, X-Fan. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. There might be such a gap between any two people, but with Rin, it feels more tangible. Rin does not react to my thoughts, nor the ones I uttered aloud, nor the ones I did not. It's even worse about art. I'm not very good at art, I admit it. I joined the art club because I thought I could be interesting. And I guess it is. I like art. I like your art too. But just like with you, I can't comprehend it. And I'm pretty sure nobody really can. It seems to worry her slightly. Do you think so? Yeah. I guess that art is meant to be interpreted, not understood. That's how I'd put it. That's a sad thought. Guess it might feel like one. Did it make you feel sad for yourself? Rin thinks about this for a while. She shakes her head, surprisingly vehemently. The first thing she focused her eyes on afterwards is me. Both these things make me glad and relieved. That's good, isn't it? Anyway, you should go see the teacher and apologise properly. I think he's worried about you. Can you do that? This time, she nods her head. Okay, it's not as vehement. Hallway is empty, almost intimidating. Nomiya's office is the art classroom and the other end of the third floor hallway. Steps echo disturbingly. The atmosphere is like on a normal afternoon. Feels like the school knows that nobody will be coming back for a month too. The door is open but not very inviting. I'll wait outside. Nodding, barely noticeably, Rin strides in without stopping and naturally without knocking. Maybe that's why it takes a few seconds before I hear the teacher's voice from inside. There you are! Hello. A conflict arises. Should I stay here or go somewhere else? Not sure if I even want to eavesdrop on them. Manners lose to curiosity, and so I stay close enough to listen in. Voices echo in the hallway, but no matter. There is nobody around save for me. Dear girl, what on earth were you thinking, leaving like that on the big night? Couldn't say anything. Compared to Nomiya's scolding tone, Rin sounds awfully quiet and withdrawn. The words seem to drown under his. I have to say, I am very disappointed in you, Tezuka. There was no good at all. Never mind all the things I did for you. What about Sei? What about all the guests who wanted to meet you? There was nobody, even Hazao. You have embarrassed us very badly, Tezuka. Reputation is what counts, surely you know that. It's all right. I don't need it. Don't need? What do you think you know? Rin's reply only seems to agitate the teacher more, his voice rising with every sentence. The path of an artist is a thorny one, I'll tell you that. Thorny! You have to see the big picture. There will be bad times and good times. Things are like they are. It'll be all right even. You might now think that, oh, so wonderful and easy, but how far would you have gotten without me? I won't always be there for you. When you lie on the floor in your minuscule room and your rent 3 weeks late, your mind blank in the fourth week straight, and then you'll wish that you had listened to old Nomiya a bit more. When you keep measuring how the shadow of your chair becomes longer over the spring, because that's all your lethargy allows, maybe that's when you will start caring about your career.
That doesn't matter.
Your resolve is not enough.
I'm not a resolved person.
You are not a resolved person. And tell me why? Why did we go for all this trouble if it amounts to mosquito shit?
Whoa! Oh dear, the teacher blew a fuse. Him yelling at Rin makes me feel bystander's guilt. If I'd gone with her, maybe he wouldn't have gotten so angry. If I had not let her run away, maybe he wouldn't have got angry in the first place. I still could go save her. I don't think I can. It was the same. I yelled at Rin too, and I'm feeling all the more embarrassed about it now. I felt justified to vent my anger at her face just because I felt it was her fault that I was so frustrated. I was no more justified than the teacher is. Terrible silence set up on the hallway. Rin does not have anything to say to Nomiya. Whether she has run out of answers, or she knows that arguing would only make him angry, is anyone's guess. Teacher has nothing more to say either, it seems, so maybe he just ran out of breath. For a moment, I imagine the two of them just staring at each other, one full of red-hot anger, the other full of... Yes? What? I can't tell how Rin feels. Not before, not now. Teacher seems to expect Rin to say something too, but since she doesn't, he finally continues in a quieter, but not less angry voice.
What worth is there in doing so much work if the outcome is nothing?
Still, Rin will not say anything.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gotten so excited.
Does not sound sorry at all. Rather, his tone is cold and sharp, like he was spitting out the words of his mouth.
It seems that I was expecting too much. You're not an artist after all.
Yeah, not sorry at all. He storms out of the clubroom and down the stairs without noticing me. After he's gone, I peek carefully inside the classroom. Rin is left standing there in front of the teacher's desk. I couldn't say I am sorry. She says into the humid air of the classroom, not to me. Since the room won't answer, I'll have to. That was unfair of him. He was angry, but still. I can't decide how to end my sentence. Disdaining the teacher's feel of disdaining my own behaviour from 2 days ago? Stupid, but correct in hindsight. Rin won't answer, staying petrified where she stands, so I walk up to her. She stood up for herself, in a way I didn't expect that. I can't determine whether it's unbecoming or not, but either way, she did it. Against me, she never did. Sort of wish she had, maybe I wouldn't feel as bad then. Lately, it really seems that I've been wishing for all kinds of things. Rin? Go away. Why? What are you saying? You're angry with me too, right? I thought you were my friend. I thought he was too. This is unlike I've ever heard it before. It's bitter, sharp like needles. She keeps staring pointedly at her toes. I don't think it's about that. He wanted you to be something you are not, and... Take a deep breath and finally catch her eyes in my own, locking our gazes. I'm sorry. I wanted us to be something else too. More than friends. Maybe that's why I couldn't contain myself and became so frustrated like the teacher did. What more? There is nothing more to me. That's all I am. I don't understand that. The answer should be obvious, right? I remember myself thinking of the purpose of friendship. Put up with everything and anything. Be there for your friend. Did I fail as a friend, thinking it could be a stepping stone for someone else? Something else? Maybe because of those thoughts, I didn't manage to put up with the things to keep it together. As outraged as Rin is and was, I should have let myself get caught into that, especially when I started feeling the way I did towards her. So, did I fail? That's what her eyes seem to ask. I'm sorry, Rin. I might not be able to be your friend. I don't think I could ever be a good friend to you. Saying these things because they are true, not because one of us would like to hear them. But that's something that must be said. The finality of my words create a shaking silence. What could either of us add to that? Why? Why does all this happen? People are doing things I don't ask for and I don't want, and everyone keeps getting angry at me, and I have no idea what's going on anymore, and I can't stop feeling like I want to run away from everything. She shuts her eyes tight and breathes out deeply, calmly. When the eyelids open, all I can see is dark green desperation. I have no idea what's wrong with me. Her frantic outburst stupefies me for a moment. For a heartbeat, we just gaze into each other's faces. Seeing her confused eyes, desperately looking for answers from mine, only makes me sad because I know I have none. I don't know either. But you know, you yourself said that these things are not right nor wrong. They just are. You either accept them, work to change them, or give up. It's not that I hate you, and it's not that teacher Nomiya does. It's just, I think I'm the kind of person who gives up when he feels he can't go on. And even if you hate it, this is how things are. I'm saying pretty cruel things, but I can't stop myself. The words keep rolling off my tongue with slow, hard certainty. I can see them hitting Rin almost like physical blows. As the wetness gathers in the corner of her eyes, they're still wide with the shock of rejection. As the tears start rolling down her pale cheeks, she does nothing to stop them. As they fall down onto the floor one by one, she stands still, staring at me with a gaze full of hollow disbelief. But reality catches up. Rin slumps forward as if she was deflating and buries her face deep into my shirt as she can. Rin is heavy and feather-light, and I support her weight. She doesn't really sob or bawl, she just leans against me, letting her tears burn through my shirt and the skin underneath. And I let her, bringing my hand around her shoulder in a clumsy hug that does no good to comfort her. I can feel Rin's vertebrae against my fingertips, like hard and jagged reminders of how messed up things are. Her slim shoulder quivering against my palm is a pitiable sight, and the hopelessness of being part of the cause of Rin's sadness keeps shredding at my heart. To make a girl cry is the most despicable thing to do. Even Rin. Especially Rin. Behind that veil of aloofness, Rin is just a human being too. Just as confused, scared, and lost as any of us is. Any of us are, you idiot. Most of the time, it seems that there are no rhyme or reason for what Rin does and says, but for once, I think I really understand how she feels. No words can express it. No words can make it better. So wordless we stay, quietly waiting for our tears to run out. Time passes, agonizingly slowly. Even the lazy specks of dust floating in the air. They're doing that thing where the time of day is changing in the background while we're talking. Don't do that. Don't do that. Stop. The air seems to pause to a standstill. The obligatory wall clock is ticking distractingly from above the door. So time again. We're just still talking about time. Decided against counting the seconds because it wouldn't make them feel longer. I would make them feel longer. Eventually, Rin stirs a little and still smothering herself against my chest, mutters into my shirt. Let me be here for a while. Please, Sasao. Just give me a little while. A soothing deluge spreads into my consciousness, the knowledge that while being here for Rin is all I can do for her. That's all she wants right now, even after we've gone through. Sure. So she stays there. But I still can't bring myself to draw her closer so I can embrace her properly. It's because doing it would just make me so sad that I don't know if I could bear it. The realization that we might never really able to become what we want to be for others crystallizes into my mind as a diamond-hard enlightenment. A pang surges through my heart like an electric shock. It's painful. This clarity hurts. What can we be for each other? What meaning is there for us to desperately cling to each other, even though it seems so futile? What should I say to Rin? How can I make her feel better? I do not know any of these things, and I fear that knowing them would only hurt more. Forcefully, I push all of that out my mind because I don't want to be thinking of hurtful truths. My thoughts calm down soon enough. The sadness disperses until all that is left is me and Rin and the tender feeling of her warmth and softness against my chest. When did I fall in love with her? I can't remember, but I'm certain it was way before the warm touch of her lips on my own. On that orange-coloured afternoon when she was sick with a cold and went to see her because of unclear reasons. Her carefree attitude, the air of otherness around her, all the things that made Rin herself, those things captured me with irresistible force. The way she could take in anything and everything, giving it only the value she gives herself, placed. Weighing all things fairly and without prejudice, seeing the world as she wanted. This is something I could never do, and Rin is probably more of a muse to me than anything ever was to her. She seems so free to me, truly a free spirit, while I, constantly worrying about everything, seem so inhibited in that I was almost embarrassing. Maybe that's why I latched so tightly onto Rin, trying to get inside her world that was so different from my own bleak life. Before I noticed it, that irresistible force had pulled me dangerously close to her, but it turned out to be way too alien for me. Had I forgotten Newton, of all things? The gravitational force is inversely proportional to the square of the distance between the objects. So if two people feel something for each other, even though feelings are not governed by the constants of the universe, I can't help thinking that for some time now I've been the satellite to Rin's brightly shining planet. Planet Rin. The thought makes me almost laugh. She really does seem to be from another planet at times, minus green skin and possibly some tentacles. Perhaps because of my stifled laughter, Rin pulls away, and I let her go, feeling the cold when her warmth goes away and slight embarrassment of letting my thoughts run wild like that. I credit that as Rin being a bad influence on me, while being glad at the same time that she can't read my thoughts for real. Rin's bitter tears have dried up. She looks a little more like herself again now. The lost look in her eyes is still there, though. Her gaze wanders around restlessly before stopping at me. What happened just now? Can you tell me? What? What do you mean? I cried. She says that hesitantly, as if not believing it herself. Yeah? She kept staring at me, as if pleading guidance so that she wouldn't have to feel so lost. Why? You were sad? Is that what you want me to say? But isn't that obvious? I don't know. It feels weird to cry. What? I don't believe it. I mean, everyone does that. It's not... I bite my tongue before finishing my argument about normality. Norms do not apply to the person I'm talking to. It always feels so wrong, different from what it's like in me.
like I couldn't really tell what I felt. So I started thinking that maybe I don't know what I'm feeling. Maybe it's me who is wrong. I thought these kind of things. I thought the painting was enough because I felt that it at least did that right. That was all inside of me that would become a picture if I tried really hard. And it could. But it doesn't feel like it's enough for me anymore, because if nobody else can see that, I will still be alone. Was it wrong to try? Everyone got really angry at me for that. I've rarely heard Rin say this much at once before. Once she finishes, she simply shuts up, looking so neutral that it's hard to believe she just said what she did. I don't know what to think. Rin was desperate for someone to look at her paintings, somehow see right through them into her soul, to understand her feelings, because she felt she could not express them in any other way. How can one say whether or not that is right or wrong? Could it be that all this time she's been trying to reach out to me like I've tried to reach out to her? Sit down on a desk to think and rest my legs that keep us both standing for a long while. You know, when I read a good book, or look at a starry sky or whatever, sometimes I too feel something profound, like a shoot, I don't know how to describe it. But the instant I try to put it into words, I feel that I lose something. It doesn't feel as real, as true as it did inside my head. It feels a bit phony. Damn, even what I just said felt phony. I have a smile that is meant to be between funny and self-depreciating, but Rin doesn't react. Anyway, it might be that nobody can ever express their true feelings so that others understand. Reality has no... We're talking about reality now? Oh. This is the final transformation. Talking about your reality, I guess. Reality has no chance of living up to what someone has inside their head. Nothing can match that. Not even your paintings. Except maybe for you. But I suppose you can't keep everything inside. You'd explode for real then. What I'm trying to say is, I don't think it's wrong to express your feelings, even if you use your paintings as your conduit. You just can't expect people to understand you any better than they would if they did it any other way. In fact, you can't expect people to understand you at all. Because everything is so subjective. You see the world the way you do, but it's different from everyone else. But isn't that terrible? I guess it is in a way. Wow, I completely in sync with her right now. I was literally talking earlier about how little I understand people. She frowns, looking possibly as stricken as she can, which is not much, but it's enough for me to understand that Rin is not particularly happy. I think it might make me sad after all. Yeah, I know. Wish I could do something to help it. But I don't think I sound bitter, even though I am a little. This is my problem. I cannot be what Rin wants for her, and the same reason she can't do the same for me either. She makes a difficult face, carefully trying to pick up the words she wants to say. So Rin has times when it's hard to say anything too. Can't be helped, I think. But if you say that, it makes me feel a little better. It's funny how something seemingly irrelevant things, the most significant ones at times like this, like how Rin's voice is very small, barely audible when she says that, and how even her short bangs can cover her eyes when she looks downwards. How they can't cover the deep red colour rising on her cheeks, all the way to the tips of her ears. They turn into a very interesting shade of red. A deafening silence follows. It's very awkward, as if I saw something that wasn't meant to be seen, even if it wasn't on purpose. Really going down the Monica route here. I don't know what to say to that, but I keep feeling like I should know. She doesn't either. Still, it feels like there's no momentum to lose, even if we keep silent. Like we have some weird, wordless connection that would hold even so. Rin keeps shifting her weight from one foot to the other, restlessly looking everywhere around the room except at me. She is the one who finally breaks the spell. Can we go? I don't want to stay here. Oh, yeah, of course. Where? My reply is covering my nervousness as badly as her question is covering hers. You can go wherever you like. I want to sleep. I haven't really slept for a few weeks. Feels like there's a flock of light blue butterflies inside my head. Makes it hard to think properly. The kind that you think is too blue to really exist. Like Emmy's panties this morning. She shakes her head, and I almost expect a couple of ultramarine coloured morphos to pop out of her ears. A small smile tugs upwards at the corner of her mouth. That reminds me. The blue, not the pants. The word for a flock of butterflies is a swarm. I looked it up. That makes my eyebrow raise into a questioning arc. Why don't you use that then? Why don't you use it then? I like the other word better. Why look it up in the first place then? Then you should use it, right? She nods, in full silence, her gaze escaping mine to the side, attracted by the dark orange sunlight refracting from the windows. We stay like that for a little while, me silently looking at her, silently looking out of the window. Hey, you alright now? She glances at me from the corner of her eye, looking wistful again. Sunlight's reflection doesn't betray any more of her inner feelings. I need to think about that. I want to continue this conversation, grasping at those straws she finally revealed to even exist. But Rin is looking out the window so absent-mindedly, I know she won't be responsive in any way that would make sense. It's like some kind of defense mechanism of hers to avoid being sensible. Her mind is like a butterfly in itself, always fluttering somewhere away whenever it's stirred. Just when I thought I could see behind her veil, she jumps out of my reach again. Maybe that's just how Rin is. Maybe that's something I should just accept and get some peace of mind. Okay. I'll walk you back to the dorms then. Thanks. Really. The empty hallway of the school, devoid of its students, feels very lonely. Less than 1 hour after the summer vacation began, the building seems to be deserted, and all that intrudes is the stillness of the hallways or our footsteps. The change is sudden, but it shows how the building is just an empty shell, dead without its students and teachers. It's as though the school has become a private world for only the two of us, a desolate place filled with silence and chalk dust. I think I have to change, she says out of the blue. This is feeling very deja vu. We've done this, right? Like this exact conversation where it talks about the school being an empty husk without its teachers and students. And then we walk down the stairs and she suddenly says we need to change. Monica, what did you do? The third floor, still managing to feel like she's mirroring what I was just thinking before. That's what people must do sometimes. That's the last thing we say to each other that day, even though there would be so much to talk about. Even those words drown the all-encompassing silence, disappearing into the stagnant air as if they were never said. There's that stagnant air again. Monica, what are you doing? Is that the end? Is that... Oh, is that like the end? Did I just end... Is that how it ends? Was that a neutral ending? Was that a good ending? I don't even know. Oh, it's not over. Oh, I really thought that was coming to a close right then. Okay. Thursday summer vacation was a disappointment. I woke up, water came down from the leaden sky in biblical proportions. I was optimistic at the time. Quick summer shower, I thought. Torrents of rain for a few minutes, and it's gone. No such luck. Rainwater is relentlessly pouring down from the blue-grey sky outside, streaming down the glass of my window like small brooks and rivers, gathering together to form a miniature ponds of walkways, just like I've done for the past 2.5 hours. So I've been half-heartedly cleaning up, between half-heartedly reading a book, packing my stuff on the side when I get bored of the first two. The weather drags my spirits pretty down too, making it hard to do anything properly. Something bumping quite loudly against my door rouses me from my apathy. Hope it's not Kenji in his crazy indoor bowling alley. Hear no more sounds in the corridor until I walk to the door and open it. Rin. Wish seeing her would evoke some more emotion in me, but for one, I'm too surprised that she came to see me, and for two, she's soaking wet. The uniform shirt is drenched, and she's still standing in a self-created puddle. Drops of rainwater are dripping from her short bangs and sliding down her nose until they fall down to the tip. One by one. Hi. How are you feeling? Medium normal. Relative questionability of her statement aside, she sure doesn't look too good. You're all wet. It's because I come from the outside. Do you know it? Why do you be outside? It's raining buckets out there if you haven't noticed. I haven't. It's raining pretty hard though. I was on a walk. Nice. Is this what you call wallowing in self-pity? Do you think I'm pitiful? No, I implied that you think you are. I'm not, and rain is not a sad thing. Don't you ever walk in the rain? I do, but only with proper equipment, like an umbrella. You just need to imagine you have a blue umbrella with white stripes. Might be tough when rain is falling on my head. Just imagine harder. Yeah, she's definitely back to normal. Those half-sarcastic, inconsiderate remarks that really push my buttons, even though she doesn't mean it. That vacant, spaced-out stare that always expects more than it gives. So very much like her. I may need to come in. I need some help with this water and clothes I'm wearing. Brain quickly solves this equation, and I stumble with my words, stark display of contrast against Rin's easygoing self-invocation. But Emmy... Rin shakes her head vehemently, causing water to sprinkle everywhere. She left. Besides, she would just worry and fuss until she cannot worry or fuss anymore, which always takes a troublesome long time. It's in fact longer than I want to hear her fussing, and even though you probably are not the fussing kind. She slumps down on my desk with a squishy sound. Her soaked clothes are making the desk and everything on it wet, but she doesn't care. Okay, fine, I'll help you out. Have a towel somewhere, but do you want dry clothes? Is a uniform fine? I'm taller than you, but everything is fine. With a little searching, I find a fresh uniform and a fluffy towel from the depths of my closet. Towel in one hand and uniform in the other, I turn to face Rin again, uncertain of the next step. Something wrong with me, a normal guy would just stop worrying, it's not a problem. You'd probably see right through my hesitant demeanour, as if I was completely transparent to her. Put anxiety away and concentrate on 8 buttons, a shirt, just in case,
Just in case. Just in case. Black 2. Bam. Sorry, Rin. The first button was an obstacle, and after getting over it, and do the others with slightly less shaking hands. Throwing the soaked shirt aside, I reveal Rin's pale upper body, shrouded in only her light blue brassiere, which instantly reminds me of her saying it's her favourite colour. Try not to think too much about it. Stiff, but it's hard not to look at with her body. What can I only do with mixed feelings? I don't know what to think of this, so I just watch her. Rin looks brittle. She's like a shell, fragile, barely holding anything together. Her ribs, each of them visible under her pale skin, are moving up and down, the rhythm of her breaths. She looks miserable as sin, is what she does. Rin always struck me as quite thin, but I realise now that the manic, creative period from before the exhibition might have caused her to lose weight. Did she eat properly and enough? Definitely not, and probably not. This ugly yet beautiful bare minimum of a human body that belongs to someone I care about is a contradiction of aesthetics, in itself oddly becoming of her. My eyes follow her collarbone to her shoulder and down to her arm until an abrupt end. No, it's less than the bare minimum. I think of a passing pang of sadness and some guilt for her like that. Her arms degenerated into almost nothing but bone and skin due to lack of use. Look now very short, and the very long sleeves of her uniform are not covering them. The lack of any negative reaction makes me think that I've actually grown pretty accustomed to the various physical abnormalities of my schoolmates. I always wonder why Rin keeps her shirt sleeves long, only tying them, simple knots where the elbows would be. Seems a bit impractical, but then again, she's not exactly the pinnacle of practicality. Maybe she likes it, maybe it's somehow important to her, maybe there's no deeper meaning to it. I feel like asking, and almost do, but Rin's miserable state requires higher priority than my attention. She stopped talking too, after we ran out of spiky greetings. Guess there's no need for chit-chat then. Pick up the towel from the bed and wrap it around her head, rumpling it all over her hair until most of the rainwater is hopefully soaked into the fabric. She peeks from below the towel, looking at me with impassive eyes. It looks like she wants to say something without saying it. It's that kind of a look, but I can't read what she's thinking about from her face, so I just keep on fussing with the towel around her shoulders and hair. Silence is oppressively terrifying. Communication between us has suddenly been reduced to the movement of my hands and the towel, Rin swaying her body to and fro. My jagged breathing and her quiet breaths, trying to find a common rhythm that's just not there. I think I can hear her heartbeats, or maybe they're just mine redoubled. As I brush a rogue strand of hair aside from her ear, Rin suddenly presses her cheek against the back of my hand. The contact is electric, a jolt of sudden current surging through me. Whether she seeks comfort, warmth, or just my touch, I wouldn't know, but I can't help but touching her back, caressing her soft cheek with my hand. With closed eyes, she kisses me on the fingers, counting the joints of her lips. I am saddened beyond my expressive capability. Here we are, a boy and a girl, both in love or something like that, with each other, or maybe not, and yet... Something is broken. I can feel it in me and Rin, the way our gazes merely brush against each other, shying away from contact. Her closed, timid posture, and my way of touching her like a china doll, afraid of shattering her delicate form. How are we closer than we've ever been, yet I'm not feeling happy. It's like yesterday. She's gonna... I realise that's over her face, and that's really rude. When did a tenderness and forelonging become one and the same words? Acts of affection start invoking only longing. How? Why did we end up like this? No, don't answer that. I'd like to say myself, but fighting against the omniscience of self-awareness is a lost cause. Self-awareness, eh? Huh. And omniscience, This here, don't answer that, this whole sentence. This is Monica talking to her. Still, I am here, and Rin is here. It feels like she might be able to solve whatever problem she has. As she can. Why couldn't I? Why couldn't we? It feels like taking that step is too much, too difficult, too uncertain. So for now, all I can do is dry her up so she won't get cold again. I pet her head, trying to sort out the hair that refuses to be sorted, even when wet. A pair of dark, glazed eyes follow my every movement. Pants too? She nods in answer, leans back and spreads her legs with grotesquely inviting gesture that makes a nasty feeling crawl up and down my spine like a bad premonition. It's not enough to sober me, though. The silence is starting to make me feel detached from myself. Move automatically without thinking, even though I should. Should talk to her about this, or at least something. Silence is a spell. A pact that has bound us to this private world made a dull sound of rainfall, the soft feel of her skin against my fingers. The button of her trousers is fastened tight, but opens surprisingly easily. Stepping them off is hard, mostly because she's sitting on them, with no intention of standing up to ease my task. Now we bring... just a case. I'll make it smaller, but just in case. I don't know. I think, no, you're right, it's probably fine. I don't think she's gonna get naked. You know what? We're fine. I kneel down uncomfortable and tintillating between her legs so I can quickly dry her bare feet, remembering that they are as important to her as her hands are to me. As I work the towel up from her ankles, Rin brushed her thighs against my cheek and nudges the small of my back with her heel to make me come closer.
Look up to meet her silent stare that was waiting for me to look up. Is it just me, or does she not look like Rin at all here? She looks like a fusion between, like, Akiza and Yuzu from Yu-Gi-Oh!, right? Thanks, Emmy. Also, hello, Emmy. She will in a CG form, but if it's in a CG, the game will black it out for me, so that's okay. Look up to me, a silent stare that was waiting for me to look up. That unassuming, expectant stare seems to say that the ball's in my court. Fleetingly brush... Hair is wet, that's probably it. I'm guessing so. Fleetingly brush my hand against her inner thighs. I don't know, her face seems off as well, right? Like, her hair makes her seem more like Yuzu. Definitely. It's definitely the hair for the... But her face looks like Akiza, right? It doesn't look like Rin anymore. It looks different. Touch makes her gasp sharply, as if she were trying to hold back breathing. What if I do this, then? A small kiss I place on her thighs, enough to make Rin lose her composure, shut her eyes, and squeal almost inaudibly. Just in case. Yeah, squealing. That's where we bring the box back. I don't know where to put it, though, because I don't know what's going to happen. Is that what you want to? Would it be alright now to take this step? What if maybe... box. See, now, like, what am I doing with this? I don't just want to block the whole screen up. Hazy thoughts float somewhere in the back of my unfocused mind. Is it going to block it all out? Somehow this whole situation is making it hard to think, as if my head was full of cotton fluff. That's alright. Seems to be thinking, not something we need right now. Okay, it's going to block that out. That's good. It's good. Put a box over her box. Thanks. Helpful. Present. Present is a fleeting and vague concept at best. Moment between the past and the future? Oh, we're going back to the fucking time concepts? Alright, Doctor. That doesn't really mean anything. Thinking too much about things that don't make sense is a waste of time. That's why living through the present is always the best option. Besides, for us who can't foresee the future and who forget the past too easily, present is really the only proof of our existence. Censoring the metal. I mean, right now, I'm not censoring anything. I'm censoring fucking text. Even though existence will go on, even if you forget about it for a while, it's good to seize the day at least every once in a while. That way you can confirm you are, in fact, alive. I don't trust that it's not gonna... I'm not gonna need the sensor when it comes back, but... Oh, bedroom. Bring the sensor back up just in case. We'll see if I need it. Pretty sure the girl who's sitting there half naked staring out the window of my room has a much better grasp of present than I do. As for me, well, right now I'm somewhat confused by my present state, since I should try and locate my shirt and not stare at Rin's butt. But I just can't stop looking at her. She's not even naked. What the fuck? Well, I guess we didn't need this then. I didn't think she would be. It's just the whole Rin run really threw me off, you know. She's so close to the glass that her nose is probably going to leave a mark. At least her breathing does when it does condense the rain-cooled window glass before quickly disappearing again. Oh, right. I didn't even notice. My shuffling around to get dressed doesn't rouse Rin from her contemplation, which is fine. Really, I don't mind the silence as much as I used to. Yeah, that's what Lee's getting at, yeah. Only after I'm mostly finished with buttoning up my shirt does Rin say something, still without turning to look at me. Let's go somewhere. Where? I can only assume she's inviting me and not the windowsill, but it's a fair guess. I know. What? Help me get dressed. I think today's the day. Come on, clothes. Clothes. What an impatient tone. Crouched down to pick up a bra from the floor where it had fallen discarded in the haste of undressing and forgotten there. Hanging in from between my fingers like a dead fish, the same hesitation that grasped me when I was undressing Rin is creeping inside my head again. Is intimacy really something this difficult for me to handle? Come on, you got it off just fine. It's just the same but the other way around. It's like talking backwards. You say sati tub dra smees. Seems hard, but it's easy. Perplexed by her sudden and prodigious display of mental processing capability, I forgot to attempt reversing her gibberish backwards. Pretty sure I couldn't switch to talking backwards that fluidly even with some practice. Could you repeat that? Seems hard, but it's easy. Got it, fine, I'll give it a try. Rim was right. The locking mechanism is simple enough, and I get the little plastic hooks right on the third attempt. There. Now you have to adjust it. What? Please stop that. I don't speak backwardsies. Shakes her head as if needing to banish the backwards way of thinking with a physical gesture. I know few people who could benefit from that kind of ability. I got stuck. Now you have to adjust it. Adjust? That's what I said. No, I asked what you mean. You know, so that they're fine. Oh, fine, you say? As I have no idea where her breasts are supposed to be fine, I end up fumbling around her chest for a good while without really getting anywhere. Not that I would complain, but Rin does. Emmy is better than you at this. Her impatient tone ticks me off, even though I can't really disagree. Rin suddenly seems to be in an awful hurry. Yeah, well, excuse me. Could that be because she's a girl and can actually relate? I don't think so. She just has about as much chest as you do. Oh, sick burn! I was not expecting that. Oh, shit. Even he couldn't respond to it. Just dot, dot, dot. Her bra and breast eventually fine, as they should. The rest of her clothes are considerably easier to put on. Rin launches towards the door, even though her shirt is not buttoned up all the way yet. Left with little choice, I run after her. As soon as I realise we're heading for the side entrance leading to the forest, I think I know where Rin wants to go, although I couldn't say why she'd want to go there. Then again, I can't really assume my guess is to be anywhere near correct when Rin is concerned. Roasted of both of them. Not even for a quite generous definition of correct. Forest behind the walls, smell of rain, the last raindrop still dripping from a wet undergrowth to the earth, despite the rain being gone for a while already. We stroll along with an unhurried pace that Rin sets, giving me time to take in the calming atmosphere. I think I can hear Rin saying hello to at least 3 different trees while she walks past them, but I ignore it, just like the trees do. Remember when she said you'd be crazy to talk to trees? Huh. She leads me to the narrow side path leading up to the hilltops, and as I guessed, I peek through the canopy trying to find a rainbow, but there doesn't seem to be one. Perfect weather for rainbows. Sun is shining low, and the rain has passed not too long ago. Well, whatever. I lower my eyes from the treetops to see the gaunt back to the girl who's climbing up the hill slowly without losing her balance. A few steps ahead of me on the path, but still within my reach. I don't think I could ever reach a rainbow, but reaching Rin seemed less impossible now than it used to. Ancient forest, it's time to hunt a clear sky greeting us from above. The meadow clearing seems vast and beautiful. Strong wind is hurling in the rain clouds, away from the town to the other side of the mountains in the distance. Fire King or Magispaint? Probably Fire King. You get an effect off of that. The sight is pretty, but a speck of white. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, it's the dandelions. It's the dandelions. A speck of white flies past the edge of my peripheral vision. I turn to look, it's already gone. Another follows the third. Before I realise it, dozens of almost invisible small tufts of white flying around us. Look, the flowers. Ah, I see it now. The sea of dandelions that covered the hilltop on our last visit had changed over the days. Where there were bright yellow before, there is now fluffy white. Some of the flowers have already shed their seeds, and many are still waiting for a suitable gust of wind. Today those gusts are not in short demand. Every now and then they shake the grass thoroughly. Suddenly the air is thick with dandelion seeds. One by one the seeds separate from the flower heads and lift away. My dandelions, we'll miss you. Yeah. A commonplace event, but one that seems to fascinate Rin for some reason. She's turning her head from side to side, marvelling at the... I like how the effect... is in front of her because they clearly didn't do it correctly. Turning side to side, marvelling at the change happening all around her as the seeds fly away. I watch them too, following the white tufts floating with the wind towards the horizon. I imagine that I can see them even after they disappear from my sight. Press F to play respect to a band card. Yep. That's what's happening right here. So, what is it? Do you love me? Snap to attention to meet her suddenly very serious face that is not looking only at the flowers anymore. What a tough question to ask just like that out of the blue. Still, her bluntness compels me to answer rapidly. I don't know. Maybe I do. Maybe too rapidly. What does that mean? I don't know. Rin sighs, perhaps unhappy with my wishy-washy answer. I would be too. Me neither. I don't think I know much about love. It's fine, isn't it? How should I know? A shrug of her shoulders seems to say, hesitating, giving a firmer answer. She stays silent for only a second too long, but even that second too long isn't enough for me to think ahead. I love you. Those 3 words freeze me in place like a rabbit staring into headlights. That is the 3rd time a rabbit staring into headlights, or into a hunter's eyes, has been mentioned. It's interesting. But I'm not a rabbit. I'm just staring into Rin's eyes that seem far, far too impassive for what she just let out of her mouth. Rin looks pretty serious, though, till she sticks out her tongue, frowns a little, and confuses me even more than her words did. Why does she look mildly unhappy? Was it a confession of her deepest feelings? A test to see how I would react? A test to see how she would react? Tastes weird. Taste? Yeah, so weird. She laughs, maybe nervously, or so I want to think, but stops midway when she notices how strange it sounds. Like, I don't know what, I don't think there is a word for this.
Rin keeps on talking as though there was no meaning behind her words. Steady and careless words dropping from the same tongue that form the more important ones. A word for, accept. It's like she can't find the words. Rin just keeps staring at me, stumbling over her words as if her brain suddenly ground to a halt. She looks awfully confused, much like how I feel right now, waiting for her to explain. But she doesn't. She just blinks a few times, the flutter of her long lashes catching my fancy, because she looks like a petrified otherwise. Until I realise what they were fighting against. It's those weird tears again, not associated with sadness or happiness, not pitiable, sobbing or laughter or joy. Just tears, spontaneous, without a warning, like that one time in our classroom. Just a few of them. Not enough to make a fuss about, so Rin doesn't make a move to hide them even after noticing. Rin cries, looking like she has no idea why, and somehow a great uneasiness grows in my chest when I look into her watery eyes that stare right back at me. Petrifies me too. Shock of the incomprehensibility of the situation. Just don't know what's happening anymore. Rin, what's wrong? She shakes her head in confusion, stumbling to get the words out of her mouth. Sorry. Might be a little afraid of you. These words are muttered slowly with a small voice and disbelieving of what it is saying I am. What? Why? I don't know. Saying that just made me feel like that. People cry when they're afraid, right? See? I can do it too. She's averting her gaze now, deliberately not looking at me. It bewilders me, at least as much as what she's saying. I sometimes, with you, want to run away so badly, but I can't move. It's like my legs turn to lemon panna cotta pudding. My heart feels like it's going to explode, and... Cool. She slumps her shoulders melancholy. Has a thing like this ever happened to you? I remember the leaden sky above the frozen forest and the sounds of the leafless branches clacking against each other. It's like a memory from another life. Yeah, once. My heart hurt a lot back then too. But I thought your thing was not contagious. I shake my head, a tiny, slight forced smile raised on my lips. The other ailments of my heart could very well be contagious, and I wouldn't care a bit. What are you afraid of? I never thought I was scary. Rin shakes her head desperately, as if knowing that the tangle inside her mind won't be undone with just that. Tangle? Just tangle again. These words, just over and over. You make me feel that I should be someone else than me. It's a scary thing. It happens when you're being nice to me, like yesterday. I never know what to do at times like that. It's hard. Voice is barely audible, a whisper admission of something that is too embarrassing to even think, not to mention say aloud. Rin has never been one to be embarrassed, so she does utter it aloud, only timidly, as if by instinct. But I want to do something, but I don't know if this me can. For a moment, we just stare at each other as if waiting for the other to say something. You're so stupid. What? That is not the response you should be giving, buddy. Rin's lips taste salty and scared against mine. Was that? Oh no, it's gonna happen, isn't it? I saw that. I saw the heart thing. As I grasp her into an embrace, I feel my heart thumping in my chest. She can't carry me anywhere. I'm just about to die. I fucking called it right at the beginning. God damn it. Okay. Even though I'm glad she can say things like that. That made me sad after all. Rin's spirit, her passion, her strength, all those things that hold dear to me once. I don't want to change. She can kick you down the hill. That's not going to help though. How should I treat them? Where are they headed to? Is that future irrevocably different from mine? That anxiety will never lose its grip on my heart, but I think I could learn to live with it. Slowly the pain in my heart dies out and it settles to the same rhythm as Rin's. Okay, we're not dead. We're not dead. It's okay. We'll listen to it for some time. After our lips break apart, it takes a while for either of us to realise that we can say something now. See? You're already a kind person even when you're not. It's the most scariest thing ever. I think that all I was ever afraid of is your kindness. Is it bad, even if you're afraid? She thinks about this for a while, furrowing her brow as though this was some kind of hard math problem. No, I'm alright with it. It's fine, if it's you. Like a weight lifted from my chest, her words elate my heart, filling it with, I don't know, happiness? What else could it be? This time my smile is genuine. Rin steps back, smiling gently at me like I do at her. She wipes her face on her shoulder and I pick up a round, plump dandelion clock and bring it to my pursed lips. They spread out to the wind that picks them up to carry them to a new home.
To think only a few short weeks ago they were so different. This is change. Hey, so the flowers become what they were meant to become. Like you said the last time. What about you? Did you become a true artist, or did you not, because you ran away? Effects moved behind her when she moved in close. Did they? That's good. She paused for a while to ponder my question. Shrugs her shoulders. Almost makes me laugh. The carefree easiness of her gesture is a lovely thing. It's a sign of how Rin can truly and really, without any restraints whatsoever, shed the entire weight of the world from her shoulders, should she will to do so. She is, in every possible and probable and few impossible ways, free. And I think I might love her for that. I don't think it matters. Let's just watch the clouds for today. She takes 5 steps to climb on a large rock so she can rise as high as possible, here and stand on tiptoes. When you reach out for the clouds, every inch counts. Sure, let's watch the clouds. It's good to do something you really want to do, every now and then. Yeah, you're probably right. Glance upwards at the blue sky, opening high above us. A deep cerulean vastness that spreads to fill my entire field of vision and beyond. Yet Rin stays on her rock, peering at the distant horizon where the rain clouds are drifting farther away from us. I've decided something. That dreaming voice of hers, spoken to the wind that carries to my ears, is lacking resolve in tone, but full of its meaning. It's all right to be me after all. It's all right? Decision always seemed to be pretty far out. Well, I suppose it's an important realization. Coming to terms with oneself, accepting yourself, being fine with what you are, a simple resolution of heart that for some people is overbearingly hard to do, if not impossible. I do realize well enough that I might be one of those people. Rin too. Maybe we are not that different after all. Maybe to accept someone else, you must first accept yourself. Maybe that is a necessary step which we didn't take until now. Looking at her standing on that rock, I believe that she can find whatever it is she's looking for. And so can I. The wind catches her hair and clothes, and Rin spreads her short arms into an embrace that is so very tiny, but as wide as she can ever do. For a moment, it looks like she herself might take flight, and I have to hold myself back not to reach for her shoulders, not to drag her back to me. But this picture is something I can only watch. It is something for me to remember. Rin's sleeves are flapping freely in the wind, her hair tousled by it, her skin touched by the setting sun. Her sleek form that I've come to adore is quivering in the cool wind that carries the small white speckles past her, each beginning a new flower. All that's engraved inside my heart, like those tiny seeds scattered into the wind. I'm sure that Rin too can take her place in this world without the need to create her own inside of it. Maybe she believes too. Standing as close to heaven as possible, she has given the world a huge hug. To me, it seems like the entire world really could fit in there between those small arms of hers, inside of her all-encompassing embrace. Hasao. She looks at me in the same way she calls my name, carelessly over her shoulder with a strange happiness in her voice and in her eyes. Gaze into those mysterious dark eyes, are curiously twinkling from below her auburn hair. Although I'm too far from her to see it, I'm sure they are reflecting my image. What is it? What's the word for when it feels inside your heart that everything in the world is alright? That is a good end. That is definitely a good end. Oh, we did it! We did it! Good end for Rin. Good end for Best Girl. Oh. Here I thought I was going to end on that like really solemn, somber note. Oh, that was nice. That was really nice. Who the heck is that? I guess these are like arts for Rin before they decided on her final art. She looks like a fucking princess. The princess from Tales of Vesperia. There she just straight up looks like Akiza or Callan Kessler. There she looks like a boy. That was alright. It sure was. Yeah. I think what it is her final design. It's used in most of the CGs, but I think in that one CG where she looked totally different, it was using one of her older designs. You know. Hey guys, we didn't die. Monica didn't kill us. I feel blessed. She tried right at the end there. There was definitely a moment where it was like, oh my god, she's gonna kill me. And then she was like, nah. It's just a prank, bro. Nice. I'm wondering what all these paper things are gonna form. Probably like a kanji that I won't understand.
Maybe the kanji for love. Who knows? But they're clearly forming something, right? Guess we'll find out eventually when we finish everyone's roots. But that was great. I'll go play the bad ending so you can. No, no, no. I think you need a Twitch overlay for Monica where she hijacks the stream. That'd be that. If I could work out a way to do it, like, and make it look convincing, like she's actually actively hacking the stream, I would so do that in a heartbeat. Like, you have no idea. Part of me wishes that one day someone's going to suggest a game to me, and then they'll send me a download link for it. But it's a free game. It's like a visual novel, whatever, free game to play. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool, I'll play this. And then actually, it's a modded version of the game where everything seems normal and it's like a nice, visual novel. And then as soon as we decide on a girl's route, suddenly Monica starts actually messing with us. Like, they've coded that into the game. I would love to play something like that because I'll have absolutely no idea that it's going to happen. That would be great. And I'd be scared shitless, don't get me wrong. But it'd be great. It'd be good entertainment. For you and for me. So, I don't know if you guys are skilled coders or anything, but feel free to do that one day in the future. Like, I mean far in the future, so I've forgotten that I've said this. And then I'll suddenly just play this game like, yeah, this is fine. And then, bam. That'd be great. So, we finished Rin's route and Emmy's route now. Which means we have 3 routes left. We don't have to do any of the boring shit before it because I've set all of them up. So that's good. Oh, we've also done Kenji's route. Can't forget Kenji's route. So 3 out of 6. Pretty good. Next Friday we'll continue with Lily. No, you said I should do Hanako's route first, right? So I guess we'll continue with Hanako's route. I don't know what I'm playing on Sunday. If you have any suggestions of things you want me to play on Sunday, feel free to do that. If I find my Switch Switch dock, I probably want to play Mario Odyssey because I still haven't finished it and I want to finish it. So I don't know if that would be enjoyable for people. If I can't find that, however, then I did download some games on my PS4 the other day that I've literally not played because I'm going to stream all 3 of them. So we could play a Sword Art Online game, even though I know next to nothing about Sword Art Online. I watched like the first season of it and then I was like, oh, started out okay and then I got bad and then I never watched any of the rest of it. I started watching season 2 and then there was the whole thing with his sister and I was like, oh, this is weird, never mind. I'll just stop watching this now. But I think this game's based on the first season, so. And then I've got like that Digimon game because fucking everyone keeps talking about Digimon, so I was like, fine, I'll fucking get bloody Digimon game. I'm sure Black Rose would like that. I forgot what the third game was, Or I could just play Overwatch or Fortnite or fucking Hearthstone or whatever, the normal shit. I don't know. We'll see on Sunday. If there's anything you guys particularly want me to play, then let me know that because I am open to ideas. But basically, I might just keep swapping between things on Sunday. So we might like start out playing one thing, go on to another thing. You should do a full narration with Yu-Gi-Oh characters sometime. What do you mean a full narration? Crowler Mum was hilarious. Oh, you mean like so one of the games that I play I should just do with like only Yu-Gi-Oh related voices? Because I thought you meant like do a Yu-Gi-Oh story but do a full narration of it. Because it's funny you should say that. Project that I'm working on that I'm sure both of you will be quite interested in. It's basically a Yu-Gi-Oh visual novel now I think about it. I didn't think about it originally because I'd never played a visual novel before. But that is a thing that I am doing. I'm making myself. Now that I know how visual novels are made, I might actually use Ren'Py to make it, even though it's going to be a video series rather than a thing. But instead of making decisions like you would in a game, the decisions in the world are made with actual duels that me and Train are going to do. So it'll be like a video series on YouTube or whatever. So we're not going to know what the outcome is of the episode or whatever until me and Train have had the real life duel with actual decks that we built. And then, well, real life Yu-Gi-Oh! Pro, whatever, fucking, you know what I mean. And then that will decide which direction the show goes. So, that's an idea I've been working on for like a year now. It's definitely something I'm going to do. So, maybe look forward to that in the future. That'd be cool. I will super advertise it all over the Discord whenever it's like is a thing. And I'll probably keep talking about it on stream as well, because if I ever actually fucking release an episode for it and make it, I'm going to be quite excited. Also, your nurse was basically Weevil. I didn't do a Weevil voice for the nurse. Weevil's voice is like this. I didn't do any voice like this for the nurse. Yeah. that sounded a bit Joey at the end there, but that's more like Weevil's voice. Nothing like the nurse. I didn't really have a voice for the nurse. Literally, I told you I had a WordPad, right, that has all the voices on. Next to the nurse, it just says question mark, question mark, question mark. I don't know what voice he changes all the time. People blame me for changing my fucking voices. That is definitely one I change. Yeah, right, bye. That's also a thing. I should say bye. Good point. See you later, guys. See you on Sunday, in fact. Yes. Not for Yu-Gi-Oh! This time, though. It's just for, whatever. See you all then. Goodbye.